This handsome young man is our protagonist, Beak Ducio. Just 3 seconds ago, because he accidentally defeated the game's final boss, he was immediately transported into the game. And as fate would have it, the moment he woke up, the system assigned him a mission to escape the pursuit of a group of assassins. All of this goes back to a game called Mythical World, released 10 years ago as a female-oriented dating simulator. But for some reason, the male player base exploded to a surprising degree. In terms of features, the game allowed players to choose from a diverse range of characters, starting from easy, highly efficient ones to difficult, inefficient ones. And among this forest of characters, there was one trash-tier character who was particularly difficult to level up and had terrible functionality. And a masochist who mastered this character for 10 years is none other than me, the player Beak Ducio. At that moment, right after Beak Ducio made himself a cup of coffee and returned to his computer, he discovered some new information posted on the forum. "Oh, a new forum post. Is there an update or something?" he said, quickly clicking the mouse to take a look. It wasn't clear what the game had updated, but the player reaction didn't seem very positive. "Trash game with a stupid dragon appearing out of nowhere and blowing away all my game data. What kind of freakish black magic dragon is this? It says my character is dead and I can't log in anymore. What on earth is happening? My character just got deleted." Lines of negative status updates started appearing. Beak Ducio, on the other hand, felt confused after reading it. A final boss in a dating sim? I thought the game would end once the two characters got together. Having said that, he also noticed a post that was receiving special attention from everyone. "Hey everyone, this boss cannot be defeated. This trashy black magic dragon has a magic resistance passive of up to 99%, has no cooldown and keeps giving me a hard time with its magic absorption skill, plus it shoots something. How do you defeat it? This must be a game bug." Our protagonist was surprised when he saw the author of the post. "Wait, this is a famous ranker." A final boss? Let's see. Having a magic-immune monster in a world full of magic doesn't seem to make much sense. Is it really a game bug? People are even saying their characters are being deleted. It looks like this is the boss. The black magic dragon, the Black Knight of the 13th Moon, has appeared, Beak Ducio muttered, staring at the dragon in front of him. Alright, so the story is that in the mythical world, there's a cult called the Black Magic Order. Their goal is to help an otherworldly realm called the Personal Gate become the ruler of the world. And when these crazy people achieved their goal, the Black Magic Dragon appeared. 90% of the continent has been occupied by the Personal Gate. I only played PvP and didn't pay attention to the game's plot, but this is way too chaotic. Is this going to be okay? Beak Ducio rubbed his chin and said. Then he felt restless seeing how powerful the dragon was. It's not that I'm avoiding a confrontation with it. Maybe I should give it a try. Thinking is doing. Right after that, the god-tier Beak Ducio immediately clicked yes on the request to fight the Black Magic Dragon. I will show off the skills I have honed over the past 10 years, Beak Ducio thought to himself. To put it briefly regarding his character, Beak Ducio, he is the only character who cannot use magic, despite the fact that everyone else can use magic in the game. For that reason, even experienced players don't choose to play him. Simply put, this character is even worse than a side character. Of course, he could use a little bit of magic, but only one single spell, the blink spell. Returning to the battle at this moment, right after seeing Beak Ducio appear, the Black Magic Dragon began to open its mouth to gather energy. And immediately after that, the giant creature opened its mouth as wide as possible and breathed fire towards him. And in the face of this attack, Beak Ducio gave a faint smile. Simultaneously, he used the blink skill to jump onto the dragon's back and dodge the attack. Talking about Beak Ducio's blink spell, this skill allows him to quickly teleport to another location within a range of 3 to 10 meters. The teleportation destination is random, so if he doesn't control the distance well, he will die instantly due to the speed and impact force. Furthermore, the cooldown time and mana cost are quite ridiculous. Besides that, there is also a 2-second immobilization penalty after using this skill, so anyone can learn it but they never use it. However, Beak Ducio has mastered Blink so he can control the teleportation direction and distance. He even knows how to resist the 2-second immobilization penalty. It won't cost mana, especially since this character doesn't even have a mana stat. Unlike other spells, Blink is just a movement skill. But I have become obsessed with this character since everything is based on skill level, so for the past 10 years, I have played the only character who doesn't use magic in combat. And while our protagonist was still reminiscing, he was also controlling his character to slice this black magic dragon in half. And for some reason, a character who cannot use mana has the power to defeat this dragon, but at least because he can't use offensive magic, the dragon's magic resistance became useless. And after the black dragon lay flat on the ground, he also received a notification from the system. You have defeated the final boss, the Black Knight of the 13th Moon. On this side, after seeing the notification, Beak Ducio himself felt it was hard to believe. Good heavens, what is this? Did I really defeat it? I know I equipped rare artifacts from head to toe, but this is still a trash character. But it's great anyway. I have to brag to the community that I just defeated the Black Magic Dragon. Beak Ducio said, quickly clicking the post button. But right at this moment, red notifications suddenly appeared before his eyes, looking extremely dangerous. Because you reached the error ending, 90% of the mythical world has been destroyed. However, you have come very close to the true ending. Please proceed to the true ending. On this side, after witnessing the strange sight, Beak Ducio became extremely confused. What's going on? What on earth is happening? He shouted in extreme fear. Then our protagonist disappeared inexplicably inside his room. The scene shifts to a desolate room. At this moment, Beak Ducio woke up and asked blankly, "What happened, and where is this?" he said while observing his surroundings. And then, when he looked at his reflection in a mirror placed nearby, his face went blank because this was a very familiar face that had accompanied him for 10 years. This appearance is Beak Ducio's. But before Beak Ducio could understand what was happening, a system screen suddenly appeared before him. Episode 1, Escape the Pursuit. On this side, after seeing the system notification, he became even more confused. This is Beak Ducio's starting quest. This can't be, he thought while hurriedly reaching into his pocket. And he pulled out a piece of paper. This is the acceptance certificate for Stella Academy. And by this time, even though he didn't want to admit it, Beak Ducio knew where he was. It's hard to believe, but this is definitely the mythical world. And I must be Beak Ducio. Having said that, he also started trying to calm down and analyze. I need to think logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But with my knowledge, this game doesn't have a true ending. Rather, because this is a dating sim game, it has a billion endings. Who knows which one the true ending is? Wait a minute, is it possible that no one has unlocked the true ending in the last 10 years? Beak Ducio was bewildered by his own thoughts, but immediately after, he tossed this matter aside because there was a more important mission now. Damn it, there's no time to think anymore. If he remembered correctly, right after Beak Ducio woke up, the people chasing him would rush into the house. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate for a second, but immediately opened the door and looked outside. And just as he feared, outside there was a group of bad people preparing to finish him off. Where did that little rat run off to? Someone among the assassins shouted. Hearing this, Beak Ducio hurriedly closed the door and hid inside. This is dangerous, they're already here, he thought anxiously. But just at this moment, someone among the crowd discovered the house he was hiding in and shouted, "There's a house over there. Search it quick." Understood, the rest hurriedly said. Beak Ducio was already panicked. What should I do now? There is a time limit for me to be hunted. But I can't fight this group of people. What should I do? Beak Ducio felt more and more anxious as he thought. And as if feeling pity for him, the system provided a hint. You can use Blink. What? I can use Blink, he thought in surprise. Born with a body suffering from the mana leakage syndrome, Beak Ducio, someone who couldn't store mana, could only place his sole hope on one thing, the spell he had spent his whole life practicing. Returning to the present, Beak Ducio was observing the information about the Blink skill. Blink level 0, maximum distance, 9m, maximum charges, 1, cooldown time, 3 seconds. And after seeing the information about the Blink skill, Beak Ducio didn't feel much better. It tells me to use Blink, but I'm not playing a game with a keyboard and mouse. How am I supposed to use it? But before our protagonist could think much, outside, the assassins started running like mad dogs towards this place as if they were afraid he would escape, and the sound of their footsteps also made Beak Ducio jump. Damn it, are they here? There's no more time, I have to take a gamble. Beak Ducio gritted his teeth and said, then right before the assassins could rush into the house and surround him, he proactively hid outside. But of course, the robbers discovered him immediately. I found that bastard, hurry and chase him. Don't let him escape, stop right there. The assassins started barking nonsense. Meanwhile, our protagonist was racking his brain to think about how not to be torn apart by these robbers, and the current plan was to use Blink to cut off these pursuers. They're wearing magic shoes, so they're definitely faster than me, so the only way to escape is to use Blink. Calm down, I've used Blink countless times, haven't I? I know how to time it perfectly. Beak Ducio started to reassure himself. Meanwhile, the sound of the assassins was right behind him. You bastard, you won't stop, huh? Someone in the crowd shouted, causing Beak Ducio to look back to measure the distance between him and them. They're about to catch up. The weakness of Blink is that if the user doesn't control the distance well, they will hit another object and die instantly. However, if it's me, everything will be different. Beak Ducio thought to himself. At the same time, the leader of the assassins caught up to him. "Let me send you to hell. Die," he said, swinging his sword straight at him. And at the exact moment when the sword was about to touch Beak Ducio, he took a risk and used the blink spell, just like that, like a flash of lightning. Beak Ducio's body disappeared and appeared ahead. And after seeing that he had succeeded, he was overjoyed. Success, he thought happily. Meanwhile, the assassins were startled and stopped. What was that? Was that Blink? Is he a mage? They said in confusion. The leader, seeing this, hurriedly turned back to steady the crowd. Don't lose your nerve. After activating Blink, the user will be paralyzed for about 2 seconds, so this is our best chance to catch him. Wait, why is that bastard still moving? The leader shouted in amazement when he saw Beak Ducio still running like a squirrel in front. Returning to Beak Ducio, although he had temporarily increased the distance, he didn't become careless. Careful, I have to be even more careful. I must take advantage of the rugged terrain here. Any player who doesn't learn how to use Blink at this moment won't pass the next episode. Beak Ducio thought to himself. Furthermore, there is a sad fact that 99% of players who choose Beak Ducio cannot complete the tutorial. As for the remaining 1%, even though they pass the tutorial, they still cannot grasp how to control the blink distance and continuous blink. Returning to Beak Ducio right after the 3-second cooldown ended, he immediately used Blink on the rugged terrain to increase the distance once again. The assassins behind, seeing Beak Ducio playing so recklessly, were amazed. Using Blink on terrain like this, is that guy crazy? Although very surprised, the leader, after seeing Beak Ducio slowly increasing the distance, immediately told the people behind, "Whoever can use magic, get to the front, attack him from a distance." Following his command, 3 mages stood up to the front. And of course, Beak Ducio, who was running away, also heard this and looked back to observe. Are they going to use magic? He thought to himself, but wasn't very surprised because in the game, this also happened. That is the second part of the tutorial, use Blink to dodge magic missiles. And at this moment, the mages started to launch their magic, creating countless arrows shooting straight at him from many different directions. Beak Ducio was truly a bit worried now. When playing the game, he could see what was behind him through the screen, so it wasn't hard to dodge them. But now it's different. He gritted his teeth and thought, and when he ran into trouble, the system appeared to pump some strength into him, as it was now, Mana Leakage Syndrome skill has been activated. Mana Leakage Syndrome skill generated, 6th Sense and Perception Acceleration have been used. And right after this notification appeared, a wave of mana began to spread from Beak Ducio, helping him clearly feel the entire direction from which the arrows were flying. And just like that, our protagonist could dance inside this rain of arrows. And for those arrows coming at the same time with no angle to dodge, he just needed to use Blink to dodge them, and that was it. It was fortunate that he dodged them in time, otherwise, not even a trace of him would have been left. Wow, that was a close one, Beak Ducio thought while hurriedly standing up and continuing to move. And it didn't take long for him to reach the final part of the tutorial. The third part of the tutorial, use Blink to cross the abyss. At this moment, in front of Beak Ducio was an abyss, with countless floating stone slabs to help players use them to cross. And his current mission was how to time Blink perfectly to be able to jump to the right position on the stones. The only way to reach the other side was to measure the blink distance exactly. After that, I will meet a few mages passing by and escape. That will be the end of this tutorial. To pass this part, I have to release the blink spell, which starts in 0.1 seconds at the right time. Failing even once means death, Beak Ducio told himself. Then he turned his eyes towards the stones and calculated, there are about 20 floating stones in this place. 0.1 seconds, it's definitely easier said than done. I really don't know what kind of idiot wrote the script for this tutorial. Thinking of this, Beak Ducio was so angry that he clenched his hands. But at least, honestly speaking, this was not impossible. The problem is that the pursuers are closer to me than I thought, he said, glancing at the assassins who were already very close to him. Right in front, there he is, someone shouted. Then the group started to increase their speed to the maximum, running forward. The distance between me and them is approximately 100 m. The cooldown of blink is 3 seconds, so I won't have enough time to reach the other side. So the most practical way for me to survive is to handle this entire group. Yusial started to lean to one side and silently calculated the situation. This is crazy. Why did I dare to think about managing this when I just finished a battle? If this were in the game, the system wouldn't let me beat up these tailors, but this is reality. There's no law saying one must blindly follow the game's system. Handle someone who isn't worth my attention. The reason isn't because these people are the enemies of my parents like in the plot. They're here, come on then, I'll deal with all of you, Yusial thought to himself. Not a few seconds later, both sides met, and when enemies see each other, there's no need for many words. The leader immediately ordered, "There he is, catch that brat quickly." "Understood," the assassin said, immediately rushing forward. When he saw Yusial daring to face him without running away, he laughed in his heart. "You dare to fight all of us alone, you're truly stupid. You're done for." Meanwhile, Yusial on the opposite side also started to calmly calculate the distance between the two sides. Target distance, 8.7 m. Blink. Just like that, the blink spell was activated. By closing the distance instantly, the knife in Yusial's hand also pierced through the chest of the enemy in front. Although this was his first time, he didn't have any fear. Fresh blood flowed lightly on his fingertips, with no feeling of guilt at all. This is killing to survive, Yusial told himself. Next, he also used a Tai Shan Kao move to fly this guy into the group behind. Right after taking down one of them, Yusial immediately started running, because his blink spell hadn't cooled down yet anyway. Seeing Beak Ducio sneakily bite off one of their group members and then run away, the rest of them completely lost their minds. He's running, don't let him get away no matter what. Back to Yusial, while moving, he was quietly calculating in his mind. One down, but next time won't be this easy. What should I do? Why is it so quiet behind me? Are they not chasing anymore? Aren't they planning to use magic? But if I dodge, damn it, Yusial cursed inwardly. On the other side, the leader excitedly gave the signal. Do it. Following his command, the mage immediately cast his magic, forming a magic circle in front of him and unleashing a fireball. Aim straight at Yusial's position. Are you kidding me? This damn incantation. Yusial muttered while hurriedly turning his head to scan the surroundings for a favorable spot to blink. Luckily for him, he spotted a branch growing on a nearby cliff. Over there, let's do this. Blink, Yusial thought to himself. While at that exact moment, all the fireballs hit his exact location and created a massive explosion. As for the leader, seeing that the fireballs had hit their mark, he sneered. Serves you right, you scumbag punk. But before he could even finish laughing, he realized, in the crater right in front of him, there wasn't a single body. Where is he? He muttered, not knowing that. Yusial had dodged the explosion and blinked right above his head. Ultimate blink. Requires equal momentum before and after use, he thought as he used blink once more, while the dagger in his hand aimed straight at the guy, causing him to shriek in agony and drop flat to the ground instantly. Meanwhile, the remaining guys stood frozen in shock, having no idea what had just happened. What the hell? One of them panicked. But before he could finish his sentence, Yusial blinked right beside him and sent him off to join his teammates in the afterlife. Speaking of Yusial, after such intense physical exertion, his stamina plummeted drastically. 2 down, gotta hurry before they recover, Yusial thought to himself. Up ahead, the scarred man started taking Yusial much more seriously. You freak. Your reaction speed is way too bizarre for a mage. Just who the hell are you? Meanwhile, Yusial heard him but had no intention of answering. He was still focused on planning. My reaction speed must definitely be way higher than any player's, but still, that's only in a game. This is reality. I can't keep dodging their attacks forever, especially at this range. I need to take care of this whole bunch quickly. Thinking this, he immediately charged forward to attack. The scarred man's gaze turned dangerous. I've figured out your movement pattern. Saying that, he thought to himself, he only uses blink and a dagger. So as long as I protect my face and neck, he won't be able to lay a finger on me. Thinking this, he immediately coated his sword in mana to prepare for battle. Bring it on, you dirty rats, the guy let out a roar. As for Yusial ahead, he immediately used blink to dodge. At the same time, right in front of him, the scarred man thrust out countless sharp ice spikes. Gotcha, now let's see you writhe in pain, he thought happily. Because theoretically, if Yusial used blink to charge in, he would definitely impale himself on those ice spikes. But unfortunately for him, that plan failed. Because the person Yusial was actually targeting was the teammate standing behind. By the time the scarred man realized it, it was already too late. His teammate had also been sent off by Yusial to sell salt. Damn it, he screamed. Before, you just cowered and hid around like a mere mouse. And now you actually dare pull something like this. Yusial bluntly admitted, that's right, but that was before. I should thank you for helping me grow stronger day by day. he said with a taunting smile. This made the scarred man's face twist up like a monkey's ass. You son of a bitch, just because we went easy on you, you think you can pull this? Die for me, the guy let out a loud roar. Meanwhile, Yusial casually grabbed a spear belonging to one of the guys he had just taken down and proactively charged forward to attack. First, he took a stance, then hurled the spear in his hand, flying like a shooting star straight at the scarred man. This made the scarred man pause to think, blink, aiming at an unguarded spot. Is he planning to throw the spear to force me to block and then strike from behind? Don't even think about it. Thinking this, he brought his sword horizontally across his chest to block the spear. Right after that, he swung his sword backward with the intent of finishing off Yusial. Now I just need to turn around and give him a slash, he muttered. But when he turned his face around, there was nobody there at all. By this point, the scarred man realized he had overthought things. But unfortunately, he no longer had a chance to fix his mistake. Because the moment he turned his head back, Yusial had already blinked forward from the front and plunged the dagger in his hand straight into his heart. From the very beginning, he was planning to attack from the front, the guy thought to himself, and kicked the bucket instantly. Currently, Yusial also received a notification, Chapter 1, Escape Pursuit, completed. You have gained extra experience and received additional rewards from the Constellation Project for developing a unique storyline. Returning to Beak Dusio after looking at the corpses and bloodstains nearby, he had countless thoughts running through his mind. Right, this isn't a dream, my first blink, my first battle, and my first time killing someone. I killed another person just to survive, he thought as he began to calm himself down. And it didn't take long for Beak Dusio to snap out of this trance and prepare to move. I gotta get out of this place quickly. I'll wait, even though this feels a bit shady. I have to be realistic that I'm broke, Beak Dusio thought as he began rummaging through these bodies. And the result didn't leave Beak Dusio disappointed as he found an entire pouch of gold coins. Found it, let's see, this must be around 2 million won, better than nothing. Now the main problem is, I need to cross this cliff first, he muttered while starting to walk toward the cliff. But before the protagonist could even do anything, he heard a voice echoing from the other side. Is anyone there? This way? Hearing their voice, Beak Dusio hurriedly strained his eyes to look. Isn't that the group of mages from the tutorial, right? Finished thinking, Beak Dusio hurriedly called out to them, I'm over here. Hearing this, the group of mages shouted back. There's no bridge here, can you make it across? Yes, I'm on my way. Let's wait since he said he can cross. The male mage turned around to tell everyone, but next to him, a blue-haired guy questioned. To cross this cliff, he'd at least need to be a third-class knight. Can that young guy really pull something like that off? I'm not sure either. The male mage replied casually, but fortunately soon after. He was surprised to see Beak Dusio starting to shift across the floating stones. In the eyes of the crowd, Beak Dusio's body began continuously shifting across the floating stones, leaving them extremely curious. What was that just now? Some kind of jumping magic? And to answer the crowd's question, right behind them came a voice, it's Blink. This voice belonged to a blue-haired girl with a melancholic expression. Hearing this, everyone was even more astonished. Blink, huh, but Blink can't control direction and distance. How is that even possible? He said while turning to look at Beak Dusio, but at that exact moment, he also spotted two figures on the opposite bank and muttered, those two, are they traveling with the guy? But before he could think much about it, the mage from the assassin group started casting his magic. A fireball aimed at Beak Dusio. Hey, watch out, someone screamed. Meanwhile, our protagonist also realized he was under attack, so he gritted his teeth and used Blink once more. After that, he looked toward the two people who had attacked him and thought, those mercenary punks from earlier. That was close. Blink's cooldown has 3 seconds left, but dodging all that magic is impossible. I need to find another floating rock to stand on. Beak Dusio thought while hurriedly scanning around for a suitable spot, but the mage didn't give him time to look, immediately activating magic and firing a beam of energy straight at him. Fortunately for Beak Dusio, he managed to lean to the side just in time to dodge it. However, the real trouble had just arrived when, for some unknown reason, the floating stone beneath his feet suddenly split in two, causing our guy to plummet straight down. Damn it, all the floating stones are too far away from me. I just hope I land on one, he thought through gritted teeth, immediately using the blink spell. It seemed the King of Hell didn't want to claim his life yet, as Beak Dusio teleported right next to a floating rock and hurriedly clung to it. Phew, I survived, Beak Dusio thought to himself, before he noticed another fireball heading his way, or else he'd be dead. Right before the attack could hit Beak Dusio, it was blasted away by another blue energy wave, saving our protagonist in the nick of time. What surprised him even more was the uniqueness of that magic just now. What was that magic just now? An ice spear wrapped in lightning? Who could combine two elements into a single attack like that? Furthermore, calculating the trajectory so precisely without wasting a single drop of mana. Who could pull off such a flawless attack? He thought while looking toward the group of mages ahead, and the one who intervened was none other than the blue-haired female mage. Seeing their attack fail, the faces of both mercenaries turned pale as they hurriedly retreated. Seeing those guys skedaddle, Beak Ducio let out a sigh of relief internally. Phew, looks like I survived after all. Next, after reaching the opposite bank, he hurried over to the blue-haired girl who had saved him and said, "Ah, thanks for helping me back there." Hearing this, the blue-haired girl turned her head slightly and coldly said, "I didn't do it to receive any gratitude, so don't mind it." "Oh, all right." She has the most beautiful voice I've ever heard, but she looks kind of hard to approach. Anyway, even though those guys were bandits who ravaged and pillaged villages, the truth was that most of those activities were carried out by the black magic cult. But even that ends here. The moment he crossed this cliff, he entered the mage's territory, and the black magic cult guys wouldn't be trailing him anymore, not to mention they didn't even know who he was. Right at that moment, a system notification popped up in front of Beak Ducio. Chapter 2, Admission to Stella Academy. This notification left Beak Ducio not knowing how to react properly. This is Chapter 2, geez, sounds like it won't be too bad. But how am I supposed to go back to attending school at my age? Scene transition to the protagonist Beak Ducio's childhood memories. "Mom, when I grow up, I'm gonna become a mage," she said while tugging at her mother's shirt. The woman in front smiled and praised, "Mom believes in you, Ducio. According to the records, Mom and Dad worked extremely hard to raise me. I'll study really hard and make my parents proud." He muttered to himself as he buried his books, but everything almost completely collapsed when he heard the doctor's conclusion. "Did you just say my son has mana leak syndrome?" His mother said in a daze, while young Beak Ducio's face went blank in sheer disbelief. No way." The boy said as he started crying heavily, while Beak Ducio witnessed these images from a third-person perspective. Are these Beak Ducio's memories or my own? He thought in confusion, and right after that, a splitting headache struck, snapping him back to reality. "Morning already," he muttered while the red-haired guy opposite him spoke up. "Oh, you're awake. I was just about to wake you up. We'll be departing for Leswicha, the satellite city of Arcanium, soon." Time passed quickly. After traveling for a while, the tour guide's voice echoed, "Let's take a short break here." Following his words, Beak Ducio stepped out of the vehicle to get some fresh air. Coincidentally, right at that moment, he ran into the blue-haired girl who had saved his life. But the moment she saw Beak Ducio, she turned around and walked away, leaving our protagonist with an awkward smile. "She's so cold." Still, things are fine considering how worried I was. I'm glad the timeline is closer to modern times than the Central Plains era. Magic exists in this mythic world, but in safe cities, trains, airships, and skyways are built to make long-distance travel much more convenient. We'll arrive in Leswicha right now to catch another airship. Leswicha is on the route to Arcanium. Arcanium is the city of magic where everything truly begins. Magic Towers, the Mage Assembly, and the 5 most prestigious academies are all located in Arcanium, home to the most powerful mages and outstanding students. Stella Academy. Because of that, Stella is packed with geniuses and nobles from all over the world. I still don't get how this Beak Ducio character got accepted into a place like that. Forgot I haven't checked my own skills yet, thinking this. He hurriedly opened his status window to inspect. Mana Leak Syndrome Level 1, Strength plus 3%, Speed plus 5%, Agility plus 10%, Sixth Sense Skill, consumes user's mental power to activate, Mana Scouting Skill within a 12m radius, Acceleration Wave. Looking back at his status window, Beak Ducio felt grateful for the skills this Beak Ducio character possessed. Sixth Sense and Acceleration Wave, I would have died without these two. The character Beak Ducio had a cursed physique that prevented him from gathering mana into his body. Mana Leak Syndrome was a congenital curse bestowed upon Beak Ducio. However, this also allowed him to detect surrounding mana with his sixth sense, enabling him to spot any incoming attacks even without looking in that direction, while Acceleration Wave allowed him to perceive everything as if time had slowed down if a threat or attack approached faster than humanly detectable. It's a necessary skill for Beak Ducio since he can't use mana, but I can't use Sixth Sense for too long because it consumes a lot of mental power and has side effects afterward. Next up are the stats. Beak Ducio status. Strength 1 star 59%, Speed 1 star 81%, Durability 0 star 97%, Agility 1 star 97%, Stamina 1 star 51%, Mental Power 1 star 43%, Mana, Unknown, Remaining Experience 10, Skills, Blink Level 0, Traits, Mana Leak Syndrome Level 1. Returning to Beak Ducio after checking the information, he pondered, actually, the starting stats don't seem bad. The original Beak Ducio had very low agility. This is a stat I absolutely must boost. In this world, there isn't just one level. There are levels for each stat, skills are categorized by levels, and stats are categorized by stars. The maximum stat level is 9 stars, but it's practically impossible to reach. I played this game for 10 years, but the highest level I ever achieved was 8 stars in both stamina and agility. I should invest in agility right now to increase my sixth sense and reaction speed. I can raise my stamina and flexibility through various methods anyway. The main problem now is mana leak syndrome. If I don't train this, I won't survive long. I need to upgrade it to quickly reach the secret of true physique. Entering Stella Academy is the way to curb this damn syndrome. I have no choice other than going to Stella if I want to prevent the world's end and treat this disease. Geez, honestly, I don't want to go there. I wish there was something that could save me from this situation. Beak Ducio sighed and thought while the system suddenly popped up a notification reminding him, "You missed some notifications? Huh, I've never looked at this before," he thought in surprise. But before he could check, the people next to him reminded him, "Let's go." "All right, let's go, we'll check it later," Beak Ducio thought to himself as he hurriedly chased after the group. Afterward, just as planned, our protagonist boarded this high-end airship to head towards Stella Academy. "We are approaching Arcanium. Passengers, please remain in your seats." The airship's announcement sound echoed. Meanwhile, some young masters and Mrs. saw Beak Ducio dressed like a homeless person and began to tease him. "Hey, look at that guy peering around like a kid. Has he never been on an airship before? Must be a country bumpkin in the big city." "Tusk, I don't understand why Stella let these people join the academy. This news is going to spread everywhere. These lowlifes will soil everything," the purple-haired young master said with contempt, while Beak Ducio on the opposite side began to stare intently at him. And for some unknown reason, he let out a sigh and thought helplessly, "Bullies are truly everywhere." After thinking this, he ignored the disdainful remarks and walked away as if he hadn't heard a thing, and this action made the young master feel extremely insulted. "How dare you look at us like that, you brat? Hey, stop right there," he shouted. But just at this moment, noisy chatter erupted behind him, making him unable to resist turning back and muttering, "Hey, what the hell is all that noise?" And immediately after, the young master's eyes widened. Princess Bion. Up front, Beak Ducio heard this name and had to turn his head back because it was a familiar name to him. Did he just say Bion? Following his gaze, in front of everyone was a princess with an incredibly beautiful appearance and a cold, arrogant aura. This was the princess of the Adalbit Kingdom, Hong Bion Adalbit. On this side, the purple-haired young master saw her appear, stepped forward and began to greet, "Your Highness." But before he could finish his sentence, he received a cold glare from Bion, making him speechless and unable to say another word. Bion walked away immediately, leaving him full of regret. Talking about Beak Ducio, after seeing number 5 appear, he began to recall memories about this character. She is an enemy of the world. Hong Bion is a main character in the game. She and the heroine are always at odds, but in the end, she dies. No matter the route, she is brutally murdered in most endings, or has to commit suicide because she is bullied by the entire academy. This time, she will have to go through the most shameful events in front of everyone, as if hated by the developer and wanting her to endure it all. I've heard she's extremely famous among male players. She really is beautiful, but she looks like she'd kill me if I dared to strike up a conversation. Thinking of this, the protagonist's stomach began to growl. Should I go eat something? He thought while hurriedly walking to the cafeteria. But after seeing the prices of the sparkling food on the shelves, the broke guy only dared to choose the cheapest one and complained. "Why is it so expensive? Every time I eat at Arcanium it's like this." And just at this moment, it seemed like the airship was about to arrive, so the announcement sounded again. "Attention everyone, we will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please make sure everyone is present on the main floor. I repeat, we will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes, blah blah." "Finally, it's starting. Anyway, this is my reality now. Let's do this," he said excitedly. And despite his excitement, immediately after, our protagonist was brought back to reality. "I'm glad I solved that. But can I survive at Stella Academy? Survive in this world? I wish I had something useful in this situation," Beak Ducio thought while beginning to pray to the heavens. Then he remembered something and muttered, "Thinking about that, I haven't even checked the previous notification." Saying that, Beak Ducio hurriedly checked to see if the system had given him anything useful. Star Project gives you a special reward, when a weapon you used in the game at a lower level 2, a skill you received in the game with lower power 3, experience. On this side, after reading it, Beak Ducio began to rub his chin and think, it seems this system has some morals. Let's see, what should I take? Should I take Reflection or Prius Lightning? As if reading his thoughts, the system immediately announced, according to search results, the rank of the equipment is too high, so it will be downgraded. Then what about Hyperspace Blink? Beak Ducio asked back. According to search results, this skill is an upgrade of Blink, so it cannot be received. However, you can use the reward to strengthen the Blink skill. On this side, hearing that, Beak Ducio rolled his eyes. Good heavens, I really have to downgrade it, he complained. The system immediately explained, due to a lack of narrative energy, we cannot fully materialize it. What is that? The thing that affects the progress of the story is called narrative energy. If you continue to explore the hidden plot lines of the story, it will be accumulated. Back to Beak Ducio, hearing this, he understood the system's intention. So in short, in the short term, you can't let me own overly powerful items because I'm still a newbie. The system fell silent, as if accepting this truth. And Beak Ducio, after knowing the system couldn't provide him with a game-breaking item, thought for a moment and said, what about the Kao glasses? Based on system results, we conclude that they can be provided. Fine, I'll take them, Beak Ducio said calmly, and the system immediately threw the glasses to him. I never thought I'd actually have to wear these one day, he muttered. Talking about the Kao glasses, this is an item containing all the information Beak Ducio collected while playing the game. In the mythical world, I couldn't remember or read information about the monsters I hunted or knowledge I gained, so players developed countless information storage items in their own ways. And Beak Ducio did the same. This is the information about these glasses. Kao glasses, rank unknown, description, can't remember last night's dinner, not a problem because these glasses save the details of what you have seen. Special feature, Kao folder sealed, use spiritual power to activate. On this side, Beak Ducio began to activate the glasses to check all the information. Opening Kao folder. Ingredients for alchemy, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, characters. Alright, this is good. Because this place is exactly like real life, I have no way to talk about what I can do with the system, but with these glasses, I can recover about half the abilities I used to have. Beak Ducio thought while closing the Kao library. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed, catching his attention. Hey, isn't that Azel? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of the traitor Dutch Mall? How dare she show her face here? SHH, she can hear you. Whispers started echoing, and Beak Ducio heard a familiar name and began to think. Now that I think about it, one of the functions of the Kao glasses allows me to register or check information about characters in the plot. Thinking of this, Beak Ducio immediately used the glasses to check information about the girl in front. Azel Malf, fake heroine, Ice Thunder Mage, drinks pickle juice before eating pizza, eldest daughter of Dutch Malf. Her father's death led to the decline of the clan, died later. Back to Beak Ducio, after reading, he remembered who she was. So she is the fake heroine. To talk about Azel, a fake heroine, there's one point I must point out. Although where I am is in the game Mythical World, the truth is that Mythical World is a game based on a romantic fantasy novel, Don't Love the Princess. And that novel is about the heroine Azel, who lost all her relatives. She grows up by confronting the plots of the villain Bion, and her ending is to be by the male protagonist's side. In the ending, her revenge plan almost disappeared and other male characters protect her. It had a sad ending after receiving mixed reactions from readers, but the problem is that although the world in the game is based on the novel, the plot is different. In this game, another character named Flame was added, and this is also the person who replaced the heroine's role. Moreover, this character named Flame also has her own plot. She was a woman who lived a normal life in the modern world, someone who enjoyed reading Don't Love the Princess, and was reincarnated into this world. So unlike in the novel, Azel became a fake heroine in the game, while Flame became the true heroine. No matter how many times players try and make an effort, she still can't survive in any ending. This is the result of her being pushed out of the true heroine position, but it has nothing to do with me. But is it my imagination? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Or maybe not, it must be my imagination. I should get ready. Time quickly passed, scene shifts to Stello Academy. At this moment, the new students were gathered in the square to hear the principal's speech. As you know, the Black Magic Order are the witches, those who gained power from another world and turned into monsters. Even now, those black magic members continue their invasion by opening personal gates or releasing ancient dungeons to invade the magical world. Our responsibility as mages is to protect the world from evil forces. And now, we will attend the oath ceremony for the 5 students with the highest scores who also represent the new students. Everyone please step up to the podium. Back to Beak Ducio. Currently, he was paying attention to the students at the front because they were all extremely important characters in this world. Their faces were all shining, just like their positions as main characters. But the person shining the brightest here is that person, the new student representative, Ma Ducio. He is the person with the highest entrance score. How can he be both smart and handsome like that? The group of people chatted. Beak Ducio, after seeing his appearance, had to admit, so this is the famous Ma Ducio. Ma Ducio. He is the perfect character for the saying, "In heaven and on earth I alone am honored." With a 9-star mana stat, possessing potential close to the gods, he is a genius among geniuses, someone who can control all elements in the world. Even if I can't make it to the grand ending, I must avoid the bad endings by bringing Ma Ducio to the righteous side. However, that must be Flame, he said while looking at a girl with black hair and started calculating again. Currently, the plot will depend on how she acts from now on. Because she also came from the outside world like me, perhaps it's a good idea to accompany her, but things will become complicated if she considers me an enemy and I get rejected. Because I have an information advantage, I shouldn't ruin anything. Flame is a reader of romantic fantasy novels, and I am a player of romantic fantasy games. Although my importance in the plot cannot even be compared to a shop NPC in the village. Moreover, the heroine has a special ability that allows her to purify the black magic order. But besides that, she also has the ability to bring misery to those close to her. Being near her will definitely affect me. My role is to support the main characters from afar, and limit participating with them as much as possible. And while our protagonist was secretly making a plan, the principal's speech also ended. With this, we close the entrance ceremony. The group of students below was happy to the point of going crazy and clapped their hands like firecrackers. They must have been tired of standing outside in the yard like this, and with his speech ending. Beak Ducio had also completed Chapter 2, joining Stella Academy complete. Time quickly passed. The next day, Ducio was present in the lecture hall. And going to school also made him have some thoughts. I graduated from college a long time ago, so feeling like a high school student again is very strange. But this is actually good, Beak Ducio thought while looking at the watch on his hand. This is the Stella watch, the watch proving you are a student at the prestigious Stella Academy. If you have it, you will receive privileges and better services than other mages. I must quickly take advantage of it and go out while I'm at it. Thinking of this, Beak Ducio happily tucked away this precious watch. Meanwhile, outside the door, a cool professor started walking into the class. Then the professor took out a stack of papers and announced to everyone, "Everyone, sit still in class. I will start the test right now, so except for writing tools, put away other items. Anyone wearing glasses must be checked by me first." On this side, after hearing him say that, Ducio felt bored. Starting school and testing right away. The curriculum of Stella Academy is harsher than most other Korean universities. Students have to take a test on the first day of school. It's also called a placement test. It means evaluating to divide classes for students. And while our protagonist was still thinking, the professor had already distributed the test questions to all the students and announced, "Start the test." And it was not very surprising. When our Ducio looked at the test, his eyes widened like a bowl. Good heavens, I don't understand what the question is asking. This is so difficult. The placement test has nothing to do with the famous entrance test that's horribly difficult. Here, students are divided into classes from F to S based on the results. Naturally, most of the important characters in the game belong to Class S. On the contrary, Beak Ducio was the last out of 1141 students. He could be considered automatically placed in Class F. I've already made it in, so turning in a blank paper is fine, right? Hopefully they won't expel me, Ducio thought to himself. Fortunately, just then, he discovered someone else also sitting there doing nothing like him. And this person was none other than the super genius Ma Ducio. He's already sitting there playing. Did he finish the test paper already? No wonder he looks so bored. The personality of the character Ma Ducio is bored. He was born into the strongest clan on the continent and has a genius brain along with peak talent, so everything is easy for him. So depending on the heroine's actions, Ma Ducio will be on the side of good or evil. those who belong to the demonic sect who want to destroy humanity, will definitely be interested in Ma Ducio. But from the beginning, the biggest problem is his clan. Anyway, observing a genius makes me rethink myself. Thinking of this, Ducio tried to strain his eyes to look at the test paper again. And it wasn't until this moment that our guy realized one thing. Wait a minute, can't I use the Ko glasses? I did use them to accumulate skills learned in the library. Great, I've got nothing to lose, let's try it, he thought while starting to take his glasses out. But before he could put them on and proceed to cheat, the professor appeared next to him like a ghost and asked coldly, "Wait, what's with your glasses?" I said if you intend to use glasses, you must let me check them first. Let me see. Saying that, he took the glasses from Ducio to check them, and began to use some kind of magic to observe. And our guy on this side swallowed hard because of the anxiety. Good heavens, what should I do? If it's discovered that these are magic glasses, I'll be expelled. While he was still panicking, the system suddenly made a suggestion, detected a missing part of the Ko glasses. Do you want to summon it? No, stay quiet, system, Ducio shouted in his heart. And fortunately for him, the professor, after checking for a while, didn't find anything unusual. So he returned the glasses. I don't feel any mana, but next time remember to ask before using them. Yes, sir, Ducio hurriedly answered and sighed in relief internally. Phew, that was close. If the original feature was active, I would have been in big trouble. Well then, let's see if this thing is helpful, he said while quickly putting the glasses on. And not letting him down, right after that, the necessary answer appeared before Ducio's eyes. Wow, I can actually see the answer. Jackpot, maybe I'll even take first place. At this rate, I'll definitely escape Class F, maybe even make it to Class A, he said while hurriedly copying. But before long, the professor looked at his watch and said, "Test over, hand in your papers." And not giving the students a chance to write another word, the professor used magic to collect all the papers, leaving our protagonist stunned. Wait a minute, I only answered 3 questions correctly. I thought I had finally escaped Class F. This is a bit too much for the character Beak Ducio. Talking about the professor, after looking through the tests to recheck the quantity, his face suddenly froze. Then he hurriedly ran over to Ducio and demanded, "Give me those glasses right now, hurry." Ducio thought so, feeling a bit confused, but still handed the glasses to the professor for him to check. After a while of rubbing his chin and guessing, the guy still hadn't seen any cheating here. However, he still didn't give up and turned to say to a student next to him, "No way. Hey you, call Dr. Greya to help me." "Yes, sir," the blonde student replied, flustered, and hurriedly ran to call someone. Ducio on this side started to worry again. What's wrong with the professor? I even wrote carefully so as not to be suspected of cheating, or have I been found out? Time quickly passed. At this moment, magic engineering Professor Greya had arrived at the classroom and proceeded to check Ducio's glasses. But after observing for a while, he confirmed, that the kid could answer these questions is indeed suspicious, but he didn't cheat at all. I didn't feel any magical energy from the glasses or any other items. He must have done it by his own ability. Haha, interesting. I didn't expect to encounter this case in my life. Anyway, Professor Lee Hanwal, remember to apologize and guide him. He patted Ducio's shoulder and left with a smile. Meanwhile, Professor Lee Hanwal turned to say to Ducio, "I misunderstood you, sorry." "It's nothing, sir," Ducio smiled and answered while feeling a bit guilty toward the professor in front of him. "Actually, I did cheat. If the original feature was still active, I would have been done for, but just not being bullied is already lucky." Time quickly passed. Scene shifts to Professor Le H1's office. At this moment, he and other professors were grading the placement test. While he was focused, a voice sounded from next to him. "Oh, Professor Le H1, are these the tests for the freshmen? I heard that this year there are many outstanding students." This woman is Professor Edentai Men, a member of the Elder Council of Stella Academy. In response to her words, he nodded and replied, "That's right." Saying that, he couldn't help but be surprised by the number of talented students this year. First was the student from the most prestigious clan in the fire magic world, the Princess of the Fire Kingdom, Adele Britt. Next was the Crown Prince successor of the Sylvan Empire. When he was 12 years old, thanks to his magical talent, Jeremy Kelvin surpassed all his brothers in the fight for the throne. And finally, coming from the most magnificent magic tower in the world, the Full Moon Tower, is the Tower Master's successor, Hing. Meanwhile, Professor Edentamen smiled and said, "I heard it's extremely hard to recruit elite students from prestigious families. This year is bound to have some great questions. As long as the elder is satisfied, I'm happy," Le H1 cheerfully replied. Afterward, he pondered over the special questions on this year's exam. Just as Professor Edentamen mentioned, this year's placement test featured a brand new format. The first 3 questions were extremely difficult to solve with just average academic knowledge. However, those 3 questions each had a hidden purpose. The first question was to test agility. If they couldn't solve it, would the student quickly move on to the next one? The second question was designed to evaluate how students handled a problem never before encountered in textbooks. The era of magic based solely on memorization and theory was over. Now was the time for practical combat, evaluating quick reflex capabilities and creative thinking. Yet those questions didn't require an answer. Over 1,000 students out of a total of 1,141 left all 3 of these questions blank. The remaining 100 students tried to figure out the answers, but none of them provided the correct response. Among the new students, only 3 answered correctly. Ma Yusial, a century-old genius who appeared like a shooting star. No one knew which family he came from. Fire Flame, the one introduced to the school by the headmaster himself. Although of commoner background, her talent was recognized. She was just slightly behind Male. And finally, Bikusial. Male and Flame were already considered geniuses, so it was no surprise they aced the test. But Bikusial's entrance exam score must have been very low. To think he managed to solve all 3 difficult questions, especially since all the remaining questions were left blank. Time passed quickly. By now, the entrance placement test results had been posted in the hallway for the students to check. I heard the placement test results are up on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous. My mother told me not to show my face at home if I don't make it into Class A. Anxious murmurs echoed everywhere. Yusial nearby found it utterly annoying. I can't believe I have to check my placement results myself. If this were a game, a single mouse click would show it right away. Up ahead, a few students recognized Yusial and began whispering. Is that guy Yusial? I heard he got a 0 on the practical magic part of the entrance exam. No way. How did someone like him even get into Stella? What on earth are Stella's standards nowadays? Hearing it all with the experience of an adult who had been through the real world, Yusial didn't bother caring. Whatever, go ahead and gossip. I just need to know which class I'm in, it's no big deal. He thought to himself as he cast his gaze, searching for his name on the lists for classes F and E. After all, if he passed, he surely would have only landed in one of these 2. But after straining his eyes to look for a while, Yusial turned slightly pale. Wait a minute, where's my name? Did they fail me just because I only answered 3 difficult questions? Oh God, no way, am I gonna die? Yusial thought, feeling his heart pound wildly, his eyes widening in shock. Right at that moment, some whispering nearby caught his attention. Yusial, there must be some mistake. Weird, right? Uslek, descendant of the Esbian Marquis family, ranked 29th and still has to go to Class A. Even Kai, who got a perfect score in theory and ranked 17th, only made it to Class A. Then why is he? These murmurs piqued Yusial's curiosity. What's going on? That's strange. Should I go check it out? He thought, starting to weave through the crowd to look at the list board in front. And when his eyes touched a certain name, S0 Yusial, he broke out in a cold sweat. Why is my name there? No way, what is this? Class S, the most special class that any student dreams of. Unlike regular classes, Class S only has 41 students and a single tier. I got placed into Class S. Yusial felt like his brain was freezing over. There's definitely some mistake. This is driving me crazy. He felt more desperate than ever before. Now I'm gonna run into the main characters all the time. And getting involved with the main characters will only shorten my lifespan. I didn't even get to change classes. I gotta try and live a low-profile life. There's gotta be a way, Yusial told himself, then slipped away from there immediately. Yet at that moment, he didn't realize. A girl was still watching him from behind with a thoughtful gaze. Scene transition to some empty room. At this point, Princess Bion was also getting slapped straight across the face by a certain woman. None other than the fire magic professor Hong Yil. Right now, she was extremely furious with her daughter. You got 3 questions wrong. Even Princess Azel of the fallen Principality of Malf got 2 answers right. You couldn't even answer the questions that even pests could do, which means you're even lower than a pest. Why don't you view yourself as a pest and redo it? Do you understand, Bion? Yes, mother, she said, bowing her head. Meanwhile, Yil widened her eyes and advised, listen to me, Bion, you cannot become like me. Someone who was expelled from the kingdom and is holding this stupid professor position. You must not become the disgrace of the kingdom. You must become a being superior to your sister. You understand what I mean, right? Of course, mother, Bion said calmly. But deep inside her heart, she was utterly confused. I don't understand, I just live the way I've been taught and solve things similarly, but those questions included magic spells and formulas I've never been taught. Why do you torture me like this? Bion thought as tears started streaming down. Time passed quickly, approaching the next day. As mentioned earlier, even though he didn't want to, Yusial still had to drag his corpse into Class S. Haha, I'm done for. Of course I got dumped in a place full of weirdos, not like I'm trying to buddy up with these students. Ducio thought dejectedly in his mind. Meanwhile, the rest of the students started whispering about him. Why is he even here? That's what I'm saying, I have no idea. Do you know what? Our family objected and asked why he's in Class S, and he just said Ducio is qualified enough to be in this class. Seriously, that's really weird. Every single murmur of theirs started falling straight into Ducio's ears, leaving him shaking his head in thought. Looks like I'm the outcast here. That makes sense since they've worked hard since they were kids, so they'd be very disappointed to find out someone like me is in the same class as them. A person's class changes according to their achievements, so this is normal. And Class S is no exception. Of course, there are a few cases where some students get demoted to lower classes. Thinking about it, there are male students who get promoted from Class A to Class S later on. I'll look for them later then. But it really is magical thinking about the game characters standing right in front of me. In a few years, most of the students in this class will become famous across the continent, and 5 of them have the potential to betray the Magic Council. Ma Yusial is one of them. It would be so great if Flame could stop that from the very beginning, he thought as he turned to look at the girl who transmigrated just like him. Right at that moment, Professor Lee Hanwal stepped into the lecture hall and said, "Everyone settle down. Pleased to meet you all. I'm sure some of you have seen me before, but I'll introduce myself as usual. I am the professor of Class S, Lee Hanwal, down below." The students whispered to each other after seeing this badass teacher teaching their class. So that's the famous Professor Lee Hanwal. The number of dark mages he's hunted is almost reaching 4 digits, right? They call him a 7th circle magic warrior. He's truly on a completely different level. Returning to Lee Hanwal, seeing the students making a ruckus, he had to remind them, "You'll go." Looks like there are a lot of talented students here, and a special admission student too. As you know, this academy is where we nurture combat mages, also known as magic warriors. You will experience a strict educational environment for 3 years. I don't expect all of you to keep up. I want all of you to show me the best capability you can pull off within that time. Does anyone have any questions? Lee Hanwal said while scanning the surroundings, and seeing no objections, the teacher concluded. All right, then let's begin the class. But before the teacher could even teach a single sentence, suddenly outside the door, Bion, looking disheveled, finally arrived at class. This made our protagonist endlessly surprised. Considering Bion, who follows the rules more strictly than anyone else, showing up late is really strange. Did something happen? Let's try using the glasses to check, Ducio said, pulling out his glasses. Right after that, information about Bion appeared before his eyes. Hong Bion, villain, fire mage, likes red ginseng candy, occasionally self-blaming, only drinks espresso brewed in Aclea style, has an evil mother, destined to die. Returning to Ducio after reading it, he still hadn't found anything strange. Not much has changed. Destined to die, huh? If Azel dies because of Flame, Bion will die along with her. You could consider it the unavoidable destiny of a villain. I'll save her if I can, but I'm not in a position to save anyone. I feel pretty bad, but I can only keep my distance. Thinking this, Ducio let out a long sigh. Before discovering that princess, Bion walked right up and sat next to him. This might be a coincidence, but even so, it still scared the living hell out of our protagonist. What is this? Does this feel like everything has been distorted right from the start? He thought in his heart. Returning to the class after confirming all students were settled in, Professor Lee Hanwal began teaching. All right, before we start the lesson, we'll have an inheritance ceremony so you can get wands to use. Class S and Class A will hold the ceremony together, and as for details, blah blah blah. Up front, hearing this, Ducio started getting excited. An inheritance ceremony, huh? It's quite troublesome, but I'm looking forward to it. There are 2 major events at Stella Academy. One of them is the Soulmate Covenant, and the other is the inheritance ceremony. For a top-tier academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony holds a special place. Scene transition to some conceptual space. Both classes A and S were present here to prepare for the ceremony, and Professor Lee Hanwal was still guiding everything. Is everyone here? Many wands ranging from the lowest tier to the intermediate tier are prepared here. What you need to do is walk up to the wand you like and take it. The process of changing wands after choosing is very complicated, so I hope you choose carefully. Returning to Du Seo with his gaming knowledge, he knew Li Hanwal's words weren't entirely accurate. Even though he says that, we aren't the ones choosing the wand, something else is. In this mythic world, wands only react to the people they acknowledge and create a resonance effect. That also means you can't use a high-tier wand just because you want to use it. Anyway, which one should I choose? If it were before, I would have chosen an F-tier wand, but I have to think carefully since I'm in Class S now. A wand that fits my position best, he muttered, starting to scan the surroundings to find a reasonable wand. Speaking of wands, they were divided into two types, rods and staffs. Rods were usually used by knight classes who utilized magic quickly. On the other hand, staffs were used by bishop classes who focused on a single attack with longer casting times. Returning to the story, a few students looked toward Du Seo and whispered, "Hey, which one do you think he'll choose? Since he's in Class S, he won't have trouble with resonance, right?" They whispered and laughed among themselves. Hearing these words, Du Seo didn't care much. Whatever, say whatever you want. But unfortunately, things never went as smoothly as he thought. Even though he was just an unimportant character, somehow trouble always found him. Like right now, a certain scarred face approached him and spoke up. "Hey." Hearing the voice, Du Seo had turned his head and asked, Who are you?" "Me, I'm Uslek." "Who is this guy? This is the first time I'm hearing this name." Du Seo wondered inwardly, then asked back, "I see, so then." Uslek asked, "What wand are you gonna pick?" "I'll just pick a random one," Du Seo said casually. This remark of his made Uslek display a contemptuous look. "You should pick a wand that fits your commoner status. Don't do unnecessary things and cause trouble for the professor." Turning to Du Seo after hearing this punk provoke him like that, he remained quiet for a moment and said, "Yeah, you shouldn't cause any trouble either." This remark, sounding like an adult advising a child, made Uslek so embarrassed his face turned red. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled, "You bastard, you wanna fight?" Across from him, seeing Uslek making a fuss, Du Seo just sighed and took out his monocle. "Geez, what a pain, let's see." There it is, Uslek Chekbilin, son of Marquis Chekbilin, subordinate of Prince Jeremy, bullying level 3. Is that all the info? Looks like this guy isn't anything special, Du Seo thought, calmly putting away his glasses while letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed this guy was small fry, so he didn't need to worry about anything. This only made the biggest punk in the neighborhood even more furious. Next, to show off his prowess to Du Seo, Uslek pointed at a certain wand and declared, "Anyway, I'm gonna pick that one, so you better watch closely." Returning to Du Seo, after seeing the wand Uslek picked, he knew for a fact that this guy was bound to fail because that wand was Edmure Edamiri. He's picking Edmure Edamiri, that wand must be the highest tier here. A high intermediate tier wand is usually used by professional mages. On the other hand, no matter how talented you are, a low intermediate tier staff is already the limit for students. Even professional mages rarely use a low intermediate tier wand. As for a high intermediate tier wand here, other than Edmure Edamiri, things like it are mostly placed here for show rather than for anyone to actually take. Returning to Professor Li Hanwal, he instructed, "You should stand in front of the wand you like." Following his words, all the students quickly chose a suitable wand for themselves, and received resonance from it right at that moment. A dazzling light burst out behind Du Seo, catching his attention. At the same time, admiring sounds from the students echoed. "Wow, isn't the wand He Waryong chose had an Amakoten? That's an intermediate tier wand, this year is insane." Voices started echoing. Prince Jeremy also chose an intermediate tier wand. Princess Bion chose Suavitar Lahaven, that's an intermediate tier 1 too. Just how many people can pick intermediate tier wands? This made Uslek even more rushed. "Damn it, just wait, I can do it too." He gritted his teeth and quickly walked over to the Edmure Edamiri wand. This stupid stunt of his made everyone start anticipating. "Oh, isn't that Uslek? Can he resonate with a high intermediate tier wand?" Everyone excitedly said. While the punk Uslek was still extremely confident. "Watch closely, I'll show you what true Class S talent looks like," he thought, reaching out to grab the wand tightly. Right after that, a blinding light emitted from inside the wand, making everyone hurriedly shield their eyes. And the result wasn't very surprising, as expected. He failed, Du Seo thought, looking at Uslek lying on the floor like a dead dog. "Oh no, looks like he's badly hurt. Hey, someone call the professor." "A high intermediate tier wand is impossible," someone shouted. Du Seo nodded in agreement. "That's right, you'd better give up. Because that wand already has an owner." Du Seo thought, turning to look at Ma Yusial. Following his gaze, the super genius also wanted to try his hand at this wand. Meanwhile, the rest of the students, after figuring out Ma Yusial's intention, gradually became nervous on his behalf. That's Ma Yusial. Is he planning to take that wand? I don't think he can handle it, without letting the mob characters waste time thinking. Ma Yusial reached out and grabbed the wand tightly, and his whole body emitted a dazzling light. Unlike Uslek earlier, this time after the light faded, Ma Yusial was still holding the wand firmly, proving that he had been accepted by it. The remaining students were shocked to the point of freezing up. No way, a first-year student got a high intermediate tier wand. How is this possible? Someone shouted. Ducio wasn't too surprised. I already guessed it. Now even more people will know just how talented he is, he thought, staring intently at Ma Yusial ahead. The handsome guy noticed Ducio's gaze and smiled back at him, giving the protagonist goosebumps. What the hell is this? Is he crazy? He thought in panic. Then he shifted his gaze toward the female lead Flame. Alright, Flame also possesses another high intermediate tier wand called Teravan, but this is where their paths diverge. If Flame successfully takes Teravan, then Ma Yusial will be interested in her because of her talent, opening up Ma Yusial's route. But if she chooses a different staff, Ma Yusial will choose a completely different path. I have to use Flame to pull Ma Yusial in. He secretly planned in his head, and right at that moment, he noticed Flame heading toward a certain wand. It's Teravan. Ducio thought happily and waited. What are you gonna do, Flame? That's right, go on, take Teravan, and then Ma Yusial will be curious about Flame and will get a happy ending, he thought inwardly. But unfortunately, based on his view, Flame was just walking past Teravan, without any intention of touching this wand. This made the protagonist's expression change instantly. What the heck? She doesn't like Teravan. What's going on? Doesn't she know, or does she not have enough info? But no matter what, this isn't good. Flame can resonate with any wand because she's the main character. But what if she picks some random weird staff? At this point, I have no choice but to push Teravan toward Flame, Ducio thought to himself then. Right after that, he used the blink spell to approach Flame from behind. Meanwhile, Flame suddenly felt someone appear behind her like a ghost and panicked, shouting, "Huh!" Opposite her, Ducio smiled sheepishly and said, "Haha, hello. I was just curious about which staff you'd choose." "Why do you need to know?" Flame said coldly. "I just wanted to help because you looked a bit confused. That's none of your business. I'm leaving." Having said that, Flame turned and walked away. This immediately left Ducio not knowing what to do. Something's very strange. Flame should have been friendly to everyone. She was a sociable person. Why is she so cold? I can't give up like this. My life depends on it, Ducio thought to himself. He tried again. Hey, wait, I really just want to help you. On this side, Flame saw a stranger pestering her. Her expression cooled down and she said, "Take care of yourself first. But I feel like there's a staff that's extremely suitable for you," Ducio continued. And this remark hit Flame's limit of patience. Unable to stand it anymore, she yelled, "What the hell do you know about staves?" Back to Ducio. Seeing the heroine get angry like that, he was startled. What the hell? Did I do something wrong, or does she not care about side characters? But then he tried to force a smile and continued to persuade. I've heard a lot about you. Don't you think you can get that staff?" Ducio said while pointing behind. Flame asked back, "You mean Teravan?" "Yeah, that's it," Ducio replied with a smile. But suddenly at this moment, he heard a whistling sound and something flew straight toward Ducio. This made him hurriedly squeeze his eyes shut. But for some reason, when he opened his eyes and looked again, Ducio discovered that Teravan was already in his hand. Huh, what is this? Why is it in my hand? Flame was supposed to be the one to get it. He thought in a panic and hurriedly looked at Flame, stuttering, "Flame." And as expected, the heroine smiled until her eyes narrowed and said coldly, Well. Just looking at this demeanor, one could tell she was so angry she started laughing. Ducio, seeing her like that, didn't dare to utter another word. "No, it's nothing. Well, I'm done for," he thought to himself. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. "Hey, did you hear? 2 students got the intermediate high grade staff this year." "No way, for real? Only 5 people have ever done that, and now 2 more? Yeah, that's right. But it's weird, one of them only used Blink in the magic test." "Huh, Blink is basic magic. How can that be? My parents told me Blink is a rare magic." What could be going on? Back to Flame. At this moment, she finally had a moment of peace. Finally, it's quiet. All day today, everywhere I went, people were talking about that. The news about the 2 students getting the intermediate high staff has spread everywhere. But I still can't understand. He got Teravan. Who is he? I read the original novel 3 times before coming here, but this Beak Ducio character never appeared. People say no one can get Teravan, but he resonated with it that easily. It's like he's intentionally showing off to me. But forget it, thinking is useless, Flame thought while reassuring herself. Just then, a call rang out behind her. "Hey, Flame, are you planning to study alone?" Hearing the familiar call, Flame turned around and gave them a bright smile. "Hey, you guys, do you think I'm a nerd or something? Not at all, you always say you have nothing to do and then sit there studying. Not true, Flame said with a laugh. Meanwhile, the brown-haired girl asked curiously, but Flame, why do you call us kid? We're the same age, right? Faced with this question, Flame began to stutter. Ah, well, it's just a habit. Where I used to live, everyone considered me an adult. Because I live in a novel, I still can't act like a child, she thought to herself. Then another question arose that caught her attention. So, are you going to study alone today? This question was from a girl with red hair. That girl is Jackie, right? Why is her fashion sense the same as mine? Flame was slightly confused but smiled and said, no, there's a meeting coming up so I plan to attend. All right, see you later, Flame said as she turned and left while the group waved goodbye. Yeah, see you for a drink next time. Girls this age. Going back to being a student at this age is really hard, Flame complained in her heart. And while she was still lost in thought, the heroine bumped into some guy. And this person was the heir of the Moon Magic Tower, Heroine. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay, Flame replied. Meanwhile, Heroine noticed something and asked, you don't look too well, is something wrong? No. Yeah, so you're going to study on your own, that's right. Are you also going to the S-class training room? Practicing every day, I can't be lazy. You're really dedicated. You shouldn't say things like that. Oh, really? Just like that, the two started bickering, and for some reason. Suddenly, Heroine stared at Flame and smiled. See you later. Saying this, he left immediately, leaving Flame completely bewildered. What a boring guy, she thought to herself. But just then, Flame also spotted the girl Jackie peeking around the corner. Jackie, why is she still here? Flame wondered, then waved at the girl. But immediately after, she left, leaving Flame a bit flustered. It's probably nothing, but this isn't the time. Scene shifts to the study room. At this moment, there was a special supplementary meeting. According to the original novel, Bion and Azel should attend this meeting. I have to see the heroine and the villainess of this novel face each other, she thought excitedly. She opened the door and walked in. After taking a quick look at the people present, Flame thought, it seems all the important characters have appeared. Let's see, the host is Kyle, an air anchor. He looks so surprised. This is a supplementary meeting for students who want to rank up. It's understandable to feel nervous seeing all these famous S-rank students participating, Flame thought while finding herself a seat. Then she glanced at the genius Ma Ducio and thought, I didn't expect Ma Ducio to be here too. Ma Ducio is the main character of this world who is interested in Beak Ducio. This is definitely not a coincidence, and Beak Ducio didn't solve any questions except for the 3 hellish hard ones. Perhaps Beak Ducio knew from the beginning that if he solved those, he would be placed in S-class. If Beak Ducio really knew the future, his actions at that time were truly terrifying, Flame thought, becoming more and more curious. Meanwhile, our protagonist was suffering because this Ma Ducio kept bothering him. I wish someone would take this guy away from my sight, Ducio thought boredly. But the guy Ma Ducio next to him didn't seem to see his annoyed face and still chatted happily. Hey Ducio, why are you sitting here? With your level, you don't even need to listen to this kind of class. Or is there some secret reason? Haha, there's no reason, Ducio replied awkwardly. I was basically forced to take this class, who told me to get low grades. He thought helplessly and turned to look at the genius next to him. Why does he seem so focused on me? Before Ducio could think much, the guy Kyle at the podium spoke up. Today we will discuss the problems of the ranking test. As everyone knows, this ranking test has a very high difficulty, so much so that it's called the 3 hell questions by seniors. And I will explain them clearly to everyone. Saying this, he regretted taking this job to his bones. Damn it, why are those people here? I just wanted to raise my reputation outside by helping these idiots in this class, he thought to himself. But as soon as he discovered Ducio was also present, his attitude changed immediately. No, maybe this is my chance. I heard that Beak Ducio is the one who got the lowest score in the entrance ranking test. So I just need to make him realize how much better I am than him. Thinking this, he regained his initial confidence and began to explain to everyone. Everyone, pay attention. This is how I solved the first question. This question is actually a trick question. It's trying to lead everyone into a dead end. First, do blah blah. Back above, the handsome Ma Ducio gazed passionately at Ducio and smiled. What do you think? Do you think his perspective is accurate? Meanwhile, Ducio heard him ask that and his eyes went blank. What the hell is this guy saying? Asking me if the other guy's perspective is accurate? I don't even know what that guy is lecturing about. What the hell are the 3 hell questions? But anyway, honesty is a good virtue. Thinking of this, Ducio honestly said, no, I don't know. He said it innocently, but he didn't know that as soon as he finished, the guy Kyle froze up above. Then the students huddled together and whispered, "What? It's that beak Ducio. Did he just say Kyle is wrong? Huh? Why is everyone looking at me like that?" Ducio turned his head in confusion, observing his surroundings when he saw the crowd staring at him like an alien. Meanwhile, Kyle in front was so angry he crushed the chalk in his hand and said coldly, "I'm wrong." Then Beak Ducio, "Why don't you come down here and help everyone explain this part?" What the hell is he talking about?" Ducio's face turned purple and he screamed internally because he didn't know what was going on. Meanwhile, the person who understood everything, Ma Ducio, gave him an encouraging smile. "You can do it, Ducio. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose," he guessed silently. But having no other choice, he had to drag himself up to the podium. Sigh, "All right then, I can do it," Ducio thought while taking the chalk from Kyle. Then he put on the KO Mao glasses to proceed to cheat. "Let's see, 3 hell questions, huh? This looks more like a word puzzle. The question is roughly like this. A mage casts a spell as follows. O Mother Earth, please shed tears, and from that the amount of dust is even double the initial amount. Why is that? The answer is very simple. Is the dust crying? That's just a type of separation state. To me, it's really ridiculous, but here, it's a big problem for them. I wonder who was free enough to think of this damn problem," Ducio thought while rubbing his forehead. Then he glanced at Kyle and remarked, "That Kyle guy there didn't solve the problem like a normal math problem, but as making the dust cry for real. Hard to say what. The method is wrong, but he got the right answer. Although mostly due to luck, if he encountered another similar problem, he wouldn't pass." Thinking of this, our protagonist decided to enlighten this guy and the entire class. "I really can't show you how to solve this question, but I will tell you where you went wrong. The problem is the foundation of the earth, but what if it were water or wind? Do you think your method can solve them? If so, then I'll use a different method," Kyle said, flustered. But to this response, Ducio shook his head and explained, "But if so, you'd need many different ways to solve the same type of question. Just because you got the right answer by luck doesn't mean your answer is what the person who set this question intended." Opposite him, Kyle heard this and intended to explain something. But eventually he had to accept and said, "You're right. Sigh, I might have let him down too much," Ducio thought when seeing Kyle's bored expression, then continued. "Anyway, the method of solving it would be blah blah." Just like that, Ducio slowly explained the method to answer this question. Meanwhile, the entire class, after hearing it, hurriedly took out paper and pens to take notes. And the most surprised person was none other than the heroine Flame. "No, impossible. Everyone else is writing down what he's saying." Bion and Azel should have participated in the debate, but now both of them are busy analyzing his solution. Is this really possible? Flame thought, feeling her head starting to spin. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. The meeting was now over. And the handsome Ma Ducio smiled and waved at Ducio. "See you tomorrow, Ducio." Opposite him, Ducio saw that and smiled, waving back at him. But as soon as the guy left, his expression changed immediately. "Damn it, if I keep getting involved with this Ma Ducio guy, I'm done for. There won't be a tomorrow. I never want to see you again in this life." Thinking of this, Ducio subconsciously looked at his hand and muttered, "Maybe it's because of the phone. I can't use it anymore, but it's already caught Ma Ducio's attention. I don't know why he keeps meeting me. Previously, except for Flame, no character ever used it." And just then, Ducio's thoughts were interrupted when he saw Princess Bion in front. "Isn't that Bion? Is she standing there waiting for someone? Well, it has nothing to do with me. I'll just pass by." Ducio tossed the presence of this girl out of his mind, and just like that, walked forward. But unfortunately for him, Bion standing here was to wait for him. At this moment, the princess spoke, making Ducio freeze. "Beak Ducio, I have something I want to ask you." "I didn't expect Bion to have something to ask me," Ducio thought in surprise, then answered, "What is it?" Bion heard this and stated her curiosity. "Why didn't you explain your answer just now?" Opposite her, Ducio heard the question and froze for a few seconds. It's not that I didn't want to explain, I didn't know how to explain it. How can I explain a question that has no answer?" "She must have misunderstood something." Ducio scratched his head, thought, and answered calmly, "Well, I didn't have to explain it." Talking about Bion, hearing this, she suddenly guessed something. "You didn't want to reveal it, did you?" "In that case, I will compensate you." "What?" Ducio said in surprise. Bion repeated, "I will compensate you fairly, so whatever is on your mind, just explain it to me." Scene shifts to the library. At this moment, in front of Ducio were the 3 hell questions. And until now, Ducio still couldn't understand. "I don't understand why you're paying me to solve these 3 questions in the placement test," he said while looking at the questions. Bion didn't intend to say much. "I have my own reasons, so just tell me." Yes, yes, your highness, Ducio hurriedly answered. Then he asked, but you only missed these 3 questions, and I missed all the rest. Yet you're remembering me, aren't you ashamed? Opposite him, Princess Bion replied, no, the only thing that makes me ashamed is that I still don't understand the answers to those questions. If I find the answer, I'm willing to do anything. She's a model student, huh? Ducio thought to himself, then asked. But why are you asking me? You're a princess, aren't you? Surely you have plenty of friends to ask that. Out of 1141 freshmen, if we count the number of people who answered the 3 hard hell questions correctly, there are only 3 people. You are one of them, Bion explained. And this statement made Ducio start sweating. Wait a minute, what did you just say? These trick questions have no answer, but Ma Ducio, Flame, and you all solved them. That's why I feel so ashamed. Back to Ducio, after hearing that, his whole body began to shake as if he were having a seizure and stuttered. No, wait. So those 3 questions were tricks, no one could solve them from the start. That's right, when you solved them, didn't you notice? Bion said in surprise. And by now, Ducio understood the reason for everything. Crazy, now I understand why I'm in S-class. And why Flame stopped me at that time. I don't know the details of this world's settings, and I didn't know about those trick questions. But Flame is different, because she once read the entire novel. Even if she didn't know the game's plot, she must have known the settings in the story. For example, those 3 trick questions. But because a side character who wasn't in the original novel appeared, Flame had to acknowledge the existence of this person named Beak Ducio. Damn it, no wonder she acted like that. The more he thought, the more Ducio felt a headache. Opposite him, the princess saw him looking like he was about to die and asked, "What's wrong? Don't worry. Don't forget you're going to help me with something if I explain the answers to you. I only have one small request, turn my staff into a magic sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom can do that." On the other side, Bion advised, only low-level mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a mage like you? Before she could finish her sentence, Ducio interrupted, "That's just because I like it. Actually, I just don't want to admit it's because of my defect," he thought inwardly, then asked back, "Can you handle it?" Facing his question, Bion paused to think for a moment, but agreed on the spot, "Of course, that's way too easy." "Awesome," our guy shouted in his heart. After making the deal, he began explaining the answer to her. "All right, then I'll tell you how to solve this question first. The trick is to change your perspective." "Change my perspective?" "Yeah, exactly," Ducio affirmed. Because he knew very well that Bion's weakness was her mechanical approach to magic, and she had gotten bogged down by it. It wasn't until her 2nd year that Bion realized this weakness after losing to Flame. He didn't think he could completely save her right now, but he could point her in the right direction. Thinking this, Ducio hesitated for a second before giving an example. "Do you know what riddle jokes are?" The princess looked blank for a moment before stammering, "Riddle jokes, I think I've heard of them." Ducio sighed, racking his brain to think. "Like this, what's between your knees and your knees?" Bion stroked her chin and thought for a moment and gave her answer. "Is it the inner sides of the knees?" "Wrong, the answer is and." "Huh, why is that?" she said in surprise. Ducio excitedly explained, I'm asking what letter is between the word knee and the word knee. Do you get what I mean?" Hearing this nonsense, Bion's expression went completely stone cold. But right after that, she switched to an angry state, glaring at Ducio with an extremely fierce look that scared our protagonist a little. "Come on, don't glare at me like that. Calm down, just sit down and look at this question first." Ducio hurriedly raised his hands to soothe her. Then he looked back at those hellish questions and continued explaining. "They just have their own formulas and tricks that you don't know yet, so tackling them purely with your own creativity is essential." "But can you do it with just your own creativity?" Ducio asked calmly. His questions made the princess's eyes widen in shock. Finally, she had no choice but to shake her head helplessly and say, "No." Across from her, Ducio wasn't too surprised. Of course, because while thoroughly understanding various spells and their applications is important, for a mage the most important thing is your own perspective on the world. Magic transforms even with the slightest change. But you only think about things as they appear to you. Spells aren't just about memorizing and using them. You might be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you lack the most important thing for a mage, creativity. The more Ducio lectured, the darker the princess's face became, causing the young man to shut up immediately, not daring to say another word. "Geez, she looks way too serious." Finally, to break the awkward atmosphere, he scratched his head and said, Well, you get what I mean, right? Even if it sounds a bit complicated." "Of course I get it," Bion said with confidence. This response left Ducio bewildered. Interesting, I couldn't even tell what the hell I was saying, yet she understood. oh well, whatever. Thinking that, Ducio decided to test the flexibility of her mind with a few more riddle questions. Glad you understand, so let's begin. First question, what did the man say to the horse when he put it to bed? Up front, the princess went blank. What did the man say to the horse when he put it to bed? I don't know, she shook her head and said. Ducio immediately supplied the answer. The answer is it's time to go to sleep. Second question, why don't they work harder? I don't know, Bion answered habitually, because they always work when working. Third question, what happens when scissors, rock, and paper join a race? I don't know. Saying this, the princess didn't even dare to look Ducio in the eye anymore, because just moments ago she had confidently claimed she could understand. Luckily for her, our guy didn't pay too much attention and kept happily babbling away. The answer is the rock will roll, while scissors and paper can't move because their shapes don't allow it. Got it. Because they can't move, they just have to stand still. As for Bion, by this point she was crying out of frustration, unsure whether it was due to her own helplessness or Ducio's incredibly idiotic questions. Oh man, she looks like she's gonna lose her mind any second now. Ducio thought anxiously and asked another one, so what does the cloud say to the sea? What does the cloud say to the sea when it starts raining? Facing his question, Bion fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Ducio gritted his teeth in anticipation. Come on, come on. Not letting him down, Bion actually came up with an answer. I'm falling into the sea, she muttered. This genuinely surprised the protagonist. Oh, you guessed right. Returning to Bion, upon hearing that she got it right, she broke into a beaming smile that looked genuinely pretty. Geez, this is the first time I've seen her smile, whether in the game or in real life, Ducio thought to himself, then continued. Just as I'd expect from a princess, your creativity is on a whole different level. Hearing this, Bion felt a bit embarrassed and said, all right, drop it, just give me the next question. Her cute reaction made Ducio burst out laughing as he said, all right, then the next question is. Time flew by until dusk fell. Only then was our protagonist finally able to escape from the princess. But right now, he looked completely dried out like a salted fish. I had to waste a whole 3 hours just testing Bion with riddle questions. Ducio let out a helpless sigh, then pondered about the princess. Bion is definitely a witch with an exceptional mind, but her weakness is her overly rigid way of thinking. Still trying to exploit that weakness. Even though she's a villain, I feel so guilty. I need to quickly forge Terravan into a magic sword, so I have to do more. Man, this is nothing like what I used to be able to do. Anyway, enough thinking. I should go grab the necessary books for class. Ducio thought as he sped up his movement, roaming around to search for a place based on his fragmented game memories. It has to be around here. I couldn't have remembered it wrong. Ducio muttered, and shortly after, the young man spotted his destination. There it is, Ducio said, looking at a shabby little bookstore nearby. He quickly walked inside the shop, and only once he got deep inside did he realize this place was even more rundown than it looked. The walls were decaying and cobwebs were hanging everywhere. This place is totally dilapidated and rundown. However, I know that the owner of this bookstore has the weird habit of pretending to sleep while secretly watching customers. And hidden right inside this nameless, shabby bookstore are the notes of Mela, the valedictorian graduate of Stella Academy from 10 years ago. If this were before, I could just click a button on a screen to view it right away. But in real life, you need actual books to study, plus what you study affects your leveling progress. At first, I bought books from famous bookstores, but then I realized the good books are always hidden in unbranded shops. If you take the magic technology class while holding Mela's notes, you're guaranteed a top score. Honestly, just wearing my monocle gives decent scores, but maybe I'll discover some secret formula too. As he listened to his own thoughts, Ducio glanced over the books on the shelf to search. It didn't take long for him to locate his target book. There it is, he thought, reaching out toward the small book hidden deep inside. But right at that moment, the young man's hand brushed against someone else's small hand, startling him as he hurriedly turned to look beside him. Following his gaze, that person turned out to be Azel. Azel, Ducio muttered unconsciously. Hearing him, Azel spoke up, you know me, of course you're famous. Hearing this, Azel remembered something and said, ah, I remember now. You're from the supplementary group, your name is Beak Ducio, right? Huh, does she not remember meeting me before coming to the academy? Ducio wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Azel across from him continued, I really liked that debate. It's a bit of a pity you couldn't explain the whole answer. Anyway, it was nice meeting you. With that, she turned around and walked away. Ducio casually picked up Mela's notes and let out an internal sigh of relief. Good thing it wasn't taken. But why is she here? He thought, glancing sideways to observe. When he noticed the price tag on a book, the girl let out a sigh of relief. Then our guy figured out the reason, so that's why. This bookstore usually sells used books, so customers here are mostly poor students like me. And someone coming from a fallen family like Azel, who lost everything, has no choice but to come here. Her father was probably murdered by the black magic cults. It's really sad, a princess like her having to buy used books, and on top of that, checking prices because she doesn't have enough money. Furthermore, Azel also has a sad ending in the original novel. She even dies before Flame, who became the protagonist of this world. You could say she's the unluckiest character in the game. That was a brief thought from Ducio before he finished grabbing the books he needed and happily went over to the owner to pay. "Can I check out, please? All of these?" "All right, this kid is stronger than he looks," the owner muttered. Meanwhile, Ducio noticed that Azel was staring intently at his stack of books. So he asked, "What's wrong? You look like, you picked all good books, huh?" she said with a confused tone. Ducio was bewildered. Is she trying to insult me? "What about it?" he asked. Next to him, Azel voiced her doubt. "All those books. Why are you reading about advanced sealing theory?" Sealing theory is an ancient technique that requires items, so nowadays, as alchemists and magic engineers have advanced, almost nobody uses that skill. "Oh, this book, it's pretty useless indeed," Ducio nodded and said, leaving the girl helpless. "Turns out you know. That's why I'm taking it. Since everyone is just like you, taking this class makes it way easier to get high scores." "Well, I'll get going," Ducio said with confidence and walked away immediately, leaving Azel behind clueless about what just happened. And of course, our protagonist did this because he had it all calculated. Just as Azel said, hardly anyone wanted to study sealing theory, but precisely because of that, he would spend less time and easily get higher scores than other classes. Combined with having these books, this semester was going to be a breeze, he joyfully celebrated inwardly. Time quickly passed to the next day. Scene transitioned to the female mage Azel, who was hurrying toward her class to continue learning about nihilism theory. This subject is easy to score in anyway, so it shouldn't be too bad, Azel thought as she pushed open the door and walked in. But when she saw the lecture hall packed with students like a festival, she stopped thinking about easy scores. Azel wasn't the only one reacting this way, the other students were doing the same. "You're taking nihilism theory too?" "Yeah, but I think I'm in trouble. I signed up because people said this class was easy, but it looks like the rumor spread and all the smart kids crammed into this class. We're totally screwed," they sighed dejectedly. As for Azel, she could only sigh. "Whatever, I'll just try my best in other classes," she told herself. Time passed quickly and the class finally ended. "That's it for today's lecture," the professor's voice echoed, and right after that, the tired students dragged themselves toward the cafeteria. "Geez, I'm starving. What should we eat today? Let's get to the cafeteria and decide." They started chatting. Meanwhile, Azel was more worried about her classes. "What am I gonna do? With so many people taking my class, it'll be hard to get a scholarship." Right as she thought that, her stomach let out a loud rumble, making her blush slightly, and mutter, "Maybe I should just go eat first. Let's see, I only have 60 meal tickets left this term, so I'll just eat bread today," she said while looking at the ticket stub in her hand. And coincidentally, right at that moment, Azel walked past Ducio's classroom. "Isn't that Beak Ducio?" she thought, looking at the young man listening intently inside. Azel wondered, what is he doing here? Then Bion poked her head in to observe, and after seeing the sparse number of students in this class, she realized something. This class has so few students and they all have poor grades. This professor is probably about to lose his job. But if I sign up for this class, I can get high scores without spending much time. I can also save my energy for other subjects and earn a scholarship. Ducio, could it be he knew in advance this subject would be easy? Did he plan ahead to take the smooth path? Thinking this, Bion was startled by her own thoughts. Right after that, she shook her head in denial. No way, what am I thinking? It must just be a coincidence. With that, she decided to ignore Ducio and head straight to the cafeteria. Back to the protagonist's classroom, at this moment, the professor of moon god-laden studies on the podium spoke up. "Surely all of you know what the root of magic is. The founding mage, the white-clothed mage, spread magic across the world. Humans and other species learned how to use magic from him. He taught the elf race natural magic. He taught the dwarves material magic. And he taught humans elemental magic. After that, he ascended to heaven, blah blah blah." Back to Ducio below, the more he heard, the more his head grew. How am I supposed to get through these 3 years? At this age, having to go back to school is truly maddening. I could have skipped all this knowledge with just a click in the game. Thinking of this, he remembered his days of roaming freely in the game. But then he accepted reality and continued to think, But actually, this lesson is quite important. It might hint at what the true ending is. That's just my speculation, though. Anyway, he thought while turning to look at the girl next to him. And by some strange coincidence, Azel was actually there. Oh, does Azel always take this class? I don't remember any main character enrolling in this class. But that has nothing to do with me anyway. Back to Professor Layden, he was still attentively lecturing. Humanity's curiosity doesn't stop at elemental magic. Mages have traveled the world and borrowed magic from other species, yet they are still unsatisfied. But they couldn't learn anything more. The founding mage left behind the 12 moon gods and disappeared. Having said that, he paused for a moment, then turned to ask the students if anyone knew about the 12 moon gods. Below, the model student Azel replied, "It is said that they are the guardian deities protecting the balance of power on the A continent. I heard they were scattered across the continent and carried that mission until 1,000 years ago." Professor Layden nodded in agreement. That's correct. They possess a special power to protect the continent. For example, the moon god representing summer, the sixth moon, is Zia Kai, bearing a blazing red flame. And it is said that the flame will never go out. If you go to the bottom of the Alamanca Sea, you can still see the red flame, so whoever is curious can try to take a look. Hearing this, his attitude was like, is he joking? If a living creature dared to enter the territory of the Sea King Alamanca, they would die instantly, Ducio thought in confusion. Meanwhile, the professor didn't know his thoughts and continued his lecture. This is the Levian Coast, a giant whirlpool that appeared in the middle of the ocean, which was frozen by the 12th moon, the blue winter. Each moon god has its own power, but miracles will happen if they combine with each other. What is that miracle, sir? A student below raised a hand and asked. But contrary to his expectations, the professor didn't have the answer. No one knows that. They fell into a slumber 1,000 years ago. Back to Ducio, the professor's lecture made him reflect. He's right. At least I met a few moon gods while playing the game, but I only met 5 of them during limited time events. This is because I gathered information from other players, so there is no gamer who has met more moon gods than me. If I'm right, the 12 moon gods have something to do with the true ending. No one has been able to find the true ending in the last 10 years, so the answer must lie in content that no one knows about. I could only meet 5 moon gods after risking my life many times. But if I want to witness the true ending, I have no choice. I'll just have to start over from scratch, Ducio told himself. Scene shifts to the fire magic class training ground. At this moment, the fire magic professor, Yil, casually created a fireball and shot it straight at the dummy in front to show the students. Then she started to explain, power isn't everything. No matter how powerful an attack is, if you don't hit the enemy, it's useless. After that, she let her students begin practicing with these stationary targets. And just at this moment, the beautiful professor witnessed a powerful magic attack aimed straight at the dummy. And it created quite a significant explosion. However, waiting for the dust to settle, the dummy in front was still intact and hadn't been scratched at all. It seemed the previous attack didn't hit the target. And after Yil saw this, she glanced to one side and complained, "That really is pathetic." Beyond following her gaze. At this moment, the princess was gritting her teeth as she saw her magic tearing up the dirt behind the dummy. Time passed until late afternoon. It seemed the lesson had ended, and because of the earlier incident, Princess Bion was sadly sitting alone. I've done something wrong to Mother again. Mother must be very disappointed, she thought, and her hands began to clench together. But just at this moment, a voice sounded next to the princess. "Princess, are you all right?" The owner of this voice was a girl with red hair who looked quite cheerful. And not waiting for Bion to say anything, this girl sat next to her and continued to compliment. "You look truly amazing, Your Highness." "What do you mean?" she asked in confusion. And the girl began to answer in an admiring tone. "You use magic just like I do, but yours is much stronger." "So what? I didn't even hit the target." "But your magic is truly wonderful. It's super cool." "Honestly, I've known about you since I was a child," she said happily, as if she had met her idol. Meanwhile, Princess Bion realized who the girl sitting next to her was. "Oh right, she's also a fire mage like me. I think her name is Arshwang. I think I've heard this name somewhere before. That a genius fire mage has appeared. Even so, it's nothing compared to my magic." Thinking of this, for some reason, her mood improved slightly, and she said, "It's truly wonderful that your accuracy is so high." Arshwang shook her head and said, "But if you practice more, how could I compare? That's only enough for the weak. So talking to you makes me feel much better. Goodbye." Saying this, the princess left immediately. But she didn't know that as soon as she left, Arshwang's expression behind her changed drastically. It was impossible to tell what was going on in her head. Back to Bion, after returning to her room, a bodyguard girl was already waiting inside. "Princess, welcome back." This person was Bion's personal guard, Yi Taran. And after seeing Bion return, she had tea and cakes ready and said, "Some tea and candy have been prepared, Your Highness. Regarding the task of adjusting the appearance of the magic staff that you entrusted to me earlier. Because that magic staff is very good, they said they could create a high-level magic sword. However, there's a small problem. Just like I heard, it constantly drains mana from its owner." Opposite her, the princess, who was halfway through eating a piece of cake, had to hurriedly swallow it. Then she asked, "What, isn't that a dark prop?" Yi Taran began to rub her chin and think for a moment before saying, "Not necessarily, because it resonates with the energy of nature." These words made the princess even more confused. Impossible, something that drains its owner's mana yet resonates with the power of nature. Then why is that magic staff only intermediate? That's exactly why it's only at that level. What do you think about this? Its original energy is still to strongly enhance the user's mana and make it stronger or turn it into a high-level item. But because it only drains and doesn't output, it has been downgraded to intermediate level. Then how could a student be able to use it? Bion shouted in amazement. "I was also quite surprised by that," Yi Taran said calmly. On this side, the princess began to get a headache. "I know it didn't resonate with everyone from the start, but I didn't think people would use it even if they had it, unless they had a terrifying amount of mana or nothing at all. I don't understand. I can be sure that an average person would know that. But anyway, he is definitely a special person," Bion said while gently enjoying a cup of tea, because after all, she wasn't the one using that wand. Time quickly passed, a few days after school started. Currently, Ducio was in some classroom. Attack magic needs to have more detailed understanding than any other type of magic. That's why this mana guidance class is mandatory. Study guidance with a focus on projection and aiming. After that, we will discuss the trajectory formula later, mana guidance Professor Carlime said while writing something on the board. Additional information: projection is firing magic from the caster's body. Aiming is using magic on a stationary target. Math problem on the board. From a distance of 760 m in the north, Banlan is moving at a speed of 12.6 ms to the south. What is the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance that Ban B needs to use to cast water attribute magic hydraulic water cannon? Back to the story. After seeing the problem, the students began whispering and chatting with each other. Among the attributes, if it's water, then if you're not a water attribute expert, you'd better not answer this question. Is the teacher trying to make it hard for us? Nearby, while other students were diligently discussing, our protagonist not only didn't do it but also started yawning. "Sigh, this is so boring. Why does this take more time than Korean classes?" And while he was still bored, the professor above also spotted his action and looked at him with murderous eyes, making Ducio jump. And unsurprisingly, immediately after, Professor Carlime invited him to stand up. "Student Beak Ducio, please stand up and answer this question." "Damn it, it's me again," Ducio silently cursed, then hurriedly stood up. "Yes, all right." After that, with the help of the KOMO glasses, he could easily solve this problem. In the stunned eyes of the professor, "Excellent, you actually solved it easily, and you could make it that simple. Is your initial attribute water?" "No, sir." He waved his hand, but this made the professor feel even more excited. "Excellent, then let's move on to the next question." Time quickly passed until the class ended. At this moment, Azel had ambushed and waited for Ducio to step outside, then asked, "Excuse me, but I have a question I want to ask you. I've been wondering about Beak Ducio while observing him. It's not about his rank, he's very smart, even when compared to top-tier rankers. Especially when he solved that problem earlier. The level of that question was at least at the university level. No, it must be at the professor level. But even though Stella is a gathering place for geniuses, what is Beak Ducio's identity? At first, I thought it wasn't the case, but now I'm sure. That person definitely has a course registration strategy. Thinking this, Azel immediately asked, "What is your next course?" Opposite her, our protagonist felt a bit confused. Then said, "Why do you ask that? Do you like me?" "What? That's so gross," she said angrily. "I'm the one who finds it gross, isn't that right?" Talking about this, Ducio felt that arguing with a kid was extremely strange. "I'm an adult, what am I doing?" Thinking of this, Ducio said boredly, "So why are you asking?" "I've researched the classes you're taking, and it seems those are classes where you can easily get high grades." "I'll ask directly, that strategy, where did you learn it?" "Because this is quite important to me," she said proudly, and this made Ducio a bit disappointed. I thought she was going to ask something else. Haha, what do you mean? Those classes are just a coincidence. If that's all, then I'm leaving. Saying this, Ducio turned and left immediately. But of course, Azel couldn't let him leave easily when she hadn't gotten the answer. Wait, hold on a second, she said while hurriedly chasing after him. Ducio felt a bit annoyed, so he said, "What is it? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are many capable people here. Or just copy me. You said you've researched it, right? But anyone who takes the Moon God course gets an A+, so it's not very important. And if I register for the same class as you, it might negatively affect your grade," Azel explained. This made Ducio ponder. If he doesn't get a scholarship, he will be the one at the biggest disadvantage. Even in this situation, he was still worrying about others' grades. Although she was a bit annoying, the heroine was still the heroine. Back to Azel at this moment, she put on an expectant look and said, "Anyway, can you suggest a class for me? One where it's easy to get high grades?" Unfortunately, this look had no effect on Ducio. "Do you think that look will convince me?" "That's strange. Normally when I look at myself, my stress disappears," she said narcissistically, and this statement made our protagonist start to get goosebumps. "Are you serious?" "Just kidding, I knew you'd react like that, so I've prepared some things for compensation," she said with a smile. Meanwhile, Ducio on the opposite side couldn't understand what these students were thinking anymore. Compensation. Why do these kids like compensation so much? Where did they learn that habit? At this moment, Azel withdrew her cheerful look and said seriously, "Do you know about the story of the seventh tower?" Ducio was a bit startled. Then he replied, "Yes, I know. Really, not many people know about that. Because it's a desolate tower that has disappeared, and there are many barriers preventing people from getting close to where the tower used to be. But there." Saying this, Ducio interrupted her. "Wait, what is it?" "Are you all right?" Azel asked worriedly when seeing Ducio's head-clutching pose. But Ducio was indeed losing his mind. "I'm going crazy. This is important information because with this, Flame can increase her influence on the male protagonist. Moreover, Flame knows that, which means in the original plot, Azel also knows. And Azel only tells this information to the male protagonist, not to a side character like me." Thinking of this, Ducio hurriedly stopped the conversation immediately. "That's a scary story, isn't it? I don't want to hear it. It doesn't sound interesting at all," he said while turning and leaving. Meanwhile, Azel still tried to persuade him. "It's not that scary. Are you afraid of ghosts?" At this age, in front, because he was too bored with the tale following him, Ducio reluctantly said, "All right, I'll tell you." "You just pretended you wouldn't tell me and now you changed your mind." "Yeah, I just changed my mind. Moreover, that Azel wants to give me something is enough." He thought to himself and spoke up, "Anyway, this doesn't relate to grades, but it's something extremely useful for you. Register for the Journey of Void meditation as a cultural class." Meditation, register for that as a cultural class. The moon god and meditation subjects are prioritized. "Do you like practicing?" Azel asked curiously. "Not really. My master is also a bishop like you, and through meditation, that person can improve their magic level." "Just by meditating?" Azel said in confusion. And this attitude didn't make Ducio feel surprised. In reality, this still hasn't been discovered, but for a bishop who holds large-scale destruction magic, then meditation is very important to cast accurately based on formulas and equations. But above all, it's the mind that controls the mana. Thinking of this, Ducio warned her, "I haven't told anyone else, but you're an exception because you're cute." "You just called me ugly earlier," Azel complained. But immediately after, she became cheerful and said, "Thank you. Although it's not a subject to help me improve my grades, I will still register for it. Do whatever you want," Ducio said nonchalantly. And after looking at the back of this girl leaving, he had some thoughts. "I told her, and it makes me a bit afraid of how the future will change. But if I just leave her like that, Azel will face tragedy in this world again. If meditation can help her, that's a good thing." Thinking of this, he realized one thing. Then looked at his two hands and muttered, "Wait, I just remembered. I'm also a mage, aren't I? Why haven't I thought about practicing until now?" Beak Ducio in the game practiced very strictly to awaken his delayed physical condition and develop rapidly. "In the game, I could get experience by pressing a button, but now I can do it directly. It's quite late, there are no segments or hunting quests, so I can't earn any more experience. I should thank Azel for helping me realize this." Next, Ducio dragged his body back to the dormitory to rest. "This dormitory is huge," he thought to himself. At Stella, all students must live in the dormitory. The dormitory system is a subpart in the game. Players can decorate their rooms at will, but for Beak Dusio, this is his only home because his village was burned down. The dormitory is also divided based on rank. The rooms are all equal in size, but the number of people per room is divided based on rank. Naturally, S-class people occupy the highest floors. I feel a bit lonely, but I can finally make use of it. Then let's start. Thinking this, Dusio exhaled gently and proceeded to meditate. Stats aren't the most important thing. Since this is reality, I have to get used to how to use this body. In the game, Beak Dusio was a genius capable of controlling sword aura by using the infinite circulating amount of mana both inside and outside his body. Nobody paid attention to him, so no one knew, but Beak Dusio was a swordsmanship genius who had reached the peak of the way of the sword. I have to walk down that path once again. My breathing is what controls the flow of mana inside my body. If I can gradually increase the amount of mana I take in with each breath, I'll be able to gather enough mana all at once. Skills don't just increase through gathering experience, you have to continuously use a skill to level it up, which means training, Dusio told himself, and just like that, our guy started meditating right inside his own room. Just like that, time slowly passed until the sun began to appear. At this moment, our protagonist also sensed something and snapped his eyes wide open. Right then, his entire body could be seen covered inside a layer of golden aura. This must be the feeling Beak Dusio used to experience. When someone accepts having mana leak syndrome from a young age, even though it's a bit faint, I can still feel it. And to reward Dusio's hard work, the system immediately gave him a congratulatory notification. The mana leak syndrome skill has leveled up. The blink skill has leveled up. Over here, seeing this, Dusio couldn't help letting out a shout. All right, I've taken another step closer to my goal. I'll find the true ending no matter what, he said while clenching his fist with a look of full determination. Scene transition to the female lead Flame. Right at this moment, she along with all the students in her class were present in some plane, and the realistic sensation of this place left her slightly astonished. The grassland and wind are artificial, but the feeling is way too real. Stella's dorms were a type of pocket dimension set up within the campus grounds, which allowed everyone to freely manipulate spatial changes as well as their properties. Therefore, all athletic events and other events, as well as dungeons, gates, and monster training, took place here for that exact reason. Returning to Flame, after glancing over the number of students present here, she began deducing a total of 141 people. There are 50 people from classes A1 and A2, and 40 people from Class S. If it's like the novel, there should be 39 people from Class S. I thought including myself made it 40, but I didn't expect another person to be added. Where did Beak Dusio even come from? In the novel, during the first year there are only a total of 1,140 people, and including myself makes it 1,141. In other words, Beak Dusio was also in the original novel. I'll figure things out little by little. It's fine, I can do this. I'm the only person in this world who knows about the novel, so. Classes will start soon, she began to reassure herself upon seeing the changes compared to the original novel. But right at that moment, a voice echoed from nearby, catching her attention. Prince Jeremy, have you finished registering for classes? Of course I have, Jeremy said with a smile. We registered for the soft magic research class because we heard you signed up for it. Really? Let's help each other out, he said with a smile, extending his hand to greet everyone. Meanwhile, the female lead Flame also glanced toward him with a guarded gaze. That's Prince Jeremy. In the novel, he went crazy over Azel but got rejected, and ultimately ended up turning into a villain. Right now, he looks kind of gentle, but every single action of his is calculated. I should keep an eye on him and not get involved with this guy. Across the way, it seemed Jeremy also noticed Flame's gaze, so he smilingly turned and waved hello, causing her to hurriedly respond. Still, he's really handsome. I understand why he has so many people sucking up to him. His clique is the most famous in school. I have to go gather them together because this world is going to be my reality from now on. I need to prepare for the future, Flame told herself and immediately slipped away. Yet she didn't know that right at this moment, Prince Jeremy had begun looking at her with an amused gaze. Speaking of Professor Lee Hanwal, after seeing that the students had gathered fully, he stepped forward and said, "Everyone pay attention. We'll start with basic training before beginning today's lesson. I need to know your capabilities so I can teach you properly. I'll be the direct instructor, so if you don't like it, don't go complaining about it. As many of you already know, we professors have the right to add or deduct your points, so remember well that you'll be expelled if you don't reach the required point threshold. I'll explain the training session right now. We'll be practicing dungeon trials. I'll use scenarios from real dungeons, as well as various traps and monsters to test all of you. You'll get 4 points if you take down a level 1 monster, and 8 points if you take down a level 2 monster. 20 points if you secure the target wand. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and shopping privileges, and of course, if a student doesn't earn any points, points will be deducted. If you're afraid of failing or going alone, you can form a group, but remember this clearly: points will be split evenly among the members inside the group. If you manage to eliminate a student, you can take that person's points. That's about it, good luck. Saying that, the professor instantly vanished as if teleporting, and while the group of students still had no idea what was happening right after that, the surrounding space suddenly rumbled violently, making the group slightly terrified. What's going on? The ground is shaking, someone cried out. The source of this tremor was that right from within the ground, countless gigantic vines began crawling out and shooting straight up into the air. In no time at all, the surrounding space transformed into a forest. This was the map, Jack and the Beanstalk. Turning back to the group, once the map was set up, they all huddled together to find their teams. Meanwhile, the female lead Flame decided to go solo. "All right, guess I'll get going myself," she muttered. But right at that moment, the girl named Jackie from earlier called out, "Hey, Flame. Are you really planning to go alone during the practical? Teaming up during the dungeon combat has its perks, but going solo is better if you want to rack up points," Flame thought to herself before turning her down. "Sorry, but I'm planning to go alone this time." For some reason, even though Flame turned her down, Jackie just smiled like she hit the jackpot. "Oh, I get it. You'd have to share points with teammates, so you don't have much choice, huh?" "Yeah, right," Flame said awkwardly, feeling a little weird inside. Am I overthinking this, or is she taking a dig at me? Shaking off those wandering thoughts, Flame quickly waved goodbye. "Let's team up next time." "Sure," Jackie said with a smile. Then she quickly went over to share the news with her 2 friends. Flame decided to go in alone. Well, nothing we can do about it. Back to Flame, the girl's actions still left her feeling some kind of way. Am I hallucinating, or why do I feel like she's copying me? Oh well, things will probably be different later. Thinking this, the young lady quickly moved out to grind for points. An hour later, Yusial had just finished taking down some monster. He let out a heavy sigh. "Hugh, this is exhausting. When is today's training session ever going to end?" But before he could even sit down and take a breather, a bunch of vines suddenly burst out from the ground right in front of him, lashing straight at the girl. Wait, at him, making him scramble to use magic to throw up a shield. And honestly, who even knows what kind of monster this was? The second it realized a single attack didn't work, it started pulling back its whip-like vines and burrowed straight back into the dirt just like it had appeared. Coming back to Flame, after seeing the plant monster retreat, she still couldn't let her guard down, keeping a close eye on her surroundings. Not just monsters, even the plants attacked too. As expected of Stella, you really can't underestimate even a practical dungeon training session. I've pulled in 18 points since a while ago, not bad, but this gap only takes 1 point stick to catch up. I gotta keep moving, she thought as she started picking up her pace. And it didn't take long before Flame suddenly sensed someone standing right ahead. Something's there. Is it a monster? No, it's a person, but how can a student have stealth skills on this level? Whatever, I'm already using nature camouflage to hide anyway. With my control, defense, destruction, and healing abilities, picking an ambush spot isn't a bad choice, she thought to herself while quietly hiding behind a tree trunk, observing the figure up ahead. Somehow, the guy had even managed to get his hands on a point stick. And following her gaze, that person turned out to be none other than Yusial. That's Beak Yusial. Is he going solo too? I remember other students wanted to team up with him, but he turned them all down. What on earth is this guy thinking? Thinking this, her eyes locked onto the glowing golden stick in his hand with pure envy. That's a point stick. Did he seriously already get one? This is the perfect opportunity to test him out. Thinking that, let's test him out, she began calculating in her head. She aimed her staff straight at Yusial. Let's calculate about 15 meters away. There's no way he can defend himself at that distance. Action follows thought. Feeling confident enough, the girl immediately fired off a light bullet spell, shooing out a beam of light aimed straight at Yusial. But right before that projectile could reach our main character, sensed it coming and instantly whipped his head around. The guy realized what was happening just in time and immediately used Blink to dodge. And that split-second dodge left Flame completely frozen in shock. How could he possibly dodge a level 2 spell from that distance? Back to Yusial. At this point, he had blinked right behind Flame, and her sneak attack from just now had genuinely scared the living daylights out of him. Oh lord, is she trying to kill me or something? Why'd she randomly use a light bullet? Thank goodness my mana leak syndrome level went up, otherwise I'd be in deep trouble. Blink level 1, max range 12 meters, max stacks 2, cooldown 3 seconds. I still have 2 blinks left, so if I use the terrain to my advantage, I can deal with her, but it's best to just bail. Thinking that, Yusial immediately used his remaining 2 blinks to slip away to another spot. This distance should be plenty, right? My goal is just 5th place, no need to take unnecessary risks. The reward for 5th place is the Dedelic, which boosts stamina and strength considerably. The top 4 spots belong to the main characters anyway, and at this rate, they only need 3 more point sticks, Yusial thought as he walked. But right at that moment, his path up ahead was blocked by a few random guys. Oh, look who it is. If it isn't Beak Yusial from Class S. On his end, after seeing the blonde guy, Yusial recognized who he was, Raiden, a guy who'd been getting quite a bit of fame around the academy lately. A member of Team Uslek, Jeremy's little lapdogs, one after another, thinking about that. Our main character also glanced over at the 3 sticks Raiden was gripping tightly in his hands and thought, does he seriously have 3 point sticks? For a weakling like that, he's collected quite a bit. And while Yusial was thinking, the guys in front started whispering, I heard he's a total failure who had to cheat just to get into Class S. Hearing that, Raiden let out a contemptuous sneer. Making it into Class S by solving 3 stupid riddles, Stella must have definitely gotten scammed. Don't they ever get tired of saying the exact same thing? Talk about zero creativity, Yusial thought to himself. Meanwhile, Raiden's group started acting like thugs. Hey, Beak Yusial, since we ran into each other, hand over your point stick. Not interested, Yusial calmly replied. Raiden immediately put on a punchable face and barked, Ha, are you trying to defy me? Do you really think you can take on all 4 of us by yourself? Planning to use that high-end medium magic wand? You can't even use magic, let alone a wand. Back to Yusial, at this point he really had to weigh his options. Man, what should I do now? With low-level blink, I won't be able to handle Raiden. He comes from a famous family. If I had 3 blinks left, I might still have a way. Which is the point stick in my hand. And this place is a dungeon. Thinking this, Yusial quietly formed a plan in his head. Then he held out his point stick forward and said, Here. Right choice, Raiden chuckled, seeing that Yusial finally learned to cooperate. But he couldn't have possibly expected that right at that exact moment, Yusial would use blink to close the distance right in front of him, shocking the guy out of his mind. However, the second Yusial attacked him, his strike was blocked by a barrier. But at least it made cracks start forming on the shield, driving that hound dog Raiden absolutely berserk. Damn it, you damn commoner. Saying that, the guy retracted his barrier and kept running his mouth. You bastard, I'm gonna make you. But before he could even finish cursing, he noticed that right in front of him, Yusial had completely vanished into thin air. He disappeared, someone from the group cried out. And right after that, Yusial's voice rang out right beside them, making Raiden frantically spin around to look. Oh boy, that was close. Thanks for the save, Yusial cheerfully said, and in his hands were now 2 point sticks. Raiden immediately recognized them as his own and threw a massive fit. You bastard, give those back. Nope, I don't think I will, Yusial provoked. Then he thought to himself, 3 point sticks definitely works. I accidentally learned this trick while playing games. But these point sticks are actually lightning items. Their absurd durability means they can't be destroyed by student magic, and they pack the power of most other magical tools. Even though they're more useful for magic users, for Beak Yusial, a physical attacker, a weapon with high attack stats can be utilized to 100%. Turning back to Raiden, the guy was still losing his mind. GRR, that bastard, how dare he take my point sticks. Saying that, he snapped from sheer anger and yelled at his lackeys nearby, What are you guys doing? Attack him. But before he could even finish his sentence, the ground all around them started shifting constantly. And right after that, another crowd of vines sprouted up from the earth, making Raiden grind his teeth. Damn it, why is the dungeon acting up now? Everyone group up and get your magic ready and don't lose sight of that asshole, he roared. Meanwhile, our main character used this exact opportunity to quietly slip away. However, his action was spotted by someone in the group who shouted, Beak Yusial is running away. You bastard, where do you think you're going? The rest of the crew immediately scrambled to use magic to attack. Those guys are better than I thought. At the same time, he used blink to zip away instantly, leaving the group screaming in frustration with nothing they could do. Damn it, blink again. Where'd he go? He's too fast, I can't find him. The group panicked as they watched Yusial vanish. At that moment, Yusial thought to himself, since I have plenty of PvP experience, using the terrain for an advantage is a piece of cake. Damn it, we just need to hit him once, Raiden yelled while his eyes darted around like crazy looking for Yusial. But right then, the ground shook with an even more violent rumble, terrifying his cronies further. Raiden, the dungeon is. On his end, seeing this, Raiden bellowed, "Calm down, he's still around. Wait until the earthquake stops, and if you see him, attack together. If our magic fails, we'll suffer a mana backlash, so be careful." And just as Raiden predicted, before he could even finish his sentence, Yusial used Blink right in front of him. And without giving the guy any chance to react, the main character swung his stick hard, shattering Raiden's barrier. His body even flew backward, crashing into his lackeys nearby and throwing their charging magic completely offbeat. The result caused a magic backlash, causing countless lightning bolts to strike straight down, leaving the students with no choice but to hug their heads and take it. As for the one who caused it all, Yusial calmly stepped aside. "Show's over. I'll be taking this. If I ever get a girlfriend, I'll give her this," he said cheerfully, showing off the 3 sticks in his hand. "Give that back," Raiden roared, but Yusial wasn't stupid enough to return it. Taking the last one would be too much of a hassle, he thought to himself, then waved goodbye to the group. "That was fun, see ya." With that, Yusial used Blink to bounce out of there, leaving Raiden and his crew shaking with seizure-inducing rage. You son of a bitch," he screamed in fury. But none of them knew that the entire battle had fallen right into the eyes of a certain white-haired girl. Back to Yusial, naturally the guy was celebrating inside like he won the lottery. "Hee, I lucked out. If I fought normally, I'd get robbed blind, but since it's a dungeon, things are different. This is adult experience," Yusial thought as he casually swatted away a vine trying to approach him. But right at that moment, he scanned his surroundings with a very wary look. "Wait, why do I have this weird feeling? Something feels off from somewhere," Yusial muttered as he turned around. And sure enough, holy cow, while the guy was busy celebrating, scoring 2-point sticks from Raiden's crew, some student had set their sights on him and gifted him a top-tier fireball spell. "What is this? Where did rain of fire come from?" Yusial yelled out. And right after that, that terrifying attack slammed straight into the ground, sending a thunderous explosion echoing across the forest. From high above, a massive pillar of fire shot straight up into the sky, incinerating everything around it. And what about our main character? Yusial narrowly dodged it in the nick of time using Blink, but even after surviving, he was scared out of his mind. What kind of crazy magic is this? That was way too close, he thought, looking at a tree split right down the middle by the blast's sheer destructive force. Then, right after that, a figure emerged from the smoke accompanied by an arrogant voice. "You commoner. Why didn't you take another stick from those guys?" The owner of that voice was none other than Princess Bion. Her unexpected appearance left Yusial stunned. "Bion, why is she here?" Despite wondering, Yusial still answered back, "Are you out of your mind? It's not like I can take whatever I want whenever I want. And what does me taking those sticks have to do with you anyway?" But Bion didn't even bother answering, just staring intently at the point sticks in his hand. This made Yusial realize the brutal truth in a panic. "Good grief, don't tell me. You wanted me to take theirs so you could take mine. What on earth is your problem?" Yusial shouted angrily. But replying to him, Bion kept a cold expression. "I am of royal blood. If you understand my intentions, let's fight. As a member of royalty, I have no desire to plunder from commoners, but I have no other choice. I will defeat you and take what I want." Bion's voice was full of determination. Yusial shivered slightly. "Hey, what are you planning? Why are you bullying someone weaker than you?" But Bion just scoffed and retorted, "You, weak. Earlier, I saw you fighting and playing around with those guys. You even used magic and beat them, didn't you?" Flashing back a little bit, at that time, Bion was wandering through the forest, her heart full of anxious thoughts. "I need to hurry up. If I don't want to get yelled at by my mom, I need a really high score," she muttered to herself. But right then, a loud commotion nearby caught her attention. "There's noise over there." "Where is Yusial? That bastard ran away again. Such a sly trickster," Raiden's group's cursing echoed out. And that was when Bion spotted something unusual. At that moment, Bion also caught sight of a figure running away in the distance. "That's Beak, Yusial and Jaiden." Bion narrowed her eyes. "Should I attack them?" But immediately she dismissed the thought. "No way, no matter how strong I am, I can't possibly beat all 5 of them at once. Best to just wait until their magic weakens. That's when I'll get my chance." Thinking that, Bion decided to hide and observe, waiting for the right moment to reap the profits like a fisherman watching 2 contending snipes. However, what happened next blew her mind completely, because Yusial actually started taking the initiative and used Blink to attack Jaiden's group. What? That commoner. Aside from Blink, he can use other magic too. Of course, Bion knew Jaiden's group couldn't compare to her in strength, but even so, they were all people with actual combat skills. Compared to a mere commoner, they should have been way better, right? Returning to the present, Bion shook off her thoughts, her eyes turning sharper. All right, time to use fire magic. No sooner said than done, Bion activated her magic, creating multiple magic circles floating midair. From inside those spell circles, countless fireballs shot out, locking onto Yusial. But our main character wasn't someone to scoff at either. Yusial immediately used Blink to dodge. However, before he could even catch his breath, another fireball came crashing down from above. Blink was still on cooldown. With no other choice, Yusial had to leap between tree trunks, dodging continuously. After landing on the ground, he started panting heavily. Damn it, her magic is too dangerous. Good thing my instincts are good or I'd be dead meat. However, Yusial had already used Blink twice. Now he had to face Princess Bion with no way out. What am I supposed to do now? Yusial gritted his teeth in thought. Across from him, Bion crossed her arms and said coldly, still not planning to pull out your wand. You already took my wand. Yusial frowned and complained. What about the one I got when I enrolled? Bion stayed silent. Suddenly, Yusial blanked out. Oh, right. He looked down at his hand, then realized he still had another magic wand. I wasn't using it, so I completely forgot. Across the way, Bion was starting to get annoyed. How much longer are you going to keep pretending? Her voice grew serious and cold. This is a serious battle, and this commoner is treating it like a joke. Jian gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with murderous intent. If you're not going to fight properly, then I'll just have to take you down right here. Hearing that, sweat broke out on his face as the pressure surged. He thought to himself, I am fighting seriously, what joke? Jian spoke up to warn Yusial, if you're not serious. Her face hardened as she continued, then you're logging out right here. I'm gonna crush you, Princess Bion thought to herself. And without wasting another split second, she cast her magic, firing off countless fireballs straight at Yusial, forcing him to quickly tilt his head to the side to dodge. However, that wasn't the end of it. At the exact same time, another fireball aimed straight for the male lead's shoulder. Seeing this, with super god reflexes, Yusial managed to duck down to the ground just in time to dodge by a hair's breadth. And sensing that Yusial had some pretty wild dodging skills, the princess across from him decided to use an area of effect spell, creating a massive wave of fire covering a huge area aimed right at Yusial. And this time, he genuinely felt the heat. Insane. Even if I dodge with Blink, her attack range is still way too wide. What do I do now? Yusial gritted his teeth, but right at that moment, a voice rang out from behind his back. A voice that caught his attention. This voice, that is. At that thought, Ducio repeatedly used his Blink spell to teleport behind a large tree, narrowly saving himself from being roasted alive. However, pulling that off didn't mean Ducio was safe yet. He had lucked out this time, but things were still tough. Even if he managed to get close to Bion, the surrounding flames would automatically burst forth to protect her the moment he stepped in. He knew this all too well from having fought plenty of fire mages in the past. Her rank was way higher than he had initially thought. If this had been an open plain, he probably would have lost in under a minute. No, they wouldn't even have had a proper fight to begin with, Ducio thought to himself as he tightly gripped his score stick. It was still up in the air, who was going to get beaten down here. Meanwhile, Princess Bion unleashed a spell, firing countless fire arrows toward Ducio, forcing him to continuously leap backward to dodge the onslaught. That lasted until his mana perception kicked in, allowing him to read the flight path of every single incoming attack. Seeing this, Ducio started swinging his arms like a machine, aiming precisely at all the fire arrows and batting them away to the side. That surreal display left Princess Bion standing there completely frozen and dumbfounded. No way is he using a weapon to block magic. How could that possibly be? Back to Ducio, while intensely dealing with the endless wave of attacks heading his way, he still found time to think, feeling the sensation grow stronger as time ticked on. This wasn't some game controlled with a keyboard and mouse, but a direct physical confrontation against a real mage. Crystal clear, the surrounding magical energy was growing heavier, sharpening his sixth sense almost to the level of sight and hearing. Speaking of Princess Bion, watching this unfold, she almost couldn't believe her eyes. How could this happen? In this mountainous terrain, fire magic should have had the absolute advantage. If it's going to be like this, I have no choice but to ramp up my magical power, she muttered through gritted teeth, beginning to surge her strength. This forced Ducio, who had just managed to stabilize himself slightly, to immediately shoulder an even greater pressure. Left with no other choice, he had to fight and retreat toward a nearby tree trunk. I can't just keep playing defense forever. I need to shatter Bion's magical barrier with this wand. Thinking that, Ducio timed it precisely when the princess in front of him was gathering her mana to prepare another strike. He instantly activated his blink spell and rushed directly toward her. It took him barely a second to close the distance right in front of his opponent. Ducio's abrupt appearance right before her took Bion slightly by surprise. But a second later, she bit her lip with an annoyed expression. Bion immediately cast a fire spell, creating a magic circle right beneath both of their feet. Seeing this scene didn't surprise Ducio all that much. When approaching fire mages, a burst magic circle would typically push enemies back within a 2-meter radius. But having been through this countless times, it wasn't a huge problem. Thinking to himself, he leaped backward to clear the range of the magic circle. Next, he regained his momentum and lunged straight forward, striking the magical barrier protecting Bion. The powerful blow caused cracks to spiderweb across the shield. No way, how could he possibly, she thought in shock. But before she could dwell on it much longer, the shield directly shattered into pieces. The shockwave generated from it even knocked the princess tumbling to the ground. At this point, the outcome of the battle was decided. "I win," Ducio said with a grin. Faced with his words, Bion could only resentfully grind her teeth. Following that, she took a deep breath and asked, "Just who are you?" "I'm just an ordinary student," Ducio replied with a shrug. At the same time, she turned her head back and called out to someone. "The person hiding over there can come out now, right?" Flame, following his gaze, Flame had somehow been there the entire time, observing the two of them. Realizing she had been exposed, the female lead casually stepped out and asked, "I wasn't really hiding, but how did you know I was here?" "Let's just call it a hunch," Ducio said with a smile, though it was actually thanks to his ability to sense leaking mana. Across from him, hearing Ducio's answer, Flame furrowed her brows slightly and continued, "A hunch. How on earth did you break a magical barrier with that ordinary wand?" "Was that thanks to a hunch too?" she asked, her voice dripping with suspicion. Turning back to Ducio, Flame's question really put him in a tight spot. Sure enough, a game like this could never play out like a standard romance novel from the original work, and he couldn't exactly tell the truth either. Thinking up to that point, for some reason, he started pointing at the score stick in his hand and said, This is actually how." This vague, out-of-nowhere answer only made Flame even more suspicious. "Toughness, so what? Do you think you can just swing that thing around and shatter a barrier? If that's the case, knights might as well just go extinct in this world." "I've felt this way for a long time," beaked Ducio. "Who on earth are you?" And it wasn't just Flame who was curious. Even Bion turned her head to look at Ducio with intense curiosity, waiting to see how on earth he would answer. On his end, hearing that, Ducio could only sigh internally. So it finally comes to this, but we're not even a month in yet. Should I just reveal my true identity? No, Flame doesn't have a good impression of me. Doing that would be way too dangerous. After weighing his options, Ducio still decided against revealing his real identity. "Even if you suspect me, I'm not that kind of bad person." "Huh, what do you mean?" Flame asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Just what I said, I want to help you," Ducio said, scratching his cheek awkwardly. "Help me, you," Flame wanted to press further. However, before she could finish her sentence, Ducio turned around and walked away. "I'd love to chat more, but I'm out of time. See ya." Alright, time to ghost them and bail, or at least that was what he thought. Before Princess Bion behind him abruptly hurled several of her score sticks straight at the back of his head. At this point, she was just stunned by his attitude. Catching him square in the back and causing a sharp pain, he had no choice but to turn his head back and complain. "Hey, if you've got something to say, just spit it out. I thought you'd catch them. You managed to dodge all those magic spells and traps, but you couldn't catch these?" Bion said in astonishment. The reason was pretty simple. He had no choice, as the intuition granted by mana perception had its limits. Ducio winced, rubbing the back of his head. Ow, that hurt. The duration of that intuitive state depended on his mental stamina, and since his mental energy was completely burned out, he had a headache on top of it. Thinking about it, Ducio asked, "So why did you throw these at me?" "You won, so just take them," Bion said calmly. Hearing her say that, Ducio seemed to figure something out. "Is it because of her pride? But if I take all of them, my score is going to skyrocket, and besides, the rest of those things are pretty useless." Having thought it through, Ducio just picked up a single score stick. Then he smiled and said to Bion, "Alright, fine. I'll just take this one, you keep the rest." "Well then, I'm off," Ducio said, turning around to leave immediately. At this moment, the guy was feeling rather smug about his own actions. What a kind-hearted man who shows mercy to the defeated. "I must look insanely cool right now," he muttered with a huff. Too bad the two girls behind him didn't see it that way at all. "Does that guy have a screw loose?" Flame muttered in utter confusion, while the princess stared at Ducio's retreating back with a skeptical gaze. Must be a commoner, so his brain is probably a bit abnormal. Finished speaking, she remained deeply curious about Dusio's true identity. In a different turn of events inside the professor's observation room, the screens before them displayed countless red dots, presumably representing the students. At the same time, several other screens showed the combat footage of various students. Ho ho, the Class S freshmen this year are rare talents indeed. Well worth watching, Tellys, a veteran of the Magic Council, nodded and said. Next to him, a middle-aged woman replied, quite interesting, though I was much better than this back in my prime. That woman was Tsarina Eon, a member of the Blue Tower Council. Hearing the two of them, Instructor Lee Hanwal turned around and thought to himself, the Magic Council, the Blue Tower Council. To think a simple student field practice monitoring session would gather so many heavy hitters. If you want to recruit talent, you have to go all out. I'm sure most of the other professors are watching this practical exam closely too. Right on cue, everyone inside the room let out an exclamation of awe, catching his attention. Ma Ducio and Hei Wenryang have crossed paths. At that moment, following their gaze, Hei Wenryang was the one who initiated the attack, instantly using his wand to fire off a surge of energy straight toward Ma Ducio, facing that attack. The handsome guy easily used a certain magic technique to leap continuously through the air, dodging the ice pillars stabbing toward him. Seeing that, the members of the Magic Council voiced their admiration, activating Tier 3 mana leaps 3 times in a row, to do that at age 17. Not to mention them, even Instructor Lee Hanwal was equally startled. Ordinarily, an average mage would need to be at least 25 years old to reach Tier 3, yet Ma Ducio was mastering Tier 3 magic fluently at just 17. Before they could recover, they were struck by another wave of astonishment. Unbelievable. Look at that, both of those students can use 3 attributes. Turning back to Lee Hanwal's thoughts, ordinary mages could only control 1 attribute, and it took grueling practice just to manage 2. Indeed, wielding 3 attributes was proof of a natural-born talent they were blessed with from birth. Right at that moment, a loud roar echoed through the area, and the source of that scream was a colossal bird-like monster, a hidden star monster. Following that, before Ma Ducio and Hei Wenryang could react, the monster shrieked and directly plummeted downward, or rather someone had dealt it a blow, causing it to fall out of the sky. And the person who made the move was none other than Azel. Oh my, are you guys fighting? Sorry for the interruption. Over in the observation room, Instructor Lee Hanwal intently watched Azel's appearance and thought, Azel more. Hidden monsters only appeared under specific conditions. Not only were they extremely hard to find, but they were also notoriously difficult to defeat. Yet she managed to hunt one down all by herself. Turning to the group from the Magic Council, upon seeing Azel, they said with a hint of regret, HMPH, the traitor Morph's daughter. What a pity. If her father hadn't done such a monstrous thing, her talent could have blossomed even further. Hearing that, Old Man Tellys shifted his attention to another screen and exclaimed, Huh, isn't that the princess of the Adelenvit Duchy? Who is her opponent? Such an unfamiliar face, he muttered, rubbing his chin before his expression morphed into pure shock. What? That magic. Could that be Blink? He whispered in disbelief as he stared at Ducio's face. Blink, a type of magic that countless scholars had poured themselves into researching for hundreds of years to find a way to control, only to fail, give up in despair, or end up crippled. It was truly an uncontrollable spell. Yet there was a student who could control Blink as easily as his own limbs. Just who on earth is that boy? He spoke aloud in bewilderment. Instructor Lee Hanwal, standing beside him, chimed in to satisfy his curiosity. That student's name is Beak Ducio, a very unique student who uses Blink as his primary skill. Blink as his primary skill, someone said in shock. This case is completely different from the outstanding talents of Ma Ducio, Hei Wenryang, or Azel. Returning to Tellys, he voiced his doubts, but why isn't he using other magic and is just messing around like that? If he used actual magic, that fight would have ended long ago. It's so hard to understand. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind everyone. No, he's fighting seriously. Hearing the voice, everyone turned in unison toward the young professor and called out, Eltmund Eltwin. He's been serious from the very beginning. Looks like you guys just couldn't see it. How fascinating, Eltmund said with a cheerful tone. That student's fighting style reminds me of the knightly spirit that only existed in ancient times. That remark caused the group to piece things together. Knightly spirit, You mean the knightly spirit that vanished along with swordsmen and ancient magic. Pondering such a young student, he thought to himself, exactly, knightly spirit. In a world dominated by magic, the knightly spirit was the fighting willpower of sword-wielding knights, like heroes who fought against evil to protect the world. Legend had it that they always faced demons armed with nothing more than a sword. In a world where magic existed, fighting with a sword was impossible, but that student was genuinely using a wand like a sword. Furthermore, since Eltmund had made such an observation, the headmaster of Stello Academy, a school hailed as the best magic academy on the continent, Eltmund Eltwin, a 9th-tier mage, and one of the only 10 Grand Sages on the continent. If the Grand Sage thought that way, he drifted off into silent thought. Time quickly passed and the first practical dungeon exam came to an end. Scene cut to the private training ground designated for Class S. At that moment, Hei Wenryong was frantically training his magic by unleashing attacks on the dummies in front of him. After using his wind magic to strike the target ahead, he still failed to successfully destroy the dummy. He let out a few exhausted pants. Then, looking down at the wand in his hand, he gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, I'm almost out of mana. It's still not enough, I still have a long way to go. Out of the 141 students who participated in the dungeon exam, 39 were eliminated. Azel topped the leaderboard thanks to slaying the bird monster, and he ranked 2nd. Ma Ducio ranked 6th, but he didn't feel like he had won at all. At that moment, an annoyed expression washed over his face. If Azel hadn't stepped in the middle of the fight. At that thought, an uncontrollable surge of anger suddenly rose within Hei Wenryong. Ever since their very first meeting, he had this feeling. Even though Ma Ducio always acted indifferent toward everything, whatever he did reached a professional level, or even beyond that. Even in this practical exam, he had set up magic arrays everywhere and carefully calculated all of his movements. Yet Ma Ducio was still able to easily deflect every single one of his attacks. Would he ever be able to defeat him? Was this wall of talent truly that tall and thick? Thinking up to that point, he took a deep breath to regain his composure and reassured himself. No, there's no time to beat myself up. I need to push harder. At the same time, not far away, Princess Bion approached and spotted Hei Wenryong frantically training his magic. Seeing him like that, Bion felt a little curious. Hei Wenryong, he's usually so composed, why is he so irritated today? Well, though I shouldn't say this. It was so frustrating having to hand over her wand and only place 3rd. Her mother seemed pleased with the result, but if she didn't get her wand back, she would definitely be punished. That commoner is so arrogant and obnoxious. Thinking that, she continuously blasted magic at the dummy in front of her as if taking out her anger. This caught Hei Wenryong's attention, causing him to stop and look over. Your Highness, is something wrong? I don't know if I'm imagining things, but it looks like your Highness's magic is much more precise than before. Princess Bion's fire magic was powerful, but it was hard to control with finesse. She couldn't have improved this fast, or was it just a coincidence? He frowned and thought. Returning to an extremely annoyed Bion. Damn it. Damn it, as much as she hated to admit it. Beak Ducio's special lecture had worked. Thanks to those absurd riddles, her mindset had shifted and her magic control had improved significantly. Even though he was just a low-scoring commoner with a terrible personality, Beak Ducio was the only one who knew how to fix her weakness. Still, she was pissed off. She gritted her teeth and started walking away from the training ground after venting her anger. The voice of her guard, Heroine, rang out beside her. Your Highness. Hearing this, Bion turned and asked, Heroine, what is it? The Terraphone wand you requested has been repaired. Shall I bring it to Beak Ducio right now? Speaking, she opened the case in her hand, revealing a wand forged into the shape of a sword. In response to the question, Bion nodded in agreement. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Then I'll take my leave, the guard said, turning around to leave. But right at that moment, as if remembering something, Bion stopped her, leaving Heroine slightly puzzled. What is it, Your Highness? Shifting the scene to Subtower number 2. At this point, instead of having her bodyguard Heroine bring the wand to Yusial, she decided to go see him herself. I came here after hearing that Beak Yusial is around, but this is Subtower number 2, where the professor's labs are. Is he here to see a professor? She wondered to herself. But right after that, the girls started fidgeting and panicking. Should I go in or not? Wait, why did I even come here? I could have just handed it to him at the training grounds. Doing this makes it look like I'm running after some commoner. No way, I gotta head back, Bion thought before a voice snapped her out of it. Oh, Princess, hearing the familiar voice. Bion turned to look and greeted Professor Hammerl. Long time no see, Professor. Across from her, Hammerl nodded with a chuckle. It feels like just yesterday I was teaching you magic in the royal palace and now you've grown up so much. What brings the princess here? I had some business, but I'm heading back now. Bion waved her hand dismissively as if she didn't want to talk too much about why she came. Professor Hammerl advised, things are a bit chaotic right now, so it's good that you're heading back. Right now, mages are swarming over here because of a student named Beak Usial, so everything's a bit messy, Professor Hammerl said with a headache. Hearing this, Princess Bion's eyes couldn't hide her surprise. But quickly regaining her composure, she asked, what's so special about that commoner? I'm sure the princess fought him directly, so you already know. He didn't use any magic at all, right? Ah, yes, Bion replied. Then a faint wave of sadness washed over the princess's face. So he was watching that match too. How humiliating to display such a pathetic performance in front of the master I respect the most, she thought bitterly to herself. Turning back to Professor Hammerl, seeing her expression, the professor looked slightly surprised and offered some comfort. The princess doesn't need to blame herself. Your opponent fought with everything he had, yet he didn't use a single bit of magic, Bion asked back. Professor Hammerl then enlightened her. That's because of his faith. Faith? What do you mean, Professor? She asked with a face full of confusion. After watching the practical, the headmaster deduced that the student might be trying to revive the spirit of knighthood that vanished back in ancient times. Wait, Beak Usial pursuing the spirit of knighthood? That's absurd, the princess said in surprise. But then she started recalling her fight with Usial earlier. Indeed, Beak Usial had used his magic wand like a sword during their match. Even that magic sword was the same. Thinking about this, she was about 70 or 80% convinced. Still, with a few lingering doubts, she pressed on. Isn't it heavily penalized to not use magic at a magic academy? Surely he'll get points docked during the magic practical and face a bunch of other issues. That's right, that student knew full well and still chose this path. Isn't it amazing? Even after achieving massive success with Blink, he never stops pushing and refining himself. That must be his true faith, Professor Hammerl said with a voice full of admiration. If Usial actually heard this, he'd probably laugh himself to death. Brushing the matter aside after saying goodbye to Professor Hammerl, Princess Bion fell deep into thought. If someone says they dream of becoming a knight, they definitely get laughed at because the age of knights is over. But Beak Usial, is he genuinely pursuing the path of knighthood? And yet I got mad at him, telling him not to mess around, she thought to herself. Right at that moment, Usial spotted her and called out, "What are you doing here?" with the idyllic root, the prize for 5th place, still in his mouth. Turning to Bion, the moment she saw Usial appear, her expression changed instantly. I came here because of you. For what? Usial mumbled while continuing to chew loudly, which annoyed the princess to no end as she stared daggers at him. Eventually, unable to outstare Usial in a starring contest, she threw the box containing the wand at him and snapped, "Whatever, just take it." Seeing this, the guy immediately caught on and shouted, "Oh, is this a terraphone? Thanks." Finishing that, he hurriedly popped open the storage box to inspect his new loot. Is this an invisible sword? As expected of Adalevit, the craftsmanship is on another level. The princess really helped me out big time. Awesome, you can't even buy this kind of stuff with money. Thinking this, he turned back to Bion with hopeful eyes. Hey, can you just give me the box too? It'd probably fetch a great price. Suit yourself, the princess said nonchalantly, leaving the broke bastard overjoyed inside. Oh man, what a steal, what a total commoner, she thought to herself. Then a hint of seriousness flashed in her eyes as she asked, Hey, Beak Usial, are you really never going to use other magic? The sudden question caught Usial a bit off guard, and the intense look he gave her made Bion feel a little flustered. Hurriedly turning away, she stammered, Anyway, never mind, I'm leaving. On his end, Usial just shrugged and brushed it off. Other magic, come to think of it, Professor Lee Hanwal said something similar earlier. Talking about understanding my situation, respecting my faith, all this confusing mumbo-jumbo about how I chose a thorny path. Well, whatever, I'll just deal with things as they come. With this magic sword, I can at least feel somewhat secure about the next chapter. Now let's test out the blade, he muttered, gripping the wooden box tightly. Shifting the scene to the training grounds, holding the new wand in his hand, he muttered to himself, Let's see. Just channel mana into this, right? As he spoke, Usial tested channeling a bit of mana into his new gear. And right after that, the wand sprouted a glowing blade of light, making Usial's eyes turn into sparkling stars. Not bad at all. If Flame wielded this sword, it'd definitely look way flashier. The female lead Flame is a special existence. Even though she's human, she can use all kinds of magic from elves, dwarves, and angels. This staff alone continuously drains the user's mana, so not just anyone can use it. But Flame can wield it like an ultimate skill thanks to her natural mana recovery. As for me, well, what mana do I even have to lose? Even though mana is constantly absorbed, because of my mana leakage, it can't pool inside my body and just gets expelled outward. In other words, the mana concentration in my breath determines the Terraphone's power. Let's check my status window. Beak Yusial, stats, strength 1 star 77%, senses 2 star 29%, agility 0 star 97%, stamina 1 star 43%, mana none, remaining experience none. Skills, Blink LV 1, traits, Mana Leakage LV 2. Mana Leakage LV 2 increases strength by 5%, agility by 8%, and senses intuition by 15%. Activated by consuming the user's mental energy. Grants a faint perception of mana flow within an 18-meter radius while activating cognitive acceleration. Automatically triggers when the user is in danger. Increases active mana circulation speed by 1%. Returning to Yusial, looking over his stats, he was relatively satisfied. Eating the Edelic root, the reward for 5th place in the recent exam, really boosted his strength a bit. Now that I've got a weapon, I can directly grind experience and practice swordsmanship too. Things are gonna get real busy from here on out, he sighed in satisfaction. Time flew by quickly, shifting the scene to a training arena. Standing before the class, the instructor announced, "Today, we're going to have a practical combat magic session. Everyone spread out and get your wands ready." The instructor was Barayan, the defensive magic lecturer. Following his instructions, the students scattered and started practicing by throwing up magic shields. Walking around to inspect the students' casting process, the instructor muttered to himself, "This batch seems packed with talented students." Dividing the classes by tier was definitely a smart move. Saying that, his gaze suddenly drifted off. Isn't that student the rumored commoner from Class S standing all dazed by himself? A mere commoner who managed to resonate with the intermediate wand and even grab 5th place in the dungeon exam. How annoying. Thinking this, the cunning bastard walked over to give Yusial a hard time. "Hey, Beak Yusial, why are you just standing around daydreaming?" Hearing the call, Yusial turned around and awkwardly replied, "Ah, well, I'm practicing a different kind of defense, so I don't really need to learn basic magic." "Is that so? Your very own special defense? Sounds interesting." The old man chuckled outwardly, but thought entirely differently inside. "So arrogant. Unless you're Princess Bion studying Adalevit's inherited magic, a commoner shouldn't harbor delusional dreams of having some special defense. Anyway, I heard Beak Yusial doesn't use any magic other than Blink. Since that's the case." Thinking this, the sly bastard wanted to teach him a lesson and proposed, "Then why don't you use that wonderful defense of yours to put on a demonstration so the other students can broaden their horizons? Your opponent will be." As he spoke, the old man turned his gaze toward the students behind him. Spotting a red-haired kid, he smirked. "Right, Morso from Class B is the most suitable." Hearing Professor Barayan say that, Morso flashed a villainous smile. Barayan wasn't doing this for no reason. Making a suggestion like this was calculated. As an instructor specializing in defense, maintaining good relationships with elite students was crucial to keeping his job. Morso Dordan belonged to the Scalvan Empire. Sucking up to him a bit wouldn't hurt. If he displayed stellar magic in a match against a Class S student, it'd look great on his performance record. Thinking this, the old man smiled until his eyes practically disappeared and asked, "How about it?" Hearing him, our main character didn't shrink back at all and readily accepted. "Sure, all right." Just like that, Yusial and Morso stepped up onto the dueling platform under the watchful eyes of everyone around. Meanwhile, a few sycophants didn't forget to cheer Morso on. "Morso, crush him, humiliate him in front of everyone." The two yelled as if afraid nobody else could hear. And Morso, full of unfounded confidence, declared, "All right, just wait and see." Across from them, seeing these brats yelling and hollering, Yusial could only crack a bitter smile inside. What is this? Turns out they're lackeys of Uslek and Raiden. Kids these days are so petty. Well, whatever, this is a mandatory class anyway, and I can't use regular magic either. Come to think of it, Barayan was infamous for being ruthless even back in the first-year chapters. Alright, let's use this opportunity to test out my training results, Yusial chuckled inwardly. Then that nasty instructor Barayan laid down the rules. This match will alternate between attack and defense turns, and no other magic is allowed. Morso will attack first. Down below, the mob of Morso's lackeys were utterly convinced he'd win. Morso's definitely gonna win. Not only is he good at defense, but he's also proficient in earth magic for attacks. Blocking his strike is gonna be impossible. Nearby, Prince Jeremy watched the battle with a hint of amusement. Then, "Ready, start," Barayan bellowed. Right after the command, Morso immediately cast his magic, gradually forming a massive chunk of earth right in front of him. Witnessing the sight from below, the students began whispering among themselves, "Is that a Tier 2 magic spell?" The unwritten rule of basic magic class is that only tier 1 magic is allowed. Will I'll be okay. Eat the power of my magic, you class S punk. Morso roared internally before shouting out loud, Dordan Earth Piercer. Not sure if shouting that did anything, but he whipped his wand forward to send the boulder flying. Faced with this incoming attack, Yusial calmly and smoothly swung his sword, effortlessly slicing the boulder right in half. And perhaps because it was conjured from magic after being cut in two by Yusial, the two rock fragments slowly dissolved as if they had never appeared. Up front, seeing his attack nullified just like that, Morso shook as if bitten by a rabid dog. No way, my magic vanished, he stammered in disbelief. Even the other students below were left completely stunned. He cut through magic with a sword, but how can a sword make magic disappear? Unlike them, with an instructor's experience, villainous as he was, Barayan realized something. No, mere slashing shouldn't do that, but Beak Yusial definitely made Morso's magic vanish. All magic has a mana flow. If you cut that flow precisely, the magic dissipates. Could he actually be doing that? He thought, staring intently at Yusial as if trying to uncover a secret. Back to Yusial, after that attack, he was quite pleased with his sword. Not bad at all. I can only cut up to tier 3 magic right now, but all those day and night training sessions in the room finally paid off. This is enough, Yusial thought, gripping his sword tightly. Meanwhile, that idiot Morso gritted his teeth and barked meaningless trash talk. Damn it, a commoner like you dares. Down below, the scumbag Barayan started sweating bullets seeing Morso throw a dog-like fit. This is bad. If Morso crashes here, I'm gonna be in deep trouble too, he cursed inwardly. Thinking fast, he chimed in to intervene. Beak Yusial, I acknowledge your defensive capability, but that kind of defense can only block one strike at a time. In the end, it has its limits. For instance, when facing a barrage of attacks, the instructor critiqued outwardly, but in reality, he was subtly hinting to the idiot Morso on how to attack. Catching on quickly, Morso broke into a wide grin. Yusial shot the scumbag instructor a dirty look. What is this guy rambling about? Before he could ponder it much, Morso began casting his magic once again, conjuring countless floating rock fragments in midair. Wait, hold on, that's too far, it's way too dangerous. Shouldn't the professor stop this? The students worriedly murmured. But the idiot Morso and the scumbag Barayan didn't care about that. Right now, they only cared about how to crush Yusial as fast as possible. Stone-piercing barrage, he screamed at the top of his lungs. And just like that, a flurry of stones shot straight toward Yusial. Faced with this rain of attacks, the male lead felt a slight pinch. There are 11 stones coming in total. I can't use blink and I can't slice them all away in time. My only choice is to block them all. Thinking this, Yusial began spinning his sword like a fan to form a protective shield, blasting apart all the incoming stones so none of them could touch him. Seeing this, Morso gritted his teeth in pure fury. My strongest magic got neutralized this easily, he thought in agonizing frustration. As for Barayan down below, his face looked like a wrinkled monkey's backside. Damn it, what on earth is Morso doing? If he loses, I'm completely screwed, he cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Yusial himself was somewhat surprised by his own move. Oh, tried imitating a technique I saw in games, not bad at all. This technique is called sword sweep. Because he had to maintain the Terraphone's blade form, the mental energy consumed was many times higher than usual, leading to a severe drop in stamina after use. Furthermore, the defensive power was weaker than blocking a single target. In actual real combat, it'd be tough to utilize. Good thing this is just a practice match, Yusial reasoned internally. Meanwhile, the other students went wild with awe. Whoa, that's the first time I've ever seen a technique like that. It looks just like a magic shield. Is there magic that defends like that? At this rate, Morso's gonna lose in no time. Murmurs began echoing around, driving Morso completely insane with rage. A commoner like you, how dare you? He yelled as he started casting magic yet again. Counting this time, it would be his third consecutive attack, prompting immediate discontent from the rest of the students. Wait, is he attacking again? Morso's turn is already over, they muttered, casting wary, disgusted looks at the crooked instructor. Whether he heard them or not, Barayan just smiled and silently wished Morso would keep attacking. Get ready, Beak Yusial, I'm not holding back this time. Just as the words left his mouth, another voice rang out from the sidelines, Teacher. Hearing the familiar voice, the scumbag instructor turned his head toward the source and asked, What is it, Jeremy? On his end, the prince flashed a bright, beaming smile, then asked back, Why aren't you switching the attack turn over to Beak Yusial? That, the old man stammered, completely at a loss for words. Seeing the prince step up to call out the injustice, the rest of the students joined in. This isn't a basic first-year practice anymore. If someone slips up, they could get seriously hurt. What is this teacher trying to pull? His turn is already over. Glaring coldly at Barayan, they put him in a tight spot. Damn it, I got too caught up in the match and didn't pay attention to everyone's reactions, he thought in a panic. Finally, having no other choice, Barayan announced, S-switch attack turns. Up on the platform, hearing that, Morso hurriedly threw up a magic shield. But the moment it formed, Yusial slashed right through it, shattering it into countless pieces before pointing his blade straight at Morso's neck. Beak Yusial wins, Barayan declared. Morso losing so quickly left everyone slightly startled. In the end, Beak Yusial won. He's way more formidable than I thought. Ignoring the chatter, Prince Jeremy stepped forward with an enigmatic smile. Shifting the scene to the prince's private quarters, Morso's agonizing screams echoed through the room. Please spare me, he whimpered weakly. After getting his daily dose of stress relief beatdowns on the guy, Jeremy finally stopped and turned to speak to the girl standing nearby, Vera Jane. It looks like my friend is rather badly injured. Take good care of him. If anything happens to him, I'll be heartbroken, he said, using a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his hands. Already too used to this, Vera Jane didn't show much surprise. Yes, I understand. Then I'll leave him to you, he replied before walking away. Standing behind, Vera Jane watched Jeremy's back retreating and fell into brief thought, not a subordinate, a friend, huh? In the Scalvan Empire, where power was decided entirely by magical strength, Jeremy Scalvan had surpassed all his siblings to claim the Crown Prince's throne at the age of 12. Not being Jeremy's subordinate meant the Dordan family would be permanently banished from the academy. Not just Morso once caught in Crown Prince Jeremy's crosshairs, commoner Beak Yusial's school life is definitely not going to be peaceful anymore, she thought to herself. Shifting the scene to a research lab classroom, students were chatting happily among themselves. Hey, did you hear? Beak Yusial from Class S something about the spirit of knighthood, like, what even is a knight's spirit? What does a magic academy have to do with knights? Someone complained. Even so, he beat Morso from the Dordan family. Seriously, the Dordan family actually has some clout in the Scalvan Empire, right? They exclaimed in surprise. In the back, the female lead Flame felt a growing wave of irritation hearing everyone constantly talking about Yusial. Everywhere I go, people are talking about Beak Yusial. Even though I don't want to draw attention, this is getting annoying. Who on earth is that guy? Ignoring her, a female professor walked into the classroom and announced, "All right, everyone settle down. Alchemy demands absolute precision in dosage, timing, and temperature," said Mazen Tyron, professor of the alchemy department. After waiting for everyone to quiet down, she continued, "Today we're going to practice brewing the Tyron recovery potion, which I researched and developed myself. Pay close attention." So annoying. One tiny mistake and everything goes up in smoke. Honestly, I want to stay as far away from alchemy as possible because it's way too meticulous and complicated, Flame grumbled inwardly. Right then, Professor Mazen's roar echoed out, "Altarisha, what on earth are you doing? With a sloppy performance like that, you expect to call yourself an alchemist," she scolded a blonde girl nearby. Which caught Flame's attention. "I heard Professor Mazen eventually becomes a notorious black mage. I need to harvest more materials, so I have no choice but to keep taking this class." At the same time, soft chuckling began to sound from beside Flame. Hey, perfect, this is it," he muttered with a laugh as he stared at the vial in front of him, looking for all the world like someone brewing a dark poison to harm others. Beak Ducio, at first I thought he joined this class just to get close to Azel, but it turns out he's an absolute pervert. What on earth did I just witness? Whatever, forget it, I need to go gather materials. Finishing his thought, Flame hurried off to make preparations, and after a while, she finally finished brewing the potion. Phew, it's finally done. Good thing I have advanced study habits or I wouldn't have finished this so quickly. I wonder how Azel is doing, she muttered. Turning her gaze over to look at Azel beside her, she saw that the girl was still struggling with processing her materials. Phew, looks like she's doing great. Wait, great. In the original story, Azel happened to acquire Mela's technical magic notes and ended up creating a higher-tier recovery potion than the Tyron recovery potion assigned in this class. So why is she brewing a normal one like this? Flame thought, rubbing her chin in confusion. Before Professor Mazen's screeching voice echoed across the room, "Beak Ducio, who gave you permission to arbitrarily change the experimental ingredients?" Doing it this way yields better results though, Ducio replied with a shrug, thoroughly irritating her. Is this really the time to talk about results? This isn't even the Tyron recovery potion I asked for. Hearing them talk, Flame spun around in shock. What could the high-grade potion Azel was supposed to make have been brewed by Beak Ducio instead? Something's off. Why on earth would Beak Ducio be able to make a high-grade Tyran recovery potion in Azel's place? She muttered, casting a deeply suspicious glance at Ducio. Over on her end, Professor Mazin clutched her head in disbelief at his reply. Absurd, your attitude is atrocious. See, I told you commoners are hopeless. HMPH, she said with utter disdain. That remark completely caught Flame off guard. Because according to the original story, that line was supposed to be, see, that's why your whole family got wiped out. HMPH. Words that became a haunting trauma for Azel after losing her family, sticking with her all the way until the end of the story. Could it be that Beak Ducio knew about this beforehand, which was why he intentionally drew Professor Mazin's attention to protect Azel? But Professor Mazin is an influential figure at Stella Academy. Once you're on her bad side, your grades in other subjects take a hit too. Would that guy really go this far just for Azel? Flame thought in astonishment. For reasons unknown, the professor roared at the top of her lungs. You, what kind of attitude is that? Get your parents here right now. Hearing that lion's roar, Ducio finally remembered who she was. Oh man, I almost forgot. I got so caught up in alchemy that I completely slipped my mind on this annoying plot point. Thinking that, Ducio sighed internally and replied, I don't have parents. You, how dare you talk back to me? She screamed further. As for Ducio, he had long since reached the point where he was too fearless to care. Well, whatever, I'm already targeted anyway, what else is there to be scared of? Since that's how it is, tomorrow I'll try making kimchi potion and cola potion, the guy secretly plotted to himself. Time quickly passed, and a few weeks later, the confrontation between Ducio and Professor Mazin started getting more intense. Beak Ducio, how many times do I have to tell you not to tamper with alchemy ingredients on your own? She fumed. Ducio calmly explained from across the desk, but I only tweaked the professor's formula a little, and the results turned out better. What you? She spluttered, rendered speechless with rage. Meanwhile, Ducio activated his glasses to check her status info. The results quickly popped up before his eyes. Mazin Tyran, Darkness Corrosion Rate 21%, Inferiority, Envy, Servant of Darkness, Alchemy Professor, Chapter 8 Boss, Dark Awakening confirmed. Seeing that, Ducio nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, everything is going according to plan. Chapter 8, Mazin Tyran, a boss consumed by darkness. She was one of the villains who underwent Dark Awakening because she couldn't overcome the shadows in her heart. Once the darkness corrosion rate exceeds 90%, she completely transforms into a dark fiend, but when it's below 50%, magic cannot detect it. Right now, Mazin's darkness corrosion rate is at 21%. There's no proof she's a dark fiend, so I can't report her yet. The only way is to keep provoking her until the corrosion rate passes 50% and then call in the anti-fiend squad. In cases of ordinary darkness corrosion, there was still a way to cure them before complete dark awakening, but Mazin was a servant of darkness, someone who proactively forged a pact with dark fiends. Therefore, the seed of darkness had already taken root in her body and was completely incurable. Even though we're only at Chapter 4, she's a tough boss, so I need to prep early. Otherwise, she'll turn other students into dark fiends and threaten the safety of Stella, Ducio thought to himself. Unaware of Ducio's inner thoughts, Mazin glared at him with utter contempt. You never change. Don't expect to get a good grade in my alchemy class. Even better, just let her keep her eyes on me. Time to use class hours to grind my physical stats, Ducio thought to himself before suffering another headache. As for the next scenario, what is this? The practical exam is a group assignment. And of all things, Ducio's groupmates happened to be Azel alongside two other guys. Judging by the expressions on all three of their faces, they weren't thrilled about being grouped with someone who had offended a teacher. Good grief, look at this gloomy atmosphere. If you didn't know better, you'd think someone died, Ducio thought before offering an awkward smile. Nice to meet you, I'm Beak Ducio. Hearing him, the others introduced themselves. The blonde guy was Kasahun, the dark-haired student was Maluan, and Azel needed no introduction. Seemingly breaking the ice after the introductions, Maluan buried his face in his hands and wept. Our group is finished. I heard Professor Mazin gives brutally failing grades to students she hates. We might as well not even take the test. I'm really sorry for dragging you guys into this, Ducio thought awkwardly to himself. Amidst the gloomy mood, Azel stepped up to encourage them. We can't just give up like this. When grading practical exams, there are always at least 3 alchemists present from the Alchemy Guild. That means Professor Mazin can't arbitrarily fail us. Her explanation brought a glimmer of hope back to Kasahun and Maluan. Clinging to that thin thread of hope, they chimed in enthusiastically. All right, then we'll just do our best. Oh, this is actually a potion I've been wanting to try making once. Ducio shot Azel a look of quiet satisfaction. Too bad that look wasn't returned, as Azel turned her head away in annoyance, refusing to look at him. Shrugging that off, the group began their meeting. Anyway, the fire lizard tail, the assignment for this time, isn't too difficult if we combine what we've learned, though the ingredients are a bit tricky to source. So who's going to fetch the main ingredient, the fire lizard tail? She asked, and Ducio raised his hand right away. Leave that to me. You guys know the rules for monsters and alchemy ingredients, right? We have to pick ones that are completely fresh, Azel reminded them. Of course, the group nodded in unison. Ducio's confident demeanor put Azel at ease. With him acting so confident, it should be fine. Fire lizards, huh? All right, I'll bring them straight to you, Ducio chuckled inwardly. That evening, Professor Mason secretly summoned a student for a private meeting. Professor, did you call for me? Standing across from her, Mason pulled out a piece of paper and instructed, take this notice and deliver it to the Class C alchemy groups. Remember to exclude Group 12. Understood, Professor, the student nodded in compliance. The alchemy practical exam will be held in front of professional alchemists from the Alchemy Guild. If they see his pathetic performance, his path in alchemy is effectively over. Beak Ducio, I'll show you what happens when you defy a teacher, she gritted her teeth. Time fast-forwarded to the next morning at the Class S training room. The student tasked by Mason approached Flame to hand over the notice. Flame, this is for you, the alchemy class notice. Handing her the paper, he added a quick warning, oh, and don't tell anyone about this. They say people listen better when you phrase it like that. With that, the student bolted, leaving Flame to figure out what he meant. He probably meant not to tell Beak Ducio's Group 12, right? As if I'd listened to that. Glancing at the paper, it read, Notice, the practical exam topic has been changed from Reinforcement Potion D to Tyrant Supplement Potion. Students, please take note. Reading that, a thought suddenly crossed Flame's mind. Wait, if Beak Ducio knew the original plot ahead of time, wouldn't he try to stop this? Instead of preparing a fire lizard tail for the Reinforcement Potion D, he would prepare an Atalic Spider Carapace, the ingredient for the Tyrant Supplement Potion. That's it, this is my chance to test him. Crushing the paper in her fist, she decided to use this exam to verify whether Ducio truly knew the storyline in advance. Cut to Ducio, who had just stepped out of a teleportation gate to hunt for fire lizard tails. Welcome to Darably Arena, a welcome broadcast echoed, though Ducio had no time to care. Oh man, my head. Portals are great, but stepping out of them always makes me dizzy, he complained. Right on cue, a voice chimed in ahead of him. Welcome, Mage Beak Ducio. It is an absolute honor to welcome you to Darably, a female staff member smiled and said. Ducio waved a hand to clarify, I'm not an official mage yet, just an academy student. Being a student at Stella grants you the same privileges as an official mage anywhere. Nearby onlookers caught sight of Ducio's uniform and began whispering, hey look, that's a Stella student. Seriously, first time seeing a Stella uniform in person. So jealous, and he's cute too. Is there anything you need assistance with, sir? She asked cheerfully. Accustomed to it by now, Ducio declined any help. Thanks, he nodded and quickly walked off. Armed with a travel permit and a Stella pocket watch, you get treated like an official mage anywhere. Stella Academy is amazing, plus you get free use of teleportation gates that normally cost 100,000 credits. Thanks to that, every weekend I take the teleport gate to tour neighboring cities, and everything turns out exactly like it is in the world, Ducio thought to himself. He finally stopped when he reached a certain forest. Looks like this is the place. Today's target is the fire lizard, a tier 2 monster. While their physical strength and stats are only slightly above regular beasts, they possess magic defense and extreme agility, requiring tier 2 magic or higher to take down. I tried hunting a tier 1 monster earlier and it wasn't too hard, so tier 2 shouldn't be a problem either. With that thought, his perception picked up something rushing toward him. He instantly drew his sword and gripped it tightly. From behind, something lunged straight at Ducio at lightning speed. Unfortunately, it picked the wrong opponent. Since Ducio had already anticipated its attack, he effortlessly thrust his sword backward, cleanly piercing straight through the fire lizard. It let out a piercing shriek of agony. In less than 3 seconds, the monster kicked the bucket. Done, Ducio shrugged, though this wasn't the end of it. A whole pack of fire lizards slowly closed in around him. Seeing the ingredients willingly delivering themselves right to his doorstep brought a grin to his face. All right, time to harvest. He cheered excitedly, charging forward to attack. Fast forward to when he brought the harvested ingredients back to Azel. She couldn't hide her shock. These are so fresh. Naturally, Ducio flashed a grin. At least you know how to pick proper ingredients. I know, so stop nagging. Good, now we just need to combine them. Let's do our best, she nodded, and the group's spirits lifted. Professor Mason raised her voice to gather everyone's attention. Is everyone gathered? As previously announced, today's practical exam will be witnessed by professional alchemists from the Alchemy Guild. If you perform well in front of them, your future in alchemy will be wide open. Let's begin. Today's exam is the Tyrant Supplement Potion B. Everyone has prepared their ingredients, correct? Hearing her, Ducio's group froze in shock. Azel stood up and asked in confusion, "Pardon me, Professor, we thought the topic was Reinforcement Potion D." That was the original plan, but I announced a change to the Tyrant Supplement Potion. Right, everyone. She swept her gaze across the classroom, leaving the rest of the students too terrified to utter a single word. Ducio sneered internally at the blatant foul play. I'll be fine, but if the others fail because of this, they're in huge trouble. Was there a plot point like this in the original story? Thinking that, Ducio noticed female lead Flame staring intently at him. The moment she caught his gaze, she hurriedly looked away, leaving him completely baffled. That clueless, blank expression of his made Flame second-guess her own deduction. What's going on? Does Beak Ducio really not know the original plot, or if he did, why didn't he stop this? Turning back to Mason, she glared at Azel and interrogated her. Student Azel, did you bring the wrong ingredients? An alchemist pursuing the truth ends up messing up their ingredients and missing the objective. Looks like Group 12 is going to be, she began with a triumphant sneer, but before she could finish, Ducio cut her off. Hold on. What's so hard about making a Tyrant Supplement Potion? I'll make it using a different ingredient, and the results will be even better than the professor's. Just like I always do, Ducio said with supreme confidence. That statement caused the visiting alchemists from the guild to huddle together in discussion. The main ingredient for the Tyrant Supplement Potion is the Atalic Spider Carapace, which is packed with rich nutrients. And the Tyrant Supplement Potion is a tonic crafted precisely from that. Yet he claims he'll use fire lizard tails to make a supplement potion. Even better, I'll use this chance to crush his alchemy career in front of everyone, Mason thought with a wicked grin. She announced aloud, "Fine, you have 1 hour. Finish the Tyrant Supplement Potion within the allotted time." The exam officially began. Seeing Ducio openly challenge her, the group panicked. "Are you out of your mind? Beak Ducio, this is..." Kasahun stammered anxiously. "At this point, we have no choice but to wing it. Trust me and follow my lead. Trying is better than just failing," Ducio explained. Realizing they truly had nothing left to lose, they nodded. "Fine, I'll do it." "I want to shut them up too," the group agreed. "All right. Then listen to my instructions," Ducio whispered. Throughout his playthroughs, alchemy had always been one of his favorite subjects. He had meticulously recorded every single formula down to the tiniest detail, and naturally, the formula for Tyrant Supplement Potion B was no exception. Originally, he hadn't planned on using this formula because it was something future Professor Mason would spend years researching and inventing. Turning to the fire lizard tails, Ducio explained, "The reason Atalic spider carapaces are packed with nutrients is because they need them for reproduction. Fire lizard tails possess a matching biological organ, these blood vessels right here. I heard that the Alaker tribe in the southern desert uses fire lizard blood vessels to nourish their elders, and they live exceptionally long lives. So these blood vessels can definitely substitute for Atalic spider carapaces," Ducio said calmly. Malouin volunteered, I actually know a bit about the Alaker tribe's material processing techniques. Let me handle this part." "Great, it's yours," Ducio nodded. He continued directing, "And this mistletoe must be dried using a special desert method. Does anyone know how? Solar energy drying, right? I learned that from following my dad. With this amount of blood vessels, I can dry them in 5 minutes, Kasahun chimed in. "Then I'll handle this processing step," Azel volunteered. With that division of labor, the group immediately dove into work, watching them so focused. Ducio felt a swell of satisfaction. Everyone's doing a great job. Now, let's brew it according to my instructions. Time quickly ticked away. Not long after, a finished vial of potion was placed before Mason and the Alchemy Guild guests. "This is Tyrant Supplement Potion B, Professor," Ducio stated confidently. The guests were utterly startled. Unbelievable, these kids actually pulled it off. Up front, the 17th tier professor still refused to believe Ducio's group had succeeded. Ridiculous. Even I took years of research to invent the Tyrant Supplement Potion. How could they finish it so easily? She muttered under her breath. Without missing a beat, one of the guests stepped forward and said, "Let me inspect it." She channeled a specific type of magic into the vial and wore a look of astonishment. Her companion asked, "How is it?" though there are still a few minor flaws and some ingredients were wasted. Its efficacy actually surpasses my own Tyron supplement potion, the guest explained, bringing radiant smiles to the students' faces. Truly exceptional to think young people nowadays possess such novel knowledge, they praised in awe. Unable to accept the guest's verdict, Mason snatched the potion bottle right out of their hands and barked, "Give that here. Let me verify it myself." After inspecting it, she couldn't believe her own eyes either. "There's no mistaking it. This potion applies the monster nutrient to human energy conversion technique that I researched. It's a flawless Tyron supplement potion. Impossible. Why were they able to produce a superior product in such a short amount of time? Then again, I'm the one grading them. I'll just use lack of ingredients as an excuse to fail them right here," she thought, gripping the vial tightly before announcing, "Inspection complete." It appears that Group 12, before she could finish, one of the guests cut her off. "Group 12, an A+ is too low." "Professor Mason, what do you think?" the guest smiled. Sensing the obvious bad blood between Mason and Ducio's group, the guest stepped in to preempt her. That made Mason grind her teeth in fury. Damn it, these old hags. Cursing internally, she couldn't afford to offend the guild guests in public and was forced to concede. "Group 12 passes." "We pass." "That's awesome, not bad, right?" Ducio laughed, completely oblivious to Mason's death glare burning into his back. "I'll deal with you later, Beak Ducio," she vowed silently to herself. Following this event, Professor Mason Tyron's darkness corrosion rate ticked upward. Scene cut to the magic training grounds. Finally done. Being old and having to take classes is exhausting," Flame grumbled in exhaustion. Before a voice caught her attention, "Don't worry, Arshwang. You did great, besides you're still better than the princess." Hearing where the voice came from, Flame glanced over and thought to herself, that kid, she's supposedly a fire magic genius. Responding to what they said, Arshwang defensively protested, "I just feel like her pace of improvement is too terrifying. I've spent years practicing, yet your highness. Sooner or later, she's going to surpass my control." Over on this side, Ducio was startled upon hearing them reach this point. Bion's abilities weren't supposed to start developing until her second year, but why? Could this also be because of Baiduseo? Thinking back now, even the alchemical practical exam had something strange about it. The formula for the Type B Tyron supplement potion was originally discovered by a future Azel, and then stolen and finalized by Mason. Yet Baiduseo knew a formula that never appeared in the original work, and this plot point didn't seem to exist in the original story either. At this thought, Flame's eyes suddenly widened as a certain realization dawned on her. Wait a minute, he knows future information, yet he doesn't know the contents of the original work. Could it be that he didn't get Icegaed, but regressed instead? Thinking this, Flame's gaze relaxed slightly. If that was the case, everything made sense. If Baiduseo came from the future, he would only know future knowledge, rather than remembering every single minor event that happened to Azel. In fact, in the original work, even Majuseo had regressed once. The 11th month of Eons exists uniquely in this world, possessing the power to control time, if it was the power of that entity. As she thought this, a voice suddenly echoed next to Flame. "Is something wrong?" Hearing the call, Flame snapped out of her thoughts and turned to look. "Oh, it's Ha Wenryang. I'm glad I ran into you. You know Baiduseo, right? Did he leave any impression on you?" "What do you mean? I just think he's a slightly unusual student," Ha Wenryang answered with a puzzled look. "Anything else? Don't you feel anything different about him?" she asked back. "Nothing," he replied. "Is that so?" Flame's voice held a hint of disappointment, which also gave Ha Wenryang something to ponder. "Flame, do you perhaps have feelings for Baiduseo?" "I suppose I do," she replied after a moment of thought, completely unaware that her answer would easily cause misunderstandings. "Is that so? Well, anyway, Baiduseo is just like me. He knows the future ahead of time." Thinking up to this point, Flame muttered to herself, "No, this won't do. Staying stuck here like this doesn't suit my personality at all. Speaking of Baiduseo, maybe I should just go see him and confess right now." "Confess your feelings?" Ha Wenryang thought, dumbfounded. "Thanks for listening, I'm heading out," Flame said, waving goodbye before turning to leave. And she failed to notice. The exact moment she walked away, Ha Wenryang's expression noticeably turned gloomy. Time quickly passed until the next day, when Ducio began pondering the issue with that professor, Mason. "What should I do now?" Currently, Mason's dark corruption rate has risen to 37%, which meant there were less than 3 months left before that event occurred. Mason's corruption would randomly affect one of the students. Flame's friend Zeki, Bion's subordinate. Arshwang, Bion's loyal knight. and He Wenryong the sole successor of the Moon Shadow Tower. If He Wenryong fell to corruption, it would truly be a disaster. Although the probability was extremely low, He Wenryong's corruption aligned with the worst-case scenario, so he had to be extra cautious. Among the three of them, the one with the highest likelihood of. At this thought, Ducio abruptly stopped upon finding Flame standing right in front of him. "What on earth are you doing?" she suddenly asked, leaving Ducio just as confused. "What are you talking about? Last time you didn't give me a clear answer about your identity," Flame said, frowning. This made Ducio's face darken like the bottom of a pot. "Not this question again, you're really putting me in a tough spot." The guy grumbled inwardly before turning to look at Flame to weigh his options. Should I just tell Flame the truth? Maybe I'll get more information to reach a better ending. Go big or go home, let's just give it a try. With that thought, Ducio made up his mind and began to speak. "I am." Before he could even finish his sentence, countless system warnings suddenly flashed around Ducio. Warning, plot power is insufficient. You are not allowed to reveal your transmigration identity to this character, nor are you allowed to share the knowledge and information you possess with this character. Are you kidding me? What the hell is this? Ducio screamed internally. Then scratching his head, he said, "How about we do this? Everyone has their own secrets, so let's just tell half-truths, deal?" "All right, I agree," she nodded and said, and immediately fired off a question. "Well, let me ask first. You can foresee the future, right?" she blurted out bluntly. Ducio just wanted to bow down to her in his heart. "I told you to only tell half. Why are you asking it so point-blank? You're asking like that, which means you're the same way, right? What is your purpose in coming to this academy?" Ducio asked back. "To keep the world from perishing. This world is in danger. Now it's my turn. Why do you act the way you do? Act how? I have no idea, but I've just gotta gloss over it for now," Ducio thought, thoroughly baffled, and answered aloud, "It's not for any particular reason. I just do whatever I believe is the most right thing to do." That should be enough, right? Ducio thought to himself. But these words of his caused the heroine Flame to tremble violently and shout, "Don't lie. How can anyone be this kind? There has to be a purpose, something you want to achieve," she said with absolute confidence, leaving Ducio clueless as to how she could be so certain. "There isn't." "Ah no, something I want to achieve. Actually, I'm not even sure myself. I just want to survive," Ducio said calmly. Over on her end, Flame froze for a few seconds before responding. "I suppose so. Sorry I spoke out of turn." "Well, I'm going ahead." With that, she turned away with tears welling in her eyes, giving Ducio a massive heart attack. "Hey, wait a minute. It was my turn to ask. Is she crying?" he wondered inwardly. But before he could even react, he sensed a wave of killing intent coming from behind his back. And the person who arrived was none other than young Master Ha Wenryong. "What is it this time?" the guy screamed internally. Meanwhile, Ha Wenryong walked right up in front of him and interrogated. "Answer me, why did you make Flame cry?" "If you lie, I won't let you off," he warned in a stern voice, making Ducio shrink back. Good grief, just getting glared at by the strongest character's rival already gave him the chills. Now he remembered, there was apparently a plot point where Ha Wenryong had a one-sided crush on Flame. "If we have a misunderstanding here, it's going to be a huge hassle. I've got to clear this up. Me and Flame don't have anything going on. Why are you even asking?" "And you think I'll believe that?" Ha Wenryong said with a suspicious glare. "Believe it or not, especially not the things you're imagining. There's nothing like that going on, so rest easy," Ducio said, waving his hands while thinking to himself, that should do it, right? Across from him, the hopeless romantic simpering guy fell into deep thought for a moment, and then lowered his head to say, "I asked a redundant question. Sorry." "Oh, it's fine." Ducio hurriedly said, "Well then, I'll be going." Ha Wenryong replied coldly and turned to leave. Seeing him act like this, Ducio was rather surprised. What the hell, this doesn't suit his personality at all. Ha Wenryong, the guy who's always cold and rational, is showing such unstable behavior. I'm starting to feel a bit uneasy. Speaking of Azel, at this moment her face also wore a restless and annoyed expression. "Sigh, why can't I concentrate on anything today?" Thinking of this, she recalled her conversation with Ducio from earlier. "By Ducio, there's something I want to ask you. Did you come up with that formula right on the spot?" "Consider it that way," Ducio replied. And these words struck a nerve in Azel's pride. "I've always considered myself a genius, believing that's all it takes to defeat anyone. So what on earth was wrong with me just now? If this keeps up, how am I supposed to avenge my father? The people who framed my father as a traitor and drove him to his death, that filthy, cowardly Adalevit family. I can't just let it go with this if I want to exact my revenge. At that thought, she slammed both hands hard against her cheeks to steady herself. I can't give up like this, I have to try harder, she muttered to herself. Shifting scenes to Flame's dorm room, as she lay in bed, she had plenty of time for wild thoughts. I chose a 4-person room because I like lively places, but now that I think about it, I really wish I'd chosen a single room meant for Class S. When Baiduseo clearly said at the time that he didn't know his own purpose, that's definitely proof that he regressed. At the very end of the original work, the 11th month of Eons said this to Majuseo. You can turn back time, but the price is that you will lose most of your memories and recollections during this period. And once your mission is complete, your existence will completely vanish. No one will remember that you saved the world, and even the people you love will forget you. Even so, do you still want to turn back time and start over from scratch? If that is my destiny, Majuseo said with a smile, completely unconcerned. But the one who stopped Majuseo was Azel. Wait, she shouted, causing him to turn around in mild surprise. Wait, if I have to live in a world without you, I'd rather watch this world perish while keeping your image locked away in my heart. Come with me. Her words caused Majuseo to abandon his intention to regress, and the world was destroyed, ending the story in a tragic conclusion. If this world is different from the original work and Baiduseo, not Majuseo, is the one who regressed using the power of the 11th month of Eons. Then after completing his mission, he will instantly vanish from this world without leaving a single trace behind. Yet he, the one who lost most of his memories and is left only with an obsession for his mission, said he just wanted to survive. Then as for me, she thought as she tightly gripped her bedsheets. Right at that moment, her friend Jackie burst into the room and yelled, Flame, Ha Wenryang is looking for you. Tell him I'm not here, Flame said as she turned away to go to sleep. But her friend stammered, I don't know anything, I want to sleep. Shifting to the location outside the dormitory, because Flame refused to come out. Jackie had to run over to deliver the message instead. Ha Wenryang. Without waiting for her to finish, Ha Wenryang coldly asked back, who are you? Where's Flame? She's feeling sick so she's resting. Could it be she's feeling awkward after getting rejected by a mediocre student? The delusional goofball Ha Wenryang thought to himself before speaking up. I see, you can go back. Standing behind him, Jackie watched Ha Wenryang's retreating back with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. I love him this much, yet he can't even remember my name. It's always like this, outstanding talent, everyone's attention. Everything good belongs to Flame, even Ha Wenryang's heart. How annoying, she muttered, clenching her fists tightly. Time quickly flew by to the morning of the next day, shifting scenes to the first main tower. Inside a room, a certain man was lecturing Mason. I heard you were humiliated by a student, Professor Mason. I am truly useless, she admitted. The person sitting across from her was Ikihiden, the vice principal of Stella Academy. At this moment, he turned his back to her and said, I'm sure you know how high my expectations are for you. Is the research combining alchemy and magic engineering with the doctors of the Moon Shadow cult proceeding well? Of course, I won't let you down, she affirmed. Good, I believe in you, he said, giving Mason a pat on the shoulder. Yes, please leave it to me. Once she finished speaking, Professor Mason quickly took her leave, and the moment she vanished from his line of sight, the vice principal's expression changed instantly. What a fool. Not knowing she's being used, blindly chasing after fame, a mage tasked with fighting the dark mages. Yet now she's researching for them. How ridiculous. I'm really looking forward to the day alchemical magic engineering is completed, he said with a voice full of mockery. At the same time, Mason's assistant Altarisha was struggling to carry a towering stack of papers. Sorry, I can't see anything, she hurriedly called out to a few people in front of her, before a pair of hands suddenly reached out, taking half the pile of papers as he said, Assistant, are you all right? The person was none other than our protagonist, Ducio. Next, he helped Altarisha carry the pile of documents back to the office. Thanks to you, if you hadn't been here, Professor Mason would have yelled at me all night. It's nothing, he replied with a smile. Afterward, Ducio glanced around the room and sighed in dismay. This place looks such a mess. Thinking of this, something suddenly caught his eye. What's that? Ducio said, staring at the whiteboard in front of him, which was covered in dense, scribbled notes and formulas. Seeing this, Assistant Altarisha turned around to explain, those are the formulas Professor Mason is researching with the doctors. It's supposed to be some kind of combined alchemical magic engineering formula. Hearing her say that, our protagonist couldn't help but be startled, because he understood quite well what this was. Is this the combined alchemical magic engineering formula? The first formula of alchemical magic engineering. In Maizen's corruption arc, the dark mages will help her perfect this formula. The technological gap it brings will cause immeasurable damage. And Altarisha, she was the one who changed the tide. What if she could solve this formula before the dark mages did? At that thought, Ducio spoke up. Assistant Altarisha, do you want some coffee? She asked back. No, that's not it. Do you ever feel frustrated being pushed around by Professor Maizen? Why are you suddenly asking that? She stammered. Ignoring the question, Ducio began pitching a proposal to her. If there was a way to get back at her in the most satisfying way possible, would you want to try it? Hearing these words from Ducio, the assistant was initially stunned for a moment. Then, she gently shook her head. You're just a lowly assistant. What's the point of revenge? If you get fired, you'll end up homeless on the street. Ah well, living a wandering life has its perks too. On this side, Ducio knew the assistant was a bit timid, so he changed his approach. How about this instead? You become an alchemist far greater than Professor Maizen, so that no one can ever look down on you again, Ducio said enthusiastically. People often say nobody taxes your dreams, so upon hearing this, Altarisha's face lit up with a longing look. If only it could be like that. Turning back to Ducio, seeing the assistant's expression, he fell into deep thought. Altarisha is already too exhausted. There's no way she can resign herself to just being an assistant cleaning up this dusty warehouse all day. Altarisha always harbors a dream of becoming an alchemist and freely creating her own inventions, and she has enough talent to turn that dream into reality. Because she is destined to become the most brilliant alchemical genius of the era, someone who would create countless items with extraordinary wisdom and unique ideas. Though she currently has to shelve her dream due to harsh reality, I'll help her make it happen, Ducio thought to himself. After all, having such a talented ally was an immense benefit to him. Returning to Altarisha after daydreaming for 3 or 4 seconds, she forced a smile and said to the male lead, Sorry, in the end I couldn't even treat you to a cup of coffee. It's fine, assistant, Ducio shook his head. Summing things up, as Stella's midterm exams drew to a close, Ducio frequently visited Altarisha. And today was no exception. Seeing him arrive, the assistant beamed with joy to welcome her godfather. Oh, you think so too? I was also planning to add a push-button color-changing feature to the magic pen. You should add an eraser to it as well, Ducio awkwardly suggested. Like a mechanical pencil, that's a great idea. Altarisha clapped her hands at Ducio's suggestion. Then she buried herself back into her designs. Looking at her figure engrossed in work, the male lead standing beside her wore a satisfied smile. Good, Altarisha's number of inventions is steadily increasing, but her formula decoding ability is still a bit weak. I have to guide Altarisha to find the solution before Maizen Tyran does, but it's so hard. Thinking of this, Ducio felt a slight bottleneck in his nurturing plan. As he was deep in thought leaving Altarisha's laboratory, the voice of the heroine Flame suddenly rang out. Hey punk, why are you walking around like a lost soul? Walk like that and you're gonna crash into someone. Hearing her voice, Ducio spun around and interrogated, Who are you calling a punk? Looking at you, you're clearly a kid, Flame retorted. Hearing that, Ducio gritted his teeth internally. The nerve of her, I never even told her my age, we must just be running into each other too often. Taking a deep breath to calm his anger, he said, Whatever, running into you is fine too. Hey, do you happen to know Zeki? Hearing that question, the expression on Flame's face suddenly turned anxious. Why you? What are you planning to do? Are you planning to commit a crime? Hey, I haven't even said anything yet. You should keep a closer eye on him. Who knows, he might be running into some trouble, Ducio gravely warned, knowing full well that if someone was affected by darkness, their mental state would become extremely unstable. Turning back to Flame, upon seeing Ducio's attitude, she arrogantly shared a bit of information with him. I'm not entirely sure, but we agreed to go hunting together late this weekend, so I'll keep an eye out. Right, I'm counting on you, Ducio nodded. Speaking of which, he couldn't help feeling a bit anxious about how the plot would unfold next. The hunting season, needless to ask, he already knew where they were headed. It was the setting of Chapter 4, Mardavis Cemetery. All the important characters like Ma Ducio, Azel, and Flame would participate in this event. There would be a massive battle against a Tier 5 necromancer. Even though he wasn't tied to that plot, gathering rewards here would be extremely beneficial for the upcoming familiar bonding ceremony. Time quickly passed, cutting to instructor Lee Hanwal's location. At this moment, Ducio met up with him to hand over some paperwork. Here, my travel permit. Hearing the male lead, the cool uncle reached out, took the paper to inspect it for a moment, and nodded. Training, that makes sense. Nobody at Stella teaches swordsmanship or knightly spirit anyway. Over on his end, while waiting for Lee Hanwal to review it, Ducio noticed a certain application form lying on the desk. Is this Ma Ducio's leave application? Should I probe a bit and ask? Thinking that to ensure the plot wouldn't derail, Ducio casually brought it up. Lots of people asking for leave to go hunting lately, huh, instructor? Hearing that, Lee Hanwal glanced at him and nodded. Yeah, they're all heading to Mardavis Cemetery for club activities. Probably want to open up a shop. As expected of Ma Ducio and Hei Wen Riang, talented and hardworking students. Ducio continued probing to confirm whether that super genius was heading there too, and unexpectedly, letting his guard down, the instructor spilled the beans. Nah, Ma Ducio said he wanted to go home. And Hei Wen Riang is going with Flame. Hearing him say that, Ducio's worst fear had come true, the plot was veering off course. Oh man, what is this? Without Ma Ducio, how on earth are they going to survive the necromancer's attack? Who knows what wind blew Ma Ducio, someone who never went home without a valid reason, into asking for leave? But one thing was certain. With the current lineup, they couldn't possibly defeat a Tier 5 necromancer. What should he do? Without concrete proof, he couldn't request backup, and because of plot power, he couldn't spell out information too blatantly either. Yet he couldn't just stand by and watch them get wiped out. Left with no other choice, he had to step up and handle this himself. With that thought, a flash of determination filled Ducio's eyes. Time flew by. A few days later at Mardavis Cemetery. This resting place of the departed was being thoroughly farmed for monsters by a group of students, casually punching a giant purple piranha in front of him to death. The red-haired guy grinned and said, "They said it's a Tier 2 monster, but this piranha is total trash." He was a second-year student, Guangdok. Hearing his remark, another second-year student named Kasif Derek yelled, "Hey, you idiot, you ruined everything. Did you even listen to the squad leader's orders?" "Ah, my bad, haha." Guangdok scratched his head, only making Kasif even angrier. You can still laugh at a time like this. Not far away, a female mage watching the two bickering stepped in to mediate. Just leave him be, arguing is pointless. That black-haired girl was a second-year student, Banjian. With that, Banjian turned to Azel beside her and said, "Hey, you don't need to mind those two." "Ah, right," Azel responded awkwardly. Hearing that, Kasif chimed in with annoyed irritation. "Hey, we can hear you, you know." "So what if you heard?" Banjian challenged. "Shut up, don't you know how to keep your mouth shut in front of our juniors?" Kasif snapped. "Nope," Banjian shot back. Returning to Azel, watching their antics, the young mage fell into thought. "I came here because I heard the club allowed special leave for recruiting members. At least they aren't bad people." Over there, having finished bickering, Banjian called out, "Azel, let's go." "Ah yes, senior," Azel replied. But before she could finish, a terrifying explosion suddenly echoed from afar, causing everyone to snap their heads toward the source of the sound. "What was that?" the black-haired female mage asked anxiously. "Sounds like someone's having a fierce battle nearby." Hearing that, Banjian turned to Kasif. "Should we go say hello in case we encroach on their hunting grounds? Sound good, squad leader?" "Ah, sure," Kasif nodded in agreement. Just like that, the four-person party started heading forward, and upon arriving at the scene, they were somewhat surprised, because two groups were currently locked in a standoff. Look, it's Flame and Bion. Why are Bion and Flame here? Azel wondered inwardly, though quickly piecing things together upon overhearing their argument. "I clearly took down the giant piranha." "Bullshit, it was in our hunting zone, so it belongs to us," one of them shouted. Hearing this, Azel glanced at the giant fish carcass lying nearby. "And don't ask why there's a fish in a cemetery, just accept that it's there." "Is that a giant piranha? I heard it's a Tier 3 monster and extremely rare." They must be fighting over loot and ended up squabbling. Getting mixed up in this would only spell trouble. Besides, I don't want to face the daughter of the man who killed my father. No way, I need to get out of here right now. Thinking that, Azel slowly took a few steps back to minimize her presence. However, the clueless numbskull Kasif overestimated himself and wanted to show off, stepping forward to intervene. Well, juniors. If you've got issues, just talk to your seniors here in this lovely atmosphere." In response to his intrusion, the girls didn't even bother glancing his way before snapping, "Shut your mouth and get lost." "Daring to talk to your senior like that?" Kasif stammered in shock. "If you're a senior, you should act like one," Princess Bion coldly replied, leaving Kasif completely speechless. Serves the show-off right for meddling in a women's quarrel. Fortunately, their bickering was abruptly cut short when the ground beneath their feet suddenly rumbled violently, startling the entire group. Wait, this magical energy is… No way, skeletons are appearing, they cried out in horror as pure white skeleton warriors clawed their way up from beneath the earth, staring at them with icy gazes. At the same time, in another corner of the cemetery, Ducio was busy farming monsters. Skill experience increased. Stat experience increased. The system's cold notification chimed in. Hearing the prompt, Ducio let out a heavy sigh, envying mages who could clear mobs from a distance. Sigh, if only I could use magic. Why did it have to be blink, blink, damn it? Well, it's probably about time. With that thought, Ducio started looking left and right as if searching for something. And very quickly, he spotted his target, a tomb not far away. Upon seeing it, a flash of joy lit up the male lead's eyes. Found it. I don't have overpowered AoE skills to wipe out an army of skeletons like Ma Ducio, nor do I possess overwhelming strength. There's only one way to survive here, and that's to fight like a gamer, thinking that. Right as tremors shook the ground, a system notification popped up before Ducio to remind him. Chapter 4, The Necromancer's Attack has begun. No sooner had the notification appeared than a horned skull broke through the soil right in front of the tomb. That's the Skeleton General, the commander of hundreds of skeletons. Skeleton General. A mini-boss monster that only appeared 3 times in this chapter. With my current strength, going toe-to-toe with it directly is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. However, I have no intention of doing that. Thinking up to that point, while the mini-boss had barely poked its head out, Ducio lunged forward and hammered away at it with relentless sword strikes, refusing to let the skeleton fully crawl out. Get back down, he muttered while swinging his arm like a machine. An unwritten rule of manhwa is that when someone transforms or summons, opponents have to stand still and watch. But that doesn't mean standing still keeps you safe, he thought with a grin. True to form, in no time at all, the pathetic skeleton general suffered a grievance-filled demise. Finally, it transformed into Ducio's new weapon. Staring at the skull staff in his hand, he curled his lips into a villainous smirk. Spine staff completed. Now the command of the skeleton soldiers belongs to me. Let's get started, he muttered, casting his gaze toward another direction. Meanwhile, back at Azel's group, they were currently surrounded by the undead horde. After a round of combat, the party was thoroughly exhausted, yet the number of skeletons didn't seem to have dropped at all. Among them, female lead Flame panted heavily as she analyzed the situation. I dropped my guard. This is the Necromancer chapter, but something feels off. If I recall correctly, Ma Ducio is supposed to clear this chapter, but why is Azel here with these people? Where is Ma Ducio? Do I really have to fight a tier 5 necromancer alongside this bunch? Thinking that, she instinctively gripped her staff tighter. Nearby, the handsome Hei Wenryong spoke up. I sent a distress signal to Stella Academy using my pocket watch. We just need to hold out until backup arrives. Hearing his words, the others recovered a sliver of morale. Right, we just need to hang on a little longer for the Stella professors to get here. Even if we can't beat the necromancer, we can at least escape safely. Speaking of Princess Bion, unlike their optimistic thoughts, she understood how grave the situation was. Now is not the time for comforting words. This is a cemetery. The longer this drags on, the more skeletons will spawn. We need to retreat to base immediately. No sooner had she spoken than the bloodthirsty skeletons charged forward as if unable to wait any longer, sending the female student Zeki into a panicked retreat. Don't come closer, she shrieked, and that terrified scream only riled the skeletons up further as they lunged forward, jaws snapping toward her. Seeing this, Zeki could only helplessly squeeze her eyes shut. But at the critical moment, Azel unleashed her water magic, firing a massive column of water that blasted the skeleton to smithereens, bailing Zeki out of a tight spot. Hey, are you alright? Azel asked. Why yeah, the deadweight stammered in reply. Beside them, Guangdok witnessed Azel's swift handling of the situation and praised her. Oh, not bad for a first year. Hearing him, the female mage kept her eyes locked ahead and voiced her thoughts. It looks like this necromancer prepared thoroughly. Chances are he set up an energy repository. An energy repository was a technique necromancers used to store their mana. Even for a necromancer, personal energy had its limits. Summoning skeletons through conventional methods meant a tier 3 or tier 4 necromancer could only summon a maximum of 15 at a time. Yet he's controlling such a massive area. Azel frowned in deep thought, unsure of how much energy the necromancer had stockpiled. The number of skeletons keeps surging, someone screamed. Looking at the dense army, Guangdok's smile tightened. Looks like this whole thing was planned out long ago. They probably want to kill us to create skeleton mages. With that, Guangdok focused ahead, where three robed skeleton soldiers radiated an aura far more dangerous than the cannon fodder. As for Kasif, despite being in a terrifying life-or-death crisis, the guy still found time to posture and show off in front of the girls. As squad leader, I need to show my grit here. I'll wipe them out with a powerful spell. Thinking that, he began chanting a magic circle, but before he could finish, a bony hand burst out of the ground and locked tightly around his ankle, scaring the wits out of him. Fortunately, Guangdok was paying attention. Spotting the sudden danger, he bolted forward and delivered a devastating punch straight to the skeleton's face, shattering its skull into pieces. "Not on my watch," he roared. However, right after taking down that skeleton, a bigger problem arose. Because Kasif's ongoing chant had been interrupted, his spell lost stability. Damn it, his spell is backfiring. Realizing the danger, Guangdok could only yell, "It's gonna blow, hit the dirt." Hearing the warning, everyone whipped their heads around with wide, horrified eyes. "No way, if it explodes, the princess cried out. Right after that, a massive explosion erupted, blanketing the entire surrounding landscape in blinding white light. Time quickly passed. Once the explosion subsided, it left a giant crater in the ground with the Stella Academy students scattered unconscious around the area. The only one still standing was female lead Flame, though she was panting and completely out of breath. "This is bad. I've hit my limit. Things look grim. I'm almost out of mana, and there's no time to recover. Besides, there are way too many enemies. Am I really going to die here?" The more she thought about it, the more Flame felt like she was a goner today. Sensing that she had reached her limit, the skeleton soldiers showed no hesitation as they rushed forward to invite her to join the undead squad. However, just when Flame thought she was dead for sure, the skeleton charging at her suddenly froze in its tracks. And it wasn't just that one. All the skeleton soldiers behind it stopped as well. What's going on? Why did the skeleton stop? Squinting through her fatigue, she spotted the male lead's silhouette standing right behind the undead horde. "It's Big Ducio. But what is he doing here?" Then noticing the skull staff in his hand, she stood there dumbfounded. Is that the skeleton general? The skeleton general was vastly stronger than regular skeletons, and protected by elite skeleton guards. Yet he defeated it all by himself and captured it. It was hard to believe, but maybe they were saved after all. Breathing a sigh of relief at cheating death, the female lead felt a weight lift from her chest. Time fast-forwarded, supported by Flame, the rest of the group gradually regained consciousness. "Thank you, you saved our lives," Guangdok said gratefully. "Don't mention it," Ducio shook his head. Nearby, Azel blinked in confusion and asked the male lead, "Wait, how did you even get the skeleton general's head?" Hearing the question, Ducio glanced at the staff in his hand and smiled. I just fished it out of a bone broth pot." He muttered to himself, "No need to tell them I camped out at the exact spawn point of the skeleton general." Opposite him, Azel stared at him with an expression that screamed, "I don't believe a single word." Feeling slightly awkward under her gaze, the self-proclaimed god cleared his throat. Anyway, we need to quickly figure out a plan. If the necromancer bypasses the skeleton general and starts directly controlling the rest of the horde, we're in deep trouble." Hearing that, Guangdok asked, "Hey, do you have a plan?" Ducio stated his thoughts plainly. "On my way here, I saw the necromancer has locked down the area near the base. Breaking through this encirclement is impossible. So there's only one option left, strike the boss directly," he said as casually as if discussing the weather. Too bad Guangdok and Kasif didn't share his steel nerves. Hearing that proposal, they blanked out for a few seconds before shouting, "What? Are you out of your mind?" Turning to the shocked pair, Ducio gave them a quick refresher. "Didn't you guys learn anything at school? While necromancers possess extremely powerful summoning abilities, they're physically very weak. But he's guarded by a ton of monsters," Banjian reminded them anxiously. Ducio was well aware of that, but he had no better alternative. "The necromancer controls a massive sector. We can't escape unless we attack him head-on," he reiterated firmly. At the same time, he calculated internally. The necromancer's current defensive force consists of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeleton warriors, and 50 standard skeletons. Their numbers are multiplying, so this is our only window. But how do I convince these guys? Ducio frowned and thought. Before the male lead could figure out how to persuade them, Flame and Bion chimed in to support the plan. "Let's do it." Even though he looks a bit goofy, his combat experience and strategy far surpass ours, Flame nodded. Meanwhile, the proud princess agreed. "I agree. Realistically, I don't think we can break through this blockade. Besides, the necromancer definitely won't expect us to hit him directly." Turning to Banjian and Guangdok, seeing the others agree, the two exchanged glances and nodded. "We don't know what gives him this kind of confidence, but we can't escape on our own anyway, so we'll cooperate." Fine. Let's give it a shot before the necromancer notices us. Cut to a corner of the cemetery. A robed man was packing around the area. He was the Tier 5 necromancer Sabhuk, hailing from the Dark Tower. Unaware that Ducio's group had plotted an ambush, he remained confident that everything was under his control. How lucky to run into these Stella chicks here. If I turn them into elite skeleton mages, those Dark League bastards won't dare look down on me anymore. Pausing his packing, he gazed out at the surrounding tombs and thought, 7 years of gathering energy for the repository. This place holds 700 skeleton soldiers. Now nobody can look down on me. Imagining his bright future, a triumphant grin involuntarily spread across his face. However, that smile didn't even last 2 seconds before his senses picked up an anomaly. What? My senses suddenly flickered. Did someone steal the skeleton general? Sabhuk thought in panic, but before he could even process it, a powerful magic attack tore through the air from behind, hurtling straight toward him at breakneck speed. Spotting the incoming attack, Sabhuk whipped around and cast dark magic to conjure a wall of white mist to intercept it. However, upon impact, cracks spiderwebbed across the misty barrier. A bone shield created from Tier 4 magic is cracking. You bastard, I won't let you get away with this, Sabhuk roared in threat. But no sooner had he spoken than the dark mage realized a giant fireball was barreling right toward his face. Another massive explosion rocked the area. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough to take down the necromancer, as he managed to throw up another defensive barrier in the nick of time. Still, the consecutive attacks sent chills down his spine. I was too careless. I never expected them to have the guts to attack me head-on. Though they're just amateurs, they're still Stella students. I didn't want to resort to this. But keeping this up is too dangerous. I have to summon the elite skeleton guards. Without a second thought, Sabhuk bit down hard on his thumb until it drew blood. Spreading his arms wide as if stretching, he bellowed, "Hear my call, serve me." Following his command, a magic circle erupted beneath the dark mage's feet, cracking the earth into pieces. Moments later, elite black skeleton warriors emerged from the ground, their bones dyed pitch black to signify their elite status. Back to Sabhuk right after finishing the summon, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, probably from overexertion. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he comforted himself. Summoning too many elite skeletons caused internal injuries, but this is enough. Glaring at the group, he barked the order, "Go stop them." Obeying their master, the skeletons shrieked horribly and rushed forward like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Sabhuk let out a relieved breath and found a spot to kick back. Excellent, they're fighting fiercely. Now I can finally relax, he smiled to himself, right as Ducio's figure materialized directly behind him. The moment Ducio appeared, Sabhuk felt his presence and nearly pissed his pants. "Who are you?" he shrieked. "Who are you? Where the hell did you crawl out from?" Sabhuk screamed. However, in response to his outcry, Ducio merely flashed a confident smile and stayed silent. That confident demeanor heaped even more pressure onto Sabhuk. I tracked the positions of all the Stella students through the skeleton's vision, so how? No, wait. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he stared at the skull staff in Ducio's hand. That's my skeleton general. Back to Ducio, once Sabhuk finished hyperventilating, he casually hurled the staff to the ground and smashed it to pieces. And as if bound by a linked contract, the destruction of his weapon caused Sabhuk to suffer a backlash, prompting him to cough up a few more liters of blood. Damn it, I was too arrogant. Is this the true power of Stella? Sabhuk thought dazedly as he stared at Ducio. Meanwhile, despite projecting a cool exterior, Ducio was internally panicking as the plot completely went off the rails. Wait, hold on, this wasn't part of the plan. Guangduk and Banjian were supposed to handle the skeleton general and back me up, but because of the elite skeletons, they got bogged down. Do I really have to fight this myself? Me, the weakest guy among them, maybe I should just bail. The moment doubt crept in, our guy instinctively started backing away. If things get dangerous, he's ditching this without a second thought. But just as Ducio was debating whether to fight or run, Sabhuk started coughing violently like someone with a decade-long case of tuberculosis. Staring at the enemy who looked like he could drop dead at any second, the male lead's urge to flee slowly faded. Wait, is he injured too? Right, he took internal damage from overexertion when summoning the elite skeletons. Looks like I might actually be able to pull this off. Thinking about the rewards he could milk for himself after defeating this dark mage, Ducio felt like this deal didn't seem as rotten as he had initially thought. Leaving Ducio aside and returning to Princess Bion, at this moment, she was being completely surrounded from all four sides by skeleton soldiers. She herself was panting like a buffalo, thinking, "This is bad. I have to quickly finish these off and get to Baiduseo's location." She thought to herself, and just as she did, the red-haired junior reminded her, "Princess, it's critical. The necromancer and Baiduseo are dueling each other." Hearing this, the princess's eyes widened. What was that? Baiduseo is only a rank 1 mage and his opponent is a rank 5 necromancer. How could he possibly fight him? "If you die, I will never forgive you, Baiduseo," Bion gritted her teeth and said. Returning to the protagonist's battle, after a few seconds of surprise at Ducio's appearance, that corpse user named Sabhuk immediately launched the first attack. At this moment, he used some kind of magic that caused giant skeletal fingers to immediately sprout from the ground under the protagonist's feet, closing in like a cage as if to trap Ducio. Seeing this, Ducio immediately used his flash skill to escape to the outside. However, the moment his figure reappeared, he sensed that he was being targeted by something. Sensing this, with no time to turn around to observe, Ducio immediately used flash a second time, allowing him to escape death by a hair's breadth. After that, passively taking hits wasn't Ducio's strategy, so he used flash once more, immediately closing in on the dark mage's side. "It won't be that easy." Saying that, he used magic to summon a wall of mist to shield himself in front. Meanwhile, to deal with this guy, Ducio had prepared in advance to guard against situations like this. "I have prepared Kola, the bane of skeletal soldiers, for this situation." As he spoke, he pulled several test tubes from his pocket and immediately splashed all the cola inside the tubes straight onto the wall. And the moment it touched the cola, the bone wall emitted continuous white smoke as it corroded. "My bone shield. You little rat, how dare you, Bone Pierce," Sabhuk roared in anger. And right after that, sharp bone pillars lunged from beneath the ground, heading straight for our hero. However, with his flash skill, he once again dodged it very neatly, teleporting behind Sabhuk's back to get a sneaky attack in. "It's now or never," he shouted, gripping the sword in his hand and charging toward him. However, at the same time, Sabhuk suddenly turned his head to stare at him, wearing a smile as if he had already read him like a book. Seeing this expression on his face, Ducio knew he was about to be screwed. Damn it. The guy cursed inwardly, and sure enough, because he had prepared in advance, before Ducio could even reach the necromancer's side, a bone spear had already lunged straight up from the ground beneath his feet. It grazed his thigh and shoulder, causing his face to wince in pain. After that, not daring to attack carelessly again, the protagonist hurriedly jumped backward to keep his distance. Returning to Sabhuk, seeing Ducio injured, he laughed like a maniac. "You bastard, keep struggling, now take the consequences." As he spoke, he summoned a bone spear in his hand. Meanwhile, Ducio had to cast aside his own contemptuous attitude. Even if he's injured, he's still a rank 5, huh? But in other words, he's only got that much left in him. Even if he's rank 5, he's exhausted his power, so if he takes one more hit, he'll definitely collapse. "But because it hurts so much, I can't concentrate. If it's like this, I can't cancel the flash motion. What should I do?" Ducio thought with difficulty. And while his processor was running at full capacity, an idea suddenly flashed in his head. "That's it, that's the one," he shouted inwardly. Across from him, the necromancer didn't know why Ducio was suddenly dazed, but not intending to drag things out, he cheerfully lunged forward to send Ducio to the afterlife. "Die," he said, gripping his spear and intending to thrust it forward. At this moment, Ducio's eyes suddenly opened. Then he turned and dove straight forward to flee. However, because one leg was already injured, his leap tripped over the grass, causing him to sprawl onto the ground. This made Sabhuk unable to help but burst into laughter. "Ha, look at him running for his life, up ahead." Ignoring these taunts, Ducio gritted his teeth and reminded himself just a little bit more. Saying that, he strained to push himself up. Meanwhile, Sabhuk saw Ducio struggling in despair and felt even more excited. "Struggling is useless. I'll kill you right here," the corpse user loudly declared. Without realizing that, at this moment, Ducio in front of him had suddenly broken into a smile. "I've won," he muttered. "The distance between the necromancer and me is currently 13 meters, which means I don't need to cancel the flash motion." Thinking of this, not waiting for another second, Ducio immediately used his flash skill. Then, he just flashed once and instantly appeared right in front of the corpse mage. And not giving him a chance to react, Ducio gripped the sword in his hand and thrust it through his chest. At the same time, on the battlefield where Princess Bion's group was still fighting desperately, suddenly all the skeleton soldiers he had summoned stood frozen as if their engines had died. Afterward, their bodies slowly dissolved like cold dust. The skeleton soldiers are dissolving. Could it be that Baiduseo defeated the necromancer? The manic classmate muttered. No, I can't believe it. We're saved. We're alive. The group cheered joyfully. On this side, after rechecking the necromancer and making sure he was no longer breathing, Ducio wearily said, I'm exhausted to death. Let's go home. Time quickly passed, and afterward the group was brought back to the academy by Stella's magic knights. And upon meeting, the cool teacher Lee Hanwal didn't miss the chance to mock him. You said you were going to practice in the lush green mountains, but the air at the cemetery seems quite fresh, doesn't it? The middle-aged man said, staring at Ducio with a judgmental gaze. This caused Ducio's head to slowly droop. I'm sorry, Ducio whispered. According to school regulations, you will be punished. There are no exceptions. However, your act of defying school rules to protect your friends is very commendable. The school will award you with prizes and bonus points, so look forward to it. Saying that, he coldly turned away, and Ducio hurriedly followed, thanking him, Thank you, sir. After that, seeing that the teacher didn't berate him any further, Ducio sighed in relief. I should get going too. The doctor said it would take a few days for the thigh wound to recover, so I have to rest and get healthy, he murmured to himself. Before Ducio noticed the mage Azel staring at him, she asked, Azel, is something wrong? Responding to the question, she spoke up, Thank you for today. Hearing this, Ducio smiled back, Yeah, just treat me to a meal next time and we're even. On her side, the mage, having said her thanks, looked a bit hesitant as she asked, Then can I do the same? If I try hard enough, can I do it like you? She asked, looking at the protagonist with an extremely expectant gaze. And just by looking at her somewhat panicked, directionless expression, Ducio felt a bit of fear in his heart. This is bad. Azel would never ask this in the original story. It must be because I interfered. My intervention forced Azel to face challenges without getting the victory. Thinking of this. To patch things up and fix his mistake, Ducio offered her some advice. I don't think you need to ask me that. You've already done things that others considered impossible. That is a miracle in itself. How could you? Azel said blankly, as if wanting to ask how Ducio could be so certain. And not waiting for her to say more, Ducio explained immediately, Because I've always been watching you. How Azel gasped and her face turned crimson. Seeing this, Ducio had to curse himself internally. Wait a minute, if I say that, am I not confirming I'm a stalker? What the hell did I just say? Wow, I almost got caught. Thinking this, he began to scratch his head and hurriedly tried to change the subject and run away. I'm going now. Returning to Azel, those words from Ducio truly made her little heart skip a beat. No one has ever cared for the daughter of a traitor like me. But that person has always been watching me. Is this a miracle? She asked herself inwardly. Time quickly passed, and many days later, to reward the students who had fought against the necromancer, the academy organized an awards ceremony today. It's just an awards ceremony, yet they've got the magic ministry, the magic tower, reporters, and nobles here. They're making a huge deal out of this, Ducio complained while scanning the crowd. Next, he looked at the princess beside him with a bit of confusion. She seems very excited, huh? Beside him, catching the male lead's gaze, the princess immediately returned to her cold and arrogant attitude. What are you looking at? No, it's nothing, Ducio replied. Shifting to the podium after seeing that everyone was present, Teacher Lee Hanwal represented the professors and stood up to say, Order now. Today we will present awards to the 12 students who bravely fought against the dark mages, and these rewards will be personally presented by the headmaster. Hearing him say that, everyone simultaneously turned their eyes toward the Chibai headmaster in front of them. While that is the pinnacle of humanity, a rank 9 mage. Eltmund Eltwin, 300 years old, always wearing a gentle smile but known by the nickname, the Butcher. The strongest mage in the world, Ducio thought to himself. Without realizing the students' wild thoughts, the petite headmaster approached and patted each person on the shoulder for encouragement. You've all worked hard. Continue to be brave and do your best. Just like that, the Shota-looking youth began presenting awards to each person. Until it was Ducio's turn, he suddenly observed him intently, making our hero feel an immense amount of pressure. Just looking at him is enough to feel the pressure. This is the power of a rank 9 mage, one of only 10 in this entire world. But I can't look away. Thinking that, he widened his eyes and looked incredibly derpy. Seeing his expression, the Chibai headmaster chuckled, You're still as diligent as ever, just as I expected. Saying that, the youth turned and left, leaving Ducio behind with a confused look, unable to understand what his words meant. What did he mean by that? Not dwelling on it, after presenting awards to all the students, Uncle Lee Hanwal said, the awards ceremony ends here. Returning to Ducio after returning to his room and glancing over the rewards given by the school, he finally felt that his efforts in stabbing the necromancer were completely worth it. Oh, 5 million credits in prize money, truly generous. With this, I won't have to worry about money for a long time. Not only that, I also got a share of the energy container, the thing likened to the necromancer's heart. Although I can't use it yet, Altarisha will soon craft a storage space for it. Once that happens, carrying items will be much more convenient. But before that, I also have to help her solve the problem of the combined alchemical magic engineering formula. Luckily, the others were happy to give their shares of the rewards to me. Now for the system rewards. As he said that, he took the opportunity to open the system screen to check, and very quickly the notification displayed. Chapter 4, the Necromancer's attack has been completed. A huge amount of experience points is waiting for you. Thanks to your creative and distinct way of leading the plot, the Constellation Project has decided to send you additional rewards. Reward 1, weaker version of an item used in the game. Reward 2, weaker version of a skill learned in the game. Reward 3, experience points. On this side, Ducio glanced over the rewards and his anticipation was suddenly cut in half. These again, huh? Honestly, I'm hesitating, but right now the most important thing is giving me the experience points for Flash. Saying this, he recalled the moment he almost met his end at the hands of the Dark Mage, and Ducio felt a chill run through his body. The battle just now showed me how weak I really am. Diligence alone is not enough. I have to utilize my knowledge to go even further, Ducio reminded himself. Meanwhile, the system also began pumping experience points for him to soak up. Awards are being given. Flash skill has accumulated enough experience points. Level increased. Flash level 2, max range 12 meters, max stacks 3, cooldown 3 seconds. Outside, after upgrading the Flash skill, Ducio's entire body was covered in a gentle aura, making him feel light, his spirit refreshed and energized as if he had just used drugs. Finally, I've accumulated 3 Flash charges. Now I can use Flash more comfortably. If I'm done with this, then next is Azel, right? Ducio muttered. Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to the meditation class, the journey to the soul that the mage Azel was participating in. At this moment, while she was sitting in meditation, a voice suddenly echoed in the mage's head. Azel. Azel, hearing this sound, she was startled and opened her eyes, blaming herself. Oh God, when did I fall asleep? Not knowing she had been asleep for ages, the tiny spirit in front of her continued to transmit her voice to ask, Azel, what are you doing? Why use magic while meditating? Use magic, what do you mean? Azel asked with a face full of confusion. With no choice, the spirit explained, look above your head. Hearing that, she took the opportunity to look up and discovered that, since when she didn't know, 2 blue crystals like ice had been floating above her head. Seeing this, the mage's eyes widened, unable to comprehend. Wait a minute, when did I create this? I didn't use any formula or calculations. Thinking of this, she paused for a beat and looked at the other students in the class, speculating, did the others not notice this either? Even though it's just rank 1 magic, when perfected, it should have a mana flow, right? If this is truly the effect of meditation, did that person calculate this whole thing in advance? The more she thought, the more the mage instinctively gulped. Time quickly passed, and by the time the meditation session ended, the penniless girl rewarded herself with a cake. Looking at the cake in her hand, Azel's eyes lit up with happiness. Thanks to the prize money, I was able to buy a red bean cream bread for 1,500 credits. How happy, saying that. She had just taken 1 bite when suddenly, Prince Jeremy suddenly wandered over to greet her. Azel, have you joined any clubs yet? Hearing this, Azel paused her eating and looked up to answer, ah, not yet. Really? Then do you want to join my club? Jeremy suggested. What are the conditions? Azel asked further because she didn't believe in the world that a piece of cake could fall on her head so easily. What conditions? I just simply like you. Jeremy waved his hand. Saying that, but the mage Azel didn't trust a word he said. Liar, you're only approaching me because you want to make me your trophy, Azel thought inwardly. Meanwhile, the prince took a step closer and whispered in her ear, don't you trust me? But Azel, I really didn't set any conditions at all. You just need to join my club and stay by my side. I can give you a lot of things. You know who I am, don't you? Turning to Azel, she obviously knew his identity. I know it better than anyone. The Scarlvan Empire is opposing the Adalvit Kingdom, and with Crown Prince Jeremy's power, my current difficult life would end. I would no longer have to be happy just because of a red bean cream bread. I would no longer have to endure the humiliation of being the daughter of a traitor. Even though she knew she shouldn't, thinking of this, Azel's face turned slightly troubled as she prepared to speak. But On this side, hearing that, the prince wore a smug smile, as if he had achieved his goal. However, things never go that smoothly. Just as Azel was about to speak, suddenly the heroine Flame appeared out of nowhere and slapped her in the face, causing both Azel and Jeremy to be stunned. And not just them, even Flame only came to her senses after doing it. Becoming conscious of her own actions, she immediately made a sharp turn. "You trash. You said you wanted to date me, yet you were sneakily flirting with someone else behind my back. I told you I liked you, yet now you want to abandon me. Follow me, we need to talk. Why are you still standing there? Follow me." As she spoke, Flame pulled Azel's arm and ran off immediately, and only until they ran to a hidden place. Making sure that Jeremy wasn't following, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was close." Seeing her act that way, Azel asked, "What is this about?" Answering the question, Flame briefly explained, "Forget it, you should thank me. If you had rejected him bluntly, you would have been harassed to death by him. Anyway, sorry for hitting you, I'm leaving." Saying that, Flame turned and left immediately, leaving the blue-haired mage behind with a confused look, still unable to comprehend everything. Not dwelling on this, after finishing, Flame asked herself, "Did I do the right thing?" If Azel joined the club according to the original story, she would have been ruined by Jeremy. I tried not to interfere with the original plot, but looking at Baiduseo like that, I don't think it's bad. I wonder if he discovered my lie though, Flame asked herself. Meanwhile, in his private room, Prince Jeremy obviously could easily see through her lie, sipping a cup of tea in front of him. He laughed, "She's so cute, even pretending to lie just to steal someone away in front of me. Interesting. Even more interesting than Azel. I've started to want her." Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to the classroom taught by Professor Lee Hanwal. At this moment, he pointed to a screen displaying behind his back and explained, "Today we will begin simulating monster combat in this practice session. Our target is not a rank 1 or rank 2 monster like before, but a rank 3 mid-sized monster, a much tougher type. The procedure is as follows: form a group, learn about the monsters, and destroy them with reasonable tactics. After choosing a type of mid-sized monster to attack, you will have time to train to deal with them. Go to the Stella Dome, find suitable terrain, and hunt mid-sized monsters that match your attributes. Class A and Class S will practice together. The assessment test will take place in 4 days. Form a group of up to 6 people and submit the list to me," the cold uncle requested. This made the mage Azel fed up to the gills. "Ah, I hate teamwork the most," she sighed inwardly. Before being interrupted by other voices, "Princess, will you be in the same group as me?" "No, I can do well," someone else said. "What are you talking about? It's my turn," another countered. And looking at the scene where Princess Bion was swarmed by everyone around her, suddenly a feeling of self-pity began to rise in Azel's heart. Before Adalvit ruined my family, I was also surrounded by such sycophantic words. Both had the same starting point, Duke Morph family with ice attribute, and the Adalvit royal family with fire attribute. At the time these two families were competing to rule the magic world, Bion and Azel were 2 children born with innate talent. Back then, I thought I was the chosen one. Can I get revenge on Adalvit now? Thinking that, the little mage instinctively held herself tight, as if even she wasn't confident whether she could avenge her family. When she was all alone, and then, at her loneliest moment, Ducio approached and proposed, "Hey, are you going alone?" Hearing the call, Azel came to her senses and turned to say, "Is something the matter?" Hearing that, the male lead broke into a bright smile and asked, "How about we team up?" "Team up? Did you just say team up?" Azel asked again, as if she couldn't believe her ears. To explain further, Ducio spelled it out clearly. "You know there's no rule against a minimum number of members, right? We'll form a 2-person team and grab the bonus points for a small group," he explained. However, Azel figured the guy had completely lost his mind. "Are you insane? How are the 2 of us supposed to handle a medium-tier monster?" Without giving a lengthy explanation, Ducio simply looked at her with a mysterious grin. "So, do you agree or not?" Seeing his confident expression and pausing for a few seconds of thought, the young mage realized she had no other choice. "Fine, I agree. I don't have anyone else to team up with anyway." "All right then, I'll go submit the roster." Ducio nodded and promptly went to inform instructor Lee Hanwha. For some reason, right after Ducio walked away, the arrogant Princess Bion marched straight up to Azel and snapped, "Hey," calling out in a way that startled the young mage, who took a few steps back with a cautious look. "What? If you're trying to compete with me, what on earth are you rambling about? Just worry about yourself, you human-faced pig." The princess hurled an insult and immediately turned on her heel to walk away. "I'm not competing with you just because of Beak Ducio." Returning to Bion's thoughts, an internal wave of frustration surged within her. So annoying. Am I really going to lose to a dropout and a commoner? Sure, anyone could team up with anyone. But teaming up with the strongest knight would at least give her an advantage. With that in mind, her eyes drifted toward the strongest guy in the game, Maducio, whom nobody else dared to approach. Hey, Maducio! Hearing someone call his name, Maducio's gaze flashed with slight surprise as he turned and said, Princess, what is it? Have you formed a team yet? Bion asked bluntly. Nope, I'm planning to go solo, he replied. Then team up with me, the arrogant princess proposed. In response, Maducio let out a smirk and countered, is that really necessary? Hearing that, the princess glanced sideways at Ducio and Azel standing together. Beak, Ducio and Azel have already formed a team. I don't think they're aiming for ordinary medium-tier monsters. They're going after special medium to large-tier monsters. I'll say it one more time, team up with me. Turning his attention back to the super genius and ignoring Bion. Anything involving Ducio instantly piqued his interest. Oh, that sounds interesting. I've been wanting to test my skills against Beak Ducio anyway. Alright, then I'm counting on you, Bion said with a smile. Following that, she cast a gaze toward Ducio and Azel, muttering under her breath, Beak Ducio and Azel morph. This time I'm going to beat you both. Time quickly passed. After 4 days of preparation, the monster combat simulation exam began. Scene cut to the Stella Dome. Seeing that all of his students were present and accounted for, Instructor Lee Hanwal picked up a roster and nodded. All right, we will now begin the evaluation exam for classes S and A. Just like that, the exam commenced, and thanks to their prior preparation, the groups generally didn't run into too much trouble fighting the monsters. Oh, Group 16 drew a Mugreka. That medium-tier monster looks pretty manageable, the students murmured as they watched the battle unfold before them. Meanwhile, female lead Flame was warming up in the back and trying to reassure herself. It's fine, I've trained really hard. I might not be able to hunt special attribute-less monsters or massive special tier beasts, but if I can take down this tier 3 medium monster all by itself, that'll be enough to secure a top score. Speaking of monster strength, it normally took 5 tier 1 mages just to handle a single tier 1 medium monster. Yet by capitalizing on elemental weaknesses, rich experience, and environmental advantages, wiping out even higher tier monsters was entirely within reach. I use light magic, which doesn't counter any specific element, so I guess I'll just have to deal with it. Thinking up to that point, Flame paused, casting a wistful, melancholic glance at Azel. I really hope Azel does well on this exam. In the original story, Bion gave her a hard time, preventing her from finding a team and landing her the lowest score. Back then, I even thought about recruiting her into my group. But with Beak Ducio by her side now, Azel's future is bound to be much brighter, Flame thought to herself. At the same time, down on the arena floor, Group 16 successfully took down their monster. Good work, Group 16. Next up, Group 17, take the stage, Lee Hanwal called out. Hearing him, Flame snapped out of her thoughts and answered, coming. With that, she quickly hurried down to the arena floor. Just as she walked past Ducio, she accidentally stepped on her own shoelace, causing her to lose her balance and lurch violently forward. Fortunately, Ducio reacted with lightning reflexes, reaching out just in time to catch her. Thanks, Flame said, don't mention it. You should tie your shoelaces, Ducio waved a hand and replied, glancing down at her shoelace, which had somehow come untied. Flame felt a bit puzzled. Zeki tied them securely for me earlier, though. Oh well, whatever. Good thing he noticed, or that could have been dangerous. Thinking that, she quickly jogged down to the training arena. Watching her take on the exam entirely by herself, the surrounding onlookers couldn't hide their shock and started whispering, she's taking the exam solo, looks like it. When her opponent finally appeared, they grew even more astonished. No way, is she planning to take down that monster all by herself? Giant wild boar, that monster had no special attributes, meaning there were no elemental weaknesses to exploit. Whispering anxiously on Flame's behalf, the crowd watched as Lee Hanwal spoke up, paying no mind to the chatter. Group 17, begin exam. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the wild boar dug its hooves into the ground, coiled its strength, and barreling forward like a freight train. Seeing its aggressive momentum, the spectators felt their scalps tingle. Look at that reckless charge. How on earth is she supposed to handle that alone? Ignoring the murmurs, Flame stared at the monster hurtling toward her and took a deep breath to steady herself. Then, she chanted an incantation to prep her spell, Whispers of the Wind-Born Petals. As the words echoed, a brilliant golden magic circle bloomed beneath the female lead's feet. Instantly, thick vines burst out from the ground around the boar, wrapping tightly around its body and making it shriek in agony as it thrashed desperately to break free. to no avail. Seeing that, Flame cast another spell called Matter Transformation, turning the thick vines binding the wild boar into solid stone. "It's not over yet," she muttered inwardly. She cast another spell, creating a blazing golden magic circle hovering right above her head. Across the arena, as if sensing impending danger, the wild boar thrashed with redoubled fury, successfully tearing through the stone bindings. Its eyes flared blood red as it charged straight toward Flame, but just as its razor-sharp fangs were about to reach her slender frame, her spell finished casting. A destructive beam of energy erupted from the aerial magic circle, blasting straight into the wild boar's open maw, and blowing a massive hole clear through its body from front to back. As a result, with a single blow, the wild boar let out one final pathetic squeal before collapsing onto the ground like a dead dog. Back to the mob of spectators watching from the sidelines, seeing the female lead clear her exam so cleanly left them exchanging awestruck glances. "Whoa, seriously, it took 5 of us just to bring down a medium-tier monster. Just who is she?" Regaining her breath, Flame wiped her brow. "Phew, finally done." Instructor Lee Hanwall's voice rang out. "Next, Group 31, take your positions." Hearing that, Ducio glanced over and widened his eyes in disbelief. "Did I see that right?" he wondered to himself. Because the duo standing on the arena floor was none other than Princess Bion and the genius Ma Ducio. "Look, it's the princess. Princess, you've got this." Cheers erupted from the fan club as they took the field. Meanwhile, seeing a plot deviation like this, Flame frowned in deep thought. Why is Bion teamed up with Ma Ducio instead of someone from her own faction? In the original story, those two had nothing to do with each other. What on earth is this lineup? The more she thought about it, the more confused she felt. Returning to the arena, the monster chosen by Group 31 was summoned. A colossal half-human, half-fish creature with golden pupils, dark blue skin, and red stripes slithering across its body, looking utterly ferocious. Just looking at its appearance sent a chill down the spectators' spines. Wait, is that a merman? Oh god, that's a special medium to large tier monster. As expected of the princess, to think she found such a rare monster to hunt. The crowd gasped in amazement. Meanwhile, drawing from her gamer knowledge, Flame had a clearer grasp of the situation. It's not just a special medium to large monster. Bion and Ma Ducio's attributes are fire, earth, and lightning. The merman is a water-type monster with high fire resistance, and it can even fly in the air. It completely hard counters both Bion and Ma Ducio. They aren't just aiming for a high-tier special monster, they're throwing away elemental advantage entirely. They're aiming for the absolute maximum score, but that's a score they'll only get if they actually pull it off, Flame thought with a mixture of excitement and anticipation. I wonder how this pair is going to perform. Back in the arena, just as Flame had noted, the wings tucked against the merman's back suddenly unfurled and fluttered rapidly like a dragonfly's, lifting its massive body into midair. The monster let out a terrifying shriek to intimidate the duo. Yet that screech wasn't enough to faze the 2 monster-class students up front. "Let's begin," Bion said. "You got it, Your Highness," Ma Ducio replied with a grin. With that, for reasons unknown, Ma Ducio took a few steps back, leaving the observing crowd completely baffled. What are they doing? I thought they were going to attack right away, but why is the knight backing away behind the mage? Ignoring the spectators' chatter, Ma Ducio simply flashed a faint smile, flexed his legs and leaped forward, utilizing a certain magic technique, observing his display. Guangdok praised, "Oh, nice mana leap, impressive for a freshman." Beside him, Banjian remained puzzled. Even with that skill, there's no way he can reach the merman. Besides, mana leaps can't be used midair. What are they plotting? She wondered aloud. Just as she figured that jump alone wasn't enough to reach the merman's altitude. However, right at that moment, Ma Ducio flicked his wand, conjuring a stone slab out of thin air, to use as a stepping stone. Simultaneously down below, Flame launched a fireball straight toward that exact slab, so that upon impact, the explosion generated a shockwave that rocketed Ma Ducio even higher into the sky. "Whoa, unbelievable," Guangdok muttered blankly at the sight. Next, once Ma Ducio was directly above the merman, he channeled earth magic, summoning a colossal stone fist that smashed straight down onto the giant beast, sending its heavy body crashing like a missile into the ground. However, it wasn't over yet. Seizing the moment while the merman was still dazed and hadn't gotten back up, he flicked his wand once more, causing countless jagged stone spikes to erupt from the earth and interlock, trapping the massive beast tightly and thoroughly pissing it off. Still, a special tier monster was a special tier monster. A few rocks weren't enough to hold it down for long. Baring its fangs, the merman let out a furious roar, funneling all its inner strength into a violent struggle that shattered its bindings to pieces. HMPH, just as predicted, it tried to run, but it's too late because the princess's spell is ready, Ma Ducio smirked. Beside him, Princess Bion was completely enveloped in a roaring blaze of fire mana. Pointing her wand forward, a colossal pillar of fire instantly descended straight down onto the merman's head, making it shriek like a burning building. The audience could practically smell roasting fish in the air. "Oh God, it's in agony. I thought mermans had high fire resistance," the crowd murmured in shock. Meanwhile, to deliver the finishing blow, Ma Ducio layered his lightning magic on top, saying coldly, "It's over." A massive pillar of lightning struck from above, thoroughly scorching the merman into a charred piece of grilled fish. Watching the merman get brutally tossed around left the onlookers sympathizing with the monster. To crush a merman without giving it a chance to fight back. Today's freshmen are absolutely terrifying. That level of skill is on par with a third-year class S senior. Is this what a genius looks like? As for Bion, hearing the whispers, she thought smugly to herself, "How's that, Beak Ducio? No matter what monster you pick, there's no way you can beat me. This time, I've got this in the bag," she thought, casting her gaze toward the arena as Ducio and Azel stepped out onto the field. "Give me 5 of them," the self-proclaimed god casually requested. His demand plunged the entire grandstands into dead silence. It took a few seconds for some students to snap back to reality and blurt out in a daze, "Did I just hear him right? It took 5 people to struggle against a single medium-tier monster, and now the 2 of them are asking for 5. I heard rumors, but is that Beak Ducio guy completely out of his mind?" Everyone stared intently at Ducio, trying to figure out what on earth was going on inside his head to make such an absurd demand. While the professors couldn't quite fathom why Ducio was acting out, they had no grounds to refuse. True to his request, 5 massive, building-sized medium-tier monsters materialized, surrounding the 2 in the center. Summoning complete, an instructor announced. Meanwhile, a monster ecology professor named Bitchin narrowed his eyes at the appearance of the summoned beasts, looking as though he had made a startling discovery. Those 5 monsters include a giant frog with its tongue hanging out, called a Heimer Raiden. That giant black bull is a black sand bull. A pelican, a water slime. And the final monster is a sensitive bat. Could this lineup be? He whispered under his breath. Elsewhere, the third princess couldn't wrap her head around why Ducio had requested those specific 5 monsters, so she turned to her teammate and asked, "Hey, Ma Ducio, do you get what he's doing?" Responding to her, the genius youth merely gave a subtle shake of his head regarding the protagonist's true intentions. "Probably not. I'm curious what Ducio is up to myself. I'm actually looking forward to this." With that, he turned his gaze back to the front to observe the pair. Cut to the cool instructor Lee Hanwal. Right before Ducio's exam officially kicked off, he asked, "I just want to ask one thing. Who decided on this monster lineup?" "It was me," Ducio nodded and said. Hearing this, Lee Hanwal bluntly remarked, "You're a knight, so you can easily score points in dangerous situations like this, but a cleric cannot. I think this strategy is a bit too much for a cleric." The professor's skepticism didn't surprise Ducio too much. He just smiled gently and affirmed, "No, sir. This strategy was designed specifically for a cleric." His words once again caused the crowd to buzz with discussion. As for Professor Lee Hanwal, seeing Ducio so confident, he didn't press further. "Is that so? Well, all right then, let's begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than all 5 giant monsters slowly began to close in on Ducio and Azel. Their massive, murderous eyes stared intently at the pair, making them swallow hard with anxiety. Then Ducio suddenly asked, "Hey, can you do it?" "Of course," Azel nodded, though sweat was constantly streaming down her face. "Just trust me," Ducio added. "I've heard that one too many times," the blue-haired girl complained. And then Ducio told her that he believed in Azel. This left the cleric lost in thought. Recalling the previous evening, Ducio, he really is a hard person to understand. At that time, as Azel trailed behind him, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked, "Hey, why me? Honestly, with a talented knight like you, you could have chosen anyone else, couldn't you?" The young girl's question left Ducio silent for a few seconds before he replied, "It's true that there are many talented people. For example, in terms of raw firepower, no mage can compare to Bion. As for crowd control, Flame is unbeatable. Ma Ducio is already the strongest first-year student, that goes without saying. Ha Wen Ryong or Adalin, those specialized in single-target attacks, would also be a great fit for me." Then why, Izel asked again. "Even so, I still feel that you are the most suitable one. That's all there is to it." "Shall we continue now?" The protagonist answered gently and quickly walked ahead. He didn't know that those words had caused Azel's face to flush slightly. Back in reality, the cleric gripped her staff tightly and reminded herself, although I still don't understand what you mean, but you must have a reason for choosing me. Then I will show you. As she spoke, she began to channel her own magic, causing her body to erupt with a significant amount of energy, which helped her hover in midair. Meanwhile, the other contestants observing the battle couldn't hide their astonishment and shouted, wait a minute, isn't that supernatural resonance? Impossible. That's a phenomenon that only occurs when mages rank 6 and above enter an unconscious state. If they lose focus, the mana flow will reverse and they could end up crippled. He's just a first-year student, isn't he? Their voices were filled with surprise and worry for Azel. Returning to Ducio's perspective, although he knew it in advance, seeing Azel easily enter the state of supernatural resonance left him inwardly impressed, truly worthy of being a candidate for the Winter Queen title. He smiled slightly. Well then, shall we begin? The battle of 2 people against 5 mid-sized monsters officially kicked off. Ducio put strength into his legs, immediately launching himself into the air while activating Flash. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right beside the giant frog, Heroine. The sudden appearance made the monster's massive body tremble in surprise, but before it could react, a sharp sword strike descended. Die. Ducio's sword tore through the air, striking straight into the frog's chest and leaving a deep wound. Heroine shrieked pitifully, its massive body trembling, eyes filled with terror. It opened its mouth as if to retaliate, but the excruciating pain kept it rooted to the spot, only able to wail like a child. Ducio didn't press the attack, he immediately retreated to a safe distance. First of all, Heroine is done for. Next is the black sand buffalo. He scanned the target. Opposite him, the giant black buffalo stood towering. Following his gaze, it seemed to suddenly change state. Its eyes turned blood red like a wild beast about to go insane. It began to turn, its face staring fixedly at the glowing red horn of the frog lying next to it. That red light, it made the buffalo extremely frustrated. It wanted to tear it apart. It wanted to crush it immediately. Snort, snort. The black sand buffalo took a deep breath, its entire body tensing up, its hooves pawing the ground continuously, preparing for a powerful charge. This was exactly the reaction Ducio had been waiting for. Seeing its attack stance, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The plan has succeeded, just as predicted. The way to deal with 5 mid-sized monsters at once was to make them each other's enemies. Just like that, the sudden charge of the black sand buffalo was the drumroll signaling the start of the chaos. For some reason, the monsters suddenly turned and began attacking each other wildly, leaving the students watching from the sidelines stunned. Oh my god, what is that? Are the monsters attacking each other? To explain this, one must speak about Ducio's preparations in advance. After all, he had experience beating this damn game. His plan was to make the monsters hostile and attack one another. In other words, this was borrowing a knife to kill, a strategy of utilizing the strength of others to eliminate enemies without wasting effort. Etho World's veteran players had once wondered, how could a small group destroy a large number of monsters? After countless attempts, they found a way by utilizing the characteristics and attributes of the monsters. The first step was to attack the giant frog, Heroine. When attacked, the horn on the frog's head would emit a red light, and this red light would stimulate the aggressive instincts of the black sand buffalo. When the black sand buffalo was provoked, it would spray sand everywhere. And if this sand hit the water slime, a reaction would occur. The slime would immediately create a massive amount of water to moisturize its skin. Ducio saw the water rising to his feet and nodded as everything was proceeding according to plan. Excellent, thanks to the Academy's barrier, the water is rising very quickly. Then next is, Ducio thought, turning to look at the bird behind. When Cadden felt the moisture, it would let out a shrill scream at a frequency above 7 octaves. The terrible sonic wave emitted from its mouth immediately triggered the sensitive bat, a species extremely sensitive to sound. Provoked by this sound, the bat immediately targeted the bird, using its sharp legs to kick straight at the opponent's head. The kick was so strong it sent the bird flying backward, colliding with the water slime. To retaliate, the water slime immediately turned around, waving its arms to create a column of water that struck at both of them. Inadvertently, this only made the 2 large monsters even more furious. Just like that, the battlefield turned into a mess with monsters fighting each other aimlessly. Looking at this scene, the observing professors understood clearly that this was no coincidence. Only thorough calculation could make the monsters fight to this extent. All the monsters there are attacking each other. Does this kid know the characteristics of every single monster species? Even I, an expert in monsterology, have never thought of this. How astonishing. the long-haired professor remarked. However, there was one thing he hadn't realized, leaving it to the female professor beside him to point out. What's even more astonishing is Azel Morph's ability to focus. The girl can maintain the mana flow and stay focused in such a chaotic situation. It's surely because she completely trusts her knight. The group turned their eyes forward, silently waiting for the next development, returning to Ducio while he was quietly observing his surroundings to ensure nothing was out of sync. He suddenly realized something. When the bird and the bat collided, the giant Cadden bird was knocked toward Azel, the cleric who was still concentrating her energy. Seeing this, Ducio immediately used Flash, closing in on this nasty bird and delivering a powerful kick to its body. The blow was so strong it sent its body flying like a deflated balloon. However, before he could even rest, from high above, a giant rock suddenly plummeted straight toward Azel's head like a meteor crashing into the ground. Fortunately, the protagonist had already sensed the danger. He immediately used Flash to appear in front of the cleric while swinging his sword to cleave the rock in two. Watching him running back and forth to protect Azel, the genius protagonist Ma Ducio laughed and said, "Hey, princess. Don't you think Ducio looks like an ideal knight? Just like a knight protecting a princess." His words made Bion's eyes pause for a heartbeat. Below, Ducio continued to fly left and right to intercept attacks, and his efforts were not in vain at all. After a period of closing her eyes to gather energy, Azel's pearl-like eyes opened once again. This time, she had completed the magic she had been preparing, Crystal Flower. At this moment, countless sharp ice pillars began to sprout from behind her back, spreading across the arena. The largest ice pillar, located right behind Azel, even took the shape of a blooming flower. The moment she unleashed the magic, the entire battlefield fell into silence at the sight. "Wow, it's so beautiful," someone instinctively shouted. On the arena floor, the 5 giant monsters had been completely frozen by this ice magic. For Azel, seeing the monsters temporarily restrained by her magic, she didn't want to drag it out any longer. "Shatter!" Azel shouted. And right after that, countless sharp ice fragments burst forth from within the giant ice flower, lunging forward like a downpour. The giant monsters, already immobilized, could only stand still and take it, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Is it over just like that? Did they really defeat 5 mid-sized monsters with only 2 people? A few murmurs broke out among the crowd. However, immediately afterward, someone else suddenly realized something and shouted, "Wait, look, the monsters have woken up." Following everyone's gaze, Azel's previous attack hadn't been strong enough to take down the monsters. Currently, they had broken free from being frozen. This left the professors feeling a bit regretful. In the end, they couldn't finish them off. That's a real shame. But with this performance, they have already earned very high scores. Shifting to Azel's position, the cleric didn't show much surprise when her previous attack failed to take down the monsters. Rather, she had anticipated it. The moment she finished the ice magic, Azel immediately cast another type of spell. A ball of lightning slowly gathered, emitting a highly dangerous aura, flickering in midair. "Descend," Azel said in a cold voice. Right after the sound faded, a massive column of lightning was unleashed from Azel's palm. The entire arena seemed to be bathed in nothing but the golden light it emitted. Then, a deafening explosion erupted from their position, and the monsters that had just awakened were left twitching helplessly from the electric shock. Seeing the sheer power of this magic, even Azel found it hard to believe. "Is this my magic? So, I'm actually capable of doing something like this?" just as he had said. Azel thought back to the previous evening, when Ducio had suggested that the two of them take on 5 mid-sized monsters at once. Naturally, after hearing that, Azel had initially thought Ducio had lost his mind to say something so crazy. "Huh, 5 at once? Are you out of your mind?" "Not at all, you can do it, and I believe in you. So please believe in me, the one who believes in you," Ducio said with immense confidence. His trust in Azel made her feel something shift deep within her mind. "Before this, I had never really had anything. No belief in the path I chose, and no one to tell me that my path was the right one. But now it's different. Now I won't lose my way anymore," Azel whispered to herself. Without realizing it, she didn't know that she had already come to see Ducio as a torch to light her way. Back to reality, with all 5 mid-sized monsters defeated, the voice of the supervising professor echoed out, "The test for Group 32 is now over." Hearing this, the bishop couldn't help but break into a satisfied smile. Perhaps she didn't even notice that she hadn't smiled in a very long time. Turning back to Ducio to dodge the lightning strike, he had nimbly jammed his sword into the wall and kept himself suspended in the air. Seeing the power of that earlier lightning strike made the hair on Ducio's arms stand on end. That was a close call. You could at least give a heads up before doing that, you general, he complained to himself. Just like that, shortly afterward, the results of the test were posted on the wall to inform all the students. The paper read, Beast Battle Simulation Test Results. First place, Group 32 with 199 points consisting of Beak Ducio and Azel Morph. Second place, Group 31 with 127 points consisting of Ma Ducio and Bion Adelevet. Looking at the test results posted on the wall because she had already anticipated it, the third princess wasn't too disappointed. Total defeat. Even though I chose special mid to large monsters that were supposed to counter my attributes, I still lost. I guess I have to accept it. She let out a sigh. Meanwhile, the genius friend Ma Ducio didn't seem to feel sad at all. In fact, he turned to tease the princess. Oh, you're accepting this pretty quickly, aren't you? HMPH, shut up, Bion, she retorted coldly. But then she began to glance at this genius friend and compare him in her mind. But if my knight had been Beak Ducio, could I have achieved that result? I can also use magic just as well as Azel. But why is that commoner so devoted to Azel? If there exists a perfect knight in this world, then it must be my knight, the perfect queen, right? Thinking this, a wave of frustration welled up in the princess's heart. She bit her lips slightly, her gaze turning colder as she stared at the result notification paper. Actually, admitting defeat is a lie. I can't accept it. It's so hard to understand. I have to investigate Beak Ducio more thoroughly. Thinking this, the princess turned around and walked off as if she wanted to investigate Ducio immediately. However, her footsteps abruptly stopped when she realized another girl was staring right at her. This was someone Bion knew and who made her feel a bit wary. Saolan Orkin. Did she come here because she heard I lost to a group of commoners and a traitor? Truly a troublesome woman. Bion lamented to herself, then quickly walked away, brushing past Saolan without any intention of greeting her. But she didn't know that after she had left, Saolan's eyes were still intently following her back. Then she muttered a sentence, still too green. Time quickly passed, shifting the scene to the school library area. During this time, the female lead, Flame, was still focused on her studies. However, the test results made it hard for her to study as usual. She stopped the pen in her hand and thought, the power that Azel showed earlier, I never expected her to bloom the crystal so quickly. That magical crystal flower is Azel's signature magic, and it only appears when she overcomes all hardships and regains her confidence. If things had followed the original story, Azel should have been falling apart by now. Yet now, she is performing the crystal bloom in front of everyone. This is definitely thanks to Beak Ducio. In the original romance novel, Ducio and Azel accepted the apocalypse together. But what if there's a side story I don't know about? What if Beak Ducio, an unknown character, loved Azel and chose regression instead of Ma Ducio at the moment the world perished? Regressing for the person he loved, even if the price to pay was being forgotten by the very person he loved. Would Beak Ducio truly have no regrets, the love that he was willing to sacrifice his own existence for to turn back time? What would that feeling be like? The female lead, Flame, silently deduced in her heart. If a Ducio knew these thoughts of hers, he would probably be clutching his stomach and dying of laughter. Scene shift to the protagonist's position. At this time, in the middle of the night, Ducio still had to get up to check the notifications that had just been sent. Chapter 5, Beast Battle Simulation has ended. You have received a large amount of experience. You have successfully steered the story in a positive direction. The Constellatio project will award additional bonuses. After reading the notification, Ducio started to ponder. What reward should I choose this time? My skills have already been enhanced quite a bit. It's best to prepare for the next chapter. Thinking of this, Ducio quickly listed the things he needed and said, I will choose the item, the fictional leaf key. Faced with his request, the system remained silent for a few seconds as if it were checking something. Then, after a few dozen seconds, it released the reward for Ducio. System is checking. Reward has been granted. As soon as the notification finished, a silver key appeared in front of Ducio. For Ducio, seeing the system actually grant him this item made him excitedly exclaim, amazing, the fictional leaf key. Although not an ancient artifact, it is one of the extremely rare items that only high-level players can possess. This is the key that leads to the dwelling of the gods. But to use it, you have to go outside. However, because of the recent necromancer event, the conditions for going outside have been tightened. What should I do now? The more he thought, the more Ducio's eyebrows furrowed. Until an idea suddenly popped into his head. He softly exclaimed, that's it, the club. Time quickly passed until the next morning when Ducio had just finished writing his sob story. The process of growing up. Since I was little, my family was poor and we didn't eat out like other people. Whenever my mom was away working, I could only cook instant noodles for myself. Then when I got tired of instant noodles, I insisted on eating something delicious. My mom used her savings to buy me black bean noodles. I was so happy and I invited my mom to eat with me, but for some reason, she didn't eat. My mom said she didn't like eating black bean noodles. After skimming through and confirming that this story of poverty was extremely emotional, Ducio yawned and satisfied, he said, "All right, that's done for now. Now let's go find a club." Time quickly passed, shifting the scene to the bulletin board with flyers on it. At this time, Ducio was taking the opportunity to look around to find a suitable club for himself. Standing in front of countless recruitment flyers, Ducio pondered, not knowing which club to choose. But which club should I choose now? Among these many clubs, there aren't many places that are allowed to operate, especially outside, so I have to think very carefully. Thinking this, Ducio cast a glance at the Bishop Azel next to him and asked, "By the way, are you looking for a club too? Haven't joined any yet." Ducio's sudden question made Azel jump a little. Her voice was also a bit confused. "What, so what?" "Huh, you should have been recruited by many clubs, right?" Ducio said with a frown. "Do you not know who I am?" Azel asked back. "Well, I know it's Azel. Who else? You've been quite famous lately." Ducio's compliment made Azel's face even more confused. "Ah, well, I guess that's true." For Ducio, looking at the bishop beside him, he had some thoughts in his head. After the test, Azel's reputation had changed significantly. Surely she herself had realized it too. Back to Azel, to reduce her embarrassment, she coughed a few times and said, "But you have to choose a club carefully. Blah blah blah." At the same time, while the two were still whispering to each other, the genius friend walked up and patted the protagonist on the shoulder with a very familiar attitude. However, our Ducio coldly brushed Ma Ducio's hand away. Seeing this, the genius friend didn't get angry and still said with a smile, "I've watched your test. Moreover, I heard you were in charge of the necromancer hunt too. You're really good." "Ah, well, it was just luck." Ducio waved his hand in response, but his attitude seemed to want to avoid Ma Ducio. Looking at Ducio's attitude, the genius friend smiled. "As expected, you have something that is very different from other people." Ma Ducio's eyes when saying this were very strange, making the protagonist feel worried and swallow hard. Then afterward, Ducio began to change the subject. "You know, I'm a commoner, so I always have to think of ways to do better than others." Responding to this was a smile from Ma Ducio. "Is that so? You just used your time more effectively." "So what do you do on weekends?" Ducio asked, making Ma Ducio a bit surprised. "Me? Well, study." For some reason, his answer made both of them freeze, as if they had just heard something very strange. "I was just asking for the sake of asking, and you answered for the sake of answering. Thanks," Ducio said with a stone-cold face. The genius friend hurriedly explained, "No, I'm really studying." "Studying and then practicing too." From Ma Ducio's attitude, Ducio seemed to sense something and asked back, "Huh, you don't usually do things like that, do you?" "Ah, yeah, that's right, but for some reason lately I have been," Ma Ducio said awkwardly. This information made the protagonist feel curious. Ma Ducio starting to practice was something that only happened much later. What could be the reason? Beside them, the Bishop Azel had guessed the reason, so she asked, "Is it because of the dungeon practice trip, right?" "That's right. If the lady hadn't intervened back then, I might have been in danger," Ma Ducio said with a smile. "Don't call me lady," Azel shouted in annoyance. And Ducio, standing right on the side, also began to realize and understand everything. That's right, in the original story, Ma Ducio joined forces with Flame and easily defeated Ha Wenryang. But this time, because I intervened, Flame was stuck, and he had to face Ha Wenryang alone. Could this be the reason why Ha Wenryang became unusual? But anyway, it's good, as both Ha Wenryang and Ma Ducio will train themselves. Unlike me, the growth of the two of them will certainly have a positive influence on the happy ending. Turning to Ma Ducio's perspective, seeing Ducio still pondering about choosing a club, this guy suggested, "By the way, Ducio, haven't you joined any club yet? It's been a while since enrollment." Responding to this question, Ducio explained that he was very busy, which was why he didn't have time to join. Hearing this, Ma Ducio excitedly pointed at himself and suggested, "Then why don't you join the same club as me? Let's see, if you meet my requirements, I will think about it." Ducio replied calmly. While the genius friend asked Ducio what kind of club he wanted to join, Ducio replied, "It must be a quiet club with few people, no private gatherings, ensuring the four great guarantees: lunch with cheese and pork cutlet, freedom to operate outside, comfortable individual activities, and special permission to go out." Ducio began to list a series of conditions that made Azel's face increasingly confused, and reminded him, "What club in the world is like that?" "Well, of course, there isn't one, I was just joking." Ducio thought to himself, All the conditions he mentioned were just to drive Ma Ducio away. But there was one thing the protagonist didn't know: never joke with geniuses. Is that so? Then I will create a club like that for you, Ma Ducio said while pointing at himself, making the two people in front of him stunned as well. Can you really establish a club that is allowed special leave to go out? Ducio asked again, and the genius friend nodded in affirmation. Yes, I can. Turning back to Ducio, he quickly thought about the background of the person in front of him and realized, that's right, with Ma Ducio's connections, it's possible. But if you start a club for me, what do you gain? I do because you are special, Ma Ducio replied gently. This made the protagonist a bit worried, not knowing if Ma Ducio had discovered something. Do you know something? Before he could finish his sentence, Ducio suddenly stopped because he realized something. Ah, that's right, I remember. One of Ma Ducio's core issues is that he is very afraid of being lonely. Thinking of this, Ducio didn't ask any more and nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead and establish the club. Is that so? The genius friend asked excitedly. Yes, but you have to let her in too, Ducio said while pointing to Azel beside him, making Azel jump as well. And when he said this, our protagonist had his own intentions. In the original story, the two of them were a match made in heaven. If Azel could take care of Ma Ducio's mental state, that would be the best thing. For Ma Ducio, as long as the protagonist was in his club, he would easily accept everything. If the beautiful Lady Azel here joins, I would be very happy. Don't call me lady anymore, it's really annoying to hear, the Bishop Azel reminded him in annoyance. While Ducio saw the two of them arguing like that, he suddenly didn't dare to be sure if this matchmaking would succeed or not. So what should we name the club? Someone in the group asked. About that, I already have an idea, Ducio replied. Not long after, a club establishment application appeared. Club application, club name, Gourmet Club President, Beak Ducio members, Ma Ducio Azel, purpose, exploring cuisine. Looking at the application in front of her, Azel stroked her chin in thought for a moment and said, is this okay? To be granted a special operation seal, you need a supervising professor and at least 4 members. To this, Ma Ducio confidently asserted, members and the seal I can handle, but finding a supervising professor is something I also feel is difficult. Why, you can get special permission to go out, right? Ducio asked with a frown. What he got was Ma Ducio's mocking face, because they're all just trash. Then fine, I will go ask for the seal for the application. Then I'll leave it to you, Ducio nodded. Watching Ma Ducio's back as he left, Ducio silently thought, seals for special operations aren't usually something anyone can stamp, but if they stamp it for him, it's definitely one of them. Time quickly passed, shifting the scene to main tower number 1. Inside the vice principal's room, while he was still admiring his precious vase, the sound of the door opening suddenly rang out. The vice principal looked to see who was entering and was startled, and hurriedly stood up to greet him. Welcome, young master, he said enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Ma Ducio, who brought the registration application here, nodded and greeted. Yes, long time no see, grandfather. Carrying the letter to open a club, Ma Yuxiang approached Vice Principal Achai Hayden and sat down. After feeling comfortable, Ma Yuxiang laughed out loud. Oh, this seat is more comfortable than I thought. I like it. Vice Principal Achai Hayden stood in front and waved his hand, smiling bitterly. Ha ha, why is that? But then he frowned slightly and thought to himself, why did this madman appear here for? He then tried to smile and asked Ma Yuxiang, but why did you come here today? From his hand, Ma Yuxiang took out a piece of paper that had been discussed earlier with Beak Yuxial and Azel. Still maintaining a smile, he continued, club registration application, stamp it for me. Achai Hayden was surprised by this, his embarrassment leaving him stunned for a few seconds. But quickly afterward, he reached out his hand to hold the paper and made a few comments. A club registration application. First, I need to check if it meets the requirements for establishment. His skepticism was set, but in return, Ma Yuxiang slammed his hand on the table. This was easy to understand because the minimum requirement for members had not been met. Faced with the current situation with this unpredictable turn, Vice Principal Achai Hayden couldn't help but become surprised once again. His anxiety made him hear him continue. No need to check the content, right? Just stamp it. The cold expression from Ma Yuxiang was clearly displayed. Achai Hayden had seen the dark shadow hiding behind Ma Yuxiang's smile. The request from him was also stated afterward. Will you do it for me? Achai Hayden felt a deep sense of insecurity and trouble from Ma Yuxiang's gaze. He just unconsciously swallowed his saliva and withdrew his hand, thinking quickly, knowing that he could not resist. Once this child is the successor of that man, one absolutely cannot resist him. Having no other choice, he had to agree to this request from him. Yes, I will do so. The paper was held in his hand, and the new problem was immediately mentioned. And but Ma Yuxiang, you know what I am thinking. I know, he replied, adjusting his tie and saying that. After meeting his condition, he then quickly headed to the door but didn't forget to add, thanks, I'm going now. After seeing the door close, Vice Principal Achai Hayden, who had been standing still for a while, finally slumped into his chair and sighed. His eyes later showing deep contemplation. Like father, like son, they look exactly the same, and yet he dares to be so arrogant. But it won't be long now. One day I will slash that arrogant neck with a single strike. Shift to a certain classroom. The lecturer is starting to step out of the door. The students stared intently, and countless thoughts of someone were also formed immediately. Ha, finally finished. That professor is always nitpicking during presentations. That's right. Especially with commoners, he nitpicks even more. Zeki, standing to one side, stood up with some documents clutched tightly in her hand. While holding them, her hands were trembling slightly, and countless thoughts suddenly appeared in her head again. I could have performed better in front of everyone, yet I was so nervous that I made mistakes, and I could have completely done better than Flame. And then from nearby, Flame approached and smiled, opening with, Zeki, you presented well today. Don't bother with the professor's words, you did well already. But Zeki turned away and shouted, enough, leaving Flame watching with a bit of bewilderment. That little kid is really something. I was worried about her, and yet she doesn't understand someone's heart at all. And then suddenly someone's voice spoke up beside her. It really is like that, making Flame turn around in surprise, realizing it was Beak Yusial. She said loudly, "Ah, you scared me, what's the matter?" Seeing her expression of surprise, Beak Yusial smiled and said, "Nothing big, but you're close to the professors, aren't you? I'm planning to start a club. Can you ask the professor to help me?" Flame initially assessed it and asked his intent, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Beak Yusial gave the reason immediately. "The thing is, the professor hates me, so I'm a bit shy, I don't dare to ask." Hearing him say that, Flame added, "That's right, looking at that attitude every day, I understand." A series of issues were spoken out by her again. "You always argue with the professor, sleep during class, it's lucky you haven't been warned." Hearing that, Beak Yusial could only smile bitterly. "Ha ha, it's not that bad." But then Flame continued to say to him while closing her eyes, "But who would agree to help with that troublesome task?" But then an idea suddenly arose in her head. And then she said in his surprise, "Come to think of it, aren't you close with the teaching assistant Altarisha?" End the conversation between them here. Beak Yusial was walking down a hallway. Countless thoughts kept appearing in his head. Turns out teaching assistants can also guide students. Just playing the game according to the story, so I didn't even know that. Walking for a while, he was surprised by something and stopped his footsteps. In front of him, a certain lecturer was holding documents and walking out of a room in front, none other than Professor Tyrend, who had given him a hard time before. A slightly sinister expression, as if showing some brewing plan was about to be formed. Still standing there watching, Beak Yusial was a bit stunned. What the heck? Shift to Professor Altarisha's private research room. Beak Yusial arrived at this place and opened the door, smiling and greeting, "Hello." But then he looked surprised again. Looking at the professor in front of him, he asked, "Professor Altarisha?" She was standing thoughtfully looking at the pile of papers scattered all over the floor. Upon seeing someone appear, the professor looked over with somewhat teary eyes, and then hurriedly wiped away the tears. She said, "You've come, I don't know what's the matter." Beak Yusial immediately questioned the teaching assistant. "Teaching assistant, what on earth is going on here?" And then Beak Yusial listened in a daze as the assistant explained. "Ah, it's like this." After listening to her story for a bit, his attention was drawn to the desk where only a few sheets of paper remained. A few questions were then raised by him. "Teaching assistant, the essay you said you had prepared in advance, where is it now?" Hearing this, teaching assistant Altarisha fell silent for a moment, her hands then trying to clench even tighter. But then she managed to put on a smile to hide her previous emotions and continued to tell him, "Well, I've already handed it over to the professor, you know that. There's an academic conference coming up soon. The professor said he would use my essay for that occasion. You should feel grateful, you know, such a gathering of talented alchemists." But then suddenly, Beak Yusial interrupted the teaching assistant, and his expression immediately sank. "Isn't that just getting stolen? Will your name even be mentioned in it?" Hearing this, the teaching assistant fell silent for a brief moment again, but still managed to give a smile and replied, "It's fine, things like this are just part of life experience." Hearing that, Beak Yusial couldn't help but feel helpless, his gaze shifting sideways with a new thought. Good grief, I shouldn't have just asked her to guide the club. His gaze then wandered off in a certain direction, toward the blackboard filled with countless magic formulas. His train of thought continued. Professor Men will probably solve that formula soon, even though I wanted to let Altarisha finish it herself before that happens. But abruptly cutting off his thoughts, Beak Usial turned to teaching assistant Altarisha and said, "Teaching assistant, you have another essay you're working on. Didn't you solve it with me last time?" Altarisha suddenly realized and said, you mean the paper on random number intersection combined with Kai arts. I even tried applying your unique idea, but it didn't get me anywhere. It's not for nothing that it's been an unsolved problem for the past 300 years. Looking back at the blackboard from earlier, Altarisha continued her words. If you can just solve that one bottleneck, you can see the path forward. But then surprise shifted to teaching assistant Altarisha when he replied, I already solved that part. Carrying her astonishment, Altarisha quickly asked, what did you just say? You actually solved it? Really? To prove it, Beak Usial turned to the side and answered, yes, but I just happened to use a trick to solve it, so I don't really understand it very well. He then picked up a piece of chalk and began writing down his explanation and formulas on the board. Altarisha intently watched everything he had just written, an expression of shock mixed with surprise appearing on her face. After finishing a few formulas, matrices, and indices on the board, he turned back with a smile and said, but with you, it will definitely be different. Altarisha quickly approached the blackboard where he had just written. Concentration and analysis immediately poured out of Altarisha. That's right, if we add scattering and reflection to the Trini coefficient in this formula, and then use the Panusan current as well. Hearing her speak those words, Beak Usial wore a satisfied smile. Thoughts formed immediately afterward. She's completely immersed in it already. What an incredible focus. Unlike me, someone who only knows how to copy what they see, she's a true genius, a genius who can change the future of all humanity. He then turned his body to the side. My role ends here. Just like that, he walked out of the room and left Altarisha alone to continue her research. The rest was just a matter of believing in her talent and waiting. Continuing on his journey, a certain fragrance drifted out from somewhere down the hallway. Beak Usial's footsteps came to a halt right there. Finally arrived. My body is so sore. Thoughts quickly formed in his mind. Afterwards, thanks to Altarisha's help, I successfully established the cooking club as its leader, allowing me to get an outing permit. His eyes blinked shut, though there had been a bit of suspicion during the process. Still, it was fortunate that the permit was granted so easily. A conversation between him and teacher Lee immediately ensued. Training. When asking for an outing permit under the guise of a cooking club, he could only offer a bitter smile. Exactly. Just like that, he walked forward again toward a large branch, his thoughts running across. As long as I don't cause any trouble, it'll be fine. And once again, he surprised himself. A gigantic tree, it appeared right before Beak Usial's eyes. A realization was spoken aloud. Is that the third world tree? Update, Namhoa Lin Uy letter 1 EC3N. Many new architectural structures had appeared beneath the roots of this colossal tree. This time, Beak Usial had arrived at the habitat of the spirits. An exclamation escaped his lips as he walked forward. No way, this can't even be compared to game graphics. Moving a bit further, a female spirit appeared and greeted him with a bright smile. Pleased to meet you, Mage of Stella. A male spirit standing nearby chimed in. May your sincere heart reach Mother Earth. Seeing the two of them appear, he smiled warmly. I wish you all blessings from the world tree which has graced us with this beautiful garden. Several thoughts crossed his mind afterwards. Probably because the Altman and Eltran races saved them from the burning and collapsing Second World Tree back in the day, many spirits recognized Stella's uniform and treated him quite kindly. Looking at the others around here, he made another observation. True to the game's settings, there really are a lot of gorgeous men and women. But among them, there was indeed one particularly stunning spirit. That was none older than the king of the spirit tribe, Hoa Sioran. With an appearance resembling a goddess, Hoa Sioran had made countless male gamers' hearts flutter, holding the title of the most popular character in the game world A. However, spirits are genderless, and only when they experience true love does their gender change to match the person they love. Hoa Sioran was also born in a female form, but because they had never truly loved anyone, according to the lore, the character remained genderless. Later on, after falling for Flame, Hoa Sioran chose to become male. No matter which route you chose in the storyline, there was never an option for Hoa Sioran to remain female, driving countless male gamers into despair. Quite a bittersweet irony. I used to like Hoa Sioran too, reminiscing as he walked. Beak Usial ventured deeper inside. A certain surprise caught his attention, a smile blooming on his lips as his eyes looked over. found it. This place is the mysterious labyrinth, the garden of the heavenly spirit Leafhanel. Before moving forward, he paused and fell into deep thought. My current skills have been enhanced quite a bit. It's best to prepare for the upcoming events. Memories of the past returned. Let's get the item. Leafhanel's key of light. Holding a key in his hand, a smile returned to his lips. It's fortunate that I can use this sooner than I thought. Just like that, Beak Usial inserted the key into a lock ahead of him, but his system suddenly flashed a warning right after. Warning, opening the gate leading to this place may alert someone else holding the key. Seeing it, he wasn't particularly surprised. A realization left his lips. I've definitely seen this warning message in the game. And then thoughts took over once again, but among players it was confirmed that nothing special actually happens. At this point, what else could possibly go wrong? Following that thought, Beak Usial once again connected the key to the lock and turned it to the side. A dazzling, light-filled gate appeared before his eyes. System notifications updated instantly. The gate leading to the garden of the heavenly spirit Leafhanel is opening, transporting him to a certain castle. This place is the Spirit Kingdom, the cradle of the heavenly spirit race. Following a massive palace to an inner room, a white-haired girl was sleeping on the central bed. But something made the girl sit up immediately. Her slow footsteps. Then stepped out of bed and walked over to open a window. In the distance, the gigantic world tree came into view. The girl's status information appeared right after. The king of the spirit tribe, Heroine, looked out into the distance and murmured thoughtfully, "The world is so peaceful today." Nearby overhead, two pigeons were cooing to each other. Looking at them, she added, "I wonder when I'll ever be as free as that." Her amber eyes reflected her innermost desire. Just watching those birds made her feel envious. But then footsteps approached and the surrounding scenery shifted slightly. Sensing a change in energy, she surprised herself with a thought. This aura is. She touched her forehead, her thoughts continuing to form. Did someone sneak into the secret garden where Leafhanel slumbers? That place shouldn't be accessible to anyone. Who on earth is it? Worry washed across her face. What should I do now? Burdened by that lingering concern, she placed her hand on an item resting nearby and threw a hooded cloak over herself, heading toward the door to leave. But then she stopped in her tracks, her hands gripping the hem of her cloak with countless new thoughts. I mustn't lose my temper. I've endured for decades. I can't act rashly now. What if the curse triggers and drives someone mad? She hesitated once more. Let's wait for the destined day to come, then I'll investigate. Back at Beak Usial. Right now he sneezed. Achoo. Clouds of dust billowed up around him, filling his path. His realization followed. This damn pollen. And then something suddenly attacked from behind, forcing him to move quickly to dodge. Whoa, damned tree roots. After moving a short distance, he stopped at a certain spot. To be exact, standing right beside a giant flower. Adjusting the hem of his clothes, he muttered, "If I keep fighting them, it'll never end." But he pulled out a vial with a distinctive smile and continued. Good thing I prepared some alchemy petrol bombs in advance. Without a second of hesitation, Beak Usial threw the bottle in his hand forward, a flash of light erupting instantly. The tree caught fire upon meeting the flame, engulfing the entire area in a blaze. On his side, Beak Usial drew his familiar sword, getting into a stance as a realization settled in. Then I can't miss this opportunity. His body suddenly shifted with astonishing speed, teleporting forward and charging straight toward the target. His eyes focused to pinpoint a fixed position, and then he locked onto his attack target there. Confirming the spot, Beak Usial smoothly thrust his sword right through it. With just those two basic attacks, the tree monster gradually dissolved and his system displayed the finalization info. You have gained experience points. Standing aside to assess the situation with half-lidded eyes, he remarked, "Phew, this is enough for ordinary monsters." Quickly composing his mood and looking ahead, he continued, "Now let's go achieve the real goal." The system prompt popped up. You have entered the boss room of the labyrinth. Arriving at a garden filled with glowing blue flowers, where a figure leaned against the central pillar. Approaching from nearby, Beak Usial took steady steps forward, then had to stop and observe what was ahead. Could that be the heavenly spirit Leafhanel? Continuing with Beak Usial's monologue, the most mysterious creatures in the world are spirits. This meant a pure soul that had trained for hundreds of years and finally attained enlightenment, transforming into a new form of existence. They say that even the world itself doesn't have many such entities. But the creature before his eyes was not a perfect spirit. That woman had lost her heart right before becoming a spirit and remained trapped in that state forever. Under the glowing moonlight against a sparkling night sky, Beak Usial saw someone leaning against the central pillar. Anxiety began to envelop Beak Usial. He took a deep breath and stepped forward one pace at a time. Although she only existed as a spirit form, the pressure generated by the massive amount of mana began to weigh down on his body. The immense pressure caused his posture to sink. Even though he had read the prior warning to always wear high-grade protective armor, he currently had nothing. The intense pressure quickly forced his body to buckle, and thoughts raced through his mind. Supernatural mana pressure. A problem was added to his thoughts. Indeed, even in death, a spirit remains a spirit, as proven by the pressure it radiates at the moment of death. But because of that, I can't give up here. Gritting his teeth tightly and gathering all his strength into his body, he began to slowly stand back up. It was difficult, however, he finally succeeded in standing. But most of his body trembled due to the previously mentioned issue. The body cannot store mana. After walking step by step, he finally reached the spirit's side, heavy panting clearly visible on him. By now, he could clearly see this spirit clasping her hands in prayer for something. The blue light painted a gorgeous landscape, and then a surprise was brought to him. The status window popped up. Experience for the slow mana accumulation skill has increased. Catching his balance, Baek Yuseol leaned backwards slightly. A groan escaped his lips immediately after. I feel a bit better about life now. The system window remained, stat values increased. He slipped into a somewhat weary state. That's right, this place is a precious training ground left behind by spirits. One of the world's mysteries that even the most talented mages could never uncover. It is one of those miraculous coincidences that mages all over the world desperately search for mana veins. This is a mystical place where even ordinary training can yield dozens to hundreds of times the efficiency. Furthermore, thanks to absorbing energy from the natural spirit, his compatibility increased significantly, and a blank expression took over as he pondered next. Yes, it's hard for me to find a suitable training room, but here I can practice new movements I've never practiced in other rooms. But quickly after, he pulled his attention back to the spirit statue. To be more precise, it was something resting upon it. A thought formed, but before that, no matter what I think. He took that item out and held it in his hand. The notification popped up specifically, "You have acquired the Hatred branch." A smile appeared on his lips alongside akimbo arms. The details popped up even more meticulously. Hatred branch, high rare grade. Description: hatred never fades with time but only grows day by day. Special trait: hatred. 1 Upon first contact, the target falls into a state of abnormal resentment. 2 Upon second contact, the target's hatred erupts, dealing significant extra damage to those with dark attributes. 3 Resentment damage accumulates day by day and can last up to 3 months. 4 If the target's danger level is 6 or higher, the damage may be halved. Single-use trait. Looking at the newly acquired item, a confident smile pushed to a new level. With this, I can deal with the 8th episode's bug, Mage Mazen Tyrant. I've also obtained the image artifact, so let's start training. Time flew quickly. Moving to a few weeks later, Baek Yuseol opened his system menu to check his stats. Slow mana accumulation level 3, strength increased by 8%, agility increased by 12%, perception increased by 20%. Sixth sense intuition activates by consuming the user's mental strength. It can detect mana phenomena within a 24-meter radius and activates perception acceleration, automatically triggering when the user is deemed in danger. Mana blood circulation rate 2%. He exhaled a breath, phew, then brought a hand up to support his chin and evaluated. These current stats are right around 2 stars. A thought crossed his mind. There's still a long way to go because the main character's stats have reached 4 stars and above. Training continued relentlessly. In this world, there are no masters who can teach swordsmanship, so I need to constantly repeat simple thrusts and slashes to hit enemy weak points more precisely. His determination flared up even brighter. I have to work harder. Raising his sword backward, sacrificing his body, blood, and sweating through the training. A few basic slashes, as he called them, were made forward, but then a certain pressure cut into his body. It felt like something had just pierced through his chest. His sword dropped to the ground afterward, but it seemed to be a benefit rather than a drawback as his realization followed. Awesome. Panting heavily, he wiped the sweat from his face with his hand. To elaborate, the system provided some new information. You have learned a special breathing technique. You have acquired the spirit's breath skill. But then Baek Yuseol had a feeling that something wasn't right. His vision gradually blurred. The perceived world began to twist abnormally. A heavy sensation enveloped his body and signs of drowsiness appeared. Then his worldview warped into a bizarre shape. But quickly after, he snapped awake upon hearing someone's rapid-fire questions. What are you doing now? Can't you hear my voice? Can you hear my voice? Can't you hear it? You hear me speaking, but you're ignoring me. I wish that happened. Do you hear me? Yes, yes, answer quickly. I'm waiting. I told you to answer fast. Hurry up. A look of shock remained on his face. He quickly placed his hand on his chest as if startled. Creepy, what the hell is this? Where is that sound coming from? But then a new voice spoke up, causing him to turn his head back in surprise. Can you hear my voice right now? Beak Yusial confirmed. Are you a spirit? His gaze fixed on the spirit statue right there. Thoughts quickly took over. What was the spirit Leaf Hanel talk to me about? He brought his hand to his mouth, blurting out immediately, what the hell, that corpse is talking to me. But opposite him, specks of light converged and formed a sign. The spirit spoke, I'm not dead yet, you really are a bad person. Beak Yusial asked, what is that? What did you just say? The spirit replied, I've been talking the whole time, though you couldn't hear because you were deaf and couldn't grasp the situation yet. Beak Yusial asked another question, why can I suddenly hear that sound when I couldn't hear anything before, as he picked up the sword that had dropped to the ground. The spirit answered, isn't it because we're alike? He froze for a few seconds, an expression of surprise mingling as he heard the voice continue. You just exhaled the exact same breath as me. Thoughts settled right in his mind. Immediately, a prior notification popped up stating a certain skill had been learned. A detailed new status window appeared. Spirit's Breath Level 1. Spirit's Breath can help you become one with nature. Blood circulation speed increases significantly, but mana erosion will occur. Effects: first form boosts strength points by 107%. Second form boosts agility points by 125%. Third form boosts perception points by 147%. Fourth form boosts strength points by an additional 101%, maximum duration 15 seconds. Mana erosion rate 1%. Looking at it, he fell into a prolonged contemplation. What is this amazing skill? The duration might be a bit short, but it can instantly boost my physique straight to 4 stars. Is that right? He blurted out immediately. Oh wait, the penalty is the erosion of divine power. He drifted into thought again. This fits what I said about losing a human body. Divine beasts can maintain their forms using their own magical power, but I'm a monaleek, I'm losing my own body. It means death is approaching. It's a good skill, but my lifespan will decrease the more I use it. His eyes focused forward. A new thought formed. No, I need to think more positively. Anyway, it's true that I've acquired a useful skill I can use in an emergency. Opposite him, the spirit statue looked somewhat pensive. After a moment, it spoke. Amazing. This is only the second time a human has breathed the breath of a spirit. You're just like the other person with such a faint presence. Because your body has no mana in it, it's like you don't even exist in this world. Though not understanding much, Beak Yusial grasped the core and asked back, who was that person? The spirit statue replied, that person used a sword just like you. That person could cut all magic and spirits. Shock appeared on his face. What? He synthesized it in his thoughts. The game didn't mention inspection at all. If you can slash a spirit, aren't you just extremely good? Another question he posed. Can I meet that person? The spirit statue answered, no, you can't. They were killed by the 12 disciples of the Origin Mage. Struck like a bolt from the blue, Beak Yusial slumped slightly. The Origin Mage, then he died a long time ago. But then he received a new statement. Should I teach you? I was very close to that person, so I recorded all of that person's breathing and movements. Beak Yusial grew even more surprised. Really? The spirit's voice continued. In exchange, there's a condition. I can't leave here or talk to anyone. I'm definitely dead, so please save my heart, save me. Beak Yusial paused for a few seconds, his expression then sinking. That's the answer I expected. He spoke up, I'm sorry, that's impossible. With my current abilities, I can't save the hearts of other spirits. The spirit Leaf Hanel stopped talking, deep contemplation clearly showing. After some deliberation, the spirit continued. It doesn't strictly have to be the heart of a spirit, it can just be the pure heart of a god. Beak Yusial questioned, if you use the heart of a god, will you lose most of your power? Hearing that, Leaf Hanel's voice temporarily softened. Are you all right, rather than being trapped here forever in loneliness? A bitter feeling surfaced in those words. Not knowing what that feeling was like, Beak Yusial sighed and agreed. Yeah, all right, if it's just the heart of an ordinary god, it shouldn't be a problem. A few hidden thoughts formed within Beak Yusial. Anyway, the reason I'm training here is because of the upcoming spirit-beast bonding ceremony. At that time, I'll meet countless entities. That's worth way more than saving a spirit's heart. A smile appeared on his lips, and he said, I'll bring it to you, as many as possible. The spirit opposite replied, thank you, I'll wait. I have something for you as proof. Beak Yusial doubted. Proof. Pointing in a certain direction toward another item, the spirit's voice rang out, look at the pillar behind me. he asked. What is this? The spirit replied. This is proof that you are my friend. Beak Yusial picked it up and the system shared its knowledge. The flower necklace of leaf hanel, an item that serves as proof of friendship. New thoughts rushed back in. I've never heard of an item like this, even in the game. He tucked it into his pocket. Fine, if there's no firewood, I'll just use it as kindling for now. But then he stopped midway as he was putting the necklace away. No, wait, that's a sacred spirit. He held it up in front of his face, gazed at it, and smiled. This is a sign of friendship. Perhaps this is a pretty useful item after all. Shifting to the end of dawn, a soft light streamed through the window of a certain room. Someone's hand writing on the chalkboard appeared in the frame. This place wasn't unfamiliar. It was none other than Stella Academy in Altarisha's laboratory. She suddenly stopped her piece of chalk mid-stroke. Before her eyes was the complete system of a certain formula. I did it. In the somewhat cramped room, Altarisha had solved the entire formula that Beak Yusial had provided earlier. But then a sound rang out, though she didn't pay much attention to it. Oh, now is not the time. She walked over to her writing desk and began to write. The pen tip was set down. After a while, she broke into a satisfied smile. Tomorrow, a new era begins. Would Yusial be happy to know about this? Co-author Beak Yusial. Yeah. The capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, the Iron Black Empire, which contained two main types of resources, gold mines and iron mines, was a vast, towering, and desolate area. The buildings were so tall they didn't even touch the upper limit of one's vision. These buildings were so high they looked like a cyberpunk-style forest of structures. In the sky, countless steel wires and countless trains ran back and forth. It looked like a spider web, which was why it was called Spider City. The gloomy and dark atmosphere gave off an ominous feeling. But the dwarves actually living here were full of vitality. Beak Yusial and Altarisha set foot in this place and he cheerfully spoke up. We've arrived. Though somewhat surprised, Altarisha standing beside him confirmed, yes, that's right. A few explanations followed. Today was the day of the academic conference. The location for this academic conference changed every year, and this year the event would be held at Jumhakwang Academy, the best alchemy school in the Dwarf Kingdom. Since the creators of material magic were dwarves, this year's conference was expected to be on a scale unlike usual. In addition, it was said that Khodan's greatest alchemist, also known as the Golden Alchemist Hwal Siak Ko, would be participating in this academic conference. A thought crossed Beak Yusial's mind, mixed with a hint of smugness. This is the perfect time to present Altarisha's latest research findings. But then his gaze shifted to Altarisha beside him. She spoke up next. But Yusial, is this really okay? Worry was clearly written on her face. This is what that professor has spent half her life researching. Seeing her like that, Beak Yusial felt a bit of worry in his thoughts. Is that person a good person or an idiot? Even when her research was stolen, she couldn't do anything about it, yet she can still say such nice things. Sensing things weren't right, he immediately changed the mood. Don't worry, Altarisha looked over. And he continued, it's not that I copied Professor Mason Tyron's research, it's just that the assistant is better than the professor. Altarisha stood there looking a bit dazed. Yes, thank you. Just like that, the two continued moving forward and he went on. Then let's go in. There's already way too many people on the red carpet up front, so let's just use the back door. Altarisha didn't refuse. Oh right, that's a good idea. Everyone then headed inside. The voice of the host broadcasted out. Hello to all the doctors, professors, and researchers of the association. The 87th Golden Section Scientific Conference is about to begin. In this first session, we will be introducing a new potion. Footsteps approach the stage. None other than Professor Mason Tyron. The host's voice continued after she reached her spot. First, we have the participation of Professor Mason Tyron from Stella Academy. After starting her introduction, she projected some information onto the screen. The introduction began. Hello, I am Mason Tyron from Stella Academy. Today, I will be introducing the alpha type of the red potion. She began her lengthy speech. Everyone listened attentively to those words, but we couldn't quite tell what she was saying. After a long while, she wrapped it up. That's all. Everyone was left in shock. Beak Yusial stood in a corner, watching with his arms crossed, while murmurs broke out among the crowd. Oh, Professor Mason Tyron has such a wonderful idea to improve that hard-to-brew red potion. Watching the murmuring crowd, a few thoughts crossed Beak Yusial's mind. She really is good at talking about Altarisha's thesis as if it were her own. There are many ways to play around here. The main course is about to start right now. Someone stepped forward, the host's voice rang out. Next is the presentation by Assistant Altarisha of Stella Academy. Altarisha stepped up to the exact spot where Professor Mason Tyron had stood earlier. She decided to speak. Hello, nice to meet you all. I am Altarisha, an alchemist from Stella Academy. But no one paid attention to her words. People began whispering below, "Hey, that's the person from the pharmaceutical company I introduced earlier. I really liked the presentation on the natural regenerative cell extraction method that the professor explained." Bikusial above listened intently to Altarisha's words below. She continued, "The topic I will be presenting today is..." A faint smile appeared on Bikusial's lips, and her next sentence caused the auditorium to fall silent for a moment. "This is a summary and complete understanding of the analysis and interpretation of the mixed number alchemy interference spell." The noise dropped significantly, and not a single person dared to whisper anymore. But then someone couldn't take it and immediately stood up to question her. "Do you know where you are standing right now?" Hearing that, Altarisha looked somewhat flustered, and she replied with the words, "Yes, of course. This is a wonderful and respectable position for someone like me." The questioning continued directed at her. "Then how are we supposed to understand what you just said?" Altarisha felt anxious, her hands clenched tightly in front of her chest, but she quickly regained her confidence. "Please accept it in the way of an alchemist." Once again, the people below started murmuring, "But that mixed number interference spell is completely absurd. In terms of the principles of magitech and alchemy, they can't possibly be blended together, right? This is an unresolved problem that has persisted for 300 years. Up above, the golden alchemist Hwal Siak Ko brought his hand to his mouth, adjusting his composure. He continued speaking, "I am really looking forward to it. I want to find the truth within a magic spell that supposedly is deemed impossible." "Little alchemist, why don't you go ahead and announce your discovery to us all?" Altarisha couldn't help but be surprised by this. A slight flush of happiness appeared on her face. She spoke up again, "Thank you." But then someone suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "I object." None other than Professor Mason Tyrant. The words were uttered along with the grinding of teeth. "Before presenting Assistant Professor Altarisha's report, I would like to raise some questions regarding the report in question." Professor Hwal Siak Ko looked over and asked, "What do you mean by doubt?" But then something urged Professor Mason Tyrant onward. Looking at Altarisha ahead, she explicitly stated, "There are suspicions of plagiarism." Altarisha's expression turned blank while the murmurs of the crowd grew incessant. "Oh my god, plagiarism? Even suspecting plagiarism." Hwal Siak Ko looked excited. "Ha ha, how funny. Do you know what happens if you make an accusation of plagiarism and fail to prove it?" With a faint smile, Professor Mason Tyrant said, "Of course." She stepped forward close to Altarisha's position, blocking the front. Spreading her arms wide, she said, "As everyone knows, the mixed number alchemy interference spell has 5 difficulties. Only when all 5 difficulties are solved can alchemy and magic harmonize." She continued, "Until now, only 2 of these issues have been solved within the Academy, and even then, it can only be considered an incomplete answer." Bikusial crossed his arms and listened to these words from Mason Tyrant. The professor below continued, "In Kintu Anus, I have solved the 4 hardest problems. And Assistant Altarisha standing here is just an alchemy assistant and my assistant." Altarisha felt anxious, and the crowd's murmurs started up again. "If that's true, then this report." Mason Tyrant wasn't finished yet. "Of course my thesis is correct, even if the assistant solved that 5th puzzle." The criticism weighed heavily on Altarisha's shoulders. "Can you honestly say that you solved the remaining 4 problems all by yourself?" Mason Tyrant looked pleased, glancing over at Altarisha standing beside her. A dangerous smile appeared along with her train of thought. "Altarisha, you fool. I must admit your genius and extraordinary talent, but this is where the life of an alchemist like you must end. Talent lasts forever." Professor Mason Tyrant closed in on Altarisha, and with her hands on her hips, she posed a question. "So what do you think, Assistant Altarisha?" Altarisha hadn't escaped this predicament yet, and a sense of trembling washed over her along with a few thoughts. "Oh, I knew this would happen. My hair is gradually turning white. What should I do?" But then an intention urged her forward. "If you find it hard being alone, just call me." Her composure gradually returned. She narrowed her eyes, raised her hand to offer her input. "I have someone who helped me. I want to call another person to appear just like anyone else, up above." Altarisha continued, "As for this entire report, I am a co-author." A trembling finger was pointed straight forward, toward the spot where Bikusial was standing, and she said, "That student right there is Bikusial." Not expecting this scene, his expression mixed anxiety and surprise. A new thought popped up. "I'm a co-author." After being introduced by Altarisha as a co-author, Professor Mason Tyrant also looked in Bikusial's direction. He took steps forward toward the podium. The murmurs of the crowd mixed in. How ridiculous. Is a student really that young? I don't think anything will actually change instead of arguing based on words like that. The Golden Alchemy Professor Hwal Siak Ko showed some interest, crossing his arms in anticipation. Oh ho, I'm really looking forward to this. On Baek Yuseol's side, after moving, he had now stepped closer to the lecture podium, his gaze partially lowered to the floor with a somewhat sorrowful mood. He gradually walked closer to Professor Mason Tyrand. His gaze looked straight at this professor without any worry or hesitation. He quietly walked past Professor Mason Tyrand. But then a surge of magical energy suddenly poured out. This came from the branch he was holding in his hand. The direction this spiritual power touched was the professor's arm. A system information window quickly updated. The special resentment skill of the item Vengeful Tree Branch has been activated. Target of resentment, Mason Tyrand. After he walked past, Professor Mason didn't seem to notice, only showing a bit of anger as she looked over and spoke. HMPH, how rude. Seeing that the opponent didn't notice, he gave a faint smile along with the thought, all right, it worked. After reaching the necessary spot, he stopped and officially faced the scholars below. Silence took hold first, followed by a blank expression. Baek Yuseol spoke up. First of all, I would like to listen carefully to Professor Mason Tyrand's arguments. They say seeing once is better than hearing 100 times, so let's solve the cross-alchemy technique right here. A smile appeared on his face and once again murmurs broke out from the crowd. A debate between a professor and her assistant to settle this report? Sounds pretty interesting. Same opinion as everyone else. Altarisha's worry was directed at him as she spoke somewhat stammeringly. Hey Yuseol, seeing her worried. He cast a glance over but flipped the question back. Hey assistant, do you not trust me? Hearing that, Altarisha looked a bit dazed. Ah no, I trust you. To reassure her further, Baek Yuseol comforted her. I've been by your side this whole time, so don't worry, assistant Altarisha, you can do it. I believe in you more than anyone else. Seeing his smiling face, Altarisha blushed slightly and a train of thought ran smoothly through her head. After this, can I really do it? Her hand clenched tightly around her collar, and focusing as she adjusted her glasses, a thought washed over her. That's right, Baek Yuseol is right. I must believe in what I've done all this time. Her hair was neatened up properly. On this side, Professor Mason Tyrand looked stunned, unable to process the situation here. After regaining her confidence, Altarisha stepped forward to stand opposite Mason, saying, Shall we begin then? Encouraged by Baek Yuseol earlier, Altarisha was completely confident. Starting with a few new pieces of news, the variable interference method in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist declared, I have found a miraculous formula that can solve this equation. This is the miraculous formation that can solve different space equations, but I really need to use the restroom so I can't write it down. Afterwards, he passed away in the restroom, making this formula famous. Ever since then, countless alchemists had tested this, but all results ended in failure. Because of that, no one wanted to try it anymore. This unsolved formula was deemed impossible, but now someone claimed they could solve the random spatial interference formula. A smoking person with a cold expression gave a remark. Interesting. Information about this person popped up. Member of the Moon Bone Tower, 13th Destruction Squad, Captain Keen. Another girl in similar attire standing nearby yawned. What's so interesting? It's boring to death. Updated information, Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron. Both appeared here in a state of invisibility. After finishing her yawn, Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron looked upward, casting a half-serious observation. Hey Captain, is that professor really a black magician? Someone nearby discussed. I think there's a smell of cigarettes around here. Looking toward the place where the two were recording information on the chalkboard, Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron gave her observation. The more I think about it, the more I feel this mission is a huge scam. She looked at Keen standing beside her without saying a word. An ellipsis appeared. She helplessly rubbed her head, closing her eyes as she continued. What can you do? Whatever that old man says, the captain just believes it blindly. But then she suddenly opened her eyes and looked ahead. Not just her, Keen also paid attention in that direction, where Professor Mason Tyrand and Assistant Altarisha faced each other once again. An observation quickly formed in thought. The atmosphere in this auditorium has changed, hasn't it? The host's voice rang out. Yes, the first difficult problem-solving session has just ended. Approaching the golden alchemist Hwal Siak Ko's position, he was surprised by the information written below. Observing the sequence of information recorded specifically and in detail on the two blackboards, he made an observation. Although similar, it's a completely different approach. On this side, Captain Keen formed a train of thought while watching closely in the same direction, yet the assistant's interpretation is simpler compared to Professor Mason Tyron's. Moreover, the final result has a slight difference. Down below, the host's voice rang out once more. Next is the second difficult problem-solving session. The two walked back to their respective blackboards and continued writing. In the observation area, a few people started focusing, worry and surprise clearly showing on their faces. Amazing, quite a few people have solved the second problem before. But an interpretation like this is the first time I've ever seen it. A problem that was supposed to take at least 200 lines to solve and clarify, yet she managed to use exactly 12 lines to resolve that issue. The person the two were discussing was none other than Altarisha. Observing the situation from the side, Beek Yusial crossed his arms, smiled, and formed an observation in his thoughts. This audience reaction is also very good. Maintaining his smile, his thoughts shifted. But the real main event starts right now. The host's voice rang out. Currently, the third difficult problem-solving session is underway. Will the third problem, the one no one has ever solved until now, actually be cracked right here? The two focused on recording their research results on the blackboard. Altarisha's expression began to show beads of anxious sweat, while Professor Mason Tyrand looked far more anxious. Both stopped writing. And Hwal Siak Ko below was surprised. Observations were made continuously. Did she really solve it? Professor Mason, who cracked the third problem previously deemed impossible, has truly commendable results. Though she heard the praise, Professor Mason showed no signs of joy. Instead, a mixture of surprise and confusion took over. Hwal Siak Ko's words pointed out, but more than that, Assistant Altarisha has something even more impressive. Looking at the results hidden on Altarisha's side, Professor Mason grew irritated and angry, her thoughts taking over. What kind of interpretation is that anyway? On this side, Beek Yusial smiled with satisfaction, hearing the endless murmurs around him. How on earth could she come up with an approach like this? Even while seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. A few new pieces of information were proposed. Up until now, senior alchemists viewed the 5 difficult problems as 5 separate issues and solved them one by one. But Altarisha was completely different. She treated all 5 problems as a whole and proceeded to solve them in an integrated manner. That was also the difference between Mason Tyrand and Altarisha. The process of solving the remaining difficult problems continued. Professor Mason's chalk-writing hand began to tremble, and her computational train of thought stopped functioning well. Wait, what was the formula for the later part? Looking back at the blackboard, she cursed. Damn it, there's not enough board left to write on. She turned to the nearby host and shouted loudly, please bring more blackboards up here. Her voice strained higher, hurry up. But then, a familiar sound rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere immediately. I've finished solving it. Professor Mason's gaze froze, then she looked to the side, where Altarisha calmly turned her back to the blackboard and looked at the people below. Altarisha explained, facing everyone, that was the complete analysis and interpretation of the random spatial interference formula. A light flashed from her and her calm voice echoed across the plaza, ending this thorny problem. The crowd couldn't restrain their temper. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter drowned out everything else. Insane. This is truly too insane. Am I really witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? Ah, I'm so touched. This really is the moment of the century. Altarisha below heard these words and felt overjoyed, confidence forming in her thoughts. I actually did it. She looked toward Beek Yusial not far away, adding a silent reflection. Thank you, Yusial, it's all thanks to you. Her smile was still there, but another voice appeared. Altarisha, opposing her, was the darkness radiating from Professor Mason Tyrand. Altarisha looked over, full of worry. Professor. Beek Yusial's footsteps advanced to stand beside Altarisha. Then an arm stretched out, and the demonic energy emanating from Professor Mason Tyrand became clearer and clearer. A distorted voice was uttered by her immediately. Altarisha, a certain confession was exposed. How much longer do you plan on making me sad? You edited the stolen thesis like that and forged it as your own. Do you find it fun? Beek Yusial stepped forward a pace, shielding Altarisha behind him. His gaze revealed no emotion whatsoever, and a train of thought quickly settled in his mind. Is she planning to become a black magician right here? Even earlier than expected, but this is actually better. Not only that, looking at Professor Mason ahead of him, he formed a new reflection. If she turns into a black magician in front of everyone right now, those dark auras of anger won't be held back. She called out her name again. Altarisha, Altarisha. Her final gaze displayed deep resentment. Altarisha was still in an anxious state. She tried to regain her composure by biting her lip. Altarisha suddenly shouted loudly, "I told you to just admit it." Confidence returned to her. Keeping up that momentum, Altarisha spoke clearly. "My thesis is even more outstanding than the professor's anyway. Wasn't that presentation just now enough? How much more of my thesis do you have to steal before you're satisfied, huh?" Hearing these words from her, the listeners and scientists began to look surprised and exchanged remarks with each other. That thesis about the red potion earlier belonged to that assistant. No wonder. Before she could feel confident for long, Altarisha started trembling again. Professor. Once again, her emotions burst forth, her voice louder than before. "The professor is even more foolish than me." Hearing these words, Beak Yusial's expression turned blank as he looked at the person standing beside him, a feeling that quickly spread to Captain Keen and Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron standing on this side. Finally, Professor Mazin, who was the center of attention at the moment, also looked blank. To break the awkward atmosphere, Golden Alchemist Hwell Siako spoke up. Breaking the mood, "Hey, how interesting." He crossed his arms and laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, today's symposium is truly fascinating." At this point, Professor Mazin abruptly returned to reality. A dazed feeling mixed with a shaky voice as she realized a small trace of demonic energy had leaked out. "What?" She looked down at her trembling hands. "What just did I do?" Thoughts quickly took over. Dangerous. This is really dangerous. Knowing where everything started, Professor Mazin directed her anger and gazed toward one side. Walking with hurried steps with the intention of approaching Altarisha. Specific threat materialized. "Altarisha, how dare you?" Altarisha looked surprised and timid. This surprise quickly shifted when Professor Mazin saw a familiar figure blocking her path. That person was none other than Beak Yusial. His voice rang out slowly. "Professor Mazin, please take a look at the situation now." Following the voice, Professor Mazin's face froze, then gradually sank into a state of blank confusion and existential doubt. She bore an invisible pressure as countless gazes from the people below cast unfavorable impressions upon her. The alchemist sat in silence waiting for the result, allowing everyone to dispel their doubts and understand the situation again. Professor Mazin turned sideways and spoke up. "Ah no, that's not it." Topping it off, she placed her hand over her chest and raised her voice. "That little brat stole my thesis." Down below, hearing everything and assessing the situation, Alchemist Hwell Siako calmly said, "Drag her out." Someone quickly replied, "Yes." The order was executed. Two supervising spirits stepped forward and escorted Professor Mazin away. Faced with this situation, Professor Mazin still tried to argue. "Ah no, I said I didn't do anything wrong." Both members of Destruction Team 13 watched the direction she left while her voice still hadn't stopped. "Let go of me, let me go." After the major danger and huge trouble were removed, Altarisha collapsed and sat right on the ground in place. All her initial burdens seemed to lift. Phew. From ahead, a hand reached out slowly. Her sparkling eyes looked at that familiar hand. Beak Yusial, with a confident smile, looked toward her sitting figure and spoke. "Assistant, you've worked hard today." Hearing the cheering words from him, Altarisha blanked out for a few seconds, then broke into a bright smile, washing away all her worries. "Yeah." The golden outdoor lights added to the sparkling beauty of this place. Moving to the 13th Destruction Team of the Bone Moon Tower, the two of them were currently heading in one direction. Vice Captain Hyjin closed her eyes and started a new conversation. "In the end, we didn't gain anything at all." Hearing her speak without head or tail but with a middle, Captain Keen grasped the issue and added, "If emotions erupted to that extent, there definitely should have been signs. Yet the sensor reacting to dark magic incursion didn't show any feedback." A point was continued by Vice Captain Hyjin. "That's right, after all, the Bone Moon Tower's telepathic sensing isn't absolute either." A new question was added after looking at Beak Yusial and Altarisha surrounded by scholars. "By the way, is that kid the high school student they claim is the co-author?" Turning to Captain Keen beside her, she observed, "Pretty cute, isn't he?" Keen cast a sideways glance back. "Did you investigate?" Hyjin's expression went blank as she replied, "Yeah, just got the news from me." She provided detailed information about Beak Yusial. Before coming to Stella, his hometown was destroyed by dark magicians, so he must be a commoner. His grades are the lowest, yet how did he get into Class S? On top of that, he studies at the world's most prestigious magic school without using magic. Overall, it's very strange. Today he also requested to remove his name from the paper. Never expected there would be so much information. Captain Keen calmly looked straight ahead. Is that so? Remember it. Her gaze showed surprise at something. From ahead, Baek looked directly at Keen. Showing one part focus, the other 9 parts represented ignorance. He decided to brush it off, looked back ahead, and flashed a bright smile. Standing there slightly bewildered, Captain Keen wondered, wait, did our eyes just meet a moment ago? Hyjin looked over, disbelieving. What? No way. She looked at Baek ahead and continued. Could the captain's cognitive dullness magic and my darkness barrier be pierced through so easily? Assessment. It must be just an illusion. Fixing her unwavering gaze ahead, Keen stood silently for a few seconds. Baek smile appeared as if nothing had just happened from the previous look. Smile appeared as if nothing had just happened from the previous look. Keen had no words left to say to him. Ellipses appeared endlessly. With no more business after confirming Professor Mason was not abnormal, Keen walked off in one direction, saying, let's go, we're done here. Hyjin put her hands behind her back, followed along, and added, I'm sick of this boring place too. Moving to carriage bearing strong aristocratic marks. Inside was the figure of someone angry, biting her fingernails. That person was none other than Professor Mason Tyrant. Curses poured out endlessly. Damn it, if it weren't for Baek I wouldn't have had to suffer this humiliation. But from the front, someone sitting and reading a book with closed eyes calmly spoke. Since things have come to this, we have to deal with Baek Calm down. Seeing this person suddenly appear, Mason's voice turned more dramatic. You are Raiden. He continued to speak, you caused trouble. After casting a casual glance, he hurriedly closed the book in his hand upon hearing the remark from Mason Tyrant. That's not trouble. Professor Mason Tyrant's expression revealed unmistakable surprise. Almost. Raiden continued with a slightly dissatisfied expression. Glancing over, he added, almost. Fortunately, the contract suppressed it. If emotions had surged a little more and caused chaos, it could have ruined all our plans. Realizing she almost caused a major hazard, Professor Mason stood dazed in place. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. Seeing her only offering such words, Raiden put the book away into his storage space while closing his eyes and sighing. Do you think just apologizing can solve the problem? The leader is extremely disappointed. Immediately, you must readjust your mood back to how it was. He continued, you've nearly lost your value as a professor at Stella Academy. Refusing to accept this, Professor Mason shouted loudly, her voice rushing out explanations. No, I have many connections on the plagiarism review board. This incident I can still make things smoother. I haven't been fired yet. Hearing her talk a bit too much, Raiden closed his eyes and cut her off. Shut up and stay still. Bow your head to the ground and walk around. That's the most useful thing you can do. Interrogation replaced the atmosphere. Understand. He then teleported away, leaving Professor Mason with a series of demands. Don't move and stay quiet until the commander gives instructions. Left entirely alone, Mason Tyrant harbored deep resentment, clenching her fists tightly as her blame targeted one person. It's all because of Baek Her expression stained with distinct danger. Some conspiracy was about to form. Recalling the figures of both before being dragged away, Professor Mason added a thought. Just wait a little longer, just wait a little longer. His figure was deeply etched in her mind. Moving to a train traveling to somewhere. Inside a train compartment, Baek sat with crossed arms, staring intently across at assistant Altarisha. His gaze drifted to the side, a realization entering his thoughts. What a pity. I thought if Professor Mason Tyrant used dark magic during the presentation, it could have prevented the collapse and the disaster of the 8th episode from forming. He continued. I guessed everything would proceed quietly until the so-called explosive story arc. Closing his eyes, he leaned back, but his thoughts lingered. It can't be helped, and I shouldn't rush. The academic conference ended smoothly, and the grudge branch has been activated. Suddenly, his eyes opened. There's only one thing that bothers me a bit. He recalled the moment his eyes unconsciously looked toward a certain direction, where Captain Keen and Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron stood side by side in a state of dark stealth. Looking at Keen, who was looking back at him at that time, a new realization materialized. That person was definitely Keen. Detailed introduction, a small group of elite mages, selected with extreme strictness. The top dark mage unit, Bone Moon Tower, even within the Bone Moon Tower. Famous for hunting dark mages and witches, the commander of the 13th Destruction Team, the most elite group, is Keen. Deeper contemplation. If I didn't have my sixth sense, I would never have noticed until the very last minute. I can guess why those dangerous people were there. They probably came to monitor Professor Mason Tyrant. Whatever it is, it would be great if we could participate actively. Right as he thought this, he inadvertently noticed Assistant Altarisha, who had a sluggish expression like she had just woken up. The old story continued through a new narrative. "I'm sorry, but could you spare a moment?" As the words finished, someone appeared near where Altarisha was sitting. A surprised question escaped her. Who might you be?" Before hearing the other party introduce themselves, she was startled. The person opposite appeared in a white suit, featuring the characteristic ears of the spirit race, holding a hat in hand. And opening with a fresh expression, speaking, "Pleased to meet you all." Character information appeared: Nebula Corporation Chairman Melian. In-depth explanation adding knowledge. As the game chapters progress, the worldview gradually expands. As the protagonist's flame grows up, naturally many other characters become targets, among them known as the Heart of the Southern Lomun Plains. Nebula Corporation Chairman Melian, blessed with the Golden Ratio Destiny stats, is destined to be the richest man in the world. Although over 50 and having a daughter, he remains a target for many. The reason is not because he is rich or handsome, but because his daughter is Jeliel. High Elf Melian, true to her title of villainess, tormented the protagonist throughout the chapters. Players grew angry and sought to torment Melian as much as possible, targeting the person she loved most, her father, marry Melian and destroy her family. After a long introduction, Beek Usial let out a weary sigh but didn't forget to wrap up his thoughts. It sounds like a joke, but everyone is excited about this dramatic development. Next, he looked forward with half-lidded eyes, showing a distinctly indifferent attitude. "I expected it, but I didn't think he would actually come here." Overthinking continuously formed. "I need to leave a good impression during today's conversation to prepare for the upcoming chapters." Melian smiled as he looked at the two sitting together, starting with a few questions. "You must be the alchemist Altarisha, and this is the unnamed alchemist, right? If you don't mind, may I ask your name?" Beek Usial thought I anticipated this, but that question is quite slick. He replied immediately, "I'm Beek Usial, a first-year Class S student at Stella Academy." Melian looked surprised. "Oh, so you're a student at Stella Academy. A pleasure." Reaching his hand inside his robe, Melian closed his eyes and added, "The reason I came to find the two of you." A meticulously prepared set of documents was presented before them both. He explained clearly, to propose an exclusive contract for Alchemist Altarisha's spellcraft to the Nebula Trading Company. Of course, the conditions will be very generous. "Would you like to review the contract?" Beek Usial's expression remained unsurprised, but Altarisha looked startled. As she held the documents, ellipsis dots appeared continuously, her hands trembling along with the papers. Opening it, her eyes shone brightly, her voice excited. This is unlimited material and technician support. I've never seen this much money before." Thoughts formed: "With these conditions, I can craft whatever inventions I've always dreamed of. Usial will definitely like it too." Her eyes glanced over at him, but Beek Usial looked blank, not catching her meaning. Altarisha paused upon seeing this reaction, directing her opinion toward Melian. "Excuse me, could you give me a little more time to think?" Realizing something wasn't quite to their liking, Melian added, "Are the conditions still not enough? If you have any requests, please speak up." But Altarisha hurriedly interrupted, "No, it's not like that. The conditions are not only sufficient, they're excessive." Focus brought a reasonable explanation. "I need to discuss this with the co-author of this spellcraft." Beek Usial, sitting beside her, was surprised by these words, disbelieving that he was the reason for this important matter. His expression was clearly blank. Hearing this, Melian chuckled, implying through his words, "Is that so?" Thoughts intervened. "A co-author? I thought that was just a throwaway remark. Turns out it wasn't." Looking at the two smiling opposites, he said, "As for him, you don't need to mind." "How could that be?" Thoughts continued. "At his teens, helping solve a 300-year-old problem, he's definitely an extraordinary genius. No matter what, he's still just a student." Finishing his assessment, Melian raised a hand and asked, "Would you like to look at the contract?" Further thoughts: whether a genius in magic or alchemy, in business matters, he's just a child. Following the suggestion, Beek Usial held the paper, observing intently. Melian reasoned, "With conditions like this, refusal is impossible." But Beek Usial replied, "I decline." Unexpecting this to happen, Melian's expression turned utterly blank. Looking at the person sitting opposite, questioning, "Could you tell me the reason? If the conditions are inadequate, I will revise them immediately." Stopping there, Beek Usial stared forward, developing thoughts. Signing an exclusive contract with the Nebula Trading Company, the largest trading company in the world, is naturally a good thing. But Melian, despite his stellar business acumen, possesses an extremely stubborn nature, unwilling to lose anything of his own. If this spellcraft is bound in his hands, only cheap, mass-produced goods will be manufactured, restricting the variety, individuality, and overall efficiency of equipment items. He continued, furthermore, due to excessive monopolization, many mages won't be able to access the equipment, and technical development will skew toward commercialism, allowing dark magicians to catch up technologically. In reality, I've seen players choose this story branch, earning only money but ending up with a sad ending. From these deductions, he added, it has nothing to do with the conditions. I simply don't want to sign an exclusive contract. Melian stammered, holding the paper, his expression expressionless. Baek continued, this technology, the crystallization of magic and alchemy, will hugely impact not only daily life but also equipment crafting for mages. We hope this technology can be utilized by many more mages. Hearing this barrage of words, Melian offered a few points of confirmation. You have huge dreams and ambitions. Having big aspirations is good, but to actualize those fine dreams, money is essential. Baek replied instantly. Coincidentally, I just finished negotiations with a host of investors, and one of them is Chairman Melian. As if understanding, Melian asked the crucial question, so you intend to sign with those people while also signing with me? If so, most of the conditions I offered will have to be cut. Without denying it, Baek closed his eyes, smiling and confirming, that's right. Frankly speaking, I'm also greedy for those conditions. His eyes gradually opened, his voice measured. We will elevate the products to luxury status. A new smile on his lips, that is the proposal I'm making. Yeah. Additional info from set parameters, promoting maximum item popularization. But for high-end items that are difficult to craft, I will sign an exclusive contract with Nebula Trading Company. Baek tried to coax Melian regarding those decisions. That's what people call branding. Seeing his confidence, Melian opposite narrowed his eyes slightly. As a professional merchant, Melian understood his point, gesturing toward him with a smile and asking, great, but will those luxury items actually sell? I would never do anything that harms myself. Knowing what he worried about, Baek lowered his gaze and answered, right, therefore, I won't ask you to sign the contract immediately. A cold yet confident look appeared. In half a year, let's hold an internal investor press conference with Chairman Melian. Melian's expression showed surprise when he heard him continue. If you like the products I introduce, please sign an exclusive brand contract with us. Seeing his careful calculations, Melian closed his eyes along with his familiar smile. Right, truly so. Right, absolutely wonderful. Altarisha broke into a smile, understanding that the other party had initially accepted. To prove the cooperation, Melian pulled out something resembling a business card, saying, this is a delivery paper which includes my contact information as well. Baek reached out and received it. Yes, thank you. Annotation info appeared, letter delivery paper, an item written on paper and sent, guaranteed to reach the recipient. Work done, Melian put his hat back on, his smile denoting farewell. All right, now I'll take my leave. Baek expression looked nothing short of surprised. Meanwhile, Altarisha maintained a gentle smile. As calm as he was before, he was shattered now. He brought his hand to his chest to check if his heart had fallen out, speaking in a trembling voice. Oh gosh, I thought I was going to die from anxiety. Seeing him like that, Altarisha worriedly chimed in, is that the behavior of an ordinary person worrying? Amidst her blank stare, he answered, I was genuinely worried. Hearing him, she burst into a natural smile, accompanied by a compliment. As expected, Yusial is amazing. Hearing something odd in her tone, Baek looked blank. Seeing him bewildered, Altarisha changed her tone. It's nothing. Ignoring her, he focused on the door where Melian had just left. Thoughts and a smile manifested. At least one problem is solved. When we get back, I think I'll go to a nice restaurant with the club members. Additional info popped up. The scientific conference ended safely. Classes at Stella Academy proceeded normally. A professor at the podium addressed the students below. Professor Mason is not feeling well, so I'll be teaching this class for her today. Baek wearing glasses, heard this, looked with half-lidded eyes and pondered. Sure enough, she vanished without a trace. Pondering heightened as the image of Professor Mason Tyron's demonic corruption surfaced. If things went according to plan, Mason would fully awaken in the 8th episode and cause massive damage to this school. I don't know how things will change in the future because of this event. A more solemn gaze, could this chapter happen earlier? I hope at least it happens at a scale I can handle. Additional assessment, not just Mason, but Altarisha isn't coming to school either. Class ended and he was currently walking down a hallway. He thought, seems like she's happy in getting her pension scheme. Right on cue, a student ahead spoke up. Hey, did you hear? Beak Yusial paid attention to the conversation. Assistant Altarisha, is she the one who solved that super difficult interspace interference spellcraft thing? The conversation continued. Oh, I heard, but isn't there still another co-author? They say that person's identity is kept secret, but why would they do that? Beak Yusial ignored it, casting his gaze forward. Good. Another student said, is that person extremely ugly? Aha, is that so? After a while, Beak Yusial went outside to the campus. Overthinking lingered. Keeping my identity as one of the author's secret has helped me stay low-key in this school. His footsteps suddenly stopped. First, I provided hints by borrowing knowledge from these special glasses, because all focus and attention should be directed toward Altarisha, which is right and best. Stopping, he noticed something near him. Ah, found it. A voice spoke, isn't that Ma Yuxiang? Wow, look at that figure. Both main characters Ma Yuxiang and Azel reappeared. People looked at Ma Yuxiang, observing Azel with slight shyness, gossiping. Having high academic scores and good looks, isn't that cheating? Is the person next to her studying something? She looks like a doll. HMPH, she's still not a very good person anyway. Yeah, she is pretty though. But Beak Yusial, placing his hands on his hips, looked over and thought to himself, anyway, there will never be a quiet day to attract attention from both of them. He called out loudly across, I'm over here. Seeing him appear, Ma Yusiang smiled brightly. Hey Yusial, he waved back. Sorry, I must have kept you waiting long, right? Azel added, not really. A question was posed to him, so what are we eating? Didn't you say you were the one deciding that? Knowing Azel rarely ate good food due to her family background, Beak Yusial flashed a confident smile. You'll know once you get there. Moving to a restaurant, there were 3 people at the table but only 2 plates of food. A bit stingy. Beak Yusial said, this dish, if I guess correctly, must be pizza. Sparkling light, aroma spreading. Altarisha's eyes showed craving, her face flushed from anticipating good food. Beak Yusial noticed her cuteness. Her eyes right now only had food and more food. Without looking away, some overthinking surfaced. Come to think of it, I remember in Azel's explanation and introduction, when ordering pizza, you have to order a watery drink similar to soda first, probably pickle juice. He pushed a cup of drink over to her. Hey, drink this. Azel looked over with a question mark. What is this? How do you eat drink this? Anxiety surfaced, countless question marks. Beak Yusial added a few ellipses, thinking, wait, is this her first time at a pizza restaurant? He said, ah, yeah, right. Azel brought it to her mouth and took a sip, and surprise appeared on her face. Ah, this is so good. Her face flushed red. Ma Yusiang also noticed the cup just like Azel. Brought it to his mouth, and a sense of comfort washed over them. He turned to Beak Yusial. Yeah, it really is delicious. Beak Yusial looked dazed, thinking with a cold detachment. Go ahead and take a picture, capture this reality. He's just drinking, yet it looks like he's modeling for a food magazine. After everyone finished drinking, he held up a piece of bread with a bright smile. Let's try this next. Dig in. Azel waited expectantly, picking up a knife and fork. Seeing her hold them, Beak Yusial wasn't surprised and closed his eyes. Oh man, are you planning to stab that knife into this bread? Nobody eats it like that. Azel looked back in surprise for him to show her how to eat it. He demonstrated by bringing a piece of bread to his mouth, adding an explanation. They say it tastes super good when you eat it like this. Azel felt awkward. Isn't that a bit weird? Isn't it lacking in manners? Ma Yusiang smiled brightly. Oh, isn't this way more fun? He coldly grabbed the bread with his hand, picked a spot to take a bite. All right, let me try it then. You won't know until you try it, and once you eat it, you'll know how good it is. Azel followed suit, picking up a piece of bread, taking a bite with her eyes tightly shut. Her body trembled, catching the attention of the 2 male classmates sitting nearby. Azel brought her hand to her cheek with a joyful expression, thinking, ah, there's a mild, sweet flavor flowing through every slice of cheese, and there are even bell peppers dancing on top of it. Blended with a little bell pepper and olive oil, it somehow makes such a special dish, complete with bacon and onions. They're like dancing together to form a symphony. Seeing her looking so happy, Beak Yusial asked, how is it? Do you think it's good? While eating, hearing him speak. Azel was startled, looked at the piece of bread in her hand, and blushed even more. Yeah, it actually really is delicious. The 2 of them looked at her and broke into soft smiles. A few suggestions and exchanges were added. From now on, let's come here to eat often. Can I come with you? Depends. No way. Shifting to the scene of twilight over a field. An incident occurred with a special crack, signaling that danger was about to emerge. Returning to the classroom as Flame was walking along, someone suddenly called out to her. Hey Flame, have you heard about that? Her gaze looked back. With a smile and an immediate reply, yes, I've heard about it. The female student looked a bit flustered. Oh, really? Leaving right after that? Well, see you later then. Flame watched her figure gradually walk away and then stood in place, letting out a sigh. I guess she came here to talk to me about the rumor regarding Assistant Altarisha solving the mixed number alchemy interference spell. But as far as I know, all of this was caused by Beak Yusial. His image flashed in her mind. As she turned to the side with a new thought, but how could he possibly solve that formula? Clearly, in exchange for regression, most memories of the future, except for decisive events and stories, are supposed to be forgotten. Could he really remember things like that, or is he just that smart? Right in front of Flame, someone was chattering away noisily. However, someone approached and greeted her afterward. Hello, Flame. This person was none other than Jeremy Scanvin. He flashed a bright smile and added to the conversation, "Would you like to practice the Persona Gate with my group this time?" Seeing him standing next to her, Flame ignored him. "Why are you acting like this? If you're going, do I have to follow along?" Opening her eyes wide, "Go find some other girl. Stop flirting with people for no reason." Flame walked away right after, while Jeremy Scanvin had a somewhat weird, smirking expression, truly very special. Shifting to a notice board over here, some content was displayed. Official text of the Persona Gate. First-year students, please decide on the Persona Gate your group wishes to practice in. Looking up at this, Flame remained there with a new thought. By the way, this is the Persona Gate practice. Has this finally begun? Some additional information accompanied it. Another dimension created by the power of dark mages, the Persona Gate. If you don't quickly conquer a Persona Gate as soon as it appears, that place will turn into a wasteland where no living creature can survive. Furthermore, unlike dungeons that are cleared by defeating the area boss or destroying the core, a Persona Gate must be cleared by analyzing and breaking its patterns and tricks. Deepening further, from concentration analysis to spatial distortion, structural design, and soul containment, you need an understanding of thousands of patterns and abilities, plus the capacity to memorize them. And finally, combat strength. In fact, the reason for training magic warriors is to fend off Persona Gates. You could say this is the most crucial core subject. Flame's hand clenched into a fist. If it follows the original story, something real is going to get mixed into this Persona Gate activity. I can't just let Beak Yusial handle these things all by himself anymore. Determination welled up within her. This time I have to stop it to prevent major damage. Shifting to the 9th star tower, Cloud Tier Cafe. Princess Bion's group was present here, with many pastries and cups of tea spread across the table. A sudden question was tossed out. Has everyone tried this new dessert? Several others replied. Ah, you mean the pumpkin pie without cream cheese? Its flavor really is unique. Princess Bion took a sip of tea while the chatter of the others continued. Yeah, I ate it once and was genuinely surprised. Princess Bion's inner thoughts disagreed with them. It's tasteless. Just then, her eyes suddenly widened when she heard someone bring up a recent topic. Oh, by the way, Stella's assistant solved the mixed number alchemy interference spell. Richard continued speaking. I heard this story from my dad. Besides, I heard the co-author is actually a student at Stella Academy. The two female friends were both surprised and astonished by this. Oh my goodness, is that true? It has to be, because Richard's dad is the director of the intelligence agency. Doubts were voiced out. Who on earth could solve an unsolved puzzle while still a student? You're right. Over here, Bion set her teacup down on the table, deep in thought. Even the director of the Intelligence Bureau doesn't know for sure who that student is. But then the images of Beak Yusial and Assistant Altarisha flashed in her mind. Beak Yusial is the co-author of the mixed number alchemy interference spell. A heavy expression became clearly visible. She couldn't contain her agitation anymore. Her fingers continuously tracing the rim of the teacup. A flurry of questions followed in her head. But why did Beak Yusial hide that fact? Is he deliberately trying to help elevate Assistant Altarisha? And then another idea flashed through her mind. It's very likely that Beak Yusial also has feelings for Assistant Altarisha. She then stood up, and a female friend sitting nearby instinctively looked over and asked, Princess. Princess Bion immediately turned around and walked away from everyone. I have to leave right now. This classmate unconsciously added, yes, but it's time for tea. The three of them stayed behind, left staring blankly as she walked away without understanding a thing. A question was added seeing her leave in such a hurry. Why is the princess acting like this? Shifting outside to the school courtyard as Princess Bion was walking, someone's figure suddenly appeared right in her path. Her gaze looked down and she hadn't noticed this person yet. until a voice spoke up. Did she pay attention? Bion. Seeing an acquaintance appear, she replied, Hong Shihua. Seeing her use her first name directly, Hong Shihua hurriedly brought her hand to her mouth, correcting her. Oh my, didn't I tell you to call me sister? Additional context emerged. They were forced to become enemies due to the fate of being a legitimate child versus an illegitimate child. My half-sister, Hong Shihua Adalbit. I hate this woman to death. Cutting that matter short here, Princess Bion asked about a new issue. So what are you doing here? Hong Shihua smiled brightly. Ahaha, don't look at me like that. Focusing a bit more, you always have a reason for coming here, don't you? Lately, among the first years, a very interesting commoner student has appeared, right? The new issue made Princess Bion slightly startled. Are you talking about the commoner who is carrying out the spirit of knighthood, which has almost vanished from this world? Baek Yuseol's image appeared further in her mind. Seeing her react so strangely, Hong Shihua looked over with her arms crossed and added, Judging by this reaction of yours, it looks like my little sister has taken an interest in him too. Her voice grew more attentive with a final reflective thought. He's a knight who sacrifices everything for a mage, after all. Her gaze turned somewhat cold alongside a teasing smile. Isn't that every princess's dream? Princess Bion's hands clenched tightly once again. Are you here to introduce me to him? She was thoroughly unsatisfied with these constant remarks. Princess Bion simply walked past her smoothly and said, All right, thanks, go try it yourself. Princess Hong Shihua burst out laughing. You look a bit annoyed, you really are cold. Right then, as if remembering something else, she raised a finger. You weren't like this before. You know, could it be because the eldest sister passed away? Bion's expression instantly darkened at those words, and a sorrowful look surfaced shortly after. Continuing her steps forward, I must take my leave. Hong Shihua watched her retreating figure unblinkingly, feeling a bit melancholy herself, as contemplation quickly took over. Maybe I was too harsh and went too far this time, right? Perhaps it's still too early for her to hear about our eldest sister. Just then, the bodyguard Sayura appeared out of nowhere and chimed in, Princess. Seeing her appear unexpectedly here, Princess Hong Shihua paid attention. Huh, what is it, Sayura? A folder of documents was handed over by Sayura. This is the information on the person you asked me to find, student Baek Yuseol. It's a copy of the assignment he submitted in class, and it contains a brief biography of his past. Hong Shihua took the documents and added, Oh really? I didn't expect to find something without even having to dig for it like this. Good job. There really was an assignment requirement with content like that. The document folder was opened by her. Well then, let's see what it's like. Title to my mother, Mom, I miss you. Seeing this, Hong Shihua chuckled out loud, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Aha, kids will be kids, right? Time shifted about a minute later, and Hong Shihua's hands holding the document paper were trembling slightly. Sayura witnessed this scene and looked somewhat surprised. Across from her, Princess Hong Shihua had a few tears falling, so Sayura asked, Princess. Meanwhile, she quickly covered her mouth. I understand. Baek Yuseol's mother said she didn't like black bean noodles. Realizing something was wrong, Sayura immediately changed her tone. Pardon me. While Hong Shihua had turned her head away. Wait, are you crying? Hong Shihua replied. Ah, it's nothing. Wiping away the unexpected tear underneath, she added some reflection. I've never really thought deeply about poverty before. And he lived a life like that while steadfastly holding onto his belief in the spirit of knighthood. Her gaze slowed down. Baek Yuseol's hometown was invaded by dark mages, is that right? And then a smile bloomed on her lips. I'm sorry, Baek Yuseol, but I'm getting more and more curious now about a guy named Baek Yuseol. Shifting to somewhere else, and finally the day of training arrived. The students gathered at a certain grassy field. A professor stepped forward to explain to everyone, from now on, we will begin the Persona Gate training for first-year students. Students, please enter your respective individual gates. Hearing this arrangement, Baek Yuseol stood in a corner while murmurs erupted. Walking right through it, it's just like the textbook. I'm starting to get a bit worried. His inner thoughts stepped in, so it's finally starting. Facing everything about to unfold, Baek Yuseol began with a new thought accompanied by his system interface, like a reward for completing the academic presentation task. We can also activate the gate analysis function from these glasses. I walked around Leaf Hainel's garden and raised my abilities, so this is enough. His stats appeared clearly. Baek Yuseol physical stats: strength 2 stars 61% senses, 2 stars 45% agility, 2 stars 42% endurance, 2 stars 12% durability, 0 stars 97% mental endurance, 1 star 59% mana, unknown remaining exp, unknown skills, blink level 1. A deeply pensive look clearly appeared on his face. The instructor over there pointed at the gate and gave further instructions. All right, students, anyone assigned to gate C7, please head this way. Flame stood near him and spoke up. Yes, his attention was drawn over. Not only that, other people appeared as well, including Princess Hong Bion and Azel. He thought further, so these are the people going with me. This Persona Gate practical training would be conducted in groups of 4 to 18 people. The key point was how to cooperate with each other and conquer it. His gaze lingered on the first-year students of Stella who had average abilities in Class 2. It wouldn't be easy to conquer a Persona Gate prepared with 3 hazards on their very first real mission. One concerning thing was that the C7 Persona Gate, where the incident takes place, only had a maximum capacity of 16 people. It's a pity that Ma Yuxiang or He Wenriang aren't here. But with Flame along with Hong Bion and Azel, there would be no failing to conquer the Persona Gate. His steps moved forward as he thought, I probably don't need to get involved in the final boss strategy. The gate is right in front of my eyes anyway. All I need is the hidden reward, the petals of the enchanting tree. Shifting to somewhere else, Beak Yuxial's face looked slightly surprised. And a new system message was established right after. Welcome to the Heroine Ball. A glittering plaza glowing with golden colors. Everyone began gathering on the large central carpet. Immediately, Hong Bion's group entered this area. Just like him, everyone's eyes looked around, reassessing the situation. Then someone's voice rang out, drawing everyone's gaze. Hello. A maid butler gestured backward with a smile. I have prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Princess Hong Bion sensed something was wrong and asked with some doubt, a dress, shoes, what? Her thoughts took over. Has there ever been a ballroom appearing inside a Persona Gate? But then she readjusted her mindset. This isn't the time to think about that. We need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the guide notification. Some complex phrases appeared on a scroll. But then anxiety began to besiege her. Wait, they're actually throwing a complex formula like this into a practical test for first-year students. The butler then brought instructions toward everyone. Ma'am, it's almost time for the evening party. You must hurry. Princess Hong Bion still couldn't make sense of things here. The butler approached helpfully with a smiling question. Is something wrong? The issue was voiced by Hong Bion. How can you talk like that? Is that a designated phrase? Her inner thoughts took over again. I don't know if that's an actual NPC inside the Persona Gate. I was told that people inside gates created by mages don't exhibit any independent actions. She blurted out, could it be? Looking at the freely smiling butler alongside those prior words, Hong Bion's mind began to waver. No, it can't be. This is Stella Academy. There's no way a real Persona Gate would appear here. It's just that Stella's technology has advanced a little bit, that's all. The smiling expression remained on the butler. Why are you saying that? Princess Hong Bion changed her tune. Never mind that, go get the dress. The butler replied, yes, I understand. Walking away under the princess's gaze. Her anxiety increased. I don't know if it's just my mood, but why does this training session feel like it won't end easily? Time quickly passed and someone's footsteps appeared. Princess Hong Bion had changed her attire. Her pinkish silver hair blended with the color of the dress she changed into, amplifying her beauty to a 10 out of 10. Then her eyes happened to glance across someone's figure, none other than Beak Yuxial in his elegant suit. His gaze had also looked in a certain direction. Princess Hong Bion looked over with a blushing face. He's dressed quite nicely, it actually suits him. But then her focus unexpectedly shifted back, and certain memories came rushing back. This was submitted by student Beak Yuxial as an assignment for a specific subject. I heard this is a story from his past. She received it and stroked her hair. I see. Looking over the information one more time, she seemed to have grasped a clue. This is. Returning to the present reality, she still kept her eyes glued to Beak Yuxial. Could it be because of the personal information about Beak Yuxial that I received a few days ago? It feels different. He looks completely different from before when he kept yawning continuously. His gaze looked back while her thoughts remained. Surmounting the past like that, his path as a knight in Stella, he's taking it step by step. His goofy expression cut off her thoughts. What are you looking at? First time seeing a commoner yawn. Princess Hong Bion was a bit startled, but then felt embarrassed and cast her gaze in another direction, replying, no, it's nothing. Right on cue, someone's voice cut in. Everyone has gathered, haven't they? Someone slowly approached their position, drawing all eyes to this appearance. A lady with red hair holding a fan continued with her previous words. From now on, you will have to attend the ball hosted by Duchess Heroine. Then the lady's expression shifted, her attention falling upon a wall. They say those 4 pathways lead to the basement of the mansion, but the basement is packed with mazes and traps. And as soon as everyone gets lost, the knights in the mansion will start moving. A supplementary smile, you have no choice other than to trust and coordinate with your own intuition and understanding. Can you do it? Beak Yusial stood in a corner and replied, yes. Hearing this from him, the lady looked over with mild surprise. You look so confident, it's nice to meet you. This confident demeanor of yours really makes one feel apologetic. I like it, still so confident. He replied, thank you. Witnessing this natural back-and-forth exchange, the other students couldn't help but be astonished. What the heck? Did that person just speak like a human? Do original NPCs even have dialogue like that? The woman's voice chimed in again, then good luck to you all. Turning around, she walked away, leaving her back for everyone to see. The male students began looking at each other once more. All right, we should go. Anxiety enveloped everyone, and they began heading toward the gate to carry out the mission. Right at that moment, someone's voice rang out, forcing everyone to look back. Hey guys, wait a minute. The person who said this was Flame. She added a question, don't you guys feel like this test training session is a bit strange? She calmly provided numerous details. It's hard to explain, and these NPCs are acting very realistically. Besides, I completely cannot analyze anything from this persona gate at all. According to common sense, practical test assignments for first-year students shouldn't possibly be this difficult. The male students ahead agreed with this viewpoint, adding their analysis. Actually, I feel it's weird too. I almost can't understand it at all. That's right, that NPC looked super realistic. As the students began to agree, Flame's expression brightened up. All right, I'll convince everyone to go this way, she continued, according to me. But then someone's voice cut in, wait, Flame. Zeki appeared with crossed arms, looking dissatisfied, and continued, you're not planning to tell me this could be a realistic place, right? Worry from Flame. Zeki continued, as I see it, this is precisely the situation the professors wanted. Isn't that obvious? In actual combat, you don't always get to fully decode a persona gate. In other words, falling into this confusing situation where we can't analyze it is part of their intention. Analyzing even deeper, Stella, which trains the most elite magical warriors, is also home to the top magical knight order. Is it possible they wouldn't notice if a real gate actually appeared inside the school? Everyone started believing Zeki's words. Is that so? I see. Meanwhile, unease began to grip Flame. This is bad. If going by principles, this persona gate is real. Even if I said so, nobody would surely believe it, so I tried to create a sense of abnormality for them. Then looking at Zeki's smugness, what should we do now? A quiet atmosphere blanketed the space once again. Beak Yusial looked over on this side, full of thoughts. In the end, we still have to follow this route. Certain information mentioned by him, E006 Zeki's dark corruption route. In the original novel, the character Zeki didn't exist at all, so Flame must be very confused. But this scene of Flame blocking Zeki's path is one of the countless branching paths that appeared in the original game. Anyway, this is a situation where one of the 3 students is bound to become the sacrifice for dark corruption. A new worry began to form. Though I hoped no one would be corrupted, is a destined fate unchangeable? Looking at the opposing situation ahead, even helping Flame here wouldn't change the outcome. If so, the right choice is to take a step back. The two looked at each other. Before asking, Zeki decided to turn around and leave. No matter what you say, I'm going. Flame tried to pull her back. What? Wait, Zeki. Zeki turned back with a cold gaze and replied, even in this situation, it's arranged by the professors. We just need to calmly handle it. As for you guys, just stand there dazed. Just like that, Zeki chose a gate and proceeded to teleport. Flame couldn't stop her. At this point, the male students started looking at each other in anxiety, their subsequent decision expressed aloud. I'll go in too. I've always been prepared for situations like this. Beak Yusial stood with crossed arms, continuing his assessment. No one is acting in a systematic way. His fingers began to twitch, but anyway, since it had come to this, the only way was to go in. A smile bloomed on his lips and he stepped forward. While Beak Yusial confidently stepped forward, he abruptly stopped and focused in a certain direction. As it turned out, the group of male students had gathered somewhat closely behind him. A question from Beak Yusial was sent that way. Why are you guys standing behind me? Everyone started looking a bit flustered, small drops of sweat falling. It's nothing. Seeing multiple people share the exact same expression, he could only stand there, sighing indifferently with a brief inner thought. You guys aren't planning to follow me all the way, are you? Kids always have schemes. His footsteps moved forward again. Still, I don't care much about these things anyway. Nothing all that important is here anyway. A long, dark hallway was the next choice along the path. Lighting fixtures containing a certain energy source emitted a purple glow. He stopped in the quiet space, and the sound of someone's footsteps approached from behind. His attention shifted to a spot once more, prompting the words, "What is this creepy hallway?" The person walking with him was Princess Hong Byeon and two other female companions. Thoughts formed within him. Looks like everyone has arrived. The princess's eyes noticed something. Oh. All three then stepped ahead of him and stood before the closed door. A question he posed, where did everyone else go? His gaze dropped down, a major realization instantly settling. As expected, it seems we can't all appear at the same time. Detailed analysis here. 16 students are arranged into groups of 4. Those 4 pathways will be split among the 4 groups entering. He then conjured the images of 2 familiar friends. Looks like Azel and Flame shifted elsewhere and formed a group together. His gaze looked further at the people here with Princess Hong Byeon. I really didn't expect to be in the same group as her. The two were exchanging words. We should move right now. Yes, Your Highness. But the princess caught his gaze. A question was tossed his way with a slightly dazed look. What's wrong? Do you have any complaints? He broke out in sweat. No, none at all. Maintaining that expression, the princess added, good grief, how boring. Paying it no more mind, his gaze drifted off in another direction, thinking instead, Princess Hong Byeon and Azel separating turns out to be a good thing. At that moment, a jolt of surprise replaced his expression. No, wait a minute. He threw his hand sideways, blocking everyone from advancing. Something's ahead. Golden light flared up, revealing several statues posing in dance movements, shaped like decorative mannequins. A major question escaped everyone as they looked. Are those puppets? Princess Hong Byeon said nothing, but she looked slightly startled. And then her attention locked straight ahead. Over there, a gate stood inside the room. 2 female companions standing beside the princess offered their opinions. Will our unlocking spell even work? I have some doubts about that. We can't even understand this gate. Our level is too low to do anything. It's too dark here, it's making me a bit scared. With the situation looking tricky, Princess Hong Byeon looked over at him for input. Hey, commoner, have you decoded this gate yet? But his answer was somewhat disappointing. No. The princess's face showed the disappointment most clearly. For a commoner, is it too much to expect this much? There's definitely something here. But then surprise replaced it when his voice spoke up once more. However, I have a rough idea of how we can move away from this place. Carrying this new insight, the princess countered. Really? Are you serious? His eyes remained fixed ahead, looking at the dolls standing in front. Pointing forward while drawing her attention over, Baek Yuseol added, if you look closely, you can see each statue has a different pose, but they're performing the same dance. A question was posed, do you know what that dance is? Hearing him, her eyes glued straight ahead, and an answer gradually took shape as she blurted out, Serena's soul-calling song. Detailed analysis added, this is the dance Serena performed right before she died, unable to bear the tragedy of her own fate. He followed up with another question, then you must remember the moves clearly, right? Princess Hong Byeon looked slightly startled, fully grasping his thought process and calculation as she exclaimed, no way. To let her compose herself, he looked ahead again, pondering. By now she probably realizes it too. Each statue's movement is connected sequentially, though some movements occasionally overlap. After a short while, he looked over again and spoke up. All right, is everyone ready? The remaining 2 companions stepped into the empty spots and began their dance movements. Done, me too. Princess Hong Byeon behind him also executed the movements in the missing position. His gaze remained locked on her without moving. And the gate subsequently opened to perfection. Cheers erupted from everyone. We did it. The door opened completely, revealing another dark hallway ahead, with the faint light of a new area in the distance. Without hesitation, everyone quickly moved across. Major attention shifted back to Princess Hong Byeon. As everyone moved forward, a large room emerged, bathed in a golden glow. Knight armor sets raised and lowered their swords, arranged in various positions. Beneath the feet of these armor sets were bizarre patterns. One companion pointed that way and asked, seems like it's the same this time. Could there be hidden meanings in those armor sets? Another opinion was added by the remaining friend. All right, let's go inspect those armor sets closely. Everyone then split up to observe each standing suit of armor, but nothing progressed further. No matter how I look at it, I still don't get it. Why isn't it working this time? That's right, I can't spot anything unusual. But But then Princess Hong Bion's gaze drifted toward another direction, where Baek Yuseol was touching a carpet bearing distinct drawings. A question was tossed out immediately. "Hey, commoner, what are you doing?" Observing for a moment, he stood up and offered his opinion. "This time, it looks like these knight armor sets are just optical illusions. The real clue is the carpet." Another bout of surprise. Huh. Gathering everyone around, he added his explanation. "This time, it seems the dance on the carpet is the real deal. If you look closely, you can see a human figure performing a specific, distinct movement. If we can piece them together in the exact correct sequence, we can solve this puzzle." The two female companions intently gazed at it now, adding comments matching his words. "Oh, you're right, I think I know this." Serena's silent tango. Everyone split up once more to observe the movements carved into the carpet. He and Princess Hongbion down here looked down even more intently. After a moment, surprise took form in him as if he had spotted something odd. The rearranged sequences shifted and light flared brighter. As a familiar sound echoed, followed by a loud declaration, "The door has opened." A new path was revealed and he along with everyone else moved quickly toward it. "All right, let's hurry up." Princess Hongbion's gaze remained fixed on him, evaluating further in her thoughts. He is truly different. I knew that ever since I was taught how to change perspectives, but I didn't know it made this massive of a difference. The breakthrough speed is absurdly fast to clear a gate that couldn't even be analyzed. Added anxiety, strategy, ideas, observation, calculation, reasoning. Is this really something a first-year student can possess? It's as if he's approached a persona gate and practiced it tens or hundreds of times. Arriving at the new location, her thoughts persisted. Come to think of it, before Baek Yuseol entered this school, he mentioned his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. A quiet murmur came from him. Looks like there are other stone statues here too. Meanwhile, Princess Hongbion continued her analysis. That was a remote, secluded village unknown to anyone. Yet it stood at the front line of fierce battles against dark mages. Now I understand why this commoner lacks basic academic knowledge, yet is so well versed in strategies and combat. Further analysis as she looked at him, he must have fought on brutal battlegrounds against dark mages in his past life. Regardless of whether that's the reason, he's genuinely different from the other students. Small chatter up front, go over there and adjust the weight balance for me. Got it, I understand. Surprise was added to the princess's face. Everyone tries their hardest to get high scores, yet he openly guesses, bluffing on tests as if to show it off to everyone. He doesn't do his homework either, and his attitude in class is terrible. But wait a second, eyeing his handsome features, a new realization was added. Then why is he trying so hard right now? Princess Hongbion's expression sank. There's definitely a reason. Don't tell me he sensed the atmosphere changing. Baek Yuseol turned back to look at her, pointing a finger to draw attention. Hey, why are you spacing out over there? Come over here too. But she unexpectedly challenged him. Tell me, commoner. He stared blankly, not understanding what she meant. Hongbion voiced her deduction. This persona gate we're testing through, is it actually real? She fell silent, waiting for an answer, but was met with contemplation and silence. He evaluated her. Your eyes have gotten sharper, Hongbion. Normally, you wouldn't realize the truth until the very end and would keep interfering with Heroine. A smile replaced it. This is proof that Princess Hongbion is gradually walking away from the path of becoming a villainess. Spotting him, Princess Hongbion muttered, "What are you smiling at?" He replied, "Nothing." The remaining two companions looked around in a daze. Why hasn't the princess come over here? What happened? Turning his back to her, the answer to the previous question was delivered by him. Just as you said, this place is real. You can get hurt and you can die. If you fail to clear it, it triggers a synchronization phenomenon with the outside world. That's why I plan to clear this place as quickly as possible. Princess Hongbion paused for a few seconds. I know that. Baek Yuseol always acts when there's a reason. Her lips pressed together as she thought, I won't accept help like this. Eyes narrowing with a falling drop of sweat. I'll definitely survive using my own strength. On the other hand, in a different scene, a dark room lay scattered with loosely fallen soldier armor sets. Flame and Izel were teammates together in this trial gate. Seeing both appear here, someone called out to one of them. Hey, Flame. Flame looked over. As a female student waved, over here, over here. Flame headed toward the three of them. Running over, is everyone doing all right? What about the other person? Where did they go? The girl stammered slightly, this. And then added, Zeki suddenly disappeared. Flame's eyes couldn't hide her surprise. What Zeki? The female student looked at everyone with the same expression, offering further explanation. Thanks to Zeki, we were able to make it all the way here. And right as we crossed the final door, she suddenly vanished. We couldn't figure out where she went either. Panic gripped Flame. Have you been searching for long? A thought took over. That means she conquered this gate even faster than me and Azel without even leaving a scratch. Another remark from the other party unexpectedly popped up, though this isn't our first time either. Flame looked as if she couldn't believe her ears. What? Shifting to Beak Yusial on this side, he was currently crossing his arms, sitting with his back leaning against a pillar, eyes closed. Suddenly someone approached, asking a question that forced him to open his eyes. Hey you, when did you get here? Seeing Flame approach, he answered, not long ago. A follow-up from Flame, then did you see Zeki? I haven't seen her. Receiving this result, Flame felt a bit sad. Is that so? Just like that, she walked away while his gaze lingered behind. Though not understanding what was going on, he deduced something. I figured I could have stopped Zeki from disappearing if I reached this place earlier than her. But there's nothing more I can do now. Things have come to this, so now I can only help the heroines clear the stage. Moving to a certain area of Stella Academy, someone's voice suddenly shouted out loudly. What? A real Persona gate got mixed into the students' training exercise. Headmaster Lee rushed hurriedly toward the training zone. Surprise and worry showed across the scar on his face. The blue gate from earlier has now transformed into a blood-red gate. How could this happen? Isn't Stella's security system the best in the world? A nearby professor explained when Headmaster Lee appeared. It's as if someone completely reversed the spatial wave detection system inside Stella. The only wave appeared simultaneously with the Persona gate's appearance, so it wasn't detected in time. The security department is also reinforcing the system. But Headmaster Lee abruptly cut in. Damn it, right now that doesn't matter anymore. Unexpectedly, another person chimed in. He's right. Following that, a figure appeared, drawing Headmaster Lee's attention. As a new character stepped forward, realizations took place. Commander Heroine Blackswan, supreme leader of Stella, the strongest knight order in the world. The man rumored to create a sea of blood from the corpses of dark mages rarely shows up in Stella Academy's campus. He approached with a cold attitude. What's the situation? Did reinforcements enter? The previous professor replied, no, that's not possible. It seems the students inside are undergoing a rather tough trial. Heroine asked further, what's the estimated risk level of this Persona gate? The answer came, currently the estimated risk level is between 4 and 5. Heroine frowned. Estimated, give me an exact number. The professor clutched a stack of documents to his chest. Yes, it was initially level 4, but right as the students stepped inside, it suddenly jumped up by another level. Heroine noted, unusual but not rare. The Persona gate is emitting fake wavelengths. Bring me the list of registered students. The professor handed over the documents. Here. Heroine opened it, observing each name on it intently. Several Class 1S names appeared. Beak Yusial, Hung Bion, Flame, Azel, Zeki. Finishing the list and reading those names, Herione's gaze narrowed further. A risk level 5 Persona gate. That means even veteran mages must prepare thoroughly and fully to get through it. Right now, they're first-year students, only at Tier 2 and Tier 3 mage levels. This is nowhere near enough capability to handle it. Herione's voice turned colder. Prepare 16 foam boxes. Go collect those students' corpses. Hearing this, Headmaster Lee shouted, Commander Heroine. But Commander Heroine turned his back and walked away. This is just guidance for efficient operation later on. Turning back with a dangerously loaded gaze, don't tell me you believe those first-year rookies can conquer a real risk level 5 Persona gate, Lee Hangwon. That's like saying an ant can kill a tiger. Finished speaking, Commander Heroine vanished, leaving Headmaster Lee even more worried about his students. I know making this bet is completely absurd, but I still hope the kids can make it back outside safely. The red gate remained untouched right there. Moving inside, Azel and Flame simultaneously noticed the same direction where someone called out, Hey, everyone. Zeki returned with some dust on her body, continuing, So this is where you guys are. He stood on this side, crossing his arms and pondering, while everyone else felt a wave of relief. I'm so glad you're safe. Why did you suddenly vanish like that? It scared me a bit. Finished watching, he turned toward one side, voicing a deep murmur. Now that everyone is here, the only thing left is to fight the final boss of this place. While deep in thought shortly before, something unexpectedly emerged and grabbed Beak Yusial's attention. And then red status panels flashed continuously. You have arrived at the Clockwork Ballroom. If you walk down the stairs here, you will reach the ballroom. The party seems to have just begun, so hurry up. Everyone in the group headed toward a staircase leading downward. I guess we have to go down these steps. While everyone focused on the downward path, Flame anxiously looked upward. As if realizing some bad omen, a monster spider began to sketch in her mind. At the top of this clock tower is the lair of a giant sword spider, the boss. A risk level 4 monster, and its 8 legs can transform into 8 sharp blades. Flame swallowed hard and took a deep breath. That thing is dangerous, and I can't keep relying on Beak Yusial forever. Besides, he lost his memories, so he doesn't have any information about the Great Blade Spider leader. But I've done a bit of research on that Great Blade Spider, so I'll try my best to stop it myself somehow. And then Flame looked at Azel nearby. In case Azel and Beak Yusial face the final boss, we can get through it without suffering heavy losses. All right. Flame resolutely spoke up. Guys, wait. Just then, someone's voice cut in, startling her slightly. Wait a minute. It was Beak Yusial looking up toward a high corner. Something is right above us. Flame stood frozen for a few more seconds. He then turned around, breaking the newly formed silence. You guys go on down first. I'll look around here and come down later. Following his words, no one raised any objections, and everyone continued heading downward, led by Princess Hong Bion at the back and moving slowly. Anxiety still hadn't faded from Flame. Beak Yusial probably doesn't even know about the existence of that Great Blade Spider. His recent image flashed in her mind, but he could sense its presence right from that spot. That's impossible. Don't tell me. Hesitating, she chose an alternative thought. I didn't know his senses could be this amazing. Well, after all, he did manage to alter the trajectory of the magic. While she was hesitating, the others had ventured deeper below. Right at that moment, a male student stopped as if sensing something. What is this sound? The other students shared the same expression. Next, Princess Hong Bion spotted the strange sound's location and sharply warned everyone, that sound is coming from above. Everyone shifted their gaze upward, only to be shocked once again upon seeing the Great Blade Spider charging toward them. It's a blade spider. Another student immediately retorted, no, that's a Great Blade Spider leader at risk level 4. Seeing it appear here, Flame grew anxious. What's going on? What about Beak Yusial? Thinking of him as well, Princess Hong Bion instinctively blurted out, the commoner. Both of their expressions shifted toward someone nearby. Don't tell me. But then, unexpectedly, someone's foot appeared on the spider's body. Beak Yusial jumped down from above, stomping the spider deep into the ground. A flash of yellow light from Blink was revealed. He gripped his sword tightly. Someone below shouted his name, Beak Yusial. Seeing everyone hesitating below, he suddenly yelled loudly, I'll stay behind to handle this thing, so you guys get down there quickly. Azel couldn't quite believe what had just happened. Can he really stop it all by himself? She then gritted her teeth and made a decision. Maybe I should go up and back him up. Right then, a voice called out, I don't know what you're thinking, but right now what we need to do is head straight to the ballroom as fast as possible. Princess Hong Bion unexpectedly walked closer to Azel and said those words before continuing forward. Princess Hong Bion didn't forget to look back and add, doing that is the most helpful way to assist that commoner. Still surprised by him earlier, Flame was now left astonished and dazed by Princess Hong Bion's actions and expression. Curiosity arose as she watched Princess Hong Bion's retreating figure. Was Hong Bion like this in the original work? Flame's curiosity was justified. Normally, Princess Hong Bion would be jealous of Azel's combat power and plotting something, but instead of jealousy, the princess helped Azel this time. The others didn't linger to bother him either. The door to the room below burst wide open. Everyone proceeded toward a new ballroom. The sound of instruments and music echoed throughout the room. As soon as everyone stepped further inside, someone gasped in surprise. Oh, which was completely understandable, as it was much more grand than what they expected from this special ballroom party. Crystal chandeliers cast a brilliant light across the air. Masked nobles held hands and danced amidst the radiant atmosphere. A red carpet stretched across all the staircases here. It was truly mesmerizing. While the atmosphere was joyful, the lights suddenly flickered off. Along with that, the music stopped as well. Everything fell silent. All the nobles stayed quiet as if waiting for a main character to appear. And out of that darkness, slow footsteps gradually walked out. Once again, everyone was stunned. Princess Hong Bion spoke up, shifting her attention. Someone is walking down the stairs. Flame made a quick judgment. It's probably the final boss, Duchess Heroine. Everyone stay alert. But then something shattered her vision, leaving Flame frozen on the spot. At the center of a spotlight, someone stood beneath the illumination. Hello, nice to meet you all. I am Heroine, and it was none other than Zeki who had separated and gone missing from the group earlier. Her current smile felt somewhat wrong. Contrasting with the students' expressions, the nobles here were thrilled by her appearance. Duchess, you look so beautiful today. Please give me a bright smile. I'll give you my heart. Even though she had read the original novel, Flame still had no way of knowing this plotline. How could this happen? This development doesn't exist in the original romance novel's plot. In fact, the character Zeki didn't even exist to begin with. Observing Princess Hong Bion's worried expression, an ordinary human wanting to become an NPC inside a Persona gate is impossible, and not just any NPC can become a final boss. Moving to Azel's expression, there is only one way for someone to become an NPC inside a Persona gate, and that means Zeki has already become a dark mage. Flame bit her lip after those deductions, finally understanding why Beak Yusial had said those strange things. So this was how Beak Yusial warned me about Zeki, but I can't just give up like this. Determination mixed with deep anxiety. I'll bring her back no matter what. Just like that, Flame tried to reason with Zeki above. Zeki, if you indulge in that power, you'll turn into something horrifying. So please calm down. But then Zeki abruptly cut her off. Ha, what nonsense. Right now I am Heroine. A dangerous smile revealed itself behind the paper fan. She posed a question and the nobles below chanted back, my head is Heroine. My chest is Zeki, my heart is. Zeki's face flushed abnormally. It's so exhilarating it feels like they're all melting. Witnessing this scene, Princess Hong Bion understood. It's too late. Her mind has been corrupted by dark magic power. Azel added beside her. At this point, the only way is to conquer this gate and bring her back to normal. Flame gripped her staff tightly. Yeah, I know. Golden magic light escaped from the staff. Focus locked in on Flame. Wait for me, Zeki. I'll definitely save you to make up for this. A red bolt of lightning flashed near Zeki. Now then, enough chatting. Magic power surged around her again, and that smile returned to Zeki's face. Let's kick off this party together. An important system message updated. The battle against the boss Temptation Masquerade has begun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a green bloodstain appeared on the screen. The Great Blade Spider Leader had a long slash carved across its upper belly. The blood came from that wound, the culmination of Beak Yusial's efforts paired with his blink. Anxiety began to envelop his body with falling sweat. Ah, this is genuinely tough. Analyzing his own situation, the Great Blade Spider Leader is a subdimensional type and doesn't hold major significance for clearing the gate. However, there are two reasons why I'm forced to go through this trouble. His eyes narrowed. The first reason is to get the petals of the enchanting tree attached to that great blade spider's forehead. While he was thinking, the spider suddenly lashed out with a leg, aiming straight down at him. But he was prepared, instantly using Blink to dodge easily while checking the item left behind. At the same time, during this dash, he tossed out 3 potions of different colors ahead. Orange spark potion, green slippery potion, purple oil potion. And then a result followed right after. The spider was electrocuted, bolt after bolt of lightning striking its body directly. White light illuminated the outside. The second reason, Beak Yusial swung his sword hard, heading straight for its energy barrier. In a short amount of time, that barrier miraculously began to crack. His target aimed straight for the rose petals on its forehead. His expression shifted along with those developments. Hidden strategy to clear Chapter 6, Zeki's Dark Magic Path. Additional info proposed. The petals of the enchanting tree, absorbing these petals significantly boosts mental strength stats, serves as an effective item to accelerate cognitive speed, assigns points to crest goggles, and helps supplement the slowdown of erratic mana streams. This is a must-use item, and it holds some interesting plot points. The blade spider charged forward again. He attacked further, his prior assessment supplementing it, which means those enchanting tree petals are connected to the final boss, Duchess Heroine. The opponent thrust forward. He jumped up to avoid it, keeping his focus primarily on combat while part of his mind stayed split on his thoughts. Actually, this Great Blade Spider Leader is the Duchess's husband, Duke Heroine. However, I didn't care much about that stuff since I skipped the cutscenes. Annoyed at being constantly attacked by the monster while trying to think about important things, an irritated look crossed his face. Constantly using Blink to move around, he decided to change tactics and get above its head. Anyway, for that reason, whenever I attack the barrier appearing in front of the petals, the Duchess shows a similar sign. That way, the protagonists will be able to execute their strategies much more easily. Because of this concern, he also had another worry. I just don't know if my attack will be useful at the right moment. But then a faint smile locked onto his lips. So I'll just attack it as much as possible to take it down completely. In all previous clashes, the blade spider charged first, so this time he decided to play big by making the first move himself. Continuous Blink was deployed. Right after appearing at a new spot, he used Blink again. All we could see were afterimages left in his wake. The ability to chain 3 blinks consecutively allowed him to pull that off, turning this place into a stage for his performance. The spider let out a series of bizarre screeches in response to this change. As for him, after executing that performance, he currently stopped. All right, if I keep maintaining this state. Before he could calculate further, he was caught off guard, his expression switching to surprise. The spider below moved abnormally, accompanied by some greenish substance, and he realized the issue. I threw way too many slippery potions. Did I run out? With no other choice, he was forced to charge at it once again. When Beak Yusial saw the strange movement of the spider below and its lack of a firm foothold, anxiety gripped him. Damn it, right below us is the ballroom. His speed grew faster and faster due to momentum as he plummeted downward. That prompted an immediate change in his action plan. All right, let's think about this. I need to check the direction that spider is heading. Plummeting at high speed, he finally caught up to its position. The two collided. Their eyes locking, sweat dripping down his face alongside an angry grit of teeth. And I'll redirect it. The pupils in his eyes flashed with a special color as Blink activated. A few minutes earlier, right when the large notification banner appeared, the battle against the boss Temptation Masquerade has begun. Following that announcement, Princess Hongbyun's group gathered together into a combat cluster. Meanwhile, Zeki's hand grabbed a portion of her black dress. Blood-red music played and Zeki's dance kicked off immediately. All attention focused on her movements. Every step changed, accompanied by swirling red lightning bolts. At the same time, a peculiar magic circle formed under her feet. Once again, Zeki changed her footing according to her dance rhythm, and red lightning bolts began altering the surrounding environment. Everyone, get back! But that warning seemed too late as those lightning bolts converged and struck in one spot. The nearby nobles were blasted outward. Returning to the group, Princess Hongbyun, after seeing that powerful attack land, turned back to look at everyone and checked on them. Are you guys okay? A male student standing behind answered, yes. Calming down to analyze the situation, her anxiety grew more apparent. I don't have time to hesitate or doubt. Now is the time to fight. She pulled out her magical staff directly, gripping the upper part as it began to glow, since their opponent this time was a dark mage. Up above, while Zeki continued her dance moves, fire attribute magic attacks locked onto her and closed in. Noticing this, Zeki looked back with a disdainful gaze, and naturally she had good reason. Not that easy. Following those words, an unfamiliar black magic formation appeared right in front of Zeki. The fire attack was blocked effortlessly. But the attacks didn't stop there. Azel formed 3 small ice magic circles and large pillars of ice surged out from them. The other students weren't foolish either, all simultaneously generating magic spells rushing toward the target. But unfortunately, all those attacks were blocked by similar magic circles from before. The students fell into extreme shock. All the magic we conjured, is it completely useless? While everyone launched their assault, Zeki executed a new movement. Red lightning gathered in the sky and startled gasps echoed. Ah, she's attacking again, watch out. Miraculously, Flame generated a complex magic formation in front of herself. Right at that moment, 2 exclamation marks appeared. Mimicking her action from earlier, Flame also grabbed a portion of her dress. Music began to play. Holding her staff with an indifferent expression, Flame started the required dance routine. Seeing her act out of nowhere, Azel stared in utter shock. Why are you suddenly dancing here? But Flame didn't reply, continuing with her dance. After a moment, Flame stopped, lowering her gaze halfway as she stared straight ahead. Following the magic formation formed earlier, an attack was unleashed outward by Flame. A flash of yellow light grazed past Zeki. Holding her fan with wide-open eyes, Zeki could only stand there and watch. Seeing it succeed, Flame rejoiced inwardly. All right, it's just like what I read in the novel. Thus, she raised her voice, everyone dance. Princess Hongbyun and Azel looked over in bewilderment, and Flame continued with her explanation. We got hints from the previous stages. In this stage, it's not just a magic duel, there's dancing involved too. We can only cast magic through our dance. Catching on quickly, Princess Hongbyun grasped the point. I see. Duchess Ihurine's dance can't be disrupted by ordinary magic. Azel also came up with her own ideas. The dance that can counter the chant of Silent Serena is, and everything pointed to one crucial lead, the farewell song of the dead Serena. Without hesitation, Princess Hong Byeon opened the sequence by dancing to the rhythm of the music. Those in sync started dancing as well, and the other classmates also knew this dance. Musical notes were generated, blending with the choreography, and within moments, magic attacks were successively unleashed straight toward Zeki's position. Surprise mixed in as Zeki used her fan to cover her mouth. Just like that, a massive explosion erupted right in front of everyone, with Zeki at the center. The music kept playing, and amidst that melody, Azel grew slightly anxious. Was that attack effective? But then the sound abruptly changed, making her react. Wait. Out of the blood-red melody and the smoke generated by the prior explosion, a dark silhouette slowly emerged, her thoughts taking over. The tempo of the song seems to have sped up. Two other classmates nearby noticed the same thing as Azel. Look at that, what on earth is that? A foot slowly stepped forward. Specifically, two more legs emerged from beneath Zeki's dress. Her eyes also shifted to an eerie red hue. Someone warned the rest, her legs just grew into four, is that real? The blackened feet from the explosion tiptoed to the rhythm of the dance once again, and her footsteps shifted continuously. Utilizing the rhythm of the four legs, Zeki swiftly formed a new, denser magic formation behind her back. Alright, let's start properly then. Along with Zeki's words, her expression grew increasingly shady and bizarre. Seeing her act like that, Flame couldn't help but yell towards Zeki, "Stop it, Zeki. If you keep indulging in the role of Duchess Heroine, you won't be able to come back." Zeki retorted, "Precisely what are you asking me to stop for? Look around." Simultaneously with the spreading dark magic, the voices of other nobles chimed in endlessly. "Zeki Heroine, Zeki Heroine." Everyone just stood frozen, watching this scene unfold. From that point on, the spectacle stopped being pretty and turned into something more formidable. The nobles cheered along to the musical beat. "As expected, you're so beautiful. You're truly the best dancer. Punish those foolish challengers." Seeing Flame's dazed expression, Zeki added, "Flame, are you really being this heartless?" Flame blurted out, "What?" Some old memories flickered back, accompanied by mental analysis. "Petty, selfish, and mean-spirited. This is a sweet and wonderful feeling. You're the only one monopolizing it. You kept it all to yourself." Flame kept a smile on her face, while Zeki stood to one side looking sorrowful. Her pent-up anger finally broke through. "I will never let go of this heart and feeling." Red lightning began to spark. Sensing massive mana about to be unleashed, Princess Hong Byeon warned everyone on their behalf. "It's coming, brace yourselves." Following those words, Zeki made her move. Beams of energy formed from the magic circles, shooting straight forward. Fortunately, thanks to the prior warning, Princess Hong Byeon and Azel raised protective barriers, blocking the attack. But an unexpected accident occurred. Another student standing next to Azel got hit by the attack. Azel noticed this but had no way to help. But then, while she was distracted, another overwhelming power surged toward her position, but she was already too late to turn back and look, unable to do anything else. Azel squeezed her eyes shut, but then opened them when nothing struck her. A light illuminated Azel's face, accompanied by a question mark. Hong Byeon, relying on her own power, had stepped forward to block and form a massive wall of fire, helping Azel dodge the previous danger. After providing support, Princess Hong Byeon quickly turned around, rushing her words. "Hey, idiot, why are you standing there dazed and distracted?" Azel stammered. "What?" Seeing her still looking bewildered, Princess Hong Byeon's voice grew louder. "For me, defending against fire magic is more effective, so let me handle that. You focus on blocking the lightning magic charging over there." Azel understood. Yes. The arrangement was continued by Princess Hong Byeon. "You stay behind us and attack when there's an opening." Flame also noticed this change in the princess, especially since she spoke to her too. In that fleeting moment, Flame became even more confused. What is going on here? In the original story, Hong Byeon ruined their teamwork out of jealousy over Azel's abilities and tried to sabotage that relationship. Ultimately, it caused major damage to everyone, rather than breaking the spell and messing things up. But now, Hong Byeon was the one grasping and reading the situation the best. A blood-red energy attack aimed straight at Princess Hong Byeon this time, and Azel erected an ice barrier to intercept the blow. The princess looked slightly startled at her. Meanwhile, Flame's thoughts lingered. "No, that's Hong Byeon and Azel, they're working together." Azel looked at Princess Hong Byeon and spoke naturally, softly. "Don't lower your guard either." Hearing herself criticized, a tick mark of annoyance appeared on Princess Hong Byeon's face. "What?" Immediately after, Flame unexpectedly appeared behind both of them to support their attacks and defense. "Me too. We can't afford to lose to those two." With defense handled, Flame officially launched a counterattack by forming a grand magic circle right behind her, continuously unleashing yellow energy beams forward. But with 3 black magic shields in front of her, Zeki blocked everything Flame created and aimed at her. Useless. The Flame smirked right after. The massive energy lightning bolts diffused and pierced through those shields. Once again, a massive explosion erupted right at Zeki's center. Looking at the smoke and dust ahead, that familiar question echoed. Is this the end? Looking closer, the smoke was slightly thicker than before. And naturally, that dark silhouette emerged once more, but this time with a horn added. The first to notice was Azel, followed immediately by Princess Hongbion. That appearance. And next was Flame, Zeki. Zeki's voice changed, calling out, "Flame, flame." Zeki's legs had completely transformed into a spider's, resembling the one everyone encountered in the hallway while descending. "Do you hate seeing me this happy that much?" The noble NPCs had completely changed. They began to tremble. Meanwhile, someone started vomiting. Zeki gradually lost control. "Why won't you leave me alone?" Why, knowing that her turning into this state was partly her fault, Flame tried to shout across. "Zeki, it's not like that, please snap out of it." But Zeki's anger had peaked. "Shut up." Instantly, a layer of blood-red magic formed. Not stopping there, a second divine circle appeared right beneath it. The sound of blood-red music echoed once more, and that smile remained locked on Zeki. Princess Hongbion, originally frozen, said, "No way." Behind her, Flame shared the same expression. "This is." Looking at the danger ahead, analytical thoughts were brought up. At the very least, this is a level 5 risk. "I can't even think straight anymore. What should we do?" From her gaze looking forward. Flame unexpectedly looked up, as if sensing some movement. The noises grew louder and more frequent, prompting her to ask the big question, "What is that sound?" Azel, as if realizing what it was, interjected while standing nearby. "Bikusial, Bikusial." Was involuntarily startled by her words, but quickly, another unexpected development occurred. Zeki screamed as if struck by some blow. The question was posed again by Princess Hongbion. "What's wrong?" Flame cast a half-glance from afar, explaining, "I don't know the reason either, but it seems the battle between Bikusial and the boss sword spider above is affecting Zeki down here." Zeki clutched her head in pain. Flame couldn't believe it, but another confirmation surfaced in her mind. "Don't tell me Bikusial knew about this trait and is fighting that monster alone, just to help us defeat this final boss." Not knowing how he was attacking up there, Zeki once again clutched her head, screaming helplessly. Not missing this opportunity, Princess Hongbion's voice shifted. "Now is our chance." After issuing the command, all 3 unleashed their magical skills once more. Fire from Princess Hongbion, ice from Azel, and light from Flame dashed forward rapidly. The ice arrived first. The leg section belonging to the boss sword spider was frozen. And then came the engulfing flames of Princess Hongbion. Light was the final attack to strike. A massive explosion occurred as the 3 elements collided, blowing away the resulting smoke. Zeki furiously yelled, "You bastards, is this all you can show, you brats?" But then her anger erupted to its peak. "How dare you?" Right at this moment, the original boss sword spider unexpectedly appeared in this room. Sensing something else appearing here, Princess Hongbion asked anxiously, "What happened?" Similarly, Flame was equally confused. "I don't know, it looks like something just fell." As if recognizing a familiar silhouette, Flame paused for a beat following her thoughts. "That no way. Isn't that the great boss sword spider?" Falling from high above had knocked this giant spider unconscious, consequently cracking the dance floor. A huge question echoed afterward. "Is it dead already?" A male student in the group, seemingly disbelieving his eyes, began to tremble and muttered unconsciously, "This is ridiculous. Bikusial, a first-year student like us, hunted a 4-star monster all by himself. Falling down the same way wasn't just the spider." The male student jolted and sharply turned his head back, seeing him lying there unconscious in a lump. Witnessed by everyone present, a large spider had just fallen right where Zeki stood earlier. From below, someone stepped onto these stairs, one of her friends. Flame was the first to walk up, yet carrying a sense of sadness. Zeki was currently pinned by the giant spider, her body trying to reach up but trembling, questioning the approaching Flame. "Why do you always bother me so much?" More anger showed on her face. "I will never forgive you." But then another thought arose in this situation. "Oh my, so that's it. You couldn't win by dancing, so you resorted to this trick, because no one dances better than me, right? Pitiful, truly pitiful. In the end, you're just like me, jealous when someone prettier than you appears." Wearing another silly smile, "Ha ha ha, it's not just me, in the end you're no different from me." But sadness deepened in Flame's mind as she looked at her friend, who was no longer sane. Seeing her strange expression while looking at herself, Zeki asked blankly, Why are you looking at me like that? To somewhat shift her emotions, Flame stood there and asked Azel behind her, Azel, can you summon an ice mirror? Azel replied quickly, yes. Zeki, understanding her action, smiled smugly. No matter what absurd thing you do, the truth remains that I'm prettier than you. At Flame's request, Azel conjured an ice mirror in front of Zeki. She dazedly cast her eyes into it. Half of her face had completely transformed into a spider. She still couldn't believe this was real. This is. While the male student on this side checked on him as he just sat up. Are you okay? Oh, my head. Zeki's voice shattered that quiet atmosphere again. Is this my appearance? Are you lying? This isn't a mirror, is it? Beak Yusial was now awake, but brought a finger to his forehead while Zeki's voice hadn't ceased. You guys are trying to trick me with this image, aren't you? It's disgusting, so disgusting, truly disgusting. The sound echoed continuously. Zeki screamed even louder, ah, please put that mirror away. The group of nobles participating in the dance earlier who had sided with Zeki now stopped. The Duchess is no longer beautiful. Everyone knew what would happen next, so they all lowered their heads to let Zeki vent in her agony. I don't want it, I hate it, this isn't me, Zeki's mutated hands trembled, trying to reach forward for help. Flame, please, you can do anything. Please help me save me. But her words changed somewhat. Did you think I would ask for that? A blade leg like that of the giant combat spider appeared. Zeki transformed the arm she reached out earlier, lunging toward Flame while screaming, growing more furious. It's all your fault I turned into this state. Die, Flame. White and red intertwined, but the one injured in the attack was Zeki. Something emerging from under Flame's feet had pierced Zeki's body. Her dazed eyes opened wide. For a moment, Zeki recalled the happy feeling of standing beside Hei Wenryang. Zeki couldn't be saved. The only way left for everyone was to free her from this situation through sacrifice. Princess Hongbyun's flames began to burn once more. Azel lowered her face in sorrow because she herself had committed that terrible act. Princess Hongbyun shared a similar feeling. But the saddest person was probably Flame, as she knew she was partly the reason leading to that death. After Zeki faded away, she stood there and spoke her final words to her friend. I'm sorry, Zeki, I'm truly sorry. As Zeki collapsed, the main notification also appeared, ending the story of Duchess Heroine, who achieved the greatest beauty and fame in the world. You have conquered the Temptation Ballroom. Congratulations. Moving outside, where everyone entered the gates, the announcement sound here also rang out. Team A6, the simulated practice session has ended and the students have exited. Team B3's simulated training has also concluded. The moment the students came out, Headmaster Lee issued instructions. Evacuate them immediately, a teacher replied. Yes, sir, everyone has left. Headmaster Lee then noticed the final location and worry formed on the spot. Is this C7 the only one left? Suddenly, the red gate right next to Headmaster Lee underwent some sort of mutation. Red lightning bolts began to flash around it. Sensing trouble was imminent, Headmaster Lee quickly turned to another assistant nearby. The waves are shaking, prepare yourselves immediately. Yes. But before he could say more, the gate directly mutated, space expanded, and the previous red color gradually faded away. Headmaster Lee's eyes intensely watched this transformation. But then a slight smile appeared on his lips. The ant has defeated the tiger. Following this remark, the students were all present outside except for one person. The red gate then completely vanished as well. Seeing the students actually walking out from that dangerous place, exchanges led to an arising discussion. Did they really conquer a level 5 persona danger gate while just being students? Even experienced veterans felt that was a tough challenge. Doubts continuously arose. Is that boy the leader? Erin's expression showed a hint of surprise as he himself had tripped over his own earlier words. Then he turned back, mocking himself for joking. Let's retreat. Yes, sir. It didn't stop there. After coming outside, Beak Yusial stepped forward, raised his sword across his chest, and said, I respectfully report the Persona Gate Conquest mission is complete. A total of 16 people participated, 1 sacrificed, 15 safely and successfully returned. Headmaster Lee's expression turned bitter upon hearing those words. In the end, there was still 1 sacrifice. The headmaster then refocused and instructed, You did well, I will immediately assign a healing mage to come over right away, so all of you go rest. Yes. Right at this moment, someone appeared, interrupting. Did something happen while I was away? Everyone stared intently at the person emitting that familiar voice. Accordingly, another person appeared here. "Oh, seems like something happened while I was away, didn't it?" Standing still for a moment, he was bewildered by this person's sudden appearance. The headmaster of Stella Academy, Elman Eltwin, a ninth-tier great mage, turned toward him, smiling. "Looks like something interesting happened while I wasn't here. Tell me everything." Right now, over at the Menon Tower, two figures dressed in 13th Division uniforms are gazing at the glowing lights ahead, while the whereabouts of Mason Tyron, who vanished under the alias Stella, remain completely unknown. Starting today, first-year specialized research cadets will begin their extracurricular activities, during which special sessions focused on dark magic will take place, so please stay alert as Mason Tyron might make an appearance. The isolated space and that flood of information quickly dissolved, pulling the two of them right back to the endless plains. And then, Commander Keen's second-in-command, Vice Commander Hazen Macaron, was currently grumbling heavily about the news, whining, "Oh, come on, why is the Master of the Ivory Tower so obsessed with Stella anyway?" Commander Keen wasn't happy with her tone, so he seriously adjusted his voice and replied, "The Master of the Ivory Tower possesses the power of foresight, so stop talking nonsense and just follow me." Unable to stomach that tone, Vice Commander Hazen Macaron shot him a massive glaring look and snapped right back, "Yeah, right, foresight. More than half of those predictions turn out to be completely wrong." Even though that was true, Keen stood his ground, explaining that in most cases it was simply because they resolved the issues before those disasters could actually happen, or perhaps because other factors stopped them before they even set foot there, causing Hazen Macaron to concede defeat with a sigh as a flicker of light magic sparked across her palm. Anyway, their captain was way too obsessed with the Master of the Magic Tower, and it looked like he was having a hard time dealing with those prophecies too. Keen didn't want to waste any more time stalling here with back-and-forth banter, cutting in with, "All right, let's move out," whereupon magical circle links formed instantly, and the two of them vanished in the blink of an eye. Coming back to the main point, Stella Academy frequently arranged more field trips than expected throughout its development, having set up teleportation gates across more than 20 locations exclusively for airships, with a notable example being the cradle of the Spirit Tree, which also served as the breeding ground for the High Elf Kingdom's Cloud Flower. This time, homeroom teacher Lee gathered the cadets in a fairly spacious area, his voice carrying a sense of duty as he instructed, "Listen up, everyone. Following the World Tree Birthday celebration, the Familia Contracting Ceremony will officially begin tomorrow, so feel free to make good use of your time until the designated assembly hour," prompting all 12 cadets to shout in unison, "Yes." Freed from the constraints of both time and space, every cadet split off to do whatever they wanted, and this time, attention shifted to Flame as she scanned her surroundings as if searching for something. Gazing at the lush green canopy, Flame shook off her tension and broke into a soft smile, murmuring, "Maybe being surrounded by nature is finally giving me a really relaxing vibe." But then Flame's target appeared the moment she shifted her gaze elsewhere, and the object of her attention was none other than Beak Usial. Flame was keeping her eyes on Beak Usial, but Beak Usial had no idea she was even watching. Flame felt a bit let down by that, but she had no intention of walking over to him. Instead, watching his retreating back drift further and further away as she muttered, "Is he just wandering around all by himself?" Lost in thought, Flame completely failed to notice someone approaching until Jeremy Scanban flashed a brilliant, smiling look and greeted, "Hey there, Flame." Instantly, Flame's expression twisted into a clear frown, overflowing with obvious annoyance. She brushed past him lightly without even glancing at his handsome, smiling face, muttering, "Oh." Jeremy kept his trademark expression plastered on even though he had been so swiftly brushed off. Just as Flame was about to walk away completely, Jeremy stopped her in her tracks with a playful remark, "Aren't you gonna give me that look you just made again?" Already annoyed, she was poked even further, prompting a confused Flame to turn back and snap, "What on earth are you talking about?" Jeremy stepped closer one pace at a time, asking, "If you've got some free time, care to tag along with me for a bit?" While Flame stood her ground and flatly refused, "I don't have time." Well, a brief silence settled in before Jeremy's good boy facade completely cracked, revealing the unsettling vibe of an assassin denied what he wanted as he pressed, "Seriously, why won't you reconsider?" Flame froze, completely dumbfounded that Jeremy could pull off a look like that out of nowhere, before quickly snapping back to her senses with the thought, "This guy is seriously dangerous." Jeremy wasn't just planning to let it end there. But just as she was panicking and wondering what to do, someone else suddenly stepped in to block Jeremy for her. Flame was utterly shocked to see this person show up as well. It was Hei Wenryong, who helped untangle her from the situation by saying, "Your Highness, that's quite enough. Do you realize how rude and forceful you're being? Jeremy replied with a mocking chuckle. Oh, come on, how could I not know that? When Jeremy spoke with that smile, ordinary people would naturally turn away and keep their distance. But that trick didn't work on someone standing at the pinnacle of the magical world as the magic towers air, leaving Flame caught in the middle, sweating bullets as she watched the two boys stare each other down and thinking, oh God, what kind of situation have I stumbled into? Once they crossed paths like that, some kind of hidden scheme seemed to brew behind each of Jeremy's expressions. Leaving behind one serious guy and one very confused girl, Jeremy smoothed his expression back to normal and waved goodbye, saying, looks like your friend here misunderstood something, so I'll head back first today. See you next time, all right. With that, Jeremy completely walked away, leaving the two of them standing there. Although things seemed to have wrapped up smoothly on the surface, Flame couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. Right after that, she vented her reproachful frustration aloud at the person left behind, demanding, hey Wonryong, what on earth were you thinking? How dare you block Jeremy like that? Do you actually think making an enemy of the Scanbin family is a smart move? While Hye Wonryong seemed entirely unfazed by the criticism, replying, Flame, you're the one who needs to be careful. The prince is dangerous. If he wants something, he won't hesitate to do whatever it takes to get it, and right now, you've become the thing he wants most. Flame knew that fact better than Hye did, so she was currently weighing what her next move should be. But a sudden, unexpected perspective from Hye Wonryong threw her off completely. Or could it be that you actually trust him? Flame genuinely hadn't expected those words to come out of Hye Wonryong's mouth. Catching him off guard in return, Flame fired back, who on earth are you even talking about? Hye Wonryong looked stunned and right from where he was standing. He turned his back and hurried away, muttering, sorry, my mistake, leaving a bewildered Flame staring after him in disbelief as she yelled, hey, who is he talking about? Yeah, Hye Wonryong had suddenly realized his body was slipping out of his control due to something very strange. Immediately after, he clutched his forehead and dropped to one knee, prompting a panicked Flame to yell out his name the moment she realized something was wrong. Hye Wonryong. Rushing over in deep concern, Flame asked, are you all right? However, Hye Wonryong raised a hand to wave her off, and fighting through a sudden wave of a splitting headache, he forced himself back up and kept walking, saying, I'm fine. How on earth was Flame supposed to believe that was fine? What do you mean you're fine? She shouted, and as he started walking away just like Baek Yuseol had done earlier, Flame tried to stop him, calling out, wait, Hye Wonryong. But it was no use, and as he walked off, leaving her completely in the dark about what was happening, Hye Wonryong left her overwhelmed by yet another wave of deep unease, making her feel like something was terribly wrong as she tried to pull herself away. Hye Wonryong stumbled into a secluded alleyway that caught little attention from passers-by and slumped against the wall. He steadied his body and desperately analyzed his condition in his mind, realizing that these unexplained symptoms had somehow grown increasingly severe before he even noticed. As his vision began to blur while he thought, damn it, if things keep going like this, how am I supposed to finish the familia contracting ritual? Just as he was drowning in confusion, Hye was startled by a familiar voice calling out, well, who do we have here? Even though Hye had only heard that voice a few times during their previous encounters, the moment he slowly turned his head, he confirmed the identity of the person standing there. Professor Mason, whose face was half hidden beneath a black hood, making her appearance seem swallowed by the shadows. Professor Mason stepped closer and closer, her voice laced with quiet amusement as she muttered, I was wondering where my stray seed had wandered off to, but it turns out it was right here all along. This is just perfect. I never expected the degree of infiltration to have progressed this far, sending Hye scrambling in panic as he stammered, Professor, what are you talking about? Professor Mason thrust her hand forward, dark magic surging to a terrifying peak as she commanded, now, don't resist, because starting right now, you belong to me. Hye finally understood what kind of nightmare he had fallen into. No, he fought to push back and wake himself up, shouting, get away from me. Hye's consciousness began to fade into black, flashing back to memories of standing and talking with Flame. But those memories slowly chipped away and dissolved into the darkness until the very last image left behind was just Flame's face. Shifting over to the massive twin towers belonging to the Spirit Kingdom, a long-eared elf was standing outside a certain door. Acting as the Elf King's assistant, Orenha, as he raised a hand to knock and called out, Your Majesty, if you don't show up for this birth anniversary, the Elder Council is going to give us a hard time. Since their true intention was to usurp control over the gate leading to the Sacred Tree's garden. Spirit King Chot Seorin sat huddled inside, tightly clutching something wrapped in blue cloth against her chest. After a long moment of hesitation, she answered Orenha, I know, I'll be right out, so dismiss yourself, causing Orenha to let out a soft sigh and reply, Yes, Your Majesty. The sound of footsteps fading away left a somewhat heavy atmosphere lingering around the Spirit King. A long while later, she turned around and pulled a cloak over her head. The thought crossed her mind, when was the last time she was ever able to just freely enjoy peace? Even disguising her body this way would only buy her an hour, and she pulled a veil across her face to hide it further. But none of it could mask the deep sorrow bottled up inside her as she prayed, Please, let everything go smoothly this time. Chatsioren walked forward with a few attendants trailing behind her. The Spirit King emerging amidst falling white snow petals while her hidden identity lent her an eerily ethereal beauty. The accompanying elves bowed respectfully at the sight of the person believed to be the true Spirit King. Her trailing cloak swept across the ground like a wedding veil over the beautiful flowers. Crossing a bridge made of wood was the next task on her path, stopping only when a continuous stream of white spring water came into view. Chatsioren stared intently at it, thinking, It's almost done, the prayer is finished, and now all I need to do is head back the way I came. But it seemed things wouldn't go smoothly after all, as a terrifying, suffocating pressure suddenly bore down on her body. And then, the silhouette of a male academy student sharply locked onto her gaze deep in her mind, his aura bizarrely well concealed, yet unmistakably dark magic as she quickly snapped her head around to look in another direction. An extraordinary dark magic user had sneaked into this sacred land, though ironically, she, the Spirit King, was the only one who could sense it, while everyone else around her blindly maintained their posts. Chatsioren's expression shifted, her rising anxiety immediately blending into her tactical thinking as she realized that, judging by the knight's reactions, she was the only one who felt the dark magic. And while the Spirit King was supposed to intervene during the World Tree's birth ceremony, she couldn't just let some dark magic user trample into the cradle of the sacred flower grove. Her fists clenched tightly at her sides. There was no other choice, she would have to step in herself, Chatsioren altering her perspective once more while back in the Spirit Kingdom. Flame's figure was rushing frantically across the wide pathway in search of something. Sweat dripping down her face as her thoughts betrayed what she was trying to do. Seeing that Heroine was acting weird, I chased after him, but where on earth did he go? Flame scanned her surroundings, but she had completely lost track of him. But suddenly, from a nearby alley, a deep voice called out her name loudly, Flame. Startled, Flame turned to see the very person she had been looking for standing right there, Heroine. A heavy, suffocating pressure radiated from his entire body, causing Flame to instinctively gasp his name, Heroine, as her heart pounded frantically and her pupils dilated abnormally. She tried to steady her racing thoughts. Could this ominous aura possibly be dark magic? From a certain angle, Heroine's eyes had morphed, a profound, mysterious black completely swallowing his snow-white irises. Damn it, I don't know what's going on, but thankfully Hei's corruption isn't complete yet, so I can still bring him back to normal right now. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Flame yelled out to the boy standing right in front of her, Snap out of it, Heroine, get a grip. Heroine stayed silent for a long moment without saying a word, letting his head slump forward instead. Suddenly, a relentless thumping sound echoed through the air, followed by a surge of even heavier dark magical pressure radiating outward. Flame couldn't shake off her mounting tension. If anything, things were only getting worse than before. And just as expected, Heroine stared straight at Flame and asked him, Why are you avoiding me? Prompting a panicked, instinctive stammer from Flame. What are you talking about? Things were spiraling into an even worse nightmare, draining what little color remained from Flame's face. She took a step back to try and find a way out, gasping, Ah. But right then, the corruption bleeding from the shadows exposed what Heroine had been holding back as he asked, Do you hate me? Am I not trustworthy to you? Looking utterly flustered with her mouth slightly agape, Flame answered resolutely, No, please don't think like that. Just as a flash of white light tinged with purple shot from behind her and leaped out in front of Flame, accompanied by another wave of that suffocating feeling and rhythmic thumping. The dark magic instantly hit a boiling point, and with a deafening crack like a bolt of lightning, a massive explosion erupted right on cue. That flash of light had signaled someone rushing forward to shield Flame from the blast's impact. Blinking through the smoke and haze, Flame forced herself to calm down enough to see who had jumped in to protect her. And to her utter shock, it was a familiar academy classmate whose name she blurted out in disbelief, Ma Yuxiang. With glowing red pupils, he turned his head back to look at Flame and asked, Are you all right? Instead of answering his question, Flame pointed out a different mystery, that black lightning just but Ma Yuxiang forced a wry smile and quickly cut her off. Sorry, just forget about it, please. Up ahead, He Wenryang's body swayed as he stared blankly at the ground, prompting Ma Yuxiang to add in a serious tone, "Besides, why aren't you fighting back? You almost died just now." Flame calmly replied, "I was trying to resolve this through talking," leaving Ma Yuxiang looking at her with a mix of utter disbelief. Talking. She didn't explain her reasoning, her eyes dropping away from Ma Yuxiang's direct gaze as a flurry of private thoughts raced through her mind. According to the original novel, Azel only used dialogue to purify countless dark magic users, earning her the nickname of the Confessor Saint. So she had thought that maybe she could bring He Wenryang back the same way. But was her ability really so useless that she couldn't save anyone at all? Realizing she had no intention of elaborating, Ma Yuxiang shifted his gaze back to the impending dark magic user right in front of them and said, "I don't know what your grand plan is, but you need to fight first, don't you?" Flame bit her lip as a bead of sweat rolled down her face, gripping her magical jade staff as she weaponized it and answered, "Yeah, I can do this." A fierce determination welled up inside her. This time, she absolutely wouldn't let him die like Zeki, and she was going to save He Wenryang no matter what. Flame wasn't entirely sure how she had ended up dragged into this mess, but at least things looked somewhat manageable since she was fighting alongside Ma Yuxiang, who possessed the protagonist's overpowered abilities. On the flip side, He Wenryang was now completely consumed by dark magic ahead of them, one of his arms mutating into a demonic form while his expression twisted darkly so he wouldn't get caught off guard. A burst of light sparked from Ma Yuxiang's wand, or more accurately, blinding flashes of lightning executing a hyper jump. He blinked away from his spot with blinding speed right in front of Flame's eyes, acting entirely on his own accord. As magical energy concentrated thicker by the second, choosing to hug the alley wall instead of charging straight ahead as he materialized right above He Wenryang. Channeling near-flawless energy, massive arcs of lightning cracked through the air as he unleashed his magic. Pointing his wand straight at He Wenryang to cast Whip of the Earth, transforming the decorative green vines along the walls to whip straight toward his target. A massive surprise hit instantly as He Wenryang's darkened eyes snapped upward to glare right at the incoming attack. And right from where he stood, a shockwave blasted dirt, stone, and thick dust into the air even faster than Ma Yuxiang could react, allowing He Wenryang to circle around behind him and flash a fleeting expression of surprise. He Wenryang counterattacked, forcing Ma Yuxiang to dodge and retreat back to the ground right in front of Flame. As wisps of white smoke trailed behind them and the two boys prepared to crash into each other all over again as if they had never stopped. Feeling a bit miffed at being left out of the action, Flame let out an annoyed huff and began chanting a binding light magic spell, firing countless beams of light toward He Wenryang with 0 blind spots, shifting the tide of battle to favor Flame and Ma Yuxiang. Her jade staff trembled slightly in her grip, but Flame tightened her hold on it. He Wenryang struggled to break free from the restraints, his own voice automatically muttering a name just as Flame seized the opening. And Ma Yuxiang instantly teleported right behind him, his pupils constricting as he summoned a blazing fist and brought it down in a brutal strike that collided with a shockwave of sparks, sending He Wenryang flying far backward. The two of them regrouped to prep their next moves, maintaining the necessary gravity of the situation. Up ahead, He Wenryang slammed hard against the ground, the lingering shockwave cracking the stone architecture behind him as a groan of pain slipped past his lips. Noticing this, Flame turned to Ma Yuxiang and urged, "Now's our chance, we need to do it." But Ma Yuxiang cut her off, warning, "It's not over yet." Because his eyes hadn't left the target, prompting Flame to follow his gaze as a spike of urgent dread pierced her heart. She couldn't believe things were still spiraling further into despair right before her eyes as He Wenryang's joints twisted abnormally while he forced himself back up, his human features completely swallowed by absolute darkness alongside a single long horn protruding from his head, unequivocal proof of deep, specialized dark magic corruption. "He Wenryang," she shouted, trying to use a louder voice to pull him back, but it was completely useless as her dread multiplied tenfold. Realizing just how catastrophically far the corruption had spread before blurting out a desperate warning, "Ma Yuxiang, it's dangerous, get away from him." Before she could even finish her sentence, the corrupted He Wenryang vanished without a sound, reappearing right in front of both of them, and slammed his hand straight onto Ma Yuxiang's face in a shocking ambush. Unleashing a torrent of raw power, He Wenryang shoved his hand forward and sent Ma Yuxiang flying into the architecture in a cloud of dust and rubble, completely shattering any chance of calling out his name calmly like before, leaving Flame to frantically switch targets as she screamed, "Ma Yuxiang." Flame never expected things to change this drastically in a single second. Instead of calming her down, her heart hammered faster against her ribs as that terrifying shadow cast itself over her face. And since there had originally been two people and one had just been batted away, Hei Wenryang's glowing red eyes locked onto her and refused to budge. Paralyzed by helplessness against the unfolding nightmare, stark panic filled Flame's eyes as she breathed out, "Hei Wenryang." Darkening, Hei Wenryang understood the word, managing to call out a name, "Flame." Just as the two of them were about to exchange names, Ma Yuxiang interrupted with a blazing punch that rushed forward. His magical power and mood remained completely unchanged. Hei Wenryang didn't move, standing his ground and taking the attack and explosion directly on his own body. Flame stood there bewildered, unable to believe a direct hit had landed just like that, while Ma Yuxiang kept his eyes locked on the target as uneasy sweat took over. Because the fist was still pressed against Hei Wenryang's face, yet there was no effect whatsoever. And then those red eyes opened once again, proving that the gap in power was truly no longer surprising. Moving with natural fluidity, the darkened hand grabbed Ma Yuxiang completely by the neck before he could even register the speed of the motion, the grip unyielding and firm. Hei Wenryang slowly lifted Ma Yuxiang up into the air, leaving Flame, aside from the binding magic cast earlier, standing there saying words and doing nothing else. Ma Yuxiang bit his lower lip softly as his anxiety doubled, realizing that if things kept going this way, Hei Wenryang would actually end up killing him, yet with his current strength, he had no way to stop him, leaving him to wonder what on earth he should do now. Hei Wenryang maintained his darkened state, yet his hazy consciousness still managed to recognize the person he was currently hoisting up by the neck. The pressure in his grip suddenly increased, causing Ma Yuxiang to start struggling for breath. Despite the twisted emotions, his voice managed to find its way back to Hei Wenryang. "I can win. I can defeat Ma Yuxiang, and in the end, it is I, Ma Yuxiang." A smile curved across the corner of his lips. Suddenly, Ma Yuxiang interrupted those words with a very strange remark. "Something isn't right." Hearing that, Hei Wenryang froze in surprise, his face turning pitch black like a character straight out of another story as he muttered to himself and said, "Huh." Having only watched from the sidelines, Flame also picked up on the sudden shift in Hei Wenryang's expression. Did Hei Wenryang just have a moment of hesitation? A surge of resolve welled up inside him, preparing him to make a move, thinking that if it was now. Noticing the changes in both Ma Yuxiang and Flame, he thrust one of his hands straight out. Flame's impending movement was brought to an abrupt, conditional halt. Ma Yuxiang's face grew cold and his pupils constricted once again. "I thought you were the only one living in a world like mine, but in the end, is that really all you are? How disappointing." A sudden heavy wave of killing intent radiated from Hei Wenryang. With his face darkened and seemingly devoid of fear, he spoke as if he were right. Yet his expression twisted even more strangely than before. "Ma Yuxiang has to win." Time rolled backward into the past, to the spring of their first year in high school, when Hei Wenryang was only 14 years old. A hint of innocence lingered on his face as he stood before a much younger, even more clueless-looking Ma Yuxiang, who was also 14. Annoyed by that expression, Hei Wenryang frowned, his voice growing slightly colder. "Fight me." Ma Yuxiang froze, a single bead of sweat rolling down as he grew utterly flustered, quickly darting his eyes left and right to see if anyone else was nearby. Finding himself completely alone, he cautiously asked a few questions. "Are you talking to me? Why do you suddenly want to fight?" Unfazed, Hei Wenryang replied, "I cannot accept that you are ranked above me, so let's make the standings crystal clear." A rare look of surprise appeared on Ma Yuxiang's face. "Clear the standings." Yet that was precisely what he wanted, and a smile blossomed on his lips. "All right, let's see what happens." Once the challenge was accepted, the two of them chose the school training ground as the venue for their match. Ma Yuxiang glanced down at his black wand thinking, is this a magical duel?" and tested out how the wand felt in his hand. Satisfied, he broke into a bright smile. "You can attack first." Standing opposite him, the serious young noble Hei Wenryang thought, "What is that posture?" His eyes narrowed slightly as he thought, "Is he a genius? Ever since I was born as the heir to the full moon tower and learned how to read, I have studied magic without rest, training every single day to become the greatest magical warrior." Yet on the freshman ranking board, Ma Yuxiang is first and Hei Wenryang is second. "I am in second place. The existence of that genius Ma Yuxiang hit my soul like a bolt of lightning. His attention drifted as he heard another student calling out to someone, "Yuxiang, let's go together." "Sure, let's go," Ma Yuxiang replied with a bright smile, causing He Wenryang to wonder, is that really Ma Yuxiang? But the more I watch him, the more disappointing his behavior seems. Reading strange books completely unrelated to his studies, wasting time every single day without putting in any effort. I simply cannot accept it. Since he is better than me, I need to prove one thing, that my own efforts were not in vain. However, the result was utterly bleak as his wand slipped from his grasp, leaving He Wenryang in a state of dazed disbelief and profound doubt all at once. I cannot believe I actually lost to him. Not a single scratch, not a single speck of dust on him. Contrary to his opponent's despair, Ma Yuxiang had stayed completely focused throughout the duel. And once the result was in, he walked cheerfully over to He Wenryang. "Oh, did I win? By the way, this magical duel was actually a lot of fun." Placing a hand warmly on He Wenryang's shoulder, he stood beside him with a smiling squint. "Thanks to you, this trip was really enjoyable. Let's do it again next time." With that, he turned and walked away without waiting for He Wenryang to say a single word. Left behind, He Wenryang clenched his fists tightly, wondering, why did I lose? Why did I lose to someone who doesn't even try or study? Is this what a genius is? He bent down to pick up his fallen wand. This time, it's simply a matter of practice. If I try harder, I can win. From that day on, he drove himself through rigorous training until he had drained every ounce of his strength. He practiced and practiced and practiced, yet the results remained entirely unchanged. He Wenryang lost his spirit, finding the whole thing laughable because this was a duel he had requested after fully understanding and analyzing all of Ma Yuxiang's magic, making it unbelievable that such a wide gap still existed between them in reality. Right at that moment, past version Ma Yuxiang had extended his hand out toward He Wenryang. Smiling cheerfully, he had remarked, "This time was even more fun than the last, right? Let's do better next time." He Wenryang had listened to those words in silence. Pausing for a brief moment, he had fallen deeper into thought. Changing his mind, the two of them had shaken hands, exchanging a few final words. "Next time I will definitely win. Ha ha, I'm looking forward to it." I was forced to admit that Ma Yuxiang is a genius. Even so, I resolved never to give up, to prove that the time I spent striving was not meaningless, and that one day I would defeat Ma Yuxiang. And now, with Ma Yuxiang within his grasp, that memory snapped the darkened He Wenryang back to reality, making him think, I can win this time. That's what I thought. Or is it? Ma Yuxiang broke into a bright smile, his expression making it clear what he was thinking. To think you'd drown in the power of dark magic and lose yourself just like that. How disappointing. He Wenryang, I've been working hard to practice for a match against you too. The darkened He Wenryang stared in a daze. You practiced. Rummaging through a shred of old memory, Ma Yuxiang continued. Do you remember? During our practical exercise inside the dungeon, we fought to a complete standstill. I was so shocked back then, realizing I had quite a competitive streak in me after all. That was when I started training for the very first time, always waiting for a rematch with you. He Wenryang began to spiral into deep confusion. I have never won against you even once. Now is your chance. But then things were pushed further as a cold, indifferent voice escaped Ma Yuxiang's lips. Then kill me. Use that power to pierce my heart and savor the victory you've always wanted. And then live to regret it, because this will be the final match between the two of us. Constant provocations paired with inevitable outcomes followed. He Wenryang finally regained the light within his eyes. Outside the clash, Flame waited on edge for the most crucial moment. Meanwhile, Ma Yuxiang's eyes narrowed as he waited as well. A faint bruise appeared on Ma Yuxiang's neck, indicating that the darkened He Wenryang had finally let him go. Regaining his sanity and wearing a gloomy expression, He Wenryang spoke up. I won't kill you, because winning against you in this state would be no different from denying my own efforts. Outside, Flame rejoiced at those words. Thank goodness, He Wenryang's human emotions have returned. Now we can finally save him. But things shifted once again as a crushing wave of magical pressure descended upon the spot where all three of them stood. The darkened He Wenryang winced in discomfort. Ma Yuxiang was in no better shape. Narrowing her eyes, Flame recognized the sensation instantly, thinking, this power is. She shifted her gaze as someone spoke up. My. Footsteps echoed as a girl dressed in black walked into view. She wore golden hoop earrings and had reddish-brown hair. The vice commander held her wand with an unbothered expression as she broke the silence. Is this not Mazen Tyron? Hazen Macaron stood there casually holding her wand, effortlessly projecting an immense pressure that robbed Flame of all movement and forced her to her knees. Wincing in discomfort and blinking through her blurred vision, Flame managed to dimly recognize who the opponent truly was. Aha, I saw this character in the original novel. The vice captain of the 13th Black Star Squad, Hazen Macaron, which meant. At that exact moment, the sound of another person's footsteps approached, causing Hazen to turn around and complain with her signature bewildered look. So in the end, the prophecy was completely wrong after all, wasn't it? Clenching his fists in cold silence, the squad leader walked forward with an unchanging expression, his words cutting through the air as Keen spoke. "Stop talking nonsense." Hazen etched that face into her memory. Following her own analysis of the character, she realized, sure enough, that man had arrived as well. Keen, the captain of the 13th Black Star Squad. The two of them stood side by side, casting their gaze toward the darkened He Wonryong and the battered Ma Yuseong who had just finished fighting. And without saying another word, Keen silently cast a specialized spell designed to detect dark magical fluctuations. Hazen's gravity illusion was absolute, locking down all movement with effortless ease as Keen remarked on the target. To think that such faint wave fluctuations could emit power of this scale is genuinely surprising. Hazen confirmed, "Indeed, what shall we do?" Keen nodded, opening a dimensional space to draw his wand as his voice turned cold. "The target has been confirmed. We will deal with him right here on the spot." The target Keen had his sights set on was He Wonryong, who had only just recovered a shred of his sanity, plunging He Wonryong, Ma Yuseong, and Flame right back into a difficult predicament, or rather, leaving them utterly stunned by such decisive ruthlessness. However, sensing something slightly amiss, Hazen turned to ask for an opinion. "Are you planning to kill him right away? We're still in the early stages, so observing him a bit longer might." But Keen completely shut her down, holding firm to his stance. If someone can emit power like that at this level, then once he goes on a rampage later, the consequences will be an absolute disaster. Killing him right now is the right thing to do. Keen's approach wasn't necessarily wrong, because once individuals tainted by dark magic are corrupted even once, they become vastly more susceptible to a second or third corruption. Even if temporarily cleansed, the taint remains, ultimately dooming them to succumb to dark magic and unleash a massacre. Meaning once a decision was made, it had to be executed immediately. But by sheer coincidence, one of them refused to accept it. "Stop right there." Hazen's attention was caught. "Oh my." Amidst the conversation, Ma Yuseong mustered every last ounce of his remaining strength to pull himself up from the ground, leaving Vice Commander Hazen genuinely surprised. To think a first-year student could withstand this much. As expected of Stella's Ma Yuseong, the top freshman really is something else. Yet Hazen's expression gradually darkened, her gaze turning thoroughly unpleasant. Click, Ma Yuseong felt an even heavier wave of pressure slowly come crashing down upon his body. Just as he struggled to lift himself up, Hazen snapped her fingers, forcing him crashing back down to the earth. Showing not an ounce of mercy, she said, "Stay down for a little longer. Getting in the way of my work is unacceptable." In truth, the disparity in strength was absolute, leaving Ma Yuseong on the verge of being flattened. Even though his situation was slightly better without overlapping gravity spells weighing him down, Flame still couldn't find a shred of peace of mind. Gritting her teeth as she assessed the grim reality, this is bad, Ma Yuseong's condition. No matter how much the current situation differed from the novel she knew, the magic Ma Yuseong had just used was undoubtedly dark mana. If things kept going this way, once Ma Yuseong exhausted his blue mana, his dark mana would inevitably be exposed right in front of them. And if that happened, alongside He Wonryong's rebellion. Flame forced herself to resist, gripping her dark staff tightly as she refused to lose the two of them here, whispering frantically, "Please, please just move, please." Guilt surged in her heart at the thought of futures so full of promise being cut short. Then Keen pointed his wand straight at the top of He Wonryong's head, signaling that it was finally over. He Wonryong stood there, as though resigning himself to his fate, while Flame desperately wished for a miracle to appear, squeezing her eyes shut. "Please, someone save them." Mana surged from Keen's wand without a single ounce of hesitation. "Die, dark magic user." "Wait, hold on a second." Keen halted his attack, interrupted by a vaguely familiar voice. He turned his head to verify the direction the sound had come from. "You're the only one who can change this situation." Recognizing him instantly with an unforgettable face, Keen recalled him as a minor character from the novel Beak Yuseol. You are. Flashing back 10 minutes prior, Beak Yusial had been patting a young elf child on the head. Though his main objective was buying food and the head pat was merely due to how cute the kid was, he flashed a friendly smile before leaving. Hope you make lots of sales today, Granny. The middle-aged woman had happily accepted his blessing. Thank you, young man. Just as he walked a short distance away, the familiar ching sound of the system echoed through his mind, followed by consecutive reports announcing that a variable had occurred in Episode 8, setting the Hei Wonryong dark magic corruption plotline into motion. Beak Yusial had jolted in surprise, blurting out, "What?" as doubt overwhelmed his understanding. How is this possible? Didn't the dark magic corruption arc end after completing Zeki's corruption storyline? In the original game, a total of 3 students were affected by Professor Mason's dark magic erosion. Among them, Hei Wonryong's corruption arc carried a 99% probability of leading to a bad end. Yet despite such a viciously cruel and terrible difficulty level, Beak Yusial hesitated, torn between whether to intervene or let it play out. Unable to waste time thinking further, Beak Yusial had decided to hand the food he had just bought to another elf child. Here, this is really good, so eat up. Though taken aback, the child had accepted it and watched Beak Yusial walk away, driven by the realization that even so, he simply couldn't stand by and watch a bad end unfold. And thus, back in the present, crushing pressure bore down on the 2 protagonists, Hei Wonryong and Ma Yusiang. Flame breathed a sigh of relief knowing that help had finally arrived. 5 pairs of eyes, 5 gazes from 4 different directions, converged entirely upon a single target, Beak Yusial. Meanwhile, Beak Yusial, having just arrived, was still thinking optimistically of his fellow students, letting out a breath. Thank goodness, but now that I'm here, what am I supposed to do? Remaining entirely cold, Keen ordered, Hazen. Understanding the hint, Hazen broke into a smile and took a few light steps forward. Got it, leave that brat to me. With her wand resembling a miniature scythe and her footsteps tapping lightly against the ground, she stopped at a spot she deemed appropriate, her playful demeanor masking a more ominous intent as she offered a proposal. I'll show you a wonderful illusion too. Conqueror's Haki activated. The specialized illusion woven by Hazen was a powerful brand of magic carrying the inherent risk of directly harming its target. That effect descended upon Beak Yusial in an instant. Yet nothing happened at all, proving that applying something special to someone who defied the ordinary simply rendered it mundane. A black cat scurried about, eyes wide with shock. Hazen muttered to herself in a small voice, "Oh my, you've got to be kidding me." She flicked her wand repeatedly. Cha-cha-cha. This time, it had a tiny bit of an effect. An effect that forced Beak Yusial to look at the world sideways, leaving him utterly unable to rationalize it himself. Hazen looked toward the person slightly superior to her. Squad leader, that kid doesn't seem to be affected by the illusion at all. But Keen refused to believe it, his face turning slightly harsh as he threw in a jab. Stop joking around and do it properly. Hazen replied with her expression entirely unchanged. I'm not joking, I'm being serious here. Looking back to inspect closer, she saw that his figure remained as stiff and unyielding as a log of wood. Reanalyzing the problem with greater care, she thought, basic illusion magic works by disrupting the opponent's mana. These kids are simply under my mana control, which makes them hallucinate a crushing gravity pressing down on their bodies. Yet for some reason, I can't feel a single particle of mana inside that brat's body at all. How should I put this? It feels like trying to put a joint lock on a slime. Frowning deeper, she muttered, my magic is at least S-class. What on earth kind of ability does that kid possess? Since her illusions had been completely neutralized, she had no choice but to back off. Breaking the routine, Keen stepped forward. Please step aside. With a cold voice, the vice captain readied her wand while Keen confronted Beak Yusial, demanding he reveal his true identity. Beak Yusial quickly answered, first-year Stella student, Class S, Magic Combat Department. However, Keen had no interest in hearing what he already knew. No, I mean reveal your actual identity. Beak Yusial was confused, a flicker of bewilderment running through his mind. True identity? I'm a student at Stella, aren't I? Seeing him blank, unable to offer a different answer, Keen's eyebrow twitched. Fine, I guess you can't say it. The large question mark returned to Beak Yusial. Wait, what did I just say? When information couldn't be extracted, the only way was to address reality head-on. Keen changed his tone. I won't interfere with your connections or the reasons you infiltrated Stella Academy. However, you are not to interfere with our business. Beak Yusial lowered his gaze, locking eyes with the other man, and likewise changed his tone. That's a bit difficult, isn't it? Aren't you planning to kill that student? Keen didn't deny it, letting his killing intent seep out. That's right, we are going to kill him. Even though he had been corrupted, Hei Wenryong could still sense what that voice sounded like. This only served to push Baek Yuseol into an awkward situation. He knew clearly that if he were to fight those people right now, he wouldn't last even 5 seconds and would surely die. Taking one step forward, Baek Yuseol drew his sword, but he is someone worth risking my life for. I can't let anything happen to him right now. You said you're about to kill my classmate, so it seems there's no reason for me to overlook this. Keen, face still impassive, reiterated the issue, or rather, the thought Baek Yuseol had just had. If you actually fight us, you will die. But Baek Yuseol had a solution. He replied calmly, his tone neat, appearing as though neither of them were the type to proactively reveal themselves. Should I draw a little attention? I've got some confidence. Even if I die, at least I can make enough noise to stir things up. Keen now realized that the person standing across from him was no ordinary kid. He remained silent for a long moment before looking over and asking, "What do you want?" Baek Yuseol didn't want things to go too far, so he decided to speak up. Just one chance for her to cleanse that friend of mine. Keen listened intently to his words, then shifted his gaze toward Hei Wenryong, who was currently undergoing corruption. Next, without hesitation, he pointed his wand toward Baek Yuseol and said, "That's a futile effort. Even if you can cleanse the dark magic, the emotions won't return." Slightly terrified, Baek Yuseol raised his sword in a defensive stance and requested, "One time is enough." Her magic can even restore his emotions to their original state. Flame watched Baek Yuseol quietly, sweat pouring down, but above all, she doubted those words. Can I actually help Hei Wenryong return to his original state? Flame not only doubted those words, but also doubted herself. But what was more important now was whether Keen would accept that. What if the cleansing process fails? Baek Yuseol gave an answer. I will withdraw immediately. For Keen, it wasn't a bad proposal. At the very least, neither of them needed to get into a fight with someone capable of bypassing Heisen's illusion magic, avoiding unwanted attention while letting the other party leave on their own. So it seemed that taking a step back at this moment was the wisest course of action. He said, "Fine, if you break your word, I will give you the most painful death possible, regardless of whether it causes a big stir or not." Heisen, standing beside him, couldn't believe his captain could say those words, "Captain." But Keen didn't care and immediately gave the order, "Heisen, dismantle the illusion." Before lifting it as the captain commanded, Heisen still asked for permission to pose one question. Can we really trust his word? Still the same cold reply. If it's a lie, it won't be too late to kill that kid. Striking his staff hard against the ground, I feel the same. If the captain has said so, there is nothing more I can do. Shaking his staff, Heisen recalled the illusion. Both Ma Yuseong and Hei Wenryong were now free and breathing heavily. Flame, though under less pressure, still struggled to keep up. Opening her eyes, Flame realized someone was standing in front of her. More accurately, Baek Yuseol had approached and sat down across from her. You know what state Hei Wenryong is in, right? If it's you, you can bring him back to normal. But Flame had no confidence. She lowered her face. Sorry, I don't possess that kind of power. But Baek Yuseol prodded deeper into Flame's pain. Do you intend to repeat what happened with Zeki once again? Flame wavered for a moment. She finally voiced what she truly wanted. No. Baek Yuseol watched that shift in expression, and then a smile dispelled the tension. Help Hei Wenryong, you can do it. If someone else had said it, Flame might not have believed it, but coming from Baek Yuseol, it was a different story. Regaining her resolve and her familiar sense of purpose, Flame picked up her staff. If Baek Yuseol said she could do it, as she slowly walked up and stood before Hei Wenryong, then perhaps, as Baek Yuseol had asserted, she really did possess that capability. There was still one person nearby. Flame looked over and instructed, "Step back a little." Ma Yuseong, once the preparations were complete. Flame looked back toward the corrupted Hei Wenryong, and the haunting memories of the moment Zeki was corrupted came flooding back. Golden mana began to envelop her, and a thought arose. I won't just stand there helplessly like I did back then. Opening her eyes, Flame formed a magic matrix herself. Angelic wings appeared, and she added a bit of her own hope into the mix. This time, she would definitely save Hei Wenryong with her own power. The angelic miracle was expressed through her song. Flame closed her eyes and merged herself with the flow of mana. The light appeared abnormally. Heisen, observing from the outside, turned to the person standing next to him and asked, "Captain, is that light magic?" Without blinking, Keen replied, "Yes, my suspicions grow, but that girl is not from the Holy Order. That kind of power seems equal to a saintess already." Keen seemed to remember. I heard that among the freshmen entering Stella this year, there was someone who could use angelic power. An attribute of light, this must be her. the light gradually vibrated around Flame, and instantly a radiance covered the dark shroud of Hei Wenryong, who was standing there. A pillar of light covered everything, and Hei Wenryong had to endure the pain caused by the opposing attribute acting upon his body. But that didn't mean they could trust her completely. His thoughts just took a slightly different turn. Using angelic power and removing a dark seed were two completely different things. At most, it could only stop the process at a suppression level, but Keen made things difficult for himself, as that realization now clashed with his newly formed illusion. Cough, cough, the sound of coughing came from Hei Wenryong, and now the dark layer covering him was gone. His consciousness had returned. Hei Wenryong looked at his hands. I was just about to kick the bucket. And then Hei Wenryong heard a slightly choked voice from the person standing before him. Thank goodness you're back to normal. A second passed and Flame collapsed from losing too much mana. Hei Wenryong, flustered, tried to reach out to Flame. However, the sharp steel wand of Keen pointed straight at his throat, stopping any action. The objective now was singular. Then let me check immediately. Very quickly, the three-person group formed. Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yuxial were concerned for Flame, while Keen and Hazen were concerned for Hei Wenryong. A moment later, Keen posed a question, "What are the results?" Stopping his examination, Hazen looked over and replied, "Completely normal. He is like a normal person to such an extent that it's unbelievable he was ever corrupted." No, it's more correct to say that those emotions didn't exist in the first place. It feels as if they were forced into him. It seems the host is quite strong, Captain. What's the plan now? Keen turned his back to retreat, rising helplessly. Hazen adjusted his own inner thoughts. Our captain seems to be quite flustered. It was only natural. All his life, he had been convinced that once someone was corrupted, there was no cure. So he had slaughtered them all, yet now it had been completely overwritten by those kids. Flame, I'm sorry, I'm fine. Aren't you worried about me? A smile appeared as the kids were happy with each other again. Before leaving, he winked at Beak Yuxial. Anyway, little ones, let's meet again sometime. Who he was saying that to was one thing, but as for Beak Yuxial, he wouldn't dare. It would be strange. Who would ever want to see you people again? After everything ended, the night covered the entire spirit world. Moonlight illuminated a beautiful corner of a pathway. And then someone walked suspiciously along that path. Fortunately, it wasn't Professor Mason Tyrn, but the king of the Flower Fairy clan, Chot Sioran. Confused, though she was alone, the confusion was still there. Looking around, a puzzled thought was revealed. It's truly strange. I clearly followed the trail of dark magic that I sensed just a moment ago, but why is there no trace at all now? She looked at her hands before deciding what to do next. And finally, Chot Sioran went to the clearing where the dark magic had been detected and closed her eyes, simultaneously spreading out her palms. "Oh wind, bring me the memories." Then the scent of memories wafted around her nose and quickly flooded her mind. This was it, but she couldn't see anything. Memories of the wind filled with black and white colors. She thought again, someone intentionally erased the memories with magic, didn't they? Memories that have been erased cannot be recovered, even with high-level magic. However, Chot Sioran was the greatest master among them. She would not bow down to such mediocre magic. Tiny specks of light in the dark night. "Oh wind, I beg you as the fairy king, please whisper and tell me a little more about your memories." Chot Sioran performed that action again. The ground, the wind, the flowers, the trees, and the rocks, all of them were whispering to Chot Sioran about the situation here. Although they had erased the memories very thoroughly, to the point of leaving almost no traces, a few fragments of memories still lingered vaguely and sneakily. And the shadow of Beak Yuxial was the largest one. But she couldn't see their faces clearly. Is that uniform from Stella? Suddenly, right at this moment, a strange sensation rushed into her mind. What is this scent? It was a scent she could never forget. No matter how hard she tried, that scent was undoubtedly Leafhainel's. But hadn't Celestia fallen into eternal sleep in her own garden? Could it be that someone had entered the secret garden some time before? Is there a connection? However, as time passed, the memories gradually faded and a pain rushed into her mind. This isn't good, I can't read any more memories. But with that amount of memory, Chot Sioran had to stop her emotions and analyze a possibility she needed to consider. The person who entered the secret garden that day and the person who stole Celestia's heart. Could they both be the same person? Then, the fact that the memories here were erased made sense. Her fists clenched. Chaozuorin suppressed her anger. I will never forgive him. I will surely repay that debt in kind. There was no more of Chaozuorin's story. The scene had now shifted to the next morning. After restoring the surroundings and no longer being haunted by darkness, Hei Wenryang had a peaceful sleep at the Flower Heaven Hospital. Hei Wenryang slowly opened his eyes, and there was someone else in the room. Hei Wenryang recognized Flame. Flame smiled as she peeled an apple and looked at him, speaking up. Oh, you're awake. Looking around, Hei Wenryang asked with a confused expression, Where am I? Flame sat in a chair, watching him intently. This is the hospital. Do you remember what happened? Only vaguely. Receiving the answer, Flame let out a light breath and handed over the plate of fruit she had just finished cutting. I've told Teacher Li a little, and I've also told Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yuxial to keep it a secret, so don't you worry. And the familia contract signing ceremony, if you want to participate, you still can. But it's better for you to rest more. The aftereffects haven't completely disappeared. Hei Wenryang now followed everything Flame requested, no matter what it was. Yes, if you tell me to rest, I will rest. This made Flame confused. What's wrong? Why are you listening to everything I say now? Not wanting to bother Hei Wenryang's rest any further, Flame decided to turn and leave, waving her hand with a smile. I've thought about it carefully. It's better to be like this than to get hurt. You should rest more from now on. It's almost time to meet everyone, so I'm going ahead. Hei Wenryang looked at Flame as she left and then immediately called her back. Flame. Accordingly, Flame stopped and looked at him, asking, Hei Wenryang decided and prepared to say something, but he hid all those words deep within his heart. A long time later, he said something confusing. No, it's nothing. Flame had no expression at all. What are you talking about? How boring. But a smile was still necessary. But when you get discharged, remember to treat me to a big party, okay? You're someone with a lot of money, so get ready for that. Understand? Hei Wenryang was dazed, not believing it. Flame was saying those things, no longer sad. A gentle smile. An answer immediately returned to Flame. All right, you can look forward to that. With food, he wouldn't think about anything else. Flame was even happier. See you later, Hei Wenryang. And then only he remained in the room as Flame had left. The quiet atmosphere, but with an odd point, made him look at the plate of fruit Flame had prepared. The plate of fruit was cut evenly and beautifully, already prepared, so he couldn't just not eat it. A piece was immediately lifted by him. Delicious. Besides Hei Wenryang's situation, now the main thing everyone needed to do had to be done immediately. Instructor Li had gathered the students in one place, face cold, voice serious. From now on, all of you will enter the roots of the world tree to establish a sacred covenant. It is a type of astral space, and the environment there will be different from reality. The time you have is 1 week, and the space you are allowed to go to is the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is surrounded by barriers, so don't think about approaching it. Then, I wish you all good luck. Having heard the warning from Mr. Li, the students lined up and entered a portal. Episode 7, Familia Contract Signing Ceremony. The space inside the tree was already there. Blank-faced Beak Yuxial slipped in. Changing his expression very quickly, his cheeks immediately flushed red. A lush green scene appeared before his eyes. It wasn't an ordinary shade of green. If Beak Yuxial were to describe it in cheap terms, it looked like a space filled with fluorescent green. Every species of green plant emitted its own light, and creatures resembling fireflies hovered gently in the air. Walking for a while, a new question mark appeared when he scanned a small corner. A sparkling green liquid was nearby, near his feet. Sitting down, he immediately used his finger to poke it. Perhaps it was a grade 7 spirit beast, so it certainly didn't feel scary. Spirit beasts are ranked by stars, with 7 being the lowest and 1 being the highest. The stage right before becoming a divine beast, as the rank increases, the strength of the spirit beast also increases accordingly. But performing the contract was also more difficult because of that. This is truly cumbersome. Even as Stella students, they could only cut it by about 5% per year, but regardless, that wasn't his business. The road was still long, so let's just take it slow. Whenever Beak Yuxial smiles, something is bound to happen. Moving outside to the exact entrance where the students were establishing the covenant, 2 guards were standing there. When no one was left, they exchanged some words. It seems all the students have gone inside, so now should we close the barrier? The other person held out a hand to stop him. Wait. Clack, clack, clack. Someone else was slowly walking toward them both. I think one more person is about to arrive. Again, someone masking their identity, but this gate is very familiar. More accurately, a new danger has arrived. Just as they were about to step forward to exchange words, dark mana attacked them suddenly. Both were caught off guard, left with no choice but to passively receive the dark mana covering them. One person collapsed and the other had their throat grabbed. This strange subject had completely controlled the situation outside. Very quickly, the gatekeeper knelt down. It is unknown if he is still alive, Mason Tyron. The perpetrator wore a smile full of interest, entering the area where the familia contract signing ceremony was being conducted. Princess Hong Bion had led a group of familiar classmates in one direction. Looking at a corner, the princess was somewhat indifferent to everything. Just as written in the books, indeed, the first floor had nothing special. Turning back to look at everyone, Princess Hong Bion immediately stated her plan. Let's go up to the second floor immediately. A classmate happily replied, yeah. However, another classmate walking in the back had a not-so-good expression. Arshuang is a genius fire attribute student like Hong Bion. Her condition had now gradually worsened, and she brought her hand up to her forehead. Thinking to herself, why is my body like this all of a sudden? My stomach is churning, I feel nauseous, my vision is blurring. And then she collapsed right on the spot. The classmates heard the noise and turned back to look. Princess Hong Bion also turned back and heard another classmate call her name loudly. Arshuang. Princess Hong Bion knew she trained often and had high endurance, but now she showed bad signs. The princess approached and a question was asked. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? The classmates analyzed what just happened. Arshuang's condition isn't very good. She was still normal just a moment ago. Another judgment was reached. I heard that if one's ability to sense divine beasts is poor, just a little bit of aura is enough to weaken the body. Could Arshuang be like that too? Princess Hong Bion didn't need to think much and immediately provided an initial solution. For now, just rest here, save food, and recover on your own here. But Arshuang looked up at the princess's back. She wiped away the cold sweat and opened her dry lips to speak. I'm fine, so let's continue moving. But the princess rebutted, enough, just do as I say. Resting is better than rushing, and then becoming exhausted at the decisive moment. Arshuang was sad and the other friends comforted her. That's right, Arshuang, the princess has already said so. Yes, everyone had scattered to observe more while Arshuang remained alone, sitting under a large tree. Breathing heavily, placing her hand on her chest to adjust her breathing rhythm. It's so hard to breathe, my head is all messed up. I have waited for this day for a very long time, but how could this happen now? Her arm trembled uncontrollably, yet a strange feeling had invaded her current psychological state. Someone's voice echoed deep within her subconscious. Such talent, truly the makings of a grand archmage. A few unfamiliar figures appeared. Is this back when I was a kid, or am I dreaming? Someone who looked like an academy professor approached and offered. Arshuang, you are a once-in-a-century fire attribute genius. With your talent, you can control fire as easily as your own limbs. If it's you, you will definitely become a peerless mage at Stella. Young Arshuang looked slightly surprised, but she quickly broke into a cheerful smile. Really? Well, of course, assuming I'm not around. Just as the memory reached that point, Arshuang jolted and snapped back to reality. Looking around at everyone as a hazy confusion wrapped around her once again. What's going on? That dream just now was... At that moment, the princess's returning voice cut in. We're about to keep moving. Seeing that Princess Hong Bion had made up her mind, Arshuang gathered every last ounce of her remaining strength to stand up, prompting a classmate standing nearby to ask with concern. Arshuang, are you okay? Can you move? Arshuang forced out a reply. Yeah, I think I'll manage. Following in everyone's footsteps, Arshuang walked slowly along, but unexpectedly, right where she had been resting, a faint trace of dark mana lingered behind. As they moved onward to the second floor, a spirit beast was currently being roasted by fire magic. The one who had done it was Arshuang. The surroundings were no longer dominated by green, as blue was the primary color of this floor, and her appearance had also changed, her body feeling much better now while her concentration in using magic had improved significantly, leading her to think that with her current state, she might actually be able to forge a covenant with a 5-star divine beast. While she was feeling pleased, a classmate's voice suddenly rose, drawing everyone's attention in that direction. Guys, look over there. It's a red deer just like the one I read about in the encyclopedia. If we can form a covenant with that red deer, our understanding of fire affinity is going to shoot right up. I think its level is around 6 stars, isn't it? Most unfamiliar spirit beasts were almost always wary of humans, but strangely enough, this deer was sneaking closer to them, prompting a classmate to point it out. It's heading right this way. Among the students, Arshwang seemed the most thrilled. That's right, it might not be 5 stars, but if it's a 6-star red deer. But that joy didn't last long. For now, sheer astonishment blanketed her perception. As the deer walked straight up to Princess Hong Bion and sought her out, leaving the classmates unable to believe their eyes. Oh my god, do spirit beasts actually approach people and show friendliness on their own? Refusing to let the opportunity slip away, a classmate offered a suggestion to the princess. Your Highness, do you plan on forming a covenant with it? Envying the situation, the other students watched as Princess Hong Bion merely stroked it gently and shook her head. No, that's not the spirit beast I want. Let's delve deeper and take a closer look. Glancing at one another, the students could no longer hide their exclamation. Spirit beasts we've never even laid eyes on are actively approaching her, as expected of the princess. You said it. Arshwang stood in place, clenching her fists so tightly that her wand hung limply, abandoning the blessings of fire. And just like that, another day passed. On the morning of the second day, Princess Hong Bion's group found the passage leading down to the 3rd floor much faster than expected. The 3rd floor was a world overflowing with purple hues, and a massive explosion suddenly erupted within the forest as a colossal spirit beast was obliterated by roaring flames. Everyone let out another cry of awe. Phew, the atmosphere in this place is terrifying. If the 3rd floor is already like this, who knows how dangerous the 4th floor will be. While everyone was chatting, a student who had gone out on a short patrol returned, heading straight for the princess. Your Highness, perhaps we shouldn't head north. Princess Hong Bion looked slightly surprised. What's over there? The student glanced back toward the area they had just surveyed and replied, because the barrier leading to the 4th floor is blocking the way. Since the group members had just participated in a grueling battle against the colossal spirit beast and couldn't press forward, the princess decided to call a halt. Then let's unpack our things today and search for spirit beasts around this area. Understood. Just like the other students, Arshwang chose her own path to walk, constantly keeping a sharp eye on her surroundings. Once she was completely by herself, her self-assurance surged back. I heard the 3rd floor is home to spirit beasts of 5 stars and below. I've simply got to forge a covenant with a powerful one. Time slipped quietly by, and an hour later, just as Arshwang spotted a spirit beast, it bolted away. 2 hours later, that same frustrating cycle continued, until Arshwang finally realized something was amiss. Am I imagining things? Why does it feel like every single spirit beast wants to run away the moment they see me? She felt like she was turning to stone right where she stood, realizing the phenomenon seemed to target her alone just as she heard the cheerful voices of her classmates echoing from afar. Your Highness, I successfully formed a covenant with a 6-star spirit beast. Me too. Hearing those words inevitably stirred up a wave of annoyance and frustration within her. Yet Arshwang knew she couldn't let it consume her further, reassuring herself, don't be impatient, there's still plenty of time. I'll find a covenant soon enough. Just as she was beginning to lose all hope, Arshwang stumbled upon a new discovery. Beside a large lake where a silver-furred spirit beast was drinking water, and Arshwang immediately recognized what it was. That's a 5-star spirit beast, a silvermane wolf. Raising her wand, she thought about how virtually no first-year student at Stella had ever managed to forge a covenant with a 5-star spirit beast, telling herself that if she succeeded right now, she would finally earn everyone's recognition. With a new target in sight, Arshwang took slow, cautious steps toward it. Once she closed the distance to a reasonable margin, Arshwang extended her hand with a cheerful smile. Hello there, would you like to form a covenant with me? The moment Arshwang's hand drew near, the silvermane wolf lowered its snout to sniff, but to her absolute shock, instead of acting friendly, it instantly displayed glaring hostility, causing Arshwang to stumble backward in sheer surprise. Following the string of previous failures, this latest incident finally broke her spirit. Why? Why on earth do spirit beasts reject me to this extreme? The creature glared at her unblinkingly, looking less like a spirit beast and right now more like a demon. Right as the imminent danger bore down on her, a blazing magical fireball suddenly came hurtling in from afar at breakneck speed, instantly grazing past to force a small separation between the two. This timely intervention snapped Arshwang back to her senses, and without pausing to think, she spun toward the source of the attack to see who had helped her. A fleeting thought crossed her mind before she recognized the magic as belonging to the princess. For some reason, even though they had all split up to find suitable spirit beasts on their own, Hong Bion had ended up saving her. The white wolf also took notice of the princess's arrival, shifting its attention as it began to slowly pace toward Hong Bion. Knowing how dangerous it was as a 5-star beast, Arshwang threw caution to the wind, risking drawing the wolf's aggro upon herself as she frantically shouted a warning. "Your Highness, watch out." But then, the white wolf unexpectedly lowered its body and knelt submissively upon the grass before the princess, dealing Arshwang yet another severe psychological blow. With a vacant gaze and her mind violently shaken, she found it impossible to believe that even a 5-star spirit beast was trying to curry favor with the princess. A sense of resentment swelled within her, growing larger by the second until it could no longer be contained. Before she completely snapped, Arshwang needed to verify one last thing, looking over at Princess Hong Bion to ask, "Your Highness, are you going to sign a contract with it this time?" Princess Hong Bion glanced briefly at Arshwang before returning to her cold demeanor, stroking the white wolf's head as she answered flatly, "No, I refuse. I will find the spirit beast I actually want." Having finished answering Arshwang, Princess Hong Bion looked down at the wolf and decided to dismiss it. "Sorry, you can go back now." The fuse was officially lit with those words. Princess Hong Bion turned her head back around, hearing strange, eerie laughter erupting from the person standing with her. Ha ha. A wave of dark corruption enveloped Arshwang as every shred of reason snapped, giving rise to an overwhelming sense of inferiority. "I can't even get close to a spirit beast, yet you get to pick and choose which ones to form covenants with? Do you think you can throw your weight around just because you have everything handed to you?" Following the sudden Zeki incident at the Secret Realm banquet, Princess Hong Bion was once again forced to witness this exact scene unfold on one of her own peers, instantly filling her with worry. As that dark aura ticked away second by second, the corrupted mind locked onto a single, obsessive thought. "It's so unfair, utterly unfair, this is just way too unfair." Arshwang's pupils constricted as the foul wave of dark mana fully consumed her. Just how much effort did I put in? "Don't make me laugh," hatred exploded forth as Arshwang ground her teeth and spat out the words. All of it was directed squarely at Princess Hong Bion, accompanied by a massive surge of hostile mana. To counter it, Hong Bion swiftly erected a protective spherical barrier around herself. However, upon the collision of opposing elements, a flashing signal flared, and Princess Hong Bion bit down hard on her lip. Right before a massive explosion rippled outward, its blinding light visible even from far away. Flames spread in every direction, scorching everything in their path as the forest burned and the ground caved in. Amidst the roaring blaze, a stray spark suddenly landed right upon Hong Bion's shoulder. With a flick of her hand, the princess brushed it away without a second thought, leaving behind only a faint smudge of soot. But Hong Bion knew that was nothing compared to the true danger standing right before her. Maintaining her trademark calm and composure, Princess Hong Bion ran a series of deep, calculated analyses to determine the best course of action. The process of dark mana erosion could be halted by beating the victim unconscious, but they were currently way too close to the 4th floor barrier. If a full-scale battle broke out here, it would trigger the barrier behind them. In this kind of situation, what would that civilian jerk do? Her thoughts eventually looping around, Princess Hong Bion found herself thinking of Baek Yuseol. Unconsciously, a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Choosing words as her first line of resolution, she called out, "Pull yourself together, Arshwang, don't do something you'll regret. If you let the corruption run its course, you'll never be able to return to being human." Arshwang laughed back in response, a sign of utter contempt, still believing she held the upper hand in this situation. Naturally, because she was an Adalvit princess blessed by fire. How could someone with ordinary talent like herself ever understand, even if she died and came back to life? Princess Hong Bion listened in silence to everything Arshwang had to say, knowing that silence was precisely what was needed right now. Calming herself down, the princess narrowed her eyes, a heavy undertone of sorrow surfacing in her gaze. "Arshwang, will you listen to my story?" Stroking her own hair without even deigning to look at the princess, Arshwang spoke indifferently. "What, planning to show off your highness again?" Breaking the emotional momentum was the method the princess chose, regardless of what Arshwang wanted. As Hong Bion began to share her own tale, "You know that a princess of Adalvit must either become the monarch or die, right? That means to survive, I had to kill all of my own brothers and sisters. I realized that brutal truth when I was only 7 years old. I heard you had a childhood where everyone showered you with love. Hearing your story made me so envious because not only was I never loved, I wasn't even expected to amount to anything by the very person who gave birth to me. Just how much do you think I had to endure to become queen? Noticing the sudden, unexpected vulnerability in Princess Hong Bion's expression, Arshwang hesitated slightly. Being born into royalty was already a blessing in itself, but that assumption shattered when Hong Bion cut her off. I drank fire instead of water, swallowed flames instead of meals, and even bathed in fire, until my skin festered with pus and itched to the point of driving me insane. Even when I drank salty brine, my body remained riddled with burns, bringing me nothing but endless agony. I lost my sense of taste entirely because my tongue was permanently paralyzed. Fire was both my ultimate weapon and my greatest terror. When corruption takes hold, probing into one's own deepest scars is the most effective way to shatter an opponent's ego. Stripped of her arrogance, Arshwang was instantly overwhelmed by awkwardness and disbelief. Shaking her head, Arshwang cried out in panic and denial. Who do you expect to believe something like that? How could anyone endure such things? Are you trying to use lies to elicit sympathy from me? It's useless. Yet she knew she had to swallow her own words as the princess opted not to argue with mere speech, but instead proved it through action. Swoosh, Hong Bion ignited a tiny flame upon her index finger, leaned forward, and as she parted her lips, brought the flame closer, sticking out her tongue. Sizzle, the princess pressed her burning hot index finger directly against her own tongue. When the sound of sizzling flesh reached Arshwang's ears, she screamed in sheer horror. What on earth are you doing? For the umpteenth time, Arshwang was forced to completely reevaluate her worldview. The flame vanished, and the princess's tongue remained entirely intact without a single mark. As a mage, Arshwang, like anyone else, knew very well that even the most talented lightning mage could be electrocuted by their own magic. A water mage could drown, and a fire mage could naturally be burned to death by their own flames. Yet the princess's actions defied that exact common sense, and she returned to her questioning. Arshwang, do you still think this is a blessing? Ever since I was a child, I had to train like that under the guise of increasing affinity, thinking all the while that dying would be a mercy. So please stop talking nonsense about blessings or talent, because I was far too envious of you. Someone who has no idea what kind of life that is, it makes me want to burst into tears. The princess's envy was masked entirely behind a smile, while across from her, Arshwang choked down the bitter truth, unable to believe she had simply taken everything the princess enjoyed for granted. You're exceptionally skilled in fire magic, able to connect with important figures and beloved by fire attribute spirit beasts. And here I was, not knowing any of that As Arshwang's arms went limp, her wand slipped from her grasp and clattered onto the grass, while tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. Hong Bion watched her in quiet silence. As the dark aura finally dissipated entirely, Princess Hong Bion flashed a confident smile, satisfied with the execution of her own method. Before long, the panicked members of their group came running up. The booming shockwaves of the clash moments earlier had scared the wits out of everyone, and upon hearing the explosion nearby, they called out, Your Highness, where are you? Hearing her idol's voice, the blonde-haired girl looked as overjoyed as if she'd won the lottery. Thank goodness, we finally found you. Your Highness, what on earth happened here? Seeing Arshwang standing there with her eyes closed as though accepting her fate, Hong Bion felt a rare softness and found it hard to speak harshly, especially since the dark mana inside her had completely vanished. Remembering her fight with Zeki inside the personal gate, she figured her past self would have immediately moved to suppress Arshwang on the spot, wondering if this change in her was perhaps influenced by that civilian jerk. Shaking off her tsundere facade, Hong Bion told the others to take good care of Arshwang, claiming she hadn't fully recovered yet. Blinking awake in a daze, Arshwang stammered out a question about her punishment, leaving the rest of the students thoroughly baffled as they wondered what kind of deep, unspoken secret those two shared. Ignoring everyone's complex gazes, Hong Bion looked at Arshwang with cold yet encompassing grace. No matter what anyone says, you still possess innate talent. I have no intention of punishing you over this minor mishap, but that doesn't mean I'll let it slide entirely, so pledge your loyalty to me to make up for your mistake. Arshwang raised her head, her eye sockets red and brimming with tears upon hearing that the princess had no intention of reporting the incident to the professors and was willing to take her in. At that exact moment, the seed of absolute loyalty took root and sprouted. The more she admired the princess, the more Arshwang tortured herself with guilt for ever harboring ill intentions toward someone so noble. But then a shattering sound tore through the air, causing Arshwang's eyes to constrict violently. As she shrieked in panic, Your Highness, get back! What? Before anyone could process what was happening, the barrier leading directly to the fourth floor ripped wide open, and a terrifying gravitational vortex sucked everything in the vicinity straight inside. The scene shifted to a completely different area on the third floor. Flame had chosen to wander off alone, venturing deep into a hazardous zone. But fortunately, she had successfully tracked down a luminescent spirit, the spirit beast possessing the absolute highest affinity for light attribute users. Half an hour later, aided by her protagonist plot armor, Flame successfully forged a covenant. Right now, she was skipping around and humming as she strolled through the area, her heart brimming with joy at having formed a bond with a spirit beast teetering on the verge of 4 stars. Thank goodness it didn't take too much time. A passing thought flickered through her head. In reality, simply establishing a contract didn't mean one could summon spirits at will, so forging a bond with a light spirit would help accelerate her spellcasting speed and reinforce her light attribute magic anyway. Since her mission was accomplished, the rest of her time was meant for kicking back and enjoying the leisure. But no sooner had she made up her mind than she suddenly ran into Azel and a cold-looking Ma Yuxiang sitting together and chatting amiably 10 minutes later. Both of them froze at Flame's sudden appearance. The atmosphere grew as awkward as a poorly cut scene from some drama, prompting Flame to quickly adjust her composure as she offered a cheerful yet embarrassed greeting. "He's Io and Yuxiang. What a funny coincidence running into you guys in a place like this." Ma Yuxiang smirked and replied, "It's nothing much, just quite a coincidence meeting up in a spot like this." Hearing that, Flame's innate journalist curiosity flared up instantly, her eyes transforming into those of an obsessed reporter. So just why did you two show up here anyway?" Azel awkwardly explained. "I just happened to wander past and bumped into him," while Ma Yuxiang chuckled. "I was just killing time." Hearing their reasoning, Flame didn't press any further. According to the original plot, Ma Yuxiang couldn't form bonds with any other spirit beasts due to certain character settings. So it made total sense that he was just walking around killing time, while Azel simply happened to cross paths with him by chance, leading the two of them to converse. Thinking of this, Flame softened her tone. "Anyway, I'm glad to see you guys. If you don't mind if I join you for a meal." Boom, 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 a fierce explosion echoed from not too far away, rippling across the entire forest. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Azel clenched her fists in anxiety. This aura is. As the light manifestation controller, Flame naturally understood what Azel meant. There was no mistaking it. That was dark mana. Why on earth is this happening? This event wasn't even in the original novel, yet these things keep popping up back to back. Scolding herself for having such a foolish thought, she realized this wasn't the first or second time something had occurred unannounced. While Flame stood there self-deprecatingly, Ma Yuxiang sprang to his feet without uttering a single word, launching straight into a continuous burst of aerial leap magic. Watching Ma Yuxiang shoot up into the sky, a grave, heavy expression settled across her face. Flame froze in place, genuinely surprised to see someone as apathetic as Ma Yuxiang displaying such an expression, before pressing her lips together and silently resolving to stop the dark magic user from ruining the Spirit Covenant ceremony. "Hey, let's move out." Right. At the center of the explosion, as the dust and smoke cleared, Princess Hongbyun's group could be vaguely seen collapsed upon the ground amid ruins that looked as though they had just weathered a fierce battle. Cough, 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 Hongbyun coughed, struggling to push herself back to a sitting position, only to discover Arshwang draped right across her body. Feeling her aura, she weakened as time passed, and Hongbyun shouted in desperation, "Arshwang, hold on, stay conscious." But she had already passed out, unable to respond at all. Hastily, she laid Arshwang to one side. Hongbyun could feel the dark mana spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fourth floor barrier, the seal containing dangerous creatures, was cracking from within. A creature resembling a dolphin covered in black sparks flew into the sky, its body filled with strange red characters, emitting ultrasonic waves that echoed throughout the forest. Introducing the Grade 4 Icefire Dolphin. A flicker of confusion crossed Hongbyun's mind. She couldn't understand why the divine beast she had been searching for all this time had been corrupted by darkness. But if left alone like this, it would lose control and kill everyone. Just as Hongbyun raised her staff to cast fire magic, a variable suddenly occurred. Countless rocks fell from the sky, striking the dolphin. Then, chains of light appeared from nowhere, locking the Icefire Dolphin in place. High in the sky, Ma Yuxiang appeared like a hero. Bringing a flaming fist down hard onto its massive body, causing it to crash into the ground, scattering earth and stone everywhere. Hong Bion was very surprised by his appearance. She wondered why Ma Yuxiang was there. Suddenly, something happened that made Hong Bion's eyes widen in amazement. Divine light radiated from the chains, beginning to dispel the dark mana from the ice-fire dolphin. And it seemed it had never felt more comfortable than ever before. So it closed its eyes and sank into a wonderful deep sleep. Just as everyone thought there was only one person capable of cleansing dark mana in the Ear World War, and that was Flame, the female lead who had transmigrated into the novel. Not long after, the ice-fire dolphin returned to its original form. Flame approached and stroked it. "It's all right, I've finished healing you." The ice-fire dolphin expressed its gratitude and flew away. Next, Flame and Azel turned to look at Hong Bion. Just then, she was looking at them too. Flame was the first to speak. "Princess, what is going on here?" Hong Bion, fuming with pride, countered. "If you ask me, then who am I supposed to ask?" Suddenly, a terrible explosion shattered the fourth-floor barrier. From within the crack, divine beasts infected with dark mana crawled out and attacked our group. Crackle! The red barrier blocking the fourth floor suddenly shattered into pieces, and a wave of black energy carrying a cold, gloomy, bone-chilling aura swept through, giving all the main characters goosebumps. Their eyes immediately shifted toward the barrier, only to see a mysterious figure in a cloak slowly approaching, their voice tinged with morbid excitement. Ahem, such familiar faces. Not just from Class A, but even 4 students from Class S. My luck is truly good today. Recognizing the owner of that voice, Hong Bion couldn't believe it and blurted out, "Why is it you?" "Professor Mazen Tyron." Azel, behind her, said urgently, "Why would Professor Mazen Tyron appear in this place?" Flame had long since turned to stone. Another variable not in the novel had appeared. Her eyes flashed with seriousness. Ma Yuxiang, while summoning his weapon, secretly speculated, could it be that a prestigious professor of Stella Academy is actually a dark witch? And that overwhelming source of mana pressure too. I had intended to save this delicacy for the very end, but there is no reason to refuse a delicious meal right in front of me. "Come now, shall we start the party?" As she finished speaking, a grotesque devil's horn sprouted from the top of her head, her smile becoming warped, wild, and insane, and black mana exploded, swallowing everything within a 4-meter radius. At the same time, on Baek Yuseol's side, several hours earlier, he was standing before the barrier leading to the 4th floor. Perhaps thanks to the training process in the Spirit Garden, the divine beasts had reacted to his compatibility level, making the journey here quite favorable. However, from the 4th floor onwards, things would no longer be as easy as before. I just hoped to obtain the divine beast's heart safely. Blinding light erupted, and the space shook violently. And when Baek Yuseol opened his eyes, he had teleported to the 4th floor. A space filled with a beautiful pink color, like a fairy tale. Suddenly, the glowing red eyes of some creature appeared from within the bushes. Before he could even think, a killer wild boar charged toward the male lead. It opened its massive mouth full of sharp fangs. Baek Yuseol was slightly surprised, but that was all. He calmly drew his sword, Tivon, preparing to cast magic. Danger level 3, yet it emits such a powerful aura. The level of monsters here really is different from the other floors. Flash, a perfectly precise slash cut through the massive body. And the wild boar couldn't endure it, crashing to the ground, dead before it could gasp. I must say, this is no joke, not a joke at all. The Javo sword definitely couldn't pierce that defense. It's fortunate that I brought the equipment crafted by Sister Altarisha. Even though it's a consumable item that only lasts for 5 minutes, I need to leave quickly before other monsters are attracted. On this 4th floor, the peculiarities of the space would cause intruders to lose their orientation, making it very easy to get lost. However, I had asked Flame to help me plant the directional attribute Everwind Flower as a compass to prepare for this scenario. As long as I possess this flower that always points east, I will no longer fear losing my way. Alright, I must finish this quickly to get past the 4th floor. Not long after, Baek Yuseol surpassed many other dangerous monsters. He had a feeling that what he was looking for was about to appear. Suddenly, a clear, enchanting flute melody rang out from ahead. Baek Yuseol slowly approached the place, the dense forest parted, and a stunning beauty with long, waterfall-like white hair appeared, floating in the air, humming a certain melody. In an instant, the feeling of cherry blossoms in the space fluctuated. The whole world was dyed pink, and Baek Yuseol felt a relief as if he were flying in the sky. One of the 12 divine moons, the Crimson Lotus Spring 3rd moon. Seeing someone approach, she curled her lip and said, a human. Why have you come to this secluded, far-flung place?" Her breathtakingly beautiful face was nearly the ideal in Baek Yuseol's mind, making his heart race, but he still had to try to steady his mind. Within the mana flow of the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon, there was an enchanting power, and that was just a fake appearance constructed to lure prey into a trap. I absolutely must not fall into the trap. Placing the guiding flower down, Beak Yusial thought to himself that he needed to cleanse the mana flow currently invading his body immediately. Others might have surrendered long ago, but I can absolutely do it. Because my body inherently cannot absorb mana. Taking a deep breath, the male lead braced himself, forcing his will to push the invading mana back out. Beak Yusial's senses were heightened. The space around the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon became distorted and explosive, like a shattered mirror, and the scenery returned to its true form. Beak Yusial thought seriously. It seems my mental strength still isn't enough to force her to reveal her true form, but at least at this level, I can still avoid having my mind manipulated. On this side, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon had landed on the ground, her voice tinged with surprise. Oh ho, a human capable of resisting my charm. If it were ordinary men, they would have already rushed toward me like starving wolves. It seems you recognize my true identity. So, what is your purpose in going to such lengths to find me? The male lead didn't beat around the bush, replying, I have come to seek the heart of a divine beast. Does that mean you intend to kill a divine beast and take its heart? That is not so. I have no intention nor the strength to kill a divine beast. I only wish to find a heart that was lost by its owner from the divine beast graveyard that exists deep within this space. Hearing the male lead mention the divine beast graveyard, the expression on her face darkened. There is no heart there, but I must find it. Why? Beak Yusial put his hand in his pocket and thought, there was no need to explain the conditions of the Heaven Spirit Leaf Hanel in detail right here, nor was there any need to explain why he was practicing the breathing technique. In this situation, taking out the token and holding it up was to save his best friend. Let's use a perfectly moral reason to appeal to her empathy. Sure enough, that innocent, emotion-filled gaze had tricked one of the 12 divines. She said with a touch of sympathy, just a tiny mortal creature, yet you have the ambition to possess that treasure. Hearing this, Beak Yusial laughed loudly in his heart. Ha ha ha, as expected, she's fallen into the trap. Among the 12 moon divines, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon is the one who harbors the most affection for divine beasts. The proof is that she put all her effort into creating this fourth floor space just to protect them. Beak Yusial's eyes sparkled. If he said it was to rescue a divine beast, she might possibly agree to grant a heart. So that was it. No wonder I smelled the breath of a divine beast on you, faintly fragrant, which I found strange. Who would have thought a human could have such a deep connection with a divine spirit of that rank? Heh. She covered her mouth with her hand and laughed quite disgustingly, as if imagining some lewd scenario. This made the male lead so angry he almost coughed up blood. I was just diligently practicing breathing next to the Heaven Spirit Leaf Hanel, but her imagination has run wild. Although Beak Yusial was quite angry, he still pretended to plead, so, can I have that heart now? However, she lowered her guard, sighed, and shook her head in annoyance, saying, I can never place my trust in humanity ever again. We were once close to many humans, only to receive bitter betrayal in the end. Beak Yusial finished hearing this and couldn't help but blurt out, I. But before he could finish the sentence, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon coldly interrupted. You intend to swear that you aren't like them, right? I'm sick to death of hearing those words. I've developed calluses in my ears. Even though he had anticipated that this would be difficult, he didn't expect it to be this difficult. According to the original plot, when you conquer one of the 12 moon divines, you inherit their abilities, and the prerequisites for each god are completely different. Among them, the requirement of the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon is to reach the necessary stats. Extremely high compatibility with divine beasts and a mental will that she finds satisfying. To be frank, with my current stats, I am nowhere near meeting the requirements. My initial goal wasn't to subdue her, but if I couldn't even get a divine beast heart, that would be truly pathetic. Thinking this far, Beak Yusial placed his hand on his chest, his voice filled with sincerity. My friend is nearing death, please save her. The Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon narrowed her eyes to see if he was lying. Checking and seeing that Beak Yusial truly wasn't lying, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon softened a little and said, well, unless you can prove that you are qualified to be a friend to a divine beast. The male lead saw there was still a chance, so he immediately asked, how do I need to prove myself? The Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon gave a mysterious smile. It's very simple. Show me that you are willing to sacrifice even your own life for the divine beast. This method of proof immediately made Beak Yusial's face fall. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong here. That condition was a bit too extreme. Originally, I was doing this to save someone, but my own life must be the top priority. As he thought, sweat dripped from his forehead. After all, his own life was very precious. Meanwhile, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon still stood still, waiting for the male lead's choice. Suddenly, she spoke up, "Forget it, I don't want to let the divine beasts send their affection to humanity ever again. Human life is short, yet greed is boundless. Divine beasts that choose to accompany humans end up with nothing but pain." Beak Yusial lowered his head. He didn't expect to be rejected so bluntly. "Perhaps I shouldn't have sought out the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon in the first place. No, that's not it. The important thing is to appear before her constantly to gain her favor. Although she doesn't have much affection for me right now, one day my efforts will bear fruit. Perhaps I need to find another way to obtain the divine beast heart." While Beak Yusial was silently thinking, suddenly countless blood-red notifications appeared. "Warning, warning, due to your intervention in the storyline, the butterfly effect has occurred extremely strongly. Chapter 8, Dark Corruption, has been pushed forward earlier than expected and is preparing to merge with the current chapter. The mission difficulty has skyrocketed, but that is not the end." The next notification appeared with an image of a fierce dragon, making the male lead jump in shock. Chapter 7-8, The Contract Signing Ceremony with Divine Beasts and the Infiltration of Dark Mages. Beak Yusial stood still, gaping, and took a step back. What? Just then, both of them immediately felt a dark, ominous mana radiating from the third floor. The Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon couldn't believe this wave of pressure. Could it be that the dark mages have set foot in this place already? That person is certainly not an ordinary dark mage. His power must be at least at danger level 6 or higher. Her hands clenched in anger. "Dark mages are present on the third floor. I am so resentful. But with my current abilities, I cannot stop him." In order to protect the spirits, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon had exhausted all her energy to create the fourth floor space, but the price to pay was her freedom. She could no longer leave this prison. "Ah, I have heard it, the cries of the divine beasts being gnawed away by dark magic. At this rate, my children will be corrupted." Suddenly, Beak Yusial's voice made her snap out of it. "Where are they located?" "Huh, what? Please guide me. I don't have the ability to sense exact positions like you do." "It's useless. With your current level, how could you stop them?" the male lead shouted. "There's no time left to hesitate. Quickly give me the location." The Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon stiffened before that stern attitude. After a moment of mental struggle, she pointed the way for him. "That side is the direction where the dark mana is corrupting my children." "Thank you." Clutching the Guardian Branch artifact tightly in his right hand, the male lead rushed ahead without hesitation in the direction she pointed. In his heart, he silently prayed, "Damn it, please let me not be too late." The scene shifts to the third floor. The forest was devastated, the ground scorched, and Hong Bion's group had long since passed out. Not only that, but even the strongest team in Class S, including Ma Yuxiang, Hong Bion, and Azel, had completely collapsed. On this side, Flame coughed up a large mouthful of blood. She tiredly knelt on the ground, gasping for air, her eyes filled with despair as she looked at Mazen Tyrant. She laughed coldly and said, "You brats, you really surprise me. To be only teenagers and already possess such formidable strength. I am craving to take that source of power so much I'm going insane." Finished speaking, she raised her hand. Black mana suddenly converged. A black hole emitting a destructive aura filled the space. Mazen Tyrant threw her head back and laughed loudly. "Come, talented seeds of Stella Academy. Now obediently become one with my body." The words had barely left her lips when dark magic gradually submerged the space in a red hue. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before all the divine beasts present here would be defiled by her magic. Witnessing this scene, Flame's mood sank to rock bottom. "It's really over. My whole body doesn't even have the strength to move. My combat ability is gone, and my path of retreat has been cut off. Am I going to lose my life in this place?" Suddenly, a notification board appeared. Special effect from the Merkin necklace item has been activated, providing absolute protection for a single time against magic of rank 6 and below. Immediately, divine light radiated from the item, preventing the dark corruption process. Flame's gaze dissolved. Her body began to collapse with the wind, but her voice sounded cheerful. "Honestly, you kids are explosive." The light dispelled Mazen Tyrant's destructive magic, restoring peace to this land. The hero always appears last, and the person who used the artifact was none other than Beak Yusial. What should I do if I only appear at the very last moment? The Merkin necklace dissolved. It was a single-use artifact. Beak Yusial didn't care. What he was concerned about was that he had arrived just in time. Fortunately, no one had fallen yet, but everything that had happened was because he had interfered too much with the plot. provoking Mazen Tyran, exposing the truth that she stole Sister Altarisha's inventions at the alchemy festival, which was why the protagonists were implicated, leading to such dangerous injuries. Anyway, now one could no longer count on rescue from the outside. To survive and leave this place, the mandatory goal was to defeat Mazen Tyran. Suddenly, Ma Yuxiang approached and spoke, "Beak Yuxiao." Beak Yuxiao started worriedly asking, "Ma Yuxiang, are you still okay?" Ma Yuxiang replied with a bitter smile, "Can you still ask that when you see me like this? But right now, only you and I have the strength to continue, so we have to gamble on one play. The difficult problem is, how do we do it?" Ma Yuxiang looked ahead, the fog quickly clearing to reveal Mazen Tyran stepping toward them. "If we only use pure strength to confront her head-on, we will certainly suffer a crushing defeat." Taking something from his backpack and throwing it down, Beak Yuxiao held up the guardian branch, confidently saying, "I have a plan, but there's only one chance." Introducing the high-grade resentment branch. Over time, resentment that cannot fade only grows deeper. Special features: resentment. 1. The first touch will inflict the resentment status on the opponent. 2. The second touch will trigger the resentment explosion, causing critical damage to creatures with the dark attribute. 3. Power from resentment accumulates by the day and peaks after 3 months. 4. If the target has a danger level of 6 or higher, damage will be reduced by half. It can only be used once. Ma Yuxiang smiled, "I understand what you mean. I will take responsibility for attracting her attention to create an opening." It looked like it would be a bit of a struggle, but in this situation, there was no time to choose. Beak Yuxiao started slightly when he heard that. He seemed to have guessed what crazy thing Ma Yuxiang intended to do. Emerging from the fog, Mazen Tyran's voice rang out. "I was wondering who had the strength to resist my magic. It turns out it was you, Beak Yuxiao. Even now, are you still so stubborn to want to block my path?" Beak Yuxiao replied solemnly, "That's right, I am the one who will stop you." "Haha, good for you. Regardless, with your current power, you are the type of person whose power I crave the most." Mazen Tyran opened her mouth wide, spitting a beam of world-destroying light toward him. At the nick of time, Ma Yuxiang lunged forward and created a magic shield, blocking the attack. Boom, 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 a deafening explosion rang out, and a violent shockwave swept away everything around. Waiting for the dust to settle, Beak Yuxiao slowly opened his eyes. Ahead, a scene that made everyone who witnessed it gasp. Dense, dark mana pressure radiating from Ma Yuxiang's body had broken the level 6 threshold. He had completely corrupted, awakening in the form of a dark mage. Beak Yuxiao wiped his eyes with his hand, his breathing somewhat ragged after the recent blow. He slowly opened his eyes to survey the situation. Purple magical power began to blaze across his hands, accompanied by terrifying black lightning arcs. Beak Yuxiao was stunned as he realized what his teammate was planning to do. Ma Yuxiang's entire body was now shrouded in a dense black mist, radiating a staggering pressure. Squinting as he watched, Beak Yuxiao never expected that Ma Yuxiang would actually resort to using this kind of power. Without missing a beat, Ma Yuxiang darted forward, leaving a streak of light in his wake. He muttered to himself that Ma Yuxiang had decided to activate his demonic state right here and now. It was the demon form, an innate talent that allowed him to transform his soul into that of a demon. Even though Ma Yuxiang utterly detested using it, the opponent standing before them wasn't someone who could be defeated while holding back. On the other side, Professor Mazen let out an arrogant smirk upon seeing her opponent finally starting to take things seriously. Waving her hand, a streak of crimson lightning tore through the space and hurled straight toward Ma Yuxiang. The professor's face clearly displayed a look of madness, her twisted smile brimming with murderous intent. Moving with lightning speed, Ma Yuxiang closed in on her, catching Mazen completely off guard. Pouring all his might into the strike, he generated a powerful shockwave. A look of sheer astonishment flashed across Mazen's eyes at the explosive power unleashed by the student. A massive explosion echoed as Ma Yuxiang launched his attack against Mazen. Ma Yuxiang stood firm amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the overwhelming presence of a demon dominating the entire space. Beak Yuxiao silently marveled at the sight of Ma Yuxiang managing to blow back a dangerous level 6 entity. In this state, Ma Yuxiang's stats rivaled those of a 4th-class mage. The thick, blinding dust from the collision obscured the vision of both sides. From within the smoke, a swirling vortex of deep crimson mana flared up menacingly. Both Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yuxiao felt the sudden, drastic shift in the atmosphere. The female professor lashed out with pitch-black magical tentacles, shattering the floor as she pursued her targets. Ma Yuxiang leaped upward in an instant to dodge the blow, and Beak Yuxiao smoothly glided out of the way as well. Frowning deeply, Beak Yuxiao knew the situation had grown desperately tense. Mazen had transitioned into Phase 2 with 4 sharp spikes, blocks of pure dark mana capable of killing a person in the blink of an eye. He gripped the branch-bearing grudge tightly, having accumulated enough magical power over the past 3 months. While the mad professor roared for blood, Beak Yusial knew he had to approach her himself. A ferocious strike from Mazen shattered the ground right beneath his feet. Beak Yusial realized that even Ma Yusiang was struggling to close the distance on her. He made a reckless decision, charging headlong into the crossfire of magical barrage. Ma Yusiang gasped, calling out his teammate's name in alarm as he watched him charge straight into the jaws of death. Beak Yusial hurled a flurry of magic explosive potions to obscure Mazen's vision. The professor easily swatted them away, scoffing mockingly at his feeble resistance. She glared at him with eyes full of murderous intent and utter contempt. He flashed a knowing smile, his sole objective now being to draw all of her attention onto himself. Mazen remained consumed by the frenzied madness of dark mana. She sneered that such petty tricks were useless, right until he brought up the fact that she had once been defeated by assistant Professor Altarisha. That devastating psychological blow caused the professor's pupils to constrict with blind rage. Completely losing control, Mazen shrieked madly and hurled herself at Beak Yusial with everything she had. He continuously utilized Blink, weaving smoothly through the narrow gaps of her devastating onslaught. Beak Yusial's self-sacrificial decoy play had succeeded, opening up a golden opportunity for Ma Yusiang from behind. Observing from afar, Ma Yusiang finally understood Beak Yusial's intention. He was deliberately provoking Mazen to make her focus all her attention solely on him. Clenching his fists, he understood that this was the one and only chance bought for him at the cost of his comrade's life. Earlier, because Mazen had kept her defensive shields up too tightly, he couldn't trigger Overlord's dominion, but things were different now. Ma Yusiang's eyes flared with a deadly red light as he resolved to make this attempt succeed at all costs. Meanwhile, Beak Yusial was still spinning frantically amidst the professor's frantic barrage of attacks. Gritting his teeth to endure, the hair-raising crisis left him without a single second to catch his breath. The more mental energy he expended on Blink, the more difficult and painful dodging the strikes became. A streak of pitch-black magical slash grazed past him, coming dangerously close to taking his life in a split second. Gripping his weapon tightly, Beak Yusial fought to maintain his last shred of consciousness. He threw himself forward once more like a moth to a flame, dragging Mazen's focus back onto himself. Consecutive magical explosions erupted, tearing apart the battlefield under the professor's terrifying might. Jarred by the shockwave of the blast, Beak Yusial's body began to break down from operating past its limit. He was struck with horror as he realized Mazen's strength had far surpassed all control, making even her basic attacks hard to withstand. Mazen let out a spine-chilling laugh, declaring that Beak Yusial's end was sealed right here. A pitch-black magical claw reached out to crush him, suffocating killing intent blanketing every corner. Beak Yusial's eyes grew hazy from exhaustion, as though he had finally reached his absolute limit. But right at that moment, Ma Yusiang's authoritative voice rang out from directly behind, signaling that it was time for the curtain to fall on this performance. An ultimate wave of dark mana erupted violently, swallowing the entire space in one final, decisive blow. Mazen was submerged in a sea of pitch-black smoke. Squinting through the haze, sweat trickled down Beak Yusial's cheek. Ma Yusiang in his dark mage form completely overwhelmed Mazen. Yusiang gripped his opponent tightly by the throat, his sharp gaze devoid of any mercy. His glowing red eyes flashed with murderous intent. Mazen struggled in vain, her face distorted in agony. Her eyes bulged wide, her breathing coming in ragged gasps. Her frail arm trembled as her body steadily drained of life. Numbed all over, Mazen couldn't twitch an inch against the oppressive weight of the dark mana. Realizing his window of opportunity, Beak Yusial prepared to lunge forward and grab the spirit branch. Yusial approached with utmost caution upon hearing the enemy's muttered words. Even while being choked, Mazen continued to spit out curses. Ma Yusiang stared straight into the eyes of the defeated foe, questioning the insane source of power she wielded. Gritting her teeth, Mazen's pride refused to let her surrender so easily. A bizarre purple gleam flickered at the corners of her eyes. She roared in furious defiance, refusing to submit. Bursting with blazing red mana, Mazen lunged forward to attack Ma Yusiang, sending him hurtling backward where he streaked past Beak Yusial's face before the latter could even react. Yusial stood dazed by this sudden counterattack. A shocking explosion blasted everything away, swallowing Ma Yusiang in a cloud of white smoke. Yusial froze in place, anxiously calling out his teammate's name just as Mazen's strike closed in on him. The red spikes continued their frantic rampage, though Yusial noticed their speed had slowed down. Concentrating to the utmost, he closely tracked every movement of the incoming attack. Standing tall amidst the sharp spikes, Mazen presented the sole opportunity to end this once and for all. Yusial shot forward like an arrow, aiming to close the distance on the enemy. Mazen curved her lips into a vicious smirk, having waited eagerly for this exact moment. Yusial threaded his way through the tightest gaps of the red spikes. A colossal spike came crashing down right where he stood. Tense anticipation was etched across Yusial's face as mortal peril closed in. Mazen laughed heartily, fully convinced her prey had walked into the trap. Left with no other choice, Yusial was forced to deploy a skill he had intended to keep hidden. Soul-breathing third form activated, causing his sensory parameters to skyrocket by 147%. Amplified intensely by the forest environment, the skill's power surged for a brief window of 15 seconds. Yusial's speed exploded as he zipped past, leaving behind trails of blue light in his wake. Mazen gasped in shock at this sudden dramatic shift. Yusial pronounced the end for his opponent as the branch was firmly secured in his grasp. Gritting her teeth, Mazen desperately attempted to mount a final counterstrike. Red spikes lunged from all directions, piercing straight into Beak Yusial's body. Mazen laughed maniacally, still believing she had caught her target. Despite his injuries, Ma Yusiang didn't stop for a second, keeping his sights locked squarely on the branch. Blink, a precise teleportation executed in the split of a second. Yusial drove the branch straight into the center of Mazen's chest, bringing the battle to a definitive close. Terror flooded Mazen's eyes as the decisive blow struck home. A system notification popped up, confirming contact with the target of wrath. Maxing out her fury level, Mazen shrieked in agony as her body began to dissolve. Mazen's corrupted soul shattered under the purifying effect of the spirit branch. She roared out her final, resentful curses before fading away completely. On the brink of death, Mazen went madly demanding Beak Yusial's life, but he simply accepted the victory in silence. Yusial stared down the enemy, completely unfazed by her meaningless threats. The shroud of dark mana flared up before blinking out of existence, dragging the soul fallen into darkness along with it. The rotting branch clattered to the ground, finally bringing the ferocious battle to an end. The shattered earth stood as a testament to the terrifying power that had just swept across the area. The system issued notifications detailing special rewards for Yusial's extraordinary efforts in shifting the narrative. He let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the heavy burden lifted from his shoulders after dancing with death. Beak Yusial collapsed onto the fractured ground, whispering softly that it was finally over. Closing his eyes tight, he savored the rare moment of peace amidst the ruins. Cherry blossoms began to flutter down around him, drawing him into an ethereal dreamscape. Amidst a radiant forest of peach blossoms, an otherworldly entity of ethereal beauty appeared before Yusial. It was none other than the divine beast, March Peach Blossom Spirit. She gently rested a hand upon the shoulder of the teenage boy fast asleep amidst the wondrous scenery. The divine beast apologized for burdening him with such a heavy, unreasonable responsibility. She understood his inner anguish at being unable to showcase his true capabilities to others, simply because he had never been given a proper way to prove himself. Within the quiet expanse, only the gentle breeze whispering through the vibrant blossom canopy remained. The divine beast expressed her deep respect for a human who dared to risk his life for his beliefs and for her sake. As a fitting reward, she bestowed upon him the brilliantly glowing heart of the divine beast. The jewel containing pure magical power was infused into Yusial's chest, accompanied by words of gratitude for protecting her children. The warmth from the deity's gift radiated outward, soothing all the pain and fatigue racking the boy's body. Beak Yusial rested peacefully beneath the ancient tree, sinking deep into sweet slumber within the vibrant valley of peach blossoms. Once Kei Katsuorin sensed the surge of dark mana, the elven knights immediately swung into action. They proceeded to search out and evacuate those who had passed out from the hazardous zone. While a few students sustained injuries from clashing with dark-tainted spirit beasts, thankfully none of their lives were threatened. All students who had participated in the battle against Mazen were also confirmed safe. Hong Bion and Azel swiftly finalized their covenants with 5-star spirit beasts before the evacuation concluded. Both Ma Yusiang and Beak Yusial were included in the rescue roster. They were transferred directly to the Stella Academy Hospital for emergency treatment. Chief Medical Officer Raven was dumbfounded upon hearing the report from his subordinates. Nurse Luna confirmed the diagnostic results. Beak Yusial possessed the stagnant mana constitution. Luna couldn't conceal her shock since this was her first time seeing such a rare condition in person, wondering aloud how someone like that ever managed to enter Stella. Chief Raven explained that in academic circles, learning magic with a body incapable of accumulating mana was practically an impossibility. Yet he recognized that this student had turned those seemingly futile efforts into something extraordinary. The maximum lifespan for someone with this condition was 20 years old, meaning Yusial had a mere 2 years left. Reviewing the record, he witnessed the boy's absolute sincerity toward studying magic despite his severely limited time. Consequently, Raven instructed Luna to keep the matter strictly confidential, wanting to support the boy's willpower until his very last moment. That very night, along a quiet hallway, Nurse Luna was walking when a voice stopped her and asked for her name. It was Hong Sihwa, who flashed a meaningful smile and requested a brief private chat. 3 days later, in the hospital room shared by Ma Yuxiang and Beek Yusial, the room was deathly quiet, broken only by the steady tapping of an apple-peeling knife. Azel sighed, nodding that 3 full days had passed, and the two of them still showed no signs of waking up. She muttered complaints about Flame being a liar, recalling how her friend had claimed that simply sitting there peeling apples would wake the patients up soon. Her eyes brimmed with anxiety as she stared at the apple in her hand. Today was supposed to be the gourmet club meeting, but with both key members laid up in bed like this, there was nothing she could do. Footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. Startled, Azel turned around to look. A strange girl with brilliant pink hair was standing right at the doorway. It was Hong Sihwa Adalbit. She squinted slightly, looking Azel up and down. Sihwa smiled, remarking that she didn't expect to run into a familiar face here. She poured out sarcastic remarks, complimenting Azel on how pretty she had grown, and even joked about marriage. That attitude made Azel uncomfortable. She asked point-blank for the reason behind her appearance. Sihwa casually replied that she just wanted to visit the heroes who had saved her younger sister. But immediately her gaze turned razor-sharp and she called Azel the traitor's child. This caused Azel's eyes to widen in shock. That phrase was like a thorn in Azel's heart, because it was the Adalbit family itself that had pushed her into this situation. She stood up abruptly, radiating a stream of angry mana in the face of the other's contempt. Sihwa nonchalantly brushed it off, telling her to calm down if she didn't want a major fight in the hospital. She remarked that Azel seemed very close to the two people lying on the hospital beds. Then Sihwa asked Azel if she knew Beek Yusial's deepest, darkest secret. Seeing Azel's blank look, she smirked, sarcastically saying that it turned out the two of them weren't that close after all. Sihwa unleashed a powerful psychological attack, declaring that Beek Yusial was about to die. She explained the stagnant mana constitution that Yusial carried, a death sentence that meant he couldn't live past the age of 20. Azel was stunned. The notebook in her hand fell to the floor upon hearing the bad news. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Hong Sihwa smiled coldly, telling Azel not to be so complacent, because in reality, she understood nothing about Beek Yusial's true self. She emphasized that Yusial had hidden the most important secret regarding his constitution from her. Those words caused Azel immense pain. She realized that she had received so much help from him, yet in return, she really knew nothing about him. She bowed her head, silently blaming herself for not looking into her friend's situation more thoroughly. Sihwa continued to pile on, telling an inferior person like Azel to know her place and stay quiet, and not to try and act close to Yusial anymore. Just as the tension reached its peak, a cold voice rang out, ordering her to stop. It was Hong Bion, who walked in and sarcastically remarked that her sister was truly an eyesore for threatening a normal student. Bion glanced at her sister, repeating the fact that even though Sihwa had graduated long ago, she still deliberately wore the Stella uniform to assert her authority. Having her secret exposed by her younger sister, Sihwa could only force a stiff smile to hide her irritation. She turned to ask Bion if she knew who she was talking to, but Bion was not afraid at all, even calling her sister a shameless person. Bion exposed the fact that Sihwa had obtained her current position only through luck following someone else's death, not through merit. She affirmed that she was also a princess, a legal heir with the full authority of the monarch. Sihwa froze, not expecting her younger sister to dare resist so fiercely in front of outsiders. Bion retorted by asking who the truly shameless one was here. Bion's appearance helped Azel regain her composure. She stood tall and loudly declared her stance. Azel affirmed that even though she didn't know much about Yusial, she would never use information obtained through sneaking around as a weapon to attack him. Because true friends would respect each other's secrets and patiently wait for the other person to reveal them on their own. Her words made Bion feel slightly guilty. Hongsiwa smiled faintly, her expression showing no signs of remorse. She laughed loudly, saying that the kids these days truly had too much energy and excessive self-confidence. Siwa turned and left, telling Bion to keep that attitude up for their next meeting. She then let out a disdainful goodbye. Azel looked after her, bewildered, still reeling from what had just unfolded. Meanwhile, Bion quietly walked over to the table to place the basket of fruit she had brought. Bion cast her eyes on Baek Yuseol, who was still lying with his eyes shut on the hospital bed, her face showing a hint of concern. Both girls stared at their unconscious friend, praying for a miracle to happen. After Bion left, Azel sat alone, sighing as she looked at the overflowing fruit basket. Everything that just happened felt like a mess. She tiredly wondered why everything had become so complicated. There were too many things she still couldn't understand. Suddenly, a soft groan made Azel jump and turn around sharply. She stared at Baek Yuseol in disbelief. Yuseol slowly opened his eyes, brought his hand up to scratch his head, and grumbled, asking why it was so noisy around him. His casual awakening made Azel feel both happy and angry. The scene shifts to night at the Stella Academy dormitory. At this moment, Baek Yuseol was gnawing on an apple. While digesting the information from his unconscious state, he hadn't realized he had been asleep for 3 whole days. Back then, Ma Yuseong had ignored all the questions and asked him to keep it a secret that he could transform into a dark mage at will. Anyway, defeating Mazen Tyran was something to celebrate. It was true that skills not often used placed a huge strain on his body. I'll need to train more in the future. Almost forgot, the system mentioned a reward. Without delay, Baek Yuseol eagerly opened his character sheet. Player Baek Yuseol strength, 2 stars 89% senses, 2 stars 98% agility, 2 stars 30% stamina, 2 stars 98% endurance, 1 star 30%. Flash reach level 1, Divine Breath level 3, Mana Leakage level 3, Blessing of the Crimson Lotus Spring 3rd Moon level 1. His eyes widened in disbelief. All his attribute stats had increased significantly. But what shocked Baek Yuseol was something completely different. His Mana Leakage constitution had increased to level 3, and he had received a blessing from one of the 12 moon gods. The information appeared. Protection of the Crimson Lotus Spring 3rd Moon level 1. Increases mental strength by 90%. Object sensing. Consume mental strength to read a portion of the memories of certain objects. Telepathy. Consume mental strength to transmit or perceive consciousness from the will of others. Psychological empathy. Consume mental strength to grasp the other party's gestures. Mental shield. Consume mental strength to resist mental attack. This is insane. How can the blessing of the Crimson Lotus Spring 3rd Moon increase so many stats? It seems that being hospitalized for treatment for 3 days is the reason for this. While unconscious, the blessing of the Crimson Lotus Spring 3rd Moon had bestowed its favor upon him. With a human body, the time required to gain acceptance from the protection of the Crimson Lotus Spring 3rd Moon was nearly impossible. In other words, the goddess's blessing was proof that his actions had touched her heart, so perhaps I received it. He hurriedly opened the box containing the clothes he had worn previously. A round sphere emitting pink energy appeared inside. Seeing the sphere for a moment, Baek Yuseol couldn't control his excitement. The divine beast's heart. Truly, all the hard work these past few days has been rewarded worthily. Haha, so the dream has finally become a reality. Thanks to this, the issue with Heaven's Spirit Leafhanel will be resolved immediately, and I even got an extra reward. Tin Tin, awarded to those who guide the story in the most ideal direction. The Starry Sky Project promises to provide additional rewards for you. Baek Yuseol's heart, which had been melting with joy, suddenly sank because he didn't know which one to choose. Up until now, Baek Yuseol had mostly used defensive gear, so his attack power was quite weak. He had thought that was fine because no one is perfect after all. But in the battle with Mazen Tyran, Baek Yuseol realized a more effective way to deal with threats, and attack power was something he desperately needed at this moment. Surely the system would reject the equipment he had used before. If that's the case, then add the Mana Concentration skill to compensate for the Mana Leakage property. The system was silent for a moment. Tin Tin, Mana Concentration skill has been added to the Mana Leakage trait. As he finished speaking, Baek Yuseol's body emitted a golden light. He felt that his mana leakage constitution could now retain a certain amount of mana in a few parts of his body. The mana leakage trait means the body cannot store it, and it dissipates into the environment. But as long as he had the mana concentration skill, Baek Yuseol could focus mana into certain spots without fear of it leaking out. A question flashed, so what will happen now? The answer was too clear. If he adjusted the mana escaping his body to only focus on his fists, then all that mana would cause tremendous power. Beak Usial was eager. Now I just need to hand over the heart to Heaven's Spirit Leafhanel and learn how to control the mana leakage constitution from her, and I will possess unprecedented attack power. That thought made Beak Usial's heart race, and he couldn't suppress his excitement. Ha ha ha. At the same time, on the vast green mountain where the wind whistled, the leader of the 13th Division had returned to the Moon Tower after a long wait for the Tower Master. Even though from the outside it looked like a normal wooden house on the mountain, when he opened the door, the dimension changed instantly. Inside, it was like an aristocratic castle. The floor was paved with intricately patterned tiles, and in the center was a blond man in white clothes. The identity of that person was Tower Master Rudrick Hallow. He spoke, "You've arrived." Keen stood across from him and replied respectfully, "Are you still keeping that form?" To which the Tower Master replied with a laugh, "There's no other way, I've forgotten my real age." Keen switched to another topic. "Just as you predicted, dark mages have appeared in the Heavenly Flower Realm, but it was a Stella student, and that student was cleansed by another student." Rudrick Hallow turned around, his voice deepening. "I understand. And instead of destroying the dark mage, you let another student save their friend." Keen admitted, "That's right, do you blame me? Dark mages must be destroyed, you were the one who taught me that." Rudrick Hallow remained calm. Looking up at the starry sky, he said, "The era has changed, and working styles must change too. What I said couldn't be right forever." After you left the Heavenly Flower Realm, Mazin Tyrant appeared in a corrupted state. Keen was shaken by that information, his pupils contracted violently, and his hand clenched into a fist. Tower Master Rudrick Hallow's voice rang out, "You don't need to worry, everything has been resolved. There's no need to blame yourself either. It's my fault for not informing you. To be honest, I can no longer predict what the future will hold. It is covered by a mist that prevents me from seeing clearly." Keen asked anxiously, "Isn't that a serious problem?" Rudrick Hallow shook his head and chuckled. "If you trust only what you see, you won't be agile or think flexibly. In reality, being unable to foresee the future makes everything more interesting." Keen listened to the Tower Master's explanation, and for some reason, a bad feeling arose in his heart. He was about to open his mouth when the next sentence stunned him. "Beak Usial. The kid you met, he was the one who defeated Mazin Tyrant." Keen frowned and thought, "That kid, as expected, he possesses strange power." As if reading Keen's thoughts, Rudrick Hallow calmly said, "It's not as you think, that child is truly a 17-year-old student, he's just hiding many secrets." Keen immediately countered, "That cannot be, it's absurd. A 17-year-old student cannot handle a level 6 dark mage. Keen, there are truly unimaginable things happening in this world, so don't try to understand them." But Tower Master, before he could finish his sentence, Rudrick Hallow disappeared and the space suddenly changed, leaving Keen alone on Tranquil Mountain, silently looking up at the sky with a chaotic mess of thoughts. Must I accept everything? Scene shifts to the tower of Principal Eltman Eltwin. After defeating a level 6 dark mage, the story of the first-year S-class students became a hot topic worldwide. It was truly surprising that Stella's first-year students succeeded in defeating dark mages not once but twice, attracting significant attention from world opinion. However, everything didn't last long, as a reputable newspaper brought the shocking truth to light. The true identity of the dark mage was none other than a Stella professor, the corrupted alchemist Mazin Tyrant. On another side, Spirit King Sioran opened her mouth to say to the person sitting across from her, "I didn't expect you to keep this secret." Eltman Eltwin took a sip of tea and replied, "Of course, hide what you can, but in the future there will be many big things that cannot be hidden." Sioran asked, uncomprehending, "You mean?" Eltman Eltwin nodded, "Just as I said. Those corrupted beings outside have infiltrated deep into human society. It's disgusting. But Stella is the same, so everyone should be careful. The future is unpredictable." However, Sioran had a different thought. "I have been skeptical until now. A person who killed a god and possesses a corrupted soul even more so than a dark mage destroyer. The person who once wore the Stella student uniform to the place where the dark mage was defeated. The person who carried the scent of Heaven's Spirit Leafhanel. If both are the same person, the one who killed Leafhanel is hiding in Stella Academy, then surely Archmage Eltman Eltwin must have sensed the presence of that evil soul. But Stella's magic techniques are beyond question. If that person hides their mana to the point where even Eltman couldn't detect them, then it's impossible to rule out the possibility that the one who killed Heaven's spirit Leafhanel has infiltrated the academy. Who knows, perhaps there are still some traces of Leafhanel left. Ziorin silently swore she would definitely find it. Taking advantage of the weekend, Beak Yusial secretly left school and sought out the garden of Heaven's spirit Leafhanel. Hello, long time no see, how have you been lately? But before he could finish, Leafhanel loudly and aggrievedly questioned, finally you've arrived. Why are you so late? It's not like you forgot me all this time, right? Answer quickly. I'm waiting for an answer. Answer quickly. Beak Yusial pursed his lips. He had never envied a deaf person as much as he did now. Waiting for her to cool down, Beak Yusial smiled and took out that item. Long wait, right? Finally, I have brought the divine beast's heart. Leafhanel couldn't hide her excitement when seeing the thing she had craved for so long. The moment has finally arrived. The divine beast's heart slowly merged into the statue of Heaven's spirit Leafhanel, radiating a brilliant silver light. Within that brilliant stream of light, Beak Yusial instinctively closed his eyes tightly, shielding himself from the powerful storm covering the space. The air became heavy, the soul energy swirling from the heart converged toward Leafhanel, pulling her inside. Finally, when the energy storm subsided, Beak Yusial looked up. The girl who had been frozen like a statue had returned to her normal form. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she felt every breath, every heartbeat like a living person. Oh, how long has it been? Now I'm moving like that. How happy I am. Beak Yusial smiled, silently saying nothing while Leafhanel enjoyed this moment. Suddenly she remembered something. Ah, that's right. Before Beak Yusial's stunned eyes, Heaven's spirit Leafhanel threw herself into his arms. Her face wore a mischievous smile. Thank you for everything you have done to save me. Beak Yusial smiled gently. Yeah, it's great. Suddenly the male lead's eyes widened. Oh, your body. Leafhanel's gaze faded. Her voice deepened. The heart still cannot withstand this body. I'm about to sleep, hurry, and take advantage of the time. Resisting the urge to fall into a deep sleep, Leafhanel looked at him with dreamy eyes. Come here, put this on, and wear the necklace I gave you. On the ground was a box containing clothes in a traditional Eastern style, neatly folded. After carefully taking off his Stella uniform, the male lead changed into the clothes in that box according to Leafhanel's instructions. Finally, he put on the necklace she had given him before. Leafhanel emphasized, now I will take you to my friend's secret place before I sleep. Beak Yusial nodded. Okay, I understand. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He felt a non-human aura following him and Leafhanel. In his heart, he wondered, how could anyone get here except for me? Immediately, warning, the curse trait of the attractive constitution has been activated. Even though he couldn't see that face clearly, the notification was so familiar that Beak Yusial realized who it was. Tin, the protection trait of one of the 12 gods, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon, has been activated, granting immunity to all curses in this world. Beak Yusial breathed a sigh of relief. If not for the protection of the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon, it would have been a big deal. The attractive constitution is truly a terrifying ability. Spirit King Chot Siorin, a woman with platinum white hair wearing a long white dress covering her from head to toe, stood before him with a look of astonishment. Her long white hair reached past her shoulders, while her golden eyes were like stars falling in the night sky. Turning back a few minutes to know why she was here. At this time, Chot Siorin was strolling in Leafhanel's garden as if looking for something. She looked around. I haven't come here in a long time. When Leafhanel was alive, I often stopped by. The roots moved as if welcoming the visiting guest. Chot Siorin also noticed it, smiling and stroking it. All right, you have protected this place very well. Suddenly remembering something, she blushed and muttered, Ah, there's no one here, so I don't need to cover my face. I guess that's fine, right? Saying that, she took off her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Phew, I don't know how long it's been since I've shown my face. I'll leave it here and come back to get it later. Chot Siorin walked through the familiar spirit garden, which remained exactly as it had always been, without a single thing changed. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar aura and directed her gaze toward its source. When she saw her dear friend Leafhanel, whom she had thought was plunged into an eternal slumber, now coming back to life, an indescribable surge of emotion rushed straight to her head. Without a moment of hesitation, Chot Siorin emotionally cried out a name. Leafhanel. Suddenly she realized that aside from Leafhanel, there was someone else present as well, and an uneasy thought flashed through her mind. Could that young man be doing something malicious to Leaf Hanel? But before she could take any action, a mystical beam of light enveloped Beak Yusial and vanished from sight. Now only the two of them were left. Leaf Hanel briefly shook off her dizziness and spoke up. Hearing the voice she had yearned for even in her dreams, Chot Sioran felt a wave of intense excitement swell within her chest. Instantly welling up with tears, Chot Sioran pulled Leaf Hanel into a hug. "Leaf Hanel, how on earth did you manage to wake up?" Leaf Hanel softly replied. "That person found the heart to replace mine." Chot Sioran was shocked. "As expected, I was just overthinking things. It's such a relief that the boy saved Leaf Hanel." Pushing those thoughts aside, she said, "Seeing you alive and in the flesh makes me so happy." Leaf Hanel smiled and answered, "Yeah, I missed you too." Suddenly her gaze grew dark. Before sinking back into a deep slumber, Leaf Hanel left her with a parting message. "I'm going to sleep for a bit, Chot Sioran, wait for me to wake up." Looking at the smile lingering on Leaf Hanel's lips, Chot Sioran beamed. "It seems the heart hasn't fully unlocked its true potential yet. What a pity, there's still so much I wanted to ask. Who on earth was that young man anyway?" She touched her cheek and suddenly realized she wasn't wearing her veil. Chot Sioran recalled Beak Yusial's startled expression. Yet he hadn't been enchanted and had simply looked at her thoughtfully. This only deepened her curiosity about the protagonist. Strange, why wasn't that kid affected at all? Could it be, is he somehow immune to this curse? I have to find him. Who knows, he might be the only person in this entire world capable of holding a direct conversation with me. I need to track that boy down, and not just to repay him on Leaf Hanel's behalf. Finishing the teleportation, Beak Yusial collided with the rough and hard stone floor. He groaned in pain. "Ow, ouch, if you're going to teleport someone so abruptly, at least do it properly." Lying there on the ground, Beak Yusial voiced his disappointment. Where is this?" Walking deeper into the cave, a bright torch lit up every few paces. Beak Yusial muttered to himself, "I just ducked in here to take shelter since I saw a cave. But this must be Leaf Hanel's actual location. I really should have asked Leaf Hanel for more specific details. Who would have thought the Spirit King Chot Sioran would show up at a time like that?" Thinking of that breathtaking, heart-stopping beauty, Beak Yusial believed that even without the curse, people of any age or gender would be utterly spellbound by such an otherworldly appearance. But he also felt fortunate to possess the blessing of the 12 gods, otherwise he probably would have turned into a lovesick fool throwing himself at her. Just imagining it was a total disaster. Now that he thought about it, rumor had it that possessing the blessing of the March Peach Blossom Spirit would allow him to completely nullify the curse of the Spirit King Chot Sioran, though with his current abilities, he was still a long way from even touching it. For now, he just needed to deal with the immediate crisis at hand. As soon as he pushed open the door and stepped inside, a system notification chimed. The breath of Leaf Hanel had been detected nearby. Although it looked ancient, everything appeared much more ordinary than he had imagined. Suddenly something caught his eye. "Oh, this sword looks gorgeous. There's a strange aura radiating from it." The moment he touched it, a barrier of light blocked his contact. "I'll definitely have to question Leaf Hanel about this later." His top priority right now was researching the stagnant mana constitution. Sorting through these bookshelves might just lead him to an important clue. Let's take a look. Oh, I found it. The stagnant mana constitution, individuals born with this physical affliction were exceptionally rare, appearing only once every generation. Yet ironically, he was the one cursed to carry such a body. History books recorded that everyone afflicted with this condition died upon turning 20. And he had once assumed he would be no exception. And yet, he had defied the odds to live past 40. Although death was knocking at his door now, had he understood this sooner, perhaps his lifespan could have been extended even further. The stagnant mana constitution was an affliction that baffled medicine, alchemy, and magic alike. To survive, people like them had to grow powerful. With so little time, he had found the courage to face his own mortality and even dared to challenge those who held dominion at the pinnacle of humanity. Turning to the next page, Beak Yusial was shocked by the insights compiled by that predecessor, a technique for absorbing mana through total body respiration. But what did breathing mana with the entire body mean? It was a mental cultivation method, keeping the mind pure, harmonizing with heaven and earth, and calmly accepting all of life's transitions. Finishing the book, Beak Yusial said excitedly, "This is the core of the breathing technique. It was a mental cultivation method all along. Put simply, it's just about increasing the circulation speed of mana through your blood vessels to keep yourself alive. No wonder pushing my physical training to the limit never yielded any results." The scene shifted to a graveyard, the final resting place reserved exclusively for the Adalvit royal family. Countless gravestones lay scattered about, but only one had a direct connection to Hong Bion. Placing a bouquet of orchids upon it, Hong Bion spoke coldly, "There's no time to hesitate, let's get started." A distant memory flooded back to the resplendent floral palace, the royal seat of the Adalvit Empire. An anxious servant's voice rang out, Princess Hong Bion." Where on earth could Princess Bion have run off to? She's definitely still lurking somewhere around the palace. Everyone spread out in search. Hiding behind the edge of a stone pillar, a young Hong Bion dressed in black to conceal the burns on her body slipped away into a quiet forest. Bion stared blankly at her own wretched reflection shimmering across the surface of the lake. And the more she looked, the angrier she became, hurling a pebble into the water, before instinctively curling in on herself like a wounded fawn amidst the freezing winter. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rustling through the bushes echoed closer. In Hong Bion's startled gaze, her older sister Erin Adalvit appeared with a bright smile and vibrant red-silver hair fluttering in the wind. "Found you, Bion. I was wondering where you went off to. Turns out you were hiding out in a place like this. Everyone's running around looking for you." Hong Bion stepped back a few paces, her eyes filled with apprehension as she cried out, "Stay away." Hong Erin looked confused. "Stay away from what? Don't come any closer." With that, Hong Bion bolted away, leaving a bewildered Hong Erin calling out behind her, "Bion's, don't run." At first, Hong Bion had assumed it was just fleeting, superficial concern. Yet the very next day, her sister sought her out again with a radiant smile. And for many days after that, she checked up on her with warm words. "Bion, I brought you a gift. Things are going to be a bit tough right now, but let's do our best together." Because the training regimen to increase fire affinity left Hong Bion's body feeling as though it were tearing apart, the only person who stayed by her side back then was her eldest sister. Yet at the time, consumed by her own surging inferiority and self-loathing, she failed to understand it. "What? Sisters, don't make me laugh. How could you possibly understand my agony? I don't want to see your face anymore. Get out of my sight." Hong Bion had always assumed all those gestures were merely handouts of pity. Until one day, word came that the eldest princess might not make it through the year. She needed to prepare herself for the worst-case scenario. That was when it hit her with staggering force that her eldest sister was suffering from an incurable illness. The disease that slowly burned the body from within was the cruelest curse haunting the Adalvit bloodline. At that exact moment, Hong Bion's love for her sister multiplied exponentially as she realized her sister endured the exact same burning agony she did. No, an even more terrifying one. Hong Erin lay in bed, pale and frail, unable to venture outside due to the sporadic flare-ups of fire raging within her. Hearing familiar footsteps approach, she turned her head and asked, "Is that you, Bion?" Hong Bion answered, "Yes, it's me. I brought this gift for you." Accepting the flower, Hong Erin's face lit up once more with radiance. "Thank you so much, my dearest Bion." Cherishing that smile so dearly, she had truly pushed herself for the sake of someone else for the very first time in her life, taking risks just to witness, hear, and experience countless things before returning to recount every single detail to her sister. With every passing second, those precious memories of being by her side made her feel undeniably, truly alive. Yet that happiness proved all too fleeting. In the end, her eldest sister failed to conquer the ruthless curse and turned to ashes. Erin Adalvit, slipping away like flower petals scattered before the wind, she swore she would never subject herself to that agonizing pain ever again. She absolutely refused to taste that sorrow a second time. The Adalvit royal family possessed a legendary heirloom passed down through generations, a mythical artifact known as the fire spirit blossom, whose fragrance was said to instantly summon the god of fire into the wearer's body. The price to pay was the complete stripping of one's own magic, and if one lacked the strength to suppress that blazing inferno, it would rage wildly enough to incinerate an entire nation, which was why it had been relegated to the forbidden list. However, the descent of the fire god also meant possessing an endless reservoir of mana within one's body. Of course, there was no guarantee the fire spirit blossom would completely cure the stagnant mana constitution, but it remained her absolute last flicker of hope. Right now, the fire spirit blossom was strictly sealed away within the royal palace, accessible only to the reigning monarch of Adalvit, which meant she had no choice but to. Hong Bion clenched her fists so tightly her fingernails dug deep into her palms, drawing droplets of fresh blood as her gaze burned with fierce determination. Before Beek Yusial's life flickered out, she would become queen no matter what. The scene shifted back to Beek Yusial. Right now, he was sitting upright, focusing entirely on comprehending the mental cultivation method. Time slipped by rapidly, shifting the scenery to the afternoon. He remained deeply immersed in his concentration, sweat trickling down his face as a testament to his extreme mental strain. The moment a single droplet of sweat fell, it created a resounding echo deep within his heart. Right then, a system notification chimed. The skill Great Spirit method had been created. followed instantly by a surge of golden light enveloping his entire body. He checked his body, his heart overflowing with joy. It had worked. The system continued to deliver updates. Great Spirit Method naturally absorbs mana through respiration following the laws of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, increasing the circulation speed of mana in the bloodstream upon use based on the user's mastery level, while allowing environmental attributes of the 5 elements to imbue the mana. Great Spirit Method also absorbs other forms of respiration via the principles of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Breath of the Divine Level 1 has been integrated, with the system prompting that skills can be voluntarily studied to enhance or weaken their capabilities at any time, marking Breath of the Divine as a lower-tier skill absorbed into the Great Spirit Method, resulting in an upgraded Great Spirit Method skill. Looking down at his hands, he thought to himself, so Breath of the Divine has been registered as a subskill of Great Spirit Method. He clenched his fists with resolute determination. Although he couldn't use it constantly due to the Divine Beast's erosion rate, the circulation speed of mana through his blood would still increase, meaning the overall efficiency would surpass what it was before. This time, he wouldn't let himself be defeated so helplessly like before. As it happened, he had something he wanted to test out with these new skills, so he might as well do it right now. He instantly activated the Great Spirit Method, unleashing a massive burst of energy from his body. The system followed up with another notification. Mana Leakage Physique Level 3, granting plus 8% plus 17% enhanced vision, plus 12% plus 29% enhanced speed, and plus 20% plus 25% enhanced senses, alongside Sixth Sense, which consumes mental stamina to perceive all phenomena within a 20-form radius while triggering cognitive acceleration and auto-activating upon sensing danger. Paired with Mana Concentration, which gathers absorbed mana to a single point for release, boosting mana blood circulation speed by plus 3% plus 6%. Staring at his status panel, he gasped in astonishment. It was insane how much his stats had skyrocketed from a skill he had just learned. He immediately summoned his weapon, grasped it in his hand, and began shifting stances. Terrafin was a magical sword capable of manifesting a portion of the mana lost to his mana leakage constitution into the physical shape of a blade. Because that output was far too weak, the Alliance had paired it with specialized equipment crafted by the Alteria academic faction, though ultimately the reason he couldn't use Terrafin properly boiled down to his own raw power being too lacking. But what if he channeled the enhanced strength provided by the Great Spirit Method into Terrafin? Focusing his mind, he attempted to pour mana into the sword. After a brief moment of intense concentration, Terrafin accepted the mana, emitting a brilliant golden glow. Before he could even celebrate, a sudden wave of sharp pain struck him, making his head spin as the weapon slipped from his grip and clattered across the ground. Feeling starved of air, he broke into a fit of coughing. As expected, attempting to use mana concentration simultaneously with the Great Spirit Method was still too much for him to handle. Currently, the maintenance duration for the Great Spirit Method was 10 minutes. Adding mana concentration into the mix would make it extremely difficult to deploy in actual combat. But that didn't mean it was impossible. Even if it only manifested for a fleeting moment, the phantom of the blade had appeared, meaning with enough practice, he would eventually be able to wield it at will. After all, there were no shortcuts on the path he was walking, leaving him with no choice but to advance step by step through dedicated time and effort. The scene shifted to the floral spirit forest. Inside, Siren was speaking with someone. Our side has decided to grant rewards to the Stella students who resolved the Dark Mage intrusion this time. However, my physical condition prevents me from appearing before a crowd, so please attend the award ceremony in my place. Orinya, the assistant to the Spirit King, nodded in acknowledgement. As you wish, Your Majesty. She continued, I feel truly blessed to have you here. He replied, it is merely what any loyal servant should do. She cut him off, not at all thanks to Orinya, I've been able to accomplish so much more. The praise made Orinya blush slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then Siren stood up to leave. I'll be heading out first, Orinya asked. Do you have matters to attend to? She explained. Don't worry, it's just a personal affair. Orinya answered, understood. Left alone in the room, he leaned back and let out an exhausted sigh. Phew, it's been months since we last had a chance to speak in private, yet it always ends so quickly. Placing a hand over his heart, he thought to himself, Your Majesty. The main reason Siren chose Orinya as her assistant was because he possessed strong resistance against her curse. But long before that, Orinya had already fallen victim to Siren's curse. Ironically, the real reason Orinya became the queen's assistant was simply because he loved her. Speaking of which, she mentioned it was a personal matter. Could she still be searching for the god slayer? Even though I cannot look upon your face, if I can bring a smile to your majesty's lips, I am ready to do anything. A few days later, at Stella Academy, a professor announced awards to recognize the merits of those who eliminated the Dark Mages during the recent Spirit Covenant ceremony. The Floral Spirit Sanctuary decided to bestow medals upon the participating students, and for today's ceremony, Orinya would attend in place of the Spirit King, meaning the medal presentation could now begin. The first name called was Ma Yuseong, a first-year Class S student, praised for setting a shining example for his peers. We hereby present this award. During the presentation, Orinya thought to himself, ultimately, this is the most crucial part to show those dark mages that the bond between humans and spirits remains unbreakable. He spoke up, congratulations, Ma Yuseong. Ma Yuseong replied politely, thank you. Watching him walk away, Orinya mused. For some reason, this student radiates an intensely unsettling vibe. I can sense a very strange kind of pressure coming from him. Next, the following name was called. Next is Class S student Baek Yuseol. For the same routine reasons, the ceremony felt tedious, causing Orinya to grow slightly indifferent. Congratula. But right as he spoke, he suddenly sensed something. Freezing his gaze for a few seconds, that aura. Noticing him standing still, the female spirit behind him asked worriedly, Assistant, is something wrong? Recovering his senses, he replied, Oh no, it's nothing. His eyes were now locked firmly onto Baek Yuseol's retreating figure. Why on earth did I feel Ifil's aura coming from that student? Could it be? That made sense. Right from the start, two students managing to take down a dangerous level 6 dark mage was already astonishing. But if he was someone capable of masking both his true appearance and a corrupted soul, dealing with a level 6 threat and disguising himself to infiltrate Stella Academy would be child's play. Right? If I capture him and offer him to her, she'll definitely be thrilled, and I might even win her favor. Regaining his composure, he told himself, I mustn't rush, I need to gather evidence first. His name was clearly just called as Baek Yuseol. I'll expose your true identity soon enough. Meanwhile, Baek Yuseol remained completely oblivious to him, chatting away with Ma Yuseong instead. Hey, should we try making bibimbap for the cooking club menu next time? In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since enrollment at Stella. At this point, the first-year students would be assigned an additional subject. The elderly professor in charge of the familiar class announced, well, today we are going to get acquainted with some lovely magical beasts. A moment later, a student screamed in panic, I told you people already. What exactly do you want from me? He felt as if something was pulling him from behind. Sometimes like this, sometimes like that. What do you expect me to do now? If that's the case, then just say it clearly. Watching the students being tortured, Professor Fedelot smiled with interest. You are all doing very well. Only those who have successfully formed a contract can see the numbers until the synchronization rate increases. A voice rang out beside the professor, please follow this way. The person who said that was Azel. Before her was a small bird. Here, do you really intend to do that? Azel shook her head vigorously, refusing its suggestion. Seeing this, the professor approached to ask, Oh, it seems student Azel is having quite a lot of trouble this time. Seeing the professor, she replied, Hello, Professor Fedelot. She looked at the small bird in front of her and said, Your familiar spirit is a thunder ice glacier bird, isn't it? This mountain ice thunder bird is famous for its sensitive temperament. Therefore, connecting with it is extremely difficult. There must be some special reason why the Thunder Ice Glacier bird decided to form a contract with Azel. So, if you open your heart and understand it, the two of you will certainly become closer. She was slightly skeptical. Will it really be like that? She smiled and replied, Haha, naturally. And when the synchronization rate with the magical beast reaches its peak, you can directly summon your familiar and fight alongside it like this. At that point, your familiar will become a more reliable ally than anyone else. So look forward to that moment and keep trying, okay? These words of encouragement made her feel more confident. Yes, Professor. Although she answered that way on the outside after class, she sighed. Aha, as expected, I still haven't been able to get any closer. Walking, she wondered to herself, will there ever be a day I can summon my familiar to fight by my side? In the hallway inside, 2 students were whispering, Wow, look, we're on the front page again. Are those Ma Yuseong and Baek Yuseol? At that moment, I thought I was done for. What else is there to say? Azel told herself internally. it seems we are in the news again. After the familiar contract ceremony, news of 2 Stella students defeating the demonic dark mage spread widely. Naturally, Baek Yuseol maintained his calm demeanor as always. He always shifted the credit to Ma Yuseong, saying that it was all thanks to him. She encouraged herself, if it were Baek Yuseol right now, he would listen to me as if nothing had happened and say that he still trusts me just like before. Then she shook her head in denial. No, I cannot rely on him. I cannot keep waiting for help from Baek Yuseol. I have to be able to do it myself. Elsewhere, Professor Lee Han-woo began to announce the lesson. Starting today, practical magical combat will be added as a mandatory course. This isn't just because of the incident at the familiar contract ceremony. If you live your life as magical warriors, there will be times when you cannot avoid engaging in combat with other magical warriors. It is not about using the strongest magic, but depending on the situation and the timing, you must use magic in the most effective way. For example, long-range firepower. Spells fired from the caster's body have a long range and strong destructive power, but they are very easily countered while being cast. Spells positioned by specifying coordinates have a shorter and weaker range, but if combined with ordinary physical effort, it is very difficult for the opponent to react in time. Especially, the range and distance of positional spells also depend on their attributes. Therefore, you need to control the distance from your opponent and hold the tempo in the direction most favorable to you. That means considering the differences in attribute ranges to escape the opponent's attack range, then bringing the enemy into your own attack range. That is the most basic principle of magical combat. Afterwards, he created a scarecrow as an example. As you can see here, only level 2 positional magic is allowed and it must be directed forward. You are allowed to use a protective shield twice. The goal of this exercise is to infiltrate the wooden golem's blind spot and stay safe for 30 seconds, or endure within its attack range for at least 10 seconds. Hearing the professor, Azel thought, using a protective shield twice to hold out for 10 seconds within attack range is truly impossible. So the first shield must be used to grasp the golem's attributes and behavior. And the second shield is to control the range of the positional magic, then slip into the blind spot. Easier said than done, and so the practical exercise began under the guidance of Professor Lee Han-woo. Afterwards, each student stepped up to perform the test. Malian failed. The next person didn't fare any better. Aiden failed. The professor's voice rang out, continue, next, Hei Wonryong, your turn. Hei Wonryong lunged into the golem's attack range and was immediately struck by 2 ice pillars attacking at extreme speed. Before he could realize what was happening, another ice pillar attacked from below. The professor's voice announced, Hei Wonryong failed. Thus, while most students failed, a few succeeded. Hong Harang succeeded. Ma Yuseong succeeded. Looking at the student list, Professor Lee thought to himself, so far, only Hong Harang and Ma Yuseong have succeeded. Both chose to infiltrate the blind spot instead of enduring within the attack range. It is no surprise that using ordinary reflex speeds makes it impossible to complete this mission. The casting speed of level 2 positional magic is 0.1 seconds. To dodge, one must not only read the mana flow, but also push beyond the limits of the human body. Then the professor called the name of the next student. Baek Yuseol, your turn. He stepped into the arena with a slightly anxious state of mind. Until now, I have always used Blink to escape the positional range and fight. But ever since I obtained the Great Spirit method, my Blink has been significantly upgraded. This time I have to try it and see whether within the target range I can use Blink to react and dodge the magic. The professor's voice rang out, start the exercise. Immediately, the golem's eyes flashed with killing intent. He instantly leaned to the right as if he had predicted it. A magic orb flew past him, just missing him. He thought to himself, insane, not a normal attribute but space-time magic. This is even rarer than the light attribute. Even an ordinary wooden golem can be this special. He tried to keep his breathing steady. Focus. I must read the movement of the mana flowing in this space. He took a step one by one. He tried to stay calm, dodging precisely, his footsteps becoming increasingly decisive, easily dodging the magic orbs thrown toward him. In this state, right as he approached the golem, he used mana concentration. Just as he was about to swing his sword at the wooden golem, the professor's voice rang out, Baek Yuseol succeeded. This made him slightly surprised. It's already done. The professor's voice suddenly rang out, at your age, this is the first time I've seen someone like this. He asked in confusion, I want to use this opportunity to practice more. Can I try one more time? The professor immediately refused. No, return to your spot. He pouted, so stingy. In another development, Flame also seemed to hear an angel call her name. Flame, remember this, Flame, no matter what happens, we will protect you. Therefore, you also must. The following words were concealed by the author. Afterwards, Flame also slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed her forehead wearily and muttered to herself, "That dream again, I really don't know why. But ever since I used the power of the angels to stop Hanwon Ryong from turning into a dark mage, sometimes I start dreaming of angels. What did they say in that dream? Did they ask me to go with them?" While she was still hesitant, a friend reminded her, "Flame, what are you doing? We have to go to the next class." She startled, nodded in agreement, and quickly cast the thought of the angels out of her mind. Anyway, it's just a dream. It should be fine, right? Scene shifts to the training ground. Not seeing Lee Han-wol, the instructor announced, "Today we will have a practical combat session between Class S and Class A. Beek Yuseol, Yuslek Chekobylan, step up here." At the very moment those two names were called, Flame knew this would be a very interesting match. Not knowing her inner thoughts, the teacher continued, "Both sides prepare your staves, the match begins." As the words finished, Yuslek was the one who moved first. He used a magic called Bone Wave, creating several huge columns of water. The group of students nearby saw this and praised him. "Isn't that level 3 magic? That class a kid just got here and is already pulling out such fierce moves. Compared to him, Yuseol, why does he just stand there?" On this side, Yuslek saw that the main character was standing as still as a statue, so he smiled as if victory were at hand. He defeated a level 6 threat dark mage without even using proper magic. Rumors must have their limits. "I've had my eyes on you since the staff inheritance ceremony. Lucky that I met you here, Beek Yuseol. Now go down." He shouted loudly and directed his magic toward Yuseol. On this side, Yuseol also widened his eyes. He instantly used his blink skill to dodge to the side. Yuslek seemed to have predicted that, so he didn't feel surprised. "Is all you can do is dodge with blink like a little rat." He spoke and then unleashed water dragon magic, firing 2 huge columns of water. Opposite him, Yuseol didn't use blink to close the distance quickly. And Yuslek was still smiling broadly as his plan succeeded. "You're in my crosshairs now, Beek Yuseol." Surrounding the male lead now were 3 magic circles completely encircling him. Unfortunately for him, Yuseol also flashed a very smug smile. Immediately after, he tilted his body just in time to dodge the attacks created by the magic circles. This unexpected action caused even the teacher, the students, and Yuslek himself to feel disbelief. He screamed inside, "Daring to dodge all of my targeted magic, have you gone mad? Then taste this as well, let's see if you can dodge it. Mana convergence." He shouted loudly, manifesting a giant orb of water above his head. But the very next second, his gaze became vacant. Because right at this moment, in Yuseol's hand was a sword of light, and he launched a magic slash straight toward that water orb. The result was that while Yuslek was still standing blankly, the giant water orb was destroyed, turning into a light rain. The teacher also announced the result of the exercise, and both sides put away your staves. On this side, the group of students couldn't help but be surprised by the main character's performance. "Did you see that? Yuseol is truly peak. It must be true that he defeated the level 6 threat dark mage." Turning to Flame's perspective, she was also slightly surprised by the skill Yuseol had just displayed. Practice before him was like that, and now he's publicly showing it off. Well, after taking down Mason, he has no reason to hide his power anymore. Anyway, what Beek Yuseol needs to hide is his knowledge of the future, not his abilities. Scene shifts to the arena. Prince Jeremy had also just defeated his opponent in an extremely overwhelming manner. The teacher once again announced the results. This time, the group of students seemed to have guessed it early, so they weren't as surprised anymore. The match ended in less than a minute, as expected from the Crown Prince. In the ring, Jeremy smiled and turned to wave at Flame, making her somewhat fearful. He's using that attitude again. Getting involved is nothing but trouble. It's best to just pretend I didn't see him. Thinking this, she ran to Yuseol's side and greeted him. "Uncle, you did pretty well this time, didn't you?" Hearing her say that, Yuseol's face immediately contorted in complaint. "Hey, who are you calling uncle?" Flame smiled and said, "Other than you, who else could it be?" The moment the two were talking to each other, the smile on Jeremy's lips suddenly vanished. He whispered so quietly that only he could hear, "That brat again. I don't want to use this method, but there's no other way." Time passed quickly until the evening. At this moment, Flame had just returned to her bedroom. "I'm sleepy as hell. I didn't expect to have to go to school at this age," she sighed. But when she saw her roommate was still awake, she curiously asked, "Ramilka, why are you still not asleep?" Ramilka startled, looking somewhat panicked. Flame cast her eyes on the letter in her hand and asked further, "What's that? A love letter from your boyfriend? Since when have you been dating, and how dare you hide it from me? Your roommate is hurt, you know." After a few seconds of thought, Ramilka suddenly said, Hey Flame, I have a favor to ask. Scene shifts to room S109. Flame knocked on the door and spoke inside. Hey, is anyone there? I have something to give you. Come out for a second. Saying that, she remembered Ramilka asking her to deliver the letter and complained internally. God, why do I have to play errand girl delivering letters like this? High school students today are so bold. At least tell me who it's for. She said again to the inside, hey, it only takes 1 second. The door suddenly opened, then a familiar sound rang out. Hello Flame, did you call me? The moment she saw his face, Flame's mood immediately became anxious. What is this? Why did he come in? Jeremy smiled and replied, oh, is that letter for me? Flame calmly held out the letter and said, it's not mine. My friend asked me to deliver it. My business here is done. Goodbye. Saying so, she turned and left, and Jeremy took the letter and smiled sinisterly. He glanced behind him and ordered, you can come out now. A girl holding a magic orb slowly appeared. She approached and gave it to Jeremy. The prince asked, where is the edited photo? Here it is, the girl replied. He held it in his hand and looked satisfied. The result is pretty smooth. Inside the orb was the image of Flame that he had captured. The next morning, she was walking on the academy campus when she felt something was wrong. How the atmosphere today feels weird. Suddenly, someone deliberately bumped into Flame's shoulder. She laughed mockingly, provocatively. Oh my God, please open your eyes and watch where you're going. Oh right, if you spend all day crawling on the ground, how could you see what's in front of you? Without a word of reply, Flame grabbed her by the throat, followed by a ruthless direct headbutt. This made the blonde girl furious. Ah, are you crazy? How could you? Hearing that, Flame replied immediately, what, want another headbutt? This attitude only made the blonde girl even angrier. What? This brat is truly crazy. Why could an inferior person like this become Prince Jeremy's girlfriend? These words reached her ears, making Flame angry. Hey, try saying that again. She cracked her knuckles, ready to punch the teeth out of the brat in front of her. Who did you say was whose girlfriend just now? A while later in her room, Flame looked at the photos on the table and clutched her head in anger. In short, why have these photos been spread everywhere like this? She sighed, trying to calm herself. Hi, stay calm, stay calm. I don't even need to investigate to know who the culprit is. I didn't think he would dare to go this far. How can I get out of this situation? Time passed quickly until the next day, right as class had just ended. Flame quickly stood up and left the classroom. But then that annoying voice appeared again. Flame. Hearing this sound made Flame sigh internally. Sigh, trouble has arrived. Jeremy stood in front of her, smiling. Want to have dinner with me? Whispers immediately rang out around them. Look, Prince Jeremy approached her first, so the rumors are true. I didn't expect the prince and Flame to have that kind of relationship. Flame squinted, thinking that even if she denied it, Jeremy would still manipulate the situation as he pleased. Running away was useless. At times like these, there is only one way out. Thinking this, she declared flatly, hey, do you think I'm dying to have dinner with you? Although hearing her say that, the Prince Jeremy still thick-facedly said, ah, I'm sorry. I seem a bit insensitive. I didn't expect you to be so stressed. Then I'll go first. Before he left, she asked a question. Why are you behaving as if we have some kind of relationship? But just as the prince was about to explain, Flame firmly added a stunning remark. I have a boyfriend. Instantly, the entire auditorium fell completely silent, every gaze turning toward the two of them. The person I'm currently dating is, she said, her inner thoughts frantically urging herself on, think. Among the male students in Class S, who can I actually rely on here? Then, as if someone came to mind, she blurted out a name, Beek Yusial. Beek Yusial is my boyfriend. Those words rang out, freezing the entire auditorium in place as Hong Bion, Azel, and even Hei Wenryong stared at her with looks of utter shock. Even Jeremy stood frozen, having no idea how to respond. Raising the letter, Flame declared, the only reason I went to your room yesterday was just because my friend asked me to deliver a letter to you. Otherwise, why would someone who already has a boyfriend like me ever bother showing up outside your door? See you later, I've got a dinner date with him. With that, she tossed the letter back at him and calmly walked away. Standing there, Jeremy felt utterly humiliated. Yet he soon forced a faint smile, thinking to himself, I need to stay calm. Am I really supposed to just believe her just because she says so? The scene shifted to that evening at a nearby restaurant. Dumbfounded, Beek Yusial asked, so what was that you just said? What am I to you? Flustered, Flame replied, my boyfriend. The protagonist was completely at a loss, wondering how on earth things had turned out this way while Flame didn't even dare meet his eyes, mumbling that it was just an unavoidable situation forced upon her. Yusial slowly lifted a piece of meat to his mouth, thinking, is this because of today's wild rumors? Well, if doing this helps me dodge Jeremy's storyline and its 99% chance of a bad ending, this price is a total bargain. Finished with his thought, he said, all right, glad I could help. causing the young woman to light up with joy. As she beamed, "Thanks a ton. To make up for it, I'll treat you to meals as much as you want from now on, deal?" the protagonist curiously asked. But out of all people, why me? That unexpected question left her feeling somewhat conflicted inside. Would it sound too weird if I said it's because you were the first person that popped into my head? Quick-wittedly improvising within a few seconds, she answered, "I just didn't want to bother Hei Wenryong." The protagonist chided her, "That's a terrible reason. Excuse me, let's order some more dishes. What's his name too?" Flame coughed. "Anyway, I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess." "Sorry for what? You already forget it, just drop it. Why do you always talk in half sentences?" Flame clenched her fists and calculated. Beak Yusial regressed into the past because of Azel, which was the whole reason behind his regression. But what if Azel misunderstood because she dragged him into this mess? Knowing that, she still asked him for help. Wouldn't this make her look like a homewrecker inserting herself between him and Azel? But wait, what if he agreed because it was all part of some grand plan to protect Azel from Jeremy? After all, according to the original plot, Jeremy did take an interest in Azel. Was a regressor's ambition for the person they loved truly this massive? Pondering that, Flame decided she needed to treat Yusial much better. "Excuse me, we'd like to order more dishes." She turned to him, "Old man, eat up and keep your strength up." The protagonist quickly tried to stop her. "Hey, this is already way too much, don't order anymore." And that was how it happened. With Flame's consent, he had officially become her boyfriend for the span of 1 month. The next day, during magic combat practical class, for some reason completely unknown to him, he ended up having to spar against an utterly furious Hong Byeon. Watching the princess burn with rage, Yusial wondered if he had somehow done something wrong. Even from afar, the heavy tension was palpable, leaving Yusial to wonder what crawled up her craw to make her this pissed off today. Byeon's gaze was razor-sharp as she stared daggers at her opponent. She genuinely wanted to unleash all her pent-up magic right onto that obnoxious commoner's head to let off some steam. Yusial thought about offering a friendly greeting, but it clearly wasn't the right time. Byeon bluntly declared that this match wouldn't end like the last one before fierce flames erupted violently from her staff. A barrage of massive fireballs manifested in midair, locked and loaded for bombardment. Without a single wasted motion, a rain of fire came pouring down, leaving Yusial with no choice but to curse his luck. The resounding explosions made the onlooker's heart skip a beat. That destructive power was genuinely terrifying. The princess's glowing red eyes showed she was dead serious, with zero intentions of holding back. Yusial had to draw upon all his dodging skills to weave through the thick smoke and flying artillery. He breathed a sigh of relief at having cheated death by a hair's breadth, nearly logging out for good right there. But Byeon still doesn't want to stop. She shouts that she's not done yet and continues to unleash more fire. Another explosion immediately flared up, blowing everything away. Watching from the sidelines, Flame was utterly overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the princess's fire magic today. Suddenly, a voice spoke up beside Flame, wondering what on earth Yusial could have possibly done to drive Byeon this insane. Ma Yusiang popped out of nowhere, prompting Flame to ask what everyone was gathering around for. Ma Yusiang broke into a bright smile, claiming he was just there to cheer the princess on. Standing next to him, Flame felt a chill run down her spine upon seeing that smile, knowing full well Ma Yusiang just wanted to watch Yusial get beaten to a pulp. While Flame asked Azel if she was cheering, Azel replied she was merely watching, whereas Ma Yusiang enthusiastically cheered for the princess to blow Yusial away. Returning to the match, Yusial was panting heavily, completely out of breath. He realized Byeon's attacks were both lightning fast and unpredictable, thinking that if he just had a few seconds to catch his breath, he could have used mana concentration to slice her magic right down the middle. Two bad explosions kept going off everywhere, not giving him a single second to breathe. Blazing pillars of fire shot up across the entire arena, cutting off every escape route. Fire arrows came hurtling in from all directions, trapping Yusial in a dead end. A colossal wall of fire materialized right in front of him. He was completely done for. Yusial clicked his tongue, realizing he had officially run out of room to dodge. To make matters worse, he accidentally stepped right onto a preset magic trap. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he realized he had fallen straight into her trap. A blinding explosion erupted, and Yusial immediately screamed out a surrender to save his own skin. The match ended with Byeon declared the victor, while Yusial lay sprawled out flat on the floor like a limp noodle. Even the winner herself blinked in bewilderment, asking if she had really won. Yusial smiled wryly, telling himself that without the protective barrier of the Stella Dome, he would have been a goner. Staring blankly up at the sky, he looked thoroughly pathetic with a thoughtful, faraway gaze. Bion stood watching her opponent with a skeptical look while Yusial estimated her strength had now reached class 4. Despite losing, he wore a smile, figuring his creative lessons taught to her earlier had clearly paid off in spades. The instructor walked over to check on him, and Yusial still had the energy to joke that if he died, he'd come back to haunt him for the rest of his life. Hearing him still running his mouth, the instructor told him to head straight to the nurse's office, prompting Yusial to just offer a sheepish grin of thanks. Bion's female fan club rushed over to surround and shower their princess with praise. They lauded her endlessly while dismissing Yusial for failing to even land a proper move, though Bion's expression didn't look particularly pleased with this victory. Noticing the princess didn't look happy at all, her friend curiously asked if winning didn't feel exciting to her. Bion closed her eyes in annoyance, knowing full well that Jerkbeak Yusial had deliberately thrown the match. The princess remembered back in the dungeon when that commoner had effortlessly split a class 3 spell in half with his sword. Yet today he hadn't even bothered to draw his sword properly, only running around before surrendering early, making Bion feel like she was being looked down upon. She clenched her fists tightly, deeply offended at being treated with such patronizing mercy. Right then, her friend struck upon an idea, calling out to Bion to stop and listen to her theory. She began rambling on about the so-called Knight's Code Beak Yusial was supposedly following, the cliché archetype of someone who always had to be polite and yield to ladies according to old textbooks. Hearing such an utterly absurd hypothesis, Bion just stared at her friend in absolute disbelief. Her friend added the finishing blow that left the princess frozen. Maybe he just refuses to raise a hand against someone he truly acknowledges as a lady. Bion whipped her head away, snapping that it was nonsense and demanding to head back, refusing to hear another word. Yet despite her verbal denials, the princess's cheeks had turned completely crimson by then. Spotting Bion's flustered, tsundere expression, her friend laughed endlessly at having hit right on the bullseye. Glancing back toward the Stella Dome, her friend mused that this pairing might actually turn out to be quite an interesting combination after all. Come the following weekend, Beak Yusial had to ask the 2 core members of the club, Ma Yusiang and Azel, for permission to go on a date by himself. In reality, it was just acting as a fake boyfriend for Flame, with the 2 of them chatting and walking around to figure out what regular students usually did on dates. Once finished with Flame, Yusial immediately sought out the garden of the spirit Iphinal, which was overflowing with glowing blue flowers. He was quite surprised to find Iphinal appearing in a tiny chibi form this time, looking much smaller than before. Hearing Iphinal claim it would take 1,000 years to fully recover, Yusial could only sarcastically mutter, "Oh, real fast." Catching Yusial's speechless expression, the little spirit hurriedly clarified that she still had another way to shorten that duration. A mischievous smile crept across the tiny girl's face, and she formally proposed that Beak Yusial establish a pet contract so the 2 of them could pool their powers together. Yusial blinked in confusion. "So basically, you want to form a spirit-beast covenant with me?" The little spirit replied, "That's right. I used to be really weak, but ever since I formed a covenant with Ha Terrieo, I've become super strong." The protagonist nodded in thought. Ha Terrieo. That guy also has the stagnant mana constitution just like me. You grew strong by making a contract with someone who has no mana. How on earth does that work? That part, well, what about it? Iphinal blinked innocently. "I don't really know either. But it's true that I got stronger." She walked over and extended her hand toward him in a friendly gesture. "So won't you make a contract with me?" He thought in silence for a moment before agreeing. "Guess it's fine, but you're the one who asked for this, so don't go backing out later." "Mhem," Iphinal happily chirped. Beak Yusial's eyes narrowed in shock as he realized he had somehow managed to contract a literal deity. Iphinal fluttered over and kissed the back of his hand lightly. A dazzling beam of light burst from the 2 of them, illuminating the entire area in brilliant radiance. System notifications chimed. Soul covenant established with the spirit beast Iphinal. 5th tier alpha class star spirit beast. Intimacy, willing to wager her heart. Inherited traits, self-purification level 3, whispering winds level 4, memory of the floral chorus level 2. Beak Yusial carefully read through every single line and marveled that despite losing all her stats, she still retained so many traits as expected of a deity. Getting 3 inherited traits was likely thanks to his high intimacy with her. Self-purification cleansed the body of corruption using natural forces, while whispering winds allowed him to read air currents. That would definitely come in handy in actual combat. But what was this one? Memory of the floral chorus level 2. When someone smelled the floral fragrance, they gained traits matching the symbolic meaning of that flower. He hurriedly asked her about it. Among your traits, what kind of ability is memory of the floral chorus? She explained, oh that, whoever smells the flower just feels their mood improve. Yusial pressed further, aside from that, does it do anything else? She cheerfully replied, makes you feel happier. Beak Yusial smiled helplessly, right, is that so? Well, thanks anyway. Ifinal shook her head, no problem, I should be thanking you more. The protagonist thought to himself, although this wasn't the original target, thanks to Ifinal, I've managed to secure a spirit beast covenant anyway. Looking forward to working with you from now on, Leafhanel. A radiant smile bloomed on the tiny spirit's face. Got it. Beak Yusial didn't say anything further, quietly soaking in the joy of the moment. The next day, at the International Alchemical Organization in the Alchemical City, Beak Yusial brought his staff in for maintenance. Assistant Altarisha, how's the condition of Terry Wind? Altarisha glanced it over before answering, not as good as I thought. Have you been overworking it lately? Beak Yusial scratched the back of his head with a wry smile. Not long ago, the blade's form got completely shattered. I've also been using it quite a bit during training. How did it end up like this? He thought to himself. Yesterday during training, the mana output felt a bit weak, so I had a hunch. Bringing it in for an inspection was definitely the right call. Altarisha looked at him and explained, even though it's an extremely durable staff, taking this opportunity to maintain it is a good idea. The item presentation is coming up soon, so pick it up then. Got it, thanks. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, oh right, speaking of which, is the preparation for your presentation going well? Altarisha sighed wearily, don't even ask, I'm swamped out of my mind. Just thinking about presenting in front of all those heavyweights makes my stomach churn with anxiety. Yusial offered a reassuring smile, no need to worry that much, you're definitely going to pull it off. What kind of item is going to be showcased at the investment pitch presentation? Altarisha answered, as for that, you don't need to worry. Altarisha pulled out a newly crafted necklace box. This is the item I've been working on. Just by wearing this necklace, you can materialize a cloak anywhere and at any time. It's still not fully perfected, but do you want to try it on? The surrounding people noticed Beak Yusial's appearance and whispered, that student is back again. I heard he's the co-author of that brilliant alchemical paper. He quickly put the necklace on and activated it. Instantly, a cloak materialized, wrapping fully around Beak Yusial. The alchemist nodded in approval. Oh, looks pretty decent, right? It's got a built-in Tier 2 emergency auto-activation feature. See, my technical skills aren't advanced enough yet to worry about styling, so it's currently stuck at just covering the body. Even making simple sleeves or pockets has me completely stumped. Beak Yusial pointed at a pen and asked, is this a mana pen? Can I borrow it for a second? He took out his secret glasses and put them on to observe. Right here, what if we draw a boundary line into the particle shrinking path and supplement it with shape memory alloy circuits? What's a shape memory alloy circuit? She asked, confused. To briefly elaborate on this point, Etha World was an old game, so naturally it featured a cosmetic upgrade system. Upgrading actually provided stat points to allocate into circuits, which he had saved inside his woodpecker glasses. Right now, it was limited to simple folding and unfolding, but if you added alloy circuits, it would remember its native shape. Once you mapped out clear boundaries for the particles, making sleeves or hoods wouldn't be hard at all, right? And in this state, if I put it back on, the result looks like this. The cloak billowed out once more, but this time upgraded with a proper hood and complete sleeves. What do you think? Altarisha widened her eyes in speechless shock. No, I can't believe it. A problem we've struggled with for over 2 months. Did he just solve it that easily? Is student Beak Yusial actually a genius? The surrounding scholars rushed over to crowd around him, baffled. That such a simple method existed. If we leverage this, could we apply it to other items? Great idea. If it were me, I'd add this part right here. What do you all think? Absolutely brilliant, right? Beak Yusial looked toward Altarisha and smiled. Assistant Altarisha, come over here for a second. Altarisha gently replied, got it. A moment later, he said his goodbyes. Well then, I'll be heading home first. You guys keep at it. But no one listened. They were entirely engrossed in their own ideas. Not a single person even bothered listening to him. Seeing Altarisha's happy and eager expression, He simply smiled softly in quiet relief. Walking down the hallway, Beak Yusiel's mind plunged into turmoil. A major item revolution was about to erupt in this magical world. Compared to modern civilization, it felt akin to using a basic brick phone before smartphones suddenly dropped out of nowhere. The technological and value gap between Magitech and alchemical Magitech wasn't even that small. Even though it was still in its developmental stages, that was totally fine. Because just the existing tech alone was enough to blow everyone away with the sheer potential of these items. And then some time later, the item presentation hosted by Altarisha of the Golden Alchemical faction officially unveiled the product. Crowds flocked there, each harboring their own hidden agendas and schemes. Everyone showed up with their own individual motives, and the Royal Inspection Team was no exception. They all swarmed into the alchemical city, as if trying to claim something that rightfully belonged to them. And finally, the eagerly anticipated item presentation day drew close. Beak Yusiel and Altarisha strode into the grand hall. Confident smiles still graced their faces,